I unexpectedly discovered that none of my 3 daughters are biologically mine. Yet, I was so happy that I couldn't sleep for 3 days and nights. All because I can make a crazy profit of 50 billion. So I can afford a new young model every day. When I presented the paternity test to my wife, ready to divorce her, she tore the paternity test in half. She said, "Husband, this is fake. Enough with the jokes, let's go home." I resented my wife's reaction, how she could ignore the undeniable evidence. I continued, "I've done at least 3 tests, and all the results prove one thing. Han Ning is not my daughter, she's the product of you and another man." Lu Chuchu's face immediately turned serious. She stared at me with a stern look, saying, "You've been doing things behind my back." I suddenly felt an inexplicable pressure from my wife, who had been superior for 10 years. In the past, I might have compromised to please her, but not today. I confronted my wife, saying, "Han Ning is 10 years old. A whole decade, you've deceived me for a whole decade. Han Chen, I think you've gone mad from drinking. Go home now. Without my permission, you're not allowed to step out of the house. What do you take me for? I won't go back, I want a divorce." Gritting my teeth, I still uttered the word divorce with my own mouth. "You want a divorce, you're completely out of your mind, it's unreasonable." Lu Chuchu's powerful aura exudes pressure, but seeing me unmoved, she looks like a dead pig unafraid of boiling water. She's furious, slams the door and leaves. I take a deep breath, wipe my forehead, covered in cold sweat. This is the first time I've confronted my high and mighty wife. I'm just an ordinary attending physician, with no power or influence. While my wife comes from the top echelons of society, her family is the richest in Jiangdong, she wields immense power. In this unequal social background, my request for divorce is like challenging authority. If she really targets me, I'll have a hard time in Jiangdong. But I can't silently bear the humiliation of being a cuckold and a scapegoat. Just when I least expected it, in she comes again, gently saying, "Lao Han, apologize to me, admit you misspoke earlier, and promise not to mention divorce again." Faced with my wife's unreasonable demand, I naturally refuse. I didn't make a mistake. The test results are real, so is your infidelity. You're disloyal and unfaithful, then our marriage has no reason to exist. You must leave Han Chen. Do you know what a huge mistake you've made? You didn't get my consent, you secretly went for the test, this is you acting on your own. You've brought so much risk and crisis to our marriage and family, do you realize that? I find it funny, Lu Chuchu, that you now understand that cheating can bring crisis to marriage and family. Why would you still do it? If you don't love me, just tell me directly. I will leave without asking for your money, without making you suffer losses. But you repeatedly lied to me, you never took me seriously. Seeing me getting a bit agitated, my wife couldn't get through to me. If we keep arguing, the private room service staff will hear us, and then our family problems will be known to others. She made a gesture to stop me. This is not the place to talk. Let's not argue, come home with me first. I don't have a home, that's your house, it has nothing to do with me. I refuse to accept my wife's infidelity. None of the 3 daughters at home are my biological children. I won't go back if I still have a bit of dignity left. Moreover, I have already decided to divorce. I can't wait to cut ties with my wife as soon as possible. If you don't go back, then never come back again. Lu Chuchu was really angry this time. After saying these harsh words, she left directly to the hospital ward. The head doctor sent a leave request. Now, my mental state is being treated, which may easily lead to doctor-patient disputes. Thinking about holding an ordinary position in the hospital, I feel regretful and bitter. Back then, I graduated with almost top marks in my undergraduate degree, then entered the hospital, and within 2 years obtained the prescription rights and a master's degree. Being promoted to the title of attending physician, the future looks bright. But then I met Lu Chuchu, and foolishly fell in love with her, married her, and raised children. Because the Lu family is wealthy and influential, Lu Chuchu also felt that my work was dispensable. She wanted me to focus primarily on the family to take care of our daughter. So, I studied for a year for my Ph.D., and then dropped out. I also stopped pursuing professional titles. If it weren't for my determination to continue practicing medicine, I would have almost followed my wife's words and resigned directly, being a full-time stay-at-home dad and homemaker, but in the end, my wife cheated, and the daughter is not even mine. I was deceived for more than 10 years, and ultimately ended up with nothing. I felt heartbroken and helpless, not wanting to see anyone. I stayed in a hotel for a few days. Then, one night, the door was pushed open, and my wife, Lu Chuchu, came in coldly. "You don't go home, nor do you go to work. What are you hiding here for?" Lu Chuchu glanced around the room. There was no scent of another woman, and the furnishings were relatively tidy. However, there was some leftover fast food on the coffee table, with the lingering smell of food. Her husband, Han Shinkao, was lying on the bed, watching historical dramas and martial arts. Seeing Han Shinkao's disheveled appearance, she felt very dissatisfied. Feeling inexplicably angry, Han Chen was also dissatisfied. What I do and whom I love is none of your concern. I already told you last time that we are getting a divorce. I have nothing to do with you. Since you are here, let's sign the papers. Tomorrow we will go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to complete the formalities. He got out of bed and took out 2 divorce agreements from his briefcase, handing them to his wife, Lu Chuchu. You even prepared the divorce agreement. Are you really going to divorce me? Lu Chuchu never expected this. Han Chen is completely off the mark. She didn't come to find Han Chen to get a divorce, but to persuade him to come back to her and reconcile. Han Chen is self-righteous. Didn't I show you the paternity test? Han Ning is not my daughter. She is the child you had with someone else. You cheated and betrayed me. This marriage must end. The terms of the agreement are all here. Take a good look. Lu Chuchu said Han Ning is your daughter. I didn't betray you, and I didn't cheat. Han Chen can eat his words. I just said it. I just said it. Lu Chuchu, you cheated. Han Ning is the illegitimate child you had with those men outside. I will take full responsibility for the consequences of what I say. Lu Chuchu, do you dare to take responsibility? Han Chen is not at fault. He doesn't owe Lu Chuchu anything. On the contrary, Lu Chuchu owes him a lot. Lu Chuchu, what are you trying to prove? I didn't cheat, and I didn't betray you. What do you want me to admit? It's pointless to say more. Look at the agreement. If there are no objections, sign it. Lu Chuchu flipped through the agreement. He was so angry that he didn't want to read through it. But when he saw the financial figures, he became very sensitive and stared blankly at Han Chen. You want me to compensate you with 1.6 billion? Rumor has it that Han Jiang was well prepared and not afraid to face his wife. Lu Chuchu, you are now the richest man in Jiangdong. Your wealth is conservatively estimated to be around 80 billion. I won't demand an equal share of the wealth because I didn't earn it. But over these 16 years, you have truly deceived me. 1 billion per year as compensation for mental distress. 16 years, 16 billion. I don't think it's excessive. Lu Chuchu's expression turned cold. Her beautiful eyes stared at Han Chen, trying to read his true thoughts from his subtle expressions and eyes. The conclusion is that she suddenly felt a stranger in front of Han Chen. The man she had slept with for 16 years had become unprecedentedly unfamiliar. Han Chen thought that Lu Chuchu was unwilling to give him the money. He sneered at Lu Chuchu. You change your face when it comes to money. But this also made me see your other ugly face. If you think I'm after your money, then I don't want it. Let's get a divorce right away. Lu Chuchu did think that Han Chen's demand for 1.6 billion was an excuse. He was impossible to meet Han Chen's request. He was about to rebuke Han Chen, but when Han Chen said he would divorce even without the money, he didn't know what to say. Lu Chuchu does not admit to having an affair. You won't compensate me, nor agree to a divorce. What exactly do you want to do? Do you want to control me? Let me tell you, Han Chen and Chiyu never happened. Han Chen, I'll say it again. I didn't have an affair, I didn't betray you. You are falsely accusing and defaming me, damaging my reputation. I can sue you. Don't think just because we are married. I can also make you pay the price. After Lu Chuchu warned Han Chen, she immediately adopted a policy of coaxing, and said to Lao Han in a softer voice, let's not make a scene. Come back with me. I need you, the child needs you, and your family needs you even more. Even without mentioning the child, Han Chen can still contain the anger, but those 3 wild seeds at home are not his. He has no obligation to take care of them. Of course, he is not the type to make a big scene. He wants to handle these matters calmly. Especially when he heard voices outside the corridor, he used a gentle tone to say to Lu Chuchu, I have provided such concrete evidence. How can you choose to ignore it? I'll say it again, the child is not mine. If you don't go back, then you don't need to come back. Just stay here in despair. Lu Chuchu is very disappointed in Han Chen, turns around and leaves. Han Chen stands by the window and can see his wife's luxury car below. He waited there for about 30 minutes, obviously giving him a way out. You cheated, you gave birth to 3 wild seeds for someone else. You have ruined my love for you. Lu Chuchu, what you did is inhumane. Han Chen closes the curtains, goes to watch TV, and unknowingly falls asleep. The next day, he wakes up and finds that his pillow is a bit cold, from his tears. Damn it, last night Lu Chuchu found a way to break my defense. Han Chen considered himself strong. However, in reality, as he entered a mentally relaxed sleep, his vulnerability quietly emerged, inadvertently wetting his pillow with tears. Han Chen gets up and rinses in the bathroom. Du Chuchu came over again today. Han Chen handed a complaint to his wife to take a look at. This is the legal procedure we're going to follow. If you agree to divorce, even if there's no compensation, I won't go through the litigation process. Lao Han, what's wrong with you? We were living a good life. Do we have to make a fuss to feel comfortable? Lu Chuchu never thought Han Chen would really sue him. This made him very passive and very sad. Han Chen, you had a good life. You could do as you pleased at home and outside, and you even made me help raise your child. Of course, you thought it was good. But what about me? The child isn't mine. I've been deceived by you for more than 10 years. How many more decades do you have? This kind of life. Who has loved whom? He was very agitated, wanting to erupt, wanting to roar, but he deeply restrained himself. He said to Lu Chuchu, how many times have I told you? Go get an appraisal. Once you see the results, you'll believe me. Why is it like this? I gave you so many days, but you didn't seek evidence. I can only understand it as you feeling guilty. Han Chen, how many times do you want me to say it before you believe me? I didn't betray you. Han Ning is your daughter. If the appraisal results in my hand are fake, then so many judicial institutions have given me false conclusions. I have a lot of faith. Han Chen saw that his wife was still stubborn, and he couldn't help but get angry. He went forward, grabbed his wife's shoulder, and shook her. Lu Chuchu, wake up. Where's objectivity and rationality? You should cut your losses in time. I'm a useless waste of space. I'm not worthy of you. Go find Han Ning's biological father. You've raised his daughter for so long. You can make him pay. Don't fool me. Lu Chuchu pushes Han Chen's hand away, glaring at him. Your lies won't work on me. Stop spouting nonsense. I'm asking if you're coming back with me or not. Aren't you going to take care of the other two at home? They're not my children. They're all bastards you conceived outside. Han Chen's face shows pain, this time he can't suppress it anymore. It's better for you to take care of them. I'm a useless waste. My life is already wasted. Lu Chuchu, you've ruined my life. I'm beyond saving. I beg you, please agree to the divorce. Just give in to degradation. Lu Chuchu saw Han Chen in such a sorry state, he was disappointed and heartbroken. Seeing that Han Chen wouldn't go with him, he left in frustration. In the afternoon, Han Chen went directly to the City People's Court to officially file for divorce from Lu Chuchu. He submitted the documents and was then arranged to rest in a room. He waited for about 10 minutes. He then saw Sophie, the legal counsel for his wife's group, coming in. She is his wife's confidant. Indeed, Mr. Han, this is not the place to talk. Let's find somewhere else. Upon hearing this, Han Chen asked if Lu Chuchu had arrived. The chairman Lu was very busy and couldn't make it, so he asked me to represent. Han, let's talk first. Sophie asked Han Chen to come out and they went to his car. Han Chen didn't make a scene, first went to Lu Chuchu, implied a few things. He thought he could avoid the first day and get through the 15th. Tell him now to come over and get divorced. Sophie observed his words and actions, seeing Han Chen's emotional agitation, she quickly reassured him, marriage is a matter for both parties, it's not as simple as just getting a divorce. You consulted just now. You should also be informed that you need to provide a reason for the divorce. Just writing about emotional discord and personality differences won't be enough to get divorced. There should be more convincing reasons. It's not just about convincing the court and me, but also convincing Chairman Lu. Han Chen is dissatisfied that Lu Chuchu was pretending to be confused. Half an hour later, Sophie returned to the Lu group. Report to Lu Chuchu. Lu Chuchu put down her work and asked Sophie if she had convinced my husband to give up that absurd idea. Sophie shook her head slightly and took out the paternity test report she got from Han Chen, carefully saying, "It's not good with this. Why is it this again? This is clearly fake." Lu Chuchu glanced at the test report, anticipating that Han Chen would definitely persist with his argument. He argued, "My husband has been driven crazy by this conclusion. How could he casually do a test without my consent? Is it not illegal for him to act on his own like this? Mr. Han is also a guardian. He exercised his guardianship to do a test. If that's not illegal, then I'll countersue him for falsely accusing me. Can we make him go to jail? Of course not actually make him go to jail, just let him know that he can't falsely accuse me." Sophie carefully considered the meaning of the way out. If the conclusion is false, we can definitely sue him and win, not make him go to jail, but also make him apologize to you, make him back down. But if it really goes to that point, involving the judicial authorities, the situation may worsen. Lu Chuchu frowned at my daughter. "I'm sure I know who she is, Feifei. Are you suggesting that I arrange for a paternity test, use the new test results to overturn my husband's?" Sophie nodded in agreement. "Facts speak louder than words. I'll go arrange it now. Lu Chuchu isn't in a rush to make a decision, called Han Shan, saw that Han Shan's attitude was still so bad, still unwilling to back down. Only then did he agree with Sophie's words. Sophie went to find Han Shan again, asked Han Shan for materials. After getting them, he didn't rush to leave, just sat on the hotel bed and asked Han Shan again, Han, this is a private conversation now, not involving your and Chuchu's emotions. Nanjing, you don't need to defend Lu Chuchu, he did such a thing, he deceived me for 16 years, no one should easily accept such a thing, he thinks my divorce is unreasonable, then I can go without money, I just want to leave him early. Yes, if it's true, then you are indeed unfairly treated, I feel indignant for you. Right, they're already so big. You didn't suspect at all, I also went to your house last month, you were still very close, how did it suddenly change like this, why did you think of doing a paternity test? Hearing this, Han Shan felt very uncomfortable, took out a cigarette and lit it. His mind went back to before the test. It turns out a patient was admitted to the hospital that day. The child needed a blood transfusion due to a rare panda blood type. Naturally, they considered close relatives for donation. However, the father and son's blood types didn't match at all. The father suspected the child wasn't his biological offspring. After testing, it was confirmed that the child's mother had an affair and conceived another man's child. Han Shan, who had been practicing medicine for over 10 years, had encountered similar cases before, but had always overlooked them. But after returning home, his eldest daughter Han Ning asked him for money to buy a 5 million worth supercar, claiming she was of legal age, had obtained her driver's license, and could now have her own car. Despite his wife being the wealthiest in Jiangdong, Han Shan had no authority over the money, so he naturally couldn't provide it. His daughter became upset, arguing with him and even suggesting he wasn't her biological father. Words spoken unintentionally may be taken to heart. Han Shan impulsively conducted a test, concluding that he and Han Ning were not biologically related. He exhaled smoke, choosing not to inform Sophie but instead mentioned it to Fei Fei, who would then tell Lu Chuchu. Secrets cannot be kept forever. If you don't want others to know, refrain from doing it yourself. Han, why didn't you tell me? How did you end up pregnant? Are you suspecting Sister Chuchu? You should ask Lu Chuchu about this matter. By the way, since you have such a good relationship with him, do you think Han Ning has a few suspicious targets? Don't set me up. What I can tell you is, Chuchu really cares about you, he loves you very much. Oh, am I being foolish? That night, Sophie received the rapid test results and was shocked to find that they also indicated that Han Shan and Han Ning were not biologically related. Han Shan was right. Could it be that Sister Chuchu really had an affair? This is no small matter. Sophie didn't dare to make a decision, hurried to the Lu family villa. Without much greeting, he went straight to the study with Lu Chuchu. After seeing the conclusion, Lu Chuchu couldn't help but look surprised and question Sophie. Sophie explained that this was a rapid test, which is slightly less accurate than the 3-day or 7-day tests. Legally, it is more favorable to adopt the results of the 7-day test. But Sister Lu, you also need to be mentally prepared. Generally speaking, there won't be a huge difference in the conclusions between rapid testing and 7-day testing. Lu Chuchu is a bit fierce. How could this be possible? Han Ning is clearly my husband's child. But Sophie mentioned another possibility. There was a mistake at birth, so we still need to use your sample to do a test with Han Ning. Alright, then let's do it as soon as possible. Lu Chuchu is a bit flustered now, especially when thinking about Han Shan taking out the test report multiple times. This should not be groundless. She handed the sample to Sophie. At the moment when Sophie was about to leave, Lu Chuchu stopped her and said, I didn't betray Han Shan, but if the test results turn out to be the worst-case scenario, what should I do? I don't want to get a divorce. I don't want to lose Han Shan. Sophie's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Sister Lu really had an affair? He thought for a moment and comforted Lu Chuchu. Actually, even in the worst-case scenario, Han should understand. Lu Chuchu looked serious. Sophie continued, in fact, Han's situation is not good. I've learned about it on the way here. His career at the hospital has not been going well in recent years. He is also 40 years old. If he leaves you, he will have nothing. Leaving that aside, just these days, he left your home and can only stay in a hotel. It's probably just his pride at play now. Once he comes to his senses, he will naturally come back to you. What you said makes sense. Lu Chuchu, be a little more open-minded and talk to Sophie again. Let Sophie handle it. The next day, just after Lu Chuchu finished the board meeting, she received a message from Sophie. She asked Sophie to come to the office. Sophie looked serious as she handed over a test result, carefully saying, Han Ning is your daughter, that's correct, but Han Shan is also correct. Han Shan and your daughter are indeed not father and daughter. How could this be? Lu Chuchu looked at the conclusion several times, but couldn't make sense of it at all, becoming more and more confused. Maybe I should go talk to Han. In her heart, Sophie also believed that the fact of Lu Chuchu's infidelity is irreversible, and she can only work on Han Chen's mindset. I don't want a divorce, that's the basis and premise. Just then, the landline next to Lu Chuchu rang. It's a call from the secretary. Han Chen is here. He looked at Sophie, who nodded, and then asked the secretary to let Han Chen in. He personally got up to open the door and greet him. Seeing that Han Chen's face was not good, with stubble on his face and some smell of alcohol and tobacco, it was obvious that he didn't have a good night. Han Chen told Lu Chuchu not to touch him, and sat down to the side, giving a glance at Sophie. Has the lawyer's appraisal result come out? Fei, you go out first. I need to talk to my husband. As Lu Chuchu leaves, Sophie comes to Han Chen's side, wanting to be close to him, but is rejected. He said the result is out, but it's unreasonable. I don't admit it. Han Chen sneers, why don't you admit it? Can you just not admit it because you say so? Have you forgotten the law in your eyes? It's a bit annoying that you're not giving me a chance to explain. I didn't do anything to wrong you. How can you expect me to admit it? Han Chen said there's an appraisal result, but I've said it. This is unreasonable, it's not the truth. I don't admit it. The child is not mine. You're cheating, you're betraying me. Cheating or not, catching us in bed. How can you prove it? What evidence do you have that I'm cheating? Saying this to Lu Chuchu, are you still shameless? Han Chen didn't expect his wife Lu Chuchu to be so shameless. The paternity test report is the best evidence, but Lu Chuchu still wants him to catch us in bed before he admits to cheating. Lu Chuchu didn't answer, are you shameless? You know, Han Chen, I don't want us to have any more misunderstandings in our relationship. You have to believe me. I love you and I didn't cheat. The conclusion of the paternity test with Han Ning is wrong and unreliable. If you continue to be so stubborn, I will really get angry. You divorce me, you offend me. Do you know what the consequences will be? Hearing this, Han Chen instantly felt the domineering aura emanating from Lu Chuchu, especially the powerful gaze, which had a captivating power. In the past, Han Chen would have just backed down. Is compromise the key to a harmonious family and success? But now he has nothing, there is nothing that cannot be lost. At the same time, he has also seen clearly what kind of person Lu Chuchu is. He has no reason to be afraid. He stands tall, facing his wife. Lu Chuchu, I originally wanted to divorce amicably, but now it seems that you are not worthy. I will continue to appeal, and even find reporters to expose. I really want to see who the person having an affair with you is. Han Chen's sudden move has shocked Lu Chuchu. If Han Chen does this, even if he hasn't cheated, he will be labeled by society. At that time, the Lu Group will definitely be affected, the stock market will plummet, and his losses will be immeasurable. His efforts of more than 10 years are likely to go down the drain. A divorce at this level will have far-reaching consequences. And seeing Han Chen's calm and composed appearance, she knew she had pushed him to the limit. He will really do anything. Lu Chuchu is in a deadlock. She had to say, let's talk properly. It's not good to spread family affairs. It will affect you, me, and the children. Han Chen also didn't want the divorce to become a big deal, didn't want to be the subject of gossip at work, so he softened his tone a bit. Then why didn't you listen to me? The child is not mine, which proves you cheated. Our marriage is over. Am I divorcing you for money? I just want my dignity back. Lao Han, you know what kind of person I am, don't you? Do you not know if I have any ambiguous relationships with others? Also, we've been together for so many years, doesn't that count as affectionate? You love me, you satisfy me, why would I cheat? People hide their true feelings. In the past, I thought I could understand you, but unfortunately, I was too naive. You have someone else outside, there has always been someone. Han Chen took a deep breath to calm himself down and said, these days, I also found some pregnancy checkup records for Han Ning. Although not all are archived, the ones I found are enough to support my conclusion. He took out some copies of his wife's pregnancy checkup records from that year, pointing to several key data and dates. We only consummated the marriage on the wedding day, as you requested. I respected that. A month later, you showed signs of pregnancy. From this data, it seems you might have been pregnant with Han Ning before the wedding, maybe in the first half of the month, or the month before. Continuing to calculate, Han Ning was not premature, but born at a normal time. I hate that I was blind, I'm a doctor, and I missed these clues. Lu Chuchu shook her head, it's impossible, it's impossible. You can't say that about me, and Han Ning is your daughter. What's impossible? The facts are right in front of you now. What else can you say is impossible? I see you don't really want to talk properly. With that kind of attitude, what's the point of talking? Han Chen slammed the door and left. Outside, Sophie didn't go far. She wanted to talk to Han Shen, but he completely ignored her and went into the office. She asked, "Han-gu doesn't look happy, you didn't settle things? He still wants a divorce." "I disagree, so he wants to expose this paternity test. Why is Han-gu like this? Should I talk to him again?" Lu Chuchu looked at the city scenery outside the window, clenched the paternity test report in her hand, her eyes gradually becoming more determined. "I can control such a huge industry, have so many assets, how many people submit to me, can't I even control my own man? Being so passive is not my style." Lu Chuchu turned to Sophie and said in a low voice, "Don't be so polite with Han Shen. I'll give you 3 days to make him obediently come back to me." Sophie raised her eyebrows. "Any means necessary?" Lu Chuchu didn't speak, but nodded heavily. Han Shen left the group, found a restaurant, sat down, and ordered food. While waiting, Han Shen drank tea and began to plan his next steps. Lu Chuchu did a paternity test. She still didn't admit the result. He reminded her that Han Ning should have been conceived in the month they got married, but she refused to admit it. He said he wanted a divorce even without money, but she played the emotional card. "Lu Chuchu, do you want me to reveal the paternity test results of the second and third child as well? Only then will you admit that you cheated on me? If so, you really leave me no dignity." Han Shen still wasn't that heartless, or rather, it wasn't the right time yet. Han Shen also wondered why his wife was still being stubborn at this time. After thinking about it, he felt it was probably because his wife thought he was more foolish, had no background, and was easy for her to control, so she could continue to do as she pleased outside. "Damn it, let me wear a green hat, while you were out there living it up, making money hand over fist, and enjoying another man." "Lu Chuchu, you were simply a bastard, the most wicked woman like a devil." Han Shen felt he couldn't easily let his wife off the hook. If his wife refused to divorce amicably, he would make a scene, ask for more money, then leave Jiangdong and find a place where no one knew him, to live the life he wanted. While having a meal, he received a voice message from Ma Yukai, asking him to come back to the hospital in the afternoon to participate in a test of medical theoretical knowledge, sitting next to Ma Yukai and helping him cheat. "Trying to take advantage of me again." He replied to the message, "What medical theory test?" Ma Yatsai's voice message, "It was decided temporarily by the hospital. I asked around, and the test results may be related to this round of professional title evaluation. Lao Han, I haven't touched a book for a long time, and I can't remember the key points. This time, I'll have to rely on you, same as before. You have no academic integrity, and you engage in debauchery. You should have come down a long time ago." Han Shen asked for the time and location, then ended the chat. While having a meal, he suddenly heard a waiter shouting, "Is there a doctor here? Is there anyone here a doctor?" Han Shen looked around and seeing no one responding, he raised his hand. "I am a doctor from the People's Hospital, what's going on? Can you come and take a look, please? It's like this, a child is choking. Then take me there quickly." Han Shen rushed to the private room and saw an 8-year-old boy choking, already having difficulty breathing. The situation was very dangerous, and there were an old and a young woman panicking, not taking any rescue measures. He went over to take a look, then used the Heimlich maneuver to help the child dislodge the blocked food, which was a fishball, and the child's breathing became clear. After checking again, he said to the young woman, "He's fine now, but his asthma is concerning. I suggest you take him to the hospital for a detailed examination." Glancing at the child's condition, he said, "Take him now, send him as quickly as possible, don't delay." Seeing Han Shen's professional examination skills, the young woman quickly revealed the child's chronic illness, trusting Han Shen. She also found Han Shen handsome and elegant, giving her a reliable feeling, wanting to get Han Shen's contact information. Han Shen noticed the woman's custom-made phone with embedded diamonds and her high-end attire, realizing she was not from an ordinary family. Such a person with such a child eating at this kind of restaurant was unusual. He casually gave her a number and asked the woman not to dawdle. In the woman's grateful voice, he felt comfort and a sense of self-worth, as if he had recognized his true self. "My medical skills have always been my reliance. Why should I follow Lu Chuchu's arrangements, wasting so many years for a false family? Fortunately, medical skills are accumulated and refined. My medical skills have not been wasted or regressed. Even without Lu Chuchu, I can still live well." Han Shen sighed, lost his appetite for dinner, and returned to the hotel. After a short rest, he went to the hospital to take the exam. He didn't mingle with Ma Yukai, and looking at the people answering the questions, it seemed to cover the entire hospital, which made him a bit curious, but he didn't think much about it, quickly finished the questions, and left. In the evening, Sophie knocked on the door, and Han Shan let her into the room. He asked directly, "Has Lu Chuchu come to her senses? Won't she be stubborn anymore?" Sophie sighed and said, "Hanji, to be honest, Sister Lu loves you very much, she can't bear to divorce you." Han Shen frowned. What do you mean? What does Lu Chu mean? Sophie hurriedly said, Han Ji, don't be impatient, let me finish. Sister Lu has a high position and great pressure. She is responsible for thousands of people in the group every minute, corresponding to thousands of families. The industries related to the group involve millions of people in Jiangdong. She has to take responsibility for them. So, although Sister Lu is a woman, she cannot just focus on personal feelings like a little woman. Of course, I can responsibly tell you that she loves you very much, more than she loves herself. Sophie, you don't understand what she has done to me at all. Your righteous words are well said, don't talk to me about this next time. Okay, let's not talk about Sister Lu, let's talk about you. Sophie took out Han Chen's resume at the hospital and said, Han, you are just an ordinary resident physician now. If you divorce Sister Lu, considering your career planning and the alimony you have to pay for the children in the future. What alimony? You and Sister Lu have 2 children. After the divorce, Sister Lu will naturally not give you custody of the children, and the court will not support it. If Sister Lu is responsible for raising the children, as the children's father, you also have to provide financial support. According to the living standards of the Lu family, you probably have to pay out 10 to 20,000 a month. Sophie, the issues between me and Lu Chu are marital conflicts. You, as an outsider who knows nothing, have no need to get involved. If you are speaking to me in a personal capacity, then I am not obligated to tell you. If you are acting as Lu Chu's lawyer, then you are the lawyer representing the defendant, and I am the plaintiff. We should not meet. Han Chen sensed the threat in Sophie's words and felt it was all nonsense, so he asked her to leave. The second and third daughters are not his own, and he has to pay alimony? Han Chen called Lu Chu, and after a while, she answered the phone in a noisy environment. I am discussing business with friends, and then I will come pick you up. Han Chen said, Lu Chu, I originally wanted to divorce you amicably, without asking for your money. But you sent a lawyer to tell me that I have to pay you 30,000 in alimony every month after the divorce. Alright, let's not talk about emotions, let's talk about money. I not only request a divorce, but I will also seek compensation, 30 billion. 30 billion? That's a great project. On the other end, Lu Chu chuckled and hung up the phone. Before his wife hung up the phone, Han Chen heard a middle-aged man asking what project was worth 30 billion. 30 billion, is it a lot? If I propose to split the family assets with you, you won't have anything to say. Han Chen knew his wife's character. If he wanted money from her, it had to be willingly given by her. Otherwise, he wouldn't get a penny. Asking for 30 billion from her was like asking for the moon. However, this was also a strategy to get her to agree to the divorce. He believed that when it came to marriage and money, she would choose money. In the evening, Han Chen received a call from his wife asking him to come home immediately. After he refused, hotel staff came to his door, charged him a breach of contract fee, and asked him to check out. At the hotel entrance, Han Chen saw his wife, who said, the hotel won't let you stay, and you still won't come home. How long are you going to embarrass yourself? Han Chen's face darkened. Lu Chu, what have you done? That's right, as long as it's a decent hotel, the owners behind them will give me some face. I greet them, and you won't be able to stay. So, you have to come back with me now. It's more comfortable at home, no need to find trouble outside. Ha, Lu Chu, you may be rich, but you can't control everything. What you're doing now will only make me more determined to ask for divorce compensation. Han Chen sneered, got in the car, and left. He tried several other luxury hotels, and indeed, none of them would accommodate him. He cursed Lu Chu in his heart, then went to stay at a slightly inferior hotel. A new week, he went directly to the court, submitted the lawsuit and other related materials, formally sued his wife and applied for a divorce. Coming out of the court, he returned to the hospital, went directly to find the hospital director, Liang Weili. Because Liang Weili had a good relationship with his father-in-law, what he told Liang Weili would quickly reach his father-in-law's ears. Liang Weili was very pleased with Han Chen's arrival and said, Xiao Han, have you finished dealing with your personal matters? I also need to discuss something with you. Han Chen only wanted to divorce at the moment and said, Director Liang, actually, I have been discussing divorce with Lu Chu these days. I still need some time, so I can't come to work yet. Liang Weili was surprised, especially when he saw that Han Chen was not joking. He also stopped smiling on his face and said, if I heard correctly, you just said you want to divorce Lu Chu? Han Chen did not evade, he admitted directly, and showed Liang Weili the paternity test report of the child. As the chief of the hospital with superb medical skills, Liang Weili immediately saw the problem from the test report. Liang Weili told Han Chen not to think too much, he could continue to rest. After sending away Han Chen, he called Lu Bolan and made an appointment to meet, then went directly to find Lu Bolan. After exchanging pleasantries and making sure there were no outsiders, Liang Weili directly stated his purpose. Your son-in-law asked for leave from me again. It turns out it's for getting a divorce. Should I just fire him directly, or send him to the countryside, or do you have any other instructions? Lu Bolan was a little stunned, but he snorted, this white-eyed wolf is spreading family shame, isn't he afraid of being laughed at? Liang Weili did not hide anything and took out the test report given by Han Shen, handing it to Lu Bolan. This is what he gave me. Lao Lu, Han Shen's intention is that since Chu Chu has someone better, he should be set free. This is fake. Don't believe him. I won't let this white-eyed wolf off. Lu Bolan, seeing another test report, tore it up directly, crumpled it into a ball, and threw it away. Liang Weili dared not agree. Over the years, Han Shen has been steady in his work, never made mistakes, and never cheated. If he fabricates the test results for the sake of divorce, it would be seeking a dead end, and he cannot bear the consequences. So, I think this conclusion can withstand investigation. Lu Bolan fell silent upon hearing this, because if it was true, then the problem was quite significant, a big problem with his daughter. Frowning, he asked Liang Weili, what else did Han Shen give you, and what did he say to you? He only gave me this, saying it's the reason for the divorce, asking me to give him time to deal with this matter, and return to the hospital after it's done. Oh, it seems he has already sued Chu Chu in court, wanting to divorce her. What, sued in court? Isn't this nonsense? Lu Bolan immediately called his daughter, asking her to intercept the divorce lawsuit at the court. The feedback he received was that the group's lawyers were already handling the matter, and the lawsuit had been withdrawn, which relieved him. However, Lu Bolan thought that Han Shen might file a lawsuit again, in the intermediate court or the high court, and it wouldn't be easy to withdraw the lawsuit then. The one who started the trouble should end it. He had to find Han Shen and clarify what he needed to do. If his daughter's marital problems caused fluctuations in the group's stock price, resulting in huge losses, he would need to step in again to stabilize the group. In an instant, he thought of many things and asked Liang Weili to stabilize Han Shen, not letting him file lawsuits everywhere. Liang Weili had a way. As there was a special consultation in the afternoon, he asked Han Shen to follow him to the Chinese medicine hospital. Before leaving, Liang Weili said to Lu Bolan again, Lao Lu, if you are still giving Han Shen freedom, then give him to me. I will train him to be my successor. He is a rare and excellent doctor. Lu Bolan snorted, you want to train this kind of white-eyed wolf to be your successor? I won't ask about his personal issues, but in terms of medical skills, he is indeed outstanding. Liang Weili smiled and left in the car. Lu Bolan turned around and called Han Shen, asking him to come over, but was refused. This ungrateful person. Lu Bolan couldn't sit still either. He called his daughter and went directly to the group. In the CEO's office of the group, he sought his daughter and asked directly, you asked Han Shen to come over. I want to ask him, what does he want to do? I called him, he didn't come. I messaged him, he still didn't come. Let's wait until tonight, I'll go find him. Lu Chuchu let Su Fei in and said, I just talked to Han Shen. He is determined to sue me again. He will go to various courts one by one. If Jiangdong doesn't accept it, he will go to the capital. What strategy do you think we should adopt? Hearing this, Lu Bolan snorted heavily, worried that the worst would happen. Su Fei underestimated Han Shen's determination a bit. She said, if he files lawsuits in the intermediate court and the high court, we must respond. At that time, we will definitely be more passive than now. Lu Zone, the key issue lies in the identification of the child. Based on the current identification conclusion, the court will support Han Shen. Lu Chuchu said, how is that possible? It's clearly my child with Han Shen. How could such a conclusion be reached? What are these identification agencies doing? I want to sue them for making such conclusions. Lu Zong, we can't do that. This will make us even more passive. Su Fei hurriedly stopped Lu Chuchu. Once they sue the identification agencies, it will be big news, and the chances of the identification agencies making mistakes are very small. If they lose the lawsuit, there will be many unpredictable consequences. Lu Bolan said, Chuchu, I will take care of the group's affairs. You first resolved the dispute with Han Shen. Lu Chuchu looked at the message from Han Shen again and felt a headache. She decided to listen to her father first. She took Su Fei to find Han Shen. In the car, Lu Chuchu showed the chat records to Su Fei and asked, what do you think he means? Su Fei said, literally, he doesn't want to argue with us about the identification report, but wants money directly. This may be his ultimate goal, but it could also be. Lu Jie, can you be sure that the child is? My daughter is born to me in Han Shen. Besides Han Shen, I have no other man. Although Han Shen has no money, I don't lack money. I am with Han Shen not for his money at all. Han Shen is a good person, also a doctor, can take care of the family, and is in good health. I have no need to cheat. I didn't expect this ungrateful person to forget his gratitude. I gave birth to 3 daughters for him, and he actually asked for a divorce and wants to split 30 billion with me. He's the worst. It makes me so angry. Lu Chuchu was furious. If Han Shen were by her side, she would probably not be able to resist beating him up. Su Fei was a bit confused. What about the identification result? It must be a mistake by the identification agency to identify my child with Han Shen as a child of mine with someone else. This mess, I will sue the identification agency. Let's find Brother Han and talk to him. Su Fei, being a legal professional, would rather believe in the authoritative identification conclusion of the judicial institutions that the child is not Han Shen's, but born to Lu Chuchu and another man. But she couldn't ask too directly. They went to find Han Shen, but he didn't see them. Han Shen turned off his phone, so they ended up in a lonely place. In fact, Han Shen was called away by Liang Weili to attend a consultation at another hospital. The patient was a 78-year-old woman with an extremely special status, a retired big shot from the capital who was living with her family in Jiangdong for retirement. However, she recently fell ill, experiencing severe painless vomiting, dehydration, muscle spasms, and peripheral circulatory failure. Experts from Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou, along with local medical masters from Jiangdong, had all tried to treat the old woman, but none could help her recover. After entering, Han Shen didn't rush to express his views, nor did he have the opportunity to speak. He silently reviewed the medical records and pathology data they provided to get an overall understanding first. When everyone was silent, he advised Liang Weili and presented his arguments. Liang Weili was also shocked by Han Shen's thinking, but it also matched the pathological manifestations, so he let Han Shen speak on the spot. Han Shen's words caused a great stir, as he suggested that the old man had cholera. Other doctors did not dare to think in this direction, but Han Shen reminded them, so everyone couldn't help but be mentally shaken and started to re-examine the patient's condition. The patient's treatment team raised several questions, and seeing Han Shen's well-founded answers, they decided to do a cholera virus test. By evening, it was confirmed through rapid testing channels that it was the cholera virus, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief, thus ending this long consultation. The patient's family requested Han Shen to go to the capital to participate in the treatment of the elderly, but Han Shen refused on the grounds of lack of talent and shallow learning. In fact, the real reason was that he needed to stay in Jiangdong to deal with the marriage crisis with Lu Chuchu. After the meal, he returned to the hotel, just took a shower, and saw his wife swiping the room card. If he hadn't locked the anti-theft chain, his wife could have come in directly. "You disappeared for a day, playing hide and seek with me. Open the door, let's talk about the alimony." Han Shen let his wife in, wiped his hair with a towel, and said, "Lu Chuchu, you should have agreed a few days ago, so now you're free." Unexpectedly, his wife took off her clothes and got on his bed, frowning. "What are you doing?" Lu Chuchu smiled lightly. "Isn't it obvious? If you want my money, you have to satisfy me first. As long as you serve me well, I will give you 5 billion, even with my personal wealth, all for you. In the future, I will be your little baby. Hurry up, get me, and you will have everything." This time, Han Shen was a bit stunned. Looking at his wife, he could see the teasing and the real intention to go to bed with him in her eyes. The hint of spring in her eyebrows made him feel tempted. He thought to himself, after getting drunk last time and ending up at the hotel with her, it had been quite a few days. Her body must be longing for it. A woman at 40 is really in her prime. "But Lu Chuchu, you have cheated, your body is dirty, I won't touch you again," he said lightly. "Do you think I'm joking with you? I have already sent a courier to the intermediate court. As long as they accept it, we will have to go through the divorce litigation process. If the intermediate court route doesn't work, I will seek help from the high court. Han Shen, don't push me with the divorce thing again, don't make me really angry, or I won't be so nice." "Hee, Lu Chuchu, you need to understand, you got pregnant with someone else's wild seed and made me raise it for 15 years. Now that your secret is out, do you still expect me to be grateful to you? Do I have to continue raising your illegitimate child for your good temper? You are going too far." Lu Chuchu was furious and threw a pillow directly at Han Shen, scolding, "Is this how you talk? Han Ning is your daughter, 100% your daughter, and you dare to say such things to your own daughter. Are you a qualified father? Apologize to me now, then come home with me, and no more nonsense. Are you pretending to be confused, or are you really stupid? I, Han Shen, have confirmed through paternity testing that Han Ning is not my biological daughter, which indirectly proves that you cheated. Lu Chuchu, you cheated, you betrayed me, we must divorce." Han Shen spoke clearly and forcefully. "Damn it, we can't even exchange 3 sentences without talking about divorce. Han Shen, you are a jerk. I'm so annoyed by you. Lu Chuchu was again angered, lost interest, got up, dressed, slammed the door, and left. Han Chen's originally calm state of mind was disturbed by his wife's actions, feeling inexplicably sad and wronged, tears uncontrollably filling his eyes and blurring his vision. Damn, this deceitful woman. At this moment, she still refuses to admit her ugly deeds and wants to deceive me? Lu Chuchu, you are really going too far. It was only after smoking 2 cigarettes that he calmed down. The next day, Han Chen was still in the hotel when the door was opened again, this time by his 3 daughters. This surprised him greatly. How did they come here? The youngest daughter, who didn't understand anything, rushed towards Han Chen, calling him daddy happily. The second daughter was a bit curious, looking around. The eldest daughter, Han Ning, didn't hide her emotions, showing disdain and even pinching her nose, directly criticizing, "Old Han, you were so funny, not coming home when you have a family, staying in this dirty and messy place. What do you want to do? Oh, you're smoking. I'll tell mom when I go back, she won't let you off, you're doomed." Hearing this, in the past, Han Chen would have found his eldest daughter's behavior cute, giving him a feeling of both parent and friend, reducing the generation gap and making their relationship comfortable. But after learning the results of the paternity test, he had a different understanding. If they were not his biological children, they wouldn't treat him as family or respect him. His eldest daughter's rebellious nature was truly disappointing. Just as he wanted to speak, Director Liang Weili called, asking him to come to the hospital to discuss the feedback on the cholera patient from yesterday. Seizing the opportunity, he agreed to go, getting rid of his daughters. He then told his eldest daughter, "I have to go to work at the hospital, I don't have time to take care of you, take your sisters home." The eldest daughter was even more disgusted with the low-grade hotel, not wanting to stay for another second, saying, "I don't want to be here either, but the old man has given orders, if we don't bring you back home, we can't go back either. So, old Han, be a man and come back with us." The second daughter, Han Jing, also nodded in agreement. "Dad, what Han Ning said is true. Mom is angry. If you don't go home, the 3 of us will stay with you. Wherever you go, we go, whatever you eat, we eat. If you don't go home for a day, we won't either." This is what Mom said. She was very serious when she said it. I think she means it. The youngest daughter had already taken off her shoes and was jumping on the bed, saying, "If we don't go back, we don't go back, I like it here with Dad." Han Chen frowned. This was a despicable trick used by Lu Chuchu, using his daughters to stimulate his feelings of affection and compassion. Since that's the case, don't blame me. Han Chen packed his things, leaving his second and youngest daughters in the room while he went downstairs with his eldest daughter to check out. In the elevator, he asked, "How did you come here?" "Aunt May brought us here and then left. Don't think of any other ideas. If you don't come back with us, the old man at home won't let us off. Please, be kind and come back with us. And Ning, do you know why I'm not going back? For so many years, you've been suppressed by the old man at home. You want to rebel a little, I understand. This time you rebelled, we saw it, it's good enough. Just accept it and come home quickly. I've already made plans with friends. If it wasn't to bring you back, I would have gone to play with them. So, don't cause trouble for me anymore. Otherwise, I won't stand by your side either. You're in high school now, almost 16, you're considered an adult, there are some things you should know. And Ning, I'm getting a divorce from your mom, so I won't be going back." Hearing this, Han Ning was shocked. "What? Divorce? Old Han, are you serious? If my mom finds out about this, she will tear you apart." She knew a long time ago, not only her, but also your grandfather knew. "The divorce process is moving quickly now, as long as your mother signs, then I will have nothing to do with your mother." "Really divorcing? Why?" "Because of you." "Me? Hey, Lao Han, what does it have to do with me if you have conflicts with my mother? You can't blame everything on me." "Wait, Lao Han, are you fooling around with other women outside and got caught by my mother?" "With my mother's dominance, she will never forgive you, it must be like this." Han Ning immediately thought of this reason, because among her friends and classmates, there were parents who divorced, the man cheated, committed various unbearable things, causing public outrage, and the couple had to divorce. Since her own parents were also divorcing, there must be this kind of melodramatic plot. Han Chen took out a paternity test report and handed it to his eldest daughter. "Last time you asked me for money to buy a car, I didn't have money to give you, so you said I'm not your biological father. In fact, you were right, we have no blood relationship. Lu Chuchu has arranged another father for you, your biological father. You are very smart. After knowing this fact, you should know what to do. I don't need to teach you, right?" Han Ning looked at the conclusion of the paternity test again, and there was no blood relationship with Han Chen. Her heart had an inexplicable palpitation. She looked at Han Chen. "Is this true? The evidence is as solid as a mountain. You and I have no blood relationship. You were born to Lu Chuchu and another man. From now on, you are you, I am me, we have no connection. Then, what should I do? Take your two sisters home, go ask Lu Chuchu who your biological father is, and then establish your relationship. Oh, Lu Chuchu also did a paternity test, and shamelessly refused to admit it. I can't just listen to your one-sided words, I have to go home and confront my mother. If it's true, then I'm not your daughter, you're not my father, you have no right to control me. When the elevator stopped, Han Ning left directly, feeling like walking on clouds and mist, feeling unreal. But she couldn't hide her excitement and nervousness. She thought to herself, Han Chen, this useless man without money, is really not my biological father. My biological father must be rich and powerful, he must be better than Han Chen, otherwise, how could my mother like him? My mother refuses to give me money, then I will ask my real dad. My mother is too much, she has hidden it from me for so many years. Excessive. Lu Chuchu, what kind of biological father did you find for me? I really want to know. Han Chen looked at the excited look of his eldest daughter leaving. He inexplicably felt a little heartbroken. After raising his daughter with all his efforts for more than 10 years, she left without hesitation when she found out they had no blood relationship, too heartless. But he quickly came to terms with it, after all, they had no blood relationship. After checking out of the hotel, he called the nanny Meijia to pick up the children, but Meijia only listened to Lu Chuchu. Without Lu Chuchu's orders, she would not and dare not come to pick up the children, so he had to take the children to the hospital. Seeing this, Liang Weili asked his secretary to take care of the two children first, and showed Han Chen a medical record, which was confidential and could only be viewed in front of him. After Han Chen finished reading it, he raised a few questions, discussed them with each other, and then he could reply upwards. Of course, the specific treatment plan still had to be determined by the patient's treatment team. Liang Weili looked at the work schedule and said to Han Chen, there will be a very important craniotomy surgery later, you will be my assistant. Han Chen estimated that the surgery would take a long time, and he might have to stay in the operating room all day, but he brought the two children with him, so he hesitated a bit. Liang Weili seemed to see through this and said, I will call Chuchu to come pick up the children. That's great then. Early in the morning, Lu Chuchu left 3 children with me, hoping to use the children to keep me and make me give up the idea of divorce and return home to reconcile with her. 3 children? Haven't seen Han Ning's girl? Han Ning has grown up, with her own thoughts and social values, able to face some things, and she will have to face them sooner or later, so I did not hide it from her. I informed her of the divorce between me and Lu Chuchu, and she went back to find Lu Chuchu to settle the matter. She should be home soon. Aining is the same age as my granddaughter, 17 years old, she has indeed grown up. You and Chuchu's affairs will definitely not be hidden from her, since she will know sooner or later. It is also a way to tell her earlier. Liang Weili stared at Han Chen and said, I have also met your father-in-law and talked to him about you and Chuchu. I heard that you asked the Lu family for a huge compensation fee, is that true? Knowing the relationship between Liang Weili and Lu Bolan, Han Chen informed him of the divorce, also hoping that Liang Weili would act as a mediator. He said, the money came later, I knew that Lu Chuchu had someone else, so I wanted to end my marriage with her quickly. At that time I didn't mention money. But she disagreed, and even denied the appraisal conclusion, so I proposed money. If she is unwilling to give money, then she should agree to my original divorce request. As a result, Lu Chuchu still disagrees with the divorce. I don't know what she's thinking. Money or no money doesn't matter, I just want a divorce. Have you found a new partner outside? Will you marry someone new right after divorcing Lu Chuchu? Liang Yuan, why are you saying this? I'm just asking, you answer truthfully, do you have a new partner? No. Over the years, I have focused all my attention on my marriage and family with Lu Chuchu, revolving around her and the children. I also cherish Lu Chuchu very much, not even looking at other women. In the end, it turned out like this, I really don't know what to say. I can't comfort you on this, you need to find your own way out. I can only give you one piece of advice, focus on your career as a man. Liang Weili stood up, came to Han Chen's side, and said, back then, I met you in the classroom of Jiangdong University, I thought you were a good seedling. After you graduated, I brought you in, I had high hopes for you. But you got married before achieving any results. If it wasn't for Lao Lu's daughter, I would scold you. Han Chen couldn't help but lower his head. Meeting Lu Chuchu was a coincidence, and the subsequent love was inevitable. Given another chance, he would probably still fall in love with her at that moment. He said, I deserve to be scolded for ending up like this. From now on, stand tall, focus your main energy on your career. I still have full confidence in your business ability. Liang Weili asked Han Chen to inform the children, then went outside to wait for him, and immediately called Lu Chuchu to come pick up the children. On the other side, Lu Chuchu hung up the phone helplessly. She could only change clothes and get ready to go out. She also complained about Han Chen in her heart. Why didn't he take the children to the amusement park on the weekend, instead of taking them to the hospital? It's strange not to be caught by Liang Weili. As for her attempt to use the children to tie Han Shen down and make him come home, it naturally ended in failure. Just as she changed her clothes, her eldest daughter came in from outside covered in dust, and she asked, "How dare you come back alone? What did I tell you? No matter what, you can't leave your dad. If your dad doesn't come back, you can't come back either." Han Ning took a bottle of drink from the fridge, took several sips, suppressed her excitement, and criticized Han Shen. "The place where Lao Han lives is so bad, there's nothing inside. A hotel that costs tens of dollars a night, is that a place for people to live? Really, who would want to stay with him? What Lao Han, that's your dad, you can't disrespect him like that. Together, you despise the poor environment, so you leave your father and sister behind and run back alone? Lao Han is Lao Han, I didn't say it wrong. Mom, I know Lao Han is not my father. He also wants to divorce you." Han Ning was a little disdainful, took out the paternity test report from his pocket, handed it to his mother, and smiled and said, "Mom, stop pretending, tell me quickly, who is my biological father?" Lu Chuchu was in a good mood at first, but when she saw the paternity test report, her expression became serious, staring at her daughter. "Where did this come from?" "Given by Lao Han. No wonder the more I look at him, the more uncomfortable I feel. I suspected that I am not his biological child. I didn't expect that my suspicion was correct. He is indeed not my biological father. Hey, why did you tear it up? This is evidence." Han Ning hurriedly stopped her mother, but it was too late. The mother had already torn the test report to pieces, with a slap. She was rewarded with a slap. Han Ning was stunned on the spot. It was the first time she had been hit by her mother, and she was slapped directly. Judging from the strength of her mother, there was no holding back. The pain on her face could be endured, but the crack in her heart made her unable to accept it. "Mom, did you hit me?" Lu Chuchu saw her daughter's innocent eyes and felt that she had been a bit too harsh, but her eyes were still sharp, staring at her daughter, touching her daughter's face with her hand. When her daughter avoided it, she said, "What did I tell you before? If your father doesn't come back, you can't come back either. I want you to bring your father back. He may have conflicts with me, but he won't make things difficult for you kids. You, on the other hand, came back alone. Secondly, you were born to me. Who your father is, who knows better than me? Remember, Han Chen is your father." Han Ning wanted to resist, but her mother's aura was too strong, and she couldn't muster the courage. After being scolded for a few words, she felt even more aggrieved, but she still held on to a last bit of stubbornness. But there is a paternity test conclusion that says I am not Han Shen's biological child." "That's fake. Are you saying that the one Han Shen gave me is fake? Otherwise, you are so naive, you fell for it. Your father is so good to you, he wants to give you the best of everything, and you doubt your relationship with him. You really disappoint him. You disappoint me too." Lu Chuchu saw that she had scared her daughter, so she didn't continue to reprimand her, letting her daughter stay at home while she went to the hospital to pick up her other two daughters. But she didn't know that Han Ning was getting more and more resentful, and went to her grandmother to complain. Han Ning went to her grandmother's house, tears flowing like a river bursting its banks, uncontrollable, sobbing and unable to speak, making the old lady feel sorry for her. She choked up and accused Lu Chuchu of domestic violence, and also talked about her pitiful life knowing that Han Shen was not her biological father, begging her grandmother to intervene. The old lady naturally felt sorry for her granddaughter, especially when she saw the obvious swelling on half of her face. She thought her daughter was really abusing her, but she didn't know that it was caused by her granddaughter slapping herself before entering. The truth didn't matter. The old lady made a phone call, scolded her daughter, and then asked her daughter to come over immediately. "Grandma, don't let my mom come over, she will hit me again. She dares. I'll give her the courage of a leopard, she won't dare to touch a hair on you. I couldn't bear to hit her, and she dares to hit you? She's out of her mind. This weekend, you will stay on my side, no need to go back. Grandma loves me the most." Han Ning snuggled in her grandmother's arms, a smile appeared on her lips that no one knew about. She then asked, "Oh, Han Shen told me that he is not my biological father, and showed me the paternity test report." "Grandma, what's going on? Who is my biological father?" These days, father-in-law Lu Bolan has been complaining about Han Shen, especially Han Shen's demand for billions in divorce compensation, which makes his mother-in-law think that Han Shen is a bad son-in-law. She snorted and retorted, "Han Shen told you he wants to divorce your mother, did he also mention that he wants your mother's money?" "Oh, no, Han Shen wants my mother's money? Of course, he wants to claim billions through the divorce, such greed, tsk, human heart is insatiable like a snake swallowing an elephant. Don't let him deceive you, you must see through his true colors." Han Ning nodded heavily upon hearing this, feeling that Han Shan had used her, showing that Han Shan was not a good person. Even if the paternity test was fake, she felt ashamed to have any blood relation with Han Shan. Even if Han Shan did not divorce Lu Chuchu, she would still cut off the father-daughter relationship with Han Shan. At this moment, Han Shan was acting as an assistant in the operating room, facing a craniotomy surgery, with Liang Weili as the lead surgeon. The first assistant was the head of the surgical department, responsible for cutting the scalp, separating the skull, cutting the dura mater, and then Liang Weili would handle the lesion inside the skull. Han Shan, as the fourth assistant, did not have the opportunity to wield a knife. However, he was silently deducing that Liang Weili's surgical skills had been perfected over decades of experience, with accurate judgment of the condition, but due to his age, his movements were slightly less agile and stable. He thought that if he were the lead surgeon, he could ensure more precision, speed, control bleeding, and increase the patient's chances of survival. This idea became stronger during breaks in the surgery, when they discussed postoperative recovery plans based on the patient's data. The plan confirmed by the hospital administrators was safe, with no life-threatening risks, but the patient could not fully recover. After the surgery, the patient's life expectancy would increase by another 5 to 10 years. Han Shan's own plan had some risks, but it could completely cure the patient, allowing them to live to a ripe old age. However, Han Shan accepted his fate, as the hospital was under Liang Weili's authority, and he was just a junior resident, nothing more. Liang Weili had already arranged a dormitory for Han Shan through his secretary, a single room with its own kitchen, bathroom, and washing machine. After the surgery, Han Shan moved in directly, solving the accommodation issue first. The next day, Liang Weili called Han Shan to the hospital office, where he found his father-in-law Lu Bolan inside. Since Lu Bolan had slapped him last time, Han Shan was a bit upset and did not greet him. It turned out that Lu Bolan wanted to see him, so Han Shan asked in a harsh tone, "What are you here for?" Lu Bolan felt the distance between them, the first time in over a decade, and felt displeased, but considering that Han Shan was divorcing his daughter, he naturally did not show him a good face. He said, "I came to ask, what exactly do you want to do?" Han Shan frowned. He had already laid his cards on the table. Lu Bolan did not need to ask again, but it seemed to be related to the lawsuit in the intermediate court. Even businessmen fear lawsuits. He said, "Didn't I tell you already? Lu Chuchu did something that betrayed me in our marriage, so I want to divorce her." "Chairman, put yourself in my shoes. What would you do in my place? Can you tolerate your wife's betrayal and having a child with someone else?" "I can't. Even if you put a knife to my throat, I would still have the same attitude." "Han Shan, you dare say anything now. If I have offended you, please forgive me, but my words are reasonable. I don't understand, why can't you satisfy me on such a simple matter of marriage and ethics? Divorce is a small matter, but you are asking for tens of billions as soon as you open your mouth. Is this something a decent person does? I want a divorce and compensation. This is the price Lu Chuchu pays for betraying me. Divorce is fine, but no compensation. You are asking for tens of billions or even hundreds of billions. This is extortion. If we sue you, you will end up in jail." Lu Bolan began to slam the table, showing his real dissatisfaction towards Han Shan. "Then let Sophie sue me. I'm ready for it." Han Shan did not back down. Lu Chuchu found a wild man and gave birth to a wild seed for the wild man, which has trampled on his bottom line. He wanted to settle things peacefully, divorce Lu, and it didn't matter if he didn't give money. But Lu Chuchu refused to divorce, and Lu Bolan still wanted to threaten and oppress him. He couldn't bear it. The relationship between father-in-law and son-in-law ended unhappily. After Han Shan left, Liang Weili came out from another office and saw that Lu Bolan's face was not good. Obviously, he had a falling out with Han Shan, which made him have a bad feeling. Sure enough, Lu Bolan directly said to Liang Weili, "This white-eyed wolf has grown wings and dared to go against me. I have to let him know that in Jiangdong, no one can offend me. You fire him, let him not become a doctor, and I will inform my friends to see if other units outside will hire him. I doubt he can survive in Jiangdong." "Oh, Lu Gu, you are being too harsh." Han Shan proposed a divorce to help Chuchu reunite with the biological father of the child, not to target you. As someone of your status, there is no need to treat him like this. He wants Chuchu to compensate him with billions. Isn't that extortion? Anyone who dares to extort my Lu family, I cannot easily let him go. Weili, handle this matter according to my wishes." Lu Bolan did not listen to advice and left directly. Liang Weili realized that the problem was a bit serious, so he called Lu Chuchu and asked her not to sue Han Shan, otherwise the situation would only get more complicated. However, he also called Han Shan and tried to persuade him, saying, "This time you really provoked your father-in-law. He wants to sue you for extortion. This is the first time I've seen him so angry. I suggest you go and speak nicely to your father-in-law, so that he doesn't escalate the conflict. Han Chen nodded thoughtfully and asked, besides telling you to sue me, what else did Lu Bolan say? He asked me to fire you, so you can't become a doctor and can't find a job in Jiangdong. Then I will leave the hospital and Jiangdong. Liang, this is the worst consequence I have considered. If it really happens, I am also mentally prepared. Han Chen smiled bitterly, more determined to divorce Lu Chuchu and cut ties with the Lu family. At the same time, he wanted to see how Liang Weili would handle the situation. If Liang Weili had to yield to Lu Bolan, then there was no need to stay in this hospital. In the evening, Han Chen returned to the dormitory and found his wife Lu Chuchu inside. He was unhappy and said, Lu Chuchu, without my permission, you are not allowed to enter my private space. I am your wife. What privacy do you have to talk about with me? Lu Chuchu saw Han Chen holding a thick professional book, a typical bookworm. What do you want? Han Chen put down his things and stared coldly at his wife. Lu Chuchu said, first go to the intermediate court to withdraw the lawsuit, then go explain to Han Ning that the appraisal report is fake. You are his father, you don't need to explain to me. Come home with me, and I will pretend that nothing happened. Lu Chuchu, do you have any shame? I don't want to waste words with shameless women like you. See you in court. If we meet in court, we meet in court. The child is born to both of us, and no one can change that fact. Ignorant. Fine, let's put the lawsuit aside for now. First, answer another question for me. Why did you tell Han Ning these groundless things? She is so young. What is your purpose? She is already 17 years old, considered an adult. She should take responsibility for what she should, face the reality she should face. As a natural person, she has the right to know who her biological father is. You can choose not to tell that man who he is, but you have the obligation to tell Han Ning. Han Ning's father is you. Absolutely impossible. Lu Chuchu, don't forget, I am a doctor. If the paternity test is not mine, then it's not mine. Han Chen took out a document from his bag, which was a divorce agreement without a compensation amount. He had signed it and was only waiting for his wife to sign. He said, I'm afraid of you, father and daughter. One of you plays the good cop, and the other plays the bad cop. I can't outsmart you. I give up. I can't afford to provoke you, so I'll just hide. Please spare me. Unexpectedly, the father threatened Han Chen. His wife, Lu Chuchu, tore the divorce agreement in half, folded it, and then tore it into 4 pieces. She didn't want a divorce. What my father told you was not his true intention, but if we have to blame someone, it's you. You told Ning all sorts of messy things, and she went to her grandparents to embellish the story. These days, she has been crying, which made my father angry at you. Lao Han, you used to be very caring towards Ning, never letting her get hurt even a bit. But now, you are using the child, becoming cunning and indifferent. Why did you become like this? I won't take the blame for this. Han Ning is not my daughter. She is the illegitimate child you had with another man. You and your parents are deceiving yourselves. Han Chen was a bit impatient, unable to understand why his wife was deluding herself. If she had an affair, she should admit it. With her social wealth and status, she had the right to choose excellent men and change partners frequently. No one would gossip about her. The mainstream voices would still envy and praise her. Han Chen, you are a jerk. And Ning is your daughter, and I didn't betray you. We each have our own story, and we can't convince each other. We can only settle this in court. Han Chen asked his wife to leave. Lu Chuchu found Sophie, who presented a lawsuit material. It turned out that Lu Bolan was really planning to sue Han Chen for extortion. This gave Lu Chuchu a headache. My father is really causing chaos. Not to mention that the lawsuit won't hold, it will only play into Han Chen's hands. He is eager to go to court. Ah, my father is adding fuel to the fire. Lu Chuchu didn't expect that after her father intervened, the first thing he did was to use the group's resources to target Han Chen. Instead of solving the problem, he was creating irreconcilable conflicts. However, Sophie said, Lu Jia, perhaps the old chairman's method is not a bad idea. Let Han Gu know that he has indeed committed extortion. Before he makes a move, we strike first. Faced with the disaster of imprisonment, he will weigh the pros and cons and compromise with you. Fei, don't forget one thing, Han Chen is my husband, and I love him. No matter when or where, I cannot do anything to harm him. Lu Chuchu pointed at Sophie. She didn't want to lose Han Chen. Both emotionally and physically, she needed him. Especially physically. The trouble now is the paternity test. Based on the current situation, once the court enters the investigation stage, it will adopt the results of the paternity test, standing on Han Chen's side. Sophie was in a dilemma. Even though she was smart, she couldn't figure out how to refute Han Chen's paternity test materials. Why would they adopt Han Chen's test results? Sis, tell me, is Ning really your and Han Ji's daughter? Sophie bit her lip and asked the taboo question. In the cases she handled, once a paternity test was presented, the judge would make a ruling based on it. Why, do you also suspect that I had an affair and betrayed Han-chen? The only man I've been with is Han-chen. Tell me, whose child is in Ning? She can only be Han-chen's. Lu Chu-chu was a bit displeased. Sis, I have to prepare for the worst. If you don't remember, is there a possibility that you got drunk on some occasion and then? Absolutely impossible. Lu Chu-chu was very confident. She had a good tolerance for alcohol and had never been drunk. She could smoothly take over and even expand the group. Her ability to drink well allowed her to handle various social gatherings with ease. Then, I'll go find Han Gu tomorrow and see what he says. Since she couldn't find a breakthrough with Lu Chu-chu, Sophie thought of going to Han Chen. It's best to persuade him to withdraw the lawsuit. Lu Chu-chu did have another way, a way that was not above board, a way she didn't want to use unless absolutely necessary, especially when it came to Han Chen. The next day at noon, at the coffee shop, Han Chen saw Sophie and went straight over to her, seeing that drinks and food had already been ordered, a large portion of steak and Western food. Because they were friends, he knew her taste. Fei, if you're here to persuade me to keep Lu Chu-chu, then there's no need to eat this meal. Of course not, it's about your job. I have a relative who is sick and needs to be transferred to your hospital, so I need to ask you to take care of them. Sophie's words were half true and half false, trying to stabilize Han Chen and get through lunch first. She also wanted to get information from Han Chen, but he skillfully changed the subject. Han Ji, your father-in-law is going to sue you, did you know? He should sue me, after all, I'm asking for billions. Is that what Lu Chu-chu thinks too? Lu Jia didn't think of suing you, she just feels that you've wronged her. Wronged? Sophie, you're a lawyer, do you think the appraisal institution could be wrong? I believe the appraisal conclusion is true, but based on Lu Jia's attitude, she shouldn't be lying. Han Ji, if Lu Jia wanted to deceive you, do you think she could pretend for over a decade without you noticing? Sometimes, deceiving me doesn't necessarily require her to be highly skilled, as long as I'm foolish enough. Even if it's been decades, it can still be achieved. Sophie, now that you're here, I don't need to look for you anymore. Take a look at this. Han Chen took out a document from his briefcase and handed it to Sophie. You want to request an audit of the group from the court? What are you trying to do? After reading the document, Sophie was shocked. Auditing the group at this time would not only be a waste of resources but also have immeasurable consequences on the group's operations. Isn't my father-in-law trying to sue me for extortion? Let the judicial authorities get involved and clarify every penny of the group. As long as it's Lu Chu-chu's marital property, I won't give up. Han Ji, you're playing a big joke here. Sophie felt a headache, suspecting Han Chen's true intentions of wanting to bring down the Lu family group, which would have immeasurable consequences. This matter was no small matter, so she quickly left to report to Lu Chu-chu. Sure enough, when Lu Chu-chu saw Han Chen's document, she asked Sophie to review the conversation with Han Chen again. After listening, she felt a headache, pinched her temples, and was caught in a dilemma. Fei, do you think Lao Han is a money-loving person? Sophie cautiously replied, I don't think so. If Han Ji loved money, he wouldn't have been content working at the hospital for so many years. He could have resigned and taken up a casual position in the group to earn more. If he's not after money, then it's for the divorce. This bastard. Fei, we have to stop him. We can't let him continue to cause trouble. I'm tired of it these days too. I'm also checking his work information at the hospital, and so far, there have been no mistakes. Sophie was a bit troubled. Han Chen had been working at the hospital for over a decade without making a single mistake. In this way, she couldn't find any leverage in his work to force him to compromise. Yes, Liang Weili has long told me that Lao Han is outstanding in medical skills and should be promoted, but for the sake of taking care of his family and children, he gave up these opportunities. When Lu Chu-chu said this, she felt a bit dazed. It turned out that Han Chen had indeed devoted all his energy to his family and children over the past decade, ensuring their well-being and educating them to be smart and clever. Of course, the more she thought about it, the more she couldn't let go of Han Chen. Divorce was out of the question. What should we do then? Let me think of a way. Lu Chu-chu asked Sophie to leave first and paced back and forth in the study. She called Han Chen again, reassuring him that she had not betrayed her family and marriage, asking him not to divorce and to come home to live a good life. The result was a ruthless rejection, which made her determined to make Han Chen obedient. Little did she know that her next actions would bring indescribable and irreparable harm to Han Chen. Han Chen sneezed, not because of a cold, but more like someone was thinking about him, cursing him, slandering him, and so on. Of course, this did not affect his payment for the doctoral program. He applied by himself, with the help of Liang Weili, and now he has resumed the doctoral program from over a decade ago. He only needs to write a thesis, attend the defense, and he will obtain a full-time doctoral degree and certificate. After paying the money, he settled down to study medical books and other materials, only going to the hospital cafeteria for dinner at 7 in the evening. After coming back, he drank some water, read for a while, and felt drowsy, eventually falling asleep on the desk. He didn't know how long it had passed when he vaguely felt someone entering the room, giving him something to drink, moving him to the bed, and taking off his clothes. Lu Chuchu, what are you doing? Han Shen's consciousness was blurry, but he still managed to ask this question, knowing that only Lu Chuchu had a key to his room, as he lived there. But the person who came did not respond to him. He struggled to open his eyes, barely squeezing out a gap to see a blurry figure with long hair standing at his desk, going through his things. Gradually, he fell back asleep. At some point, he felt like he was having a wet dream, with the female lead seeming to be his wife, yet not quite. But regardless, it felt very pleasant. This dream lasted for a very long time, and he was immersed in it, unwilling to wake up. Ding ding! The alarm kept ringing, and Han Shen opened his eyes, sat up, and aside from some marks on his underwear, there was nothing unusual. But he was still suspicious, as he had fallen asleep on the desk. How did he end up on the bed? Just after freshening up, Han Shen received a call from Liang Weili, asking him to end his vacation and help out in the intensive care unit, ICU. Han Shen was a bit puzzled, but he needed a lot of clinical case data, and the cases in the ICU were not only numerous but also complex and severe. The ICU was very busy, but he managed to handle it easily. After work, he returned to the dormitory and found his wife Lu Chuchu waiting inside, which made him immediately unhappy. Lu Chuchu, without my permission, you entered my room without authorization. You are very disrespectful. Not letting me in. Are you afraid I'll find another woman hidden here, doing something shameful? Lu Chuchu smiled, not holding back her aura, as she had fallen in love with this man. She didn't want to make things difficult for him, but if he didn't listen and wanted a divorce, she had to take charge. I didn't. Didn't? Are you too scared to admit it? Of course, I know you've been under a lot of pressure lately. Even if you made a mistake, I forgive you. As long as you come back home with me, I won't bring it up again. Come back home? Forgive me? Do you know what you're saying? Han Shen was very dissatisfied with his wife's words, especially her condescending attitude, as if telling him outright that he had no choice but to compromise with her. The guilty are always suspicious. I won't admit to something I didn't do. Han Shen, if you realize you've wronged me, you will regret it. I love you, and I don't want to see you misunderstand me like this. The guilty are always suspicious? That might be the most ridiculous thing I've heard this year. I didn't wrong you. What I saw was a complete liar. Get out. I don't want to see you again. Han Shen opened the door and asked Lu Chuchu to leave. Take a good look at what this is. I'll wait for you in the car for 5 minutes, then we'll go home together, pretending nothing happened. Otherwise, I'll go back alone. You deal with it yourself. Lu Chuchu took out an envelope and then left. Han Shen turned on the fan and opened the window to dissipate the lingering scent of his wife's perfume. When he opened the envelope, what was inside shocked him. Han Shen thought he was mistaken, carefully examined it again, and even suspected it was photoshopped. He compared every detail and found that everything matched the dormitory, indicating that it was all real. He sat dejectedly in the chair, looking wilted like a frostbitten eggplant. If it weren't for the armrest and backrest, he might have fallen to the ground. According to the photos, last night was indeed in this dormitory, where he had an indescribable encounter with a woman who was not his wife. Of course, the woman did not show her face, but had a butterfly tattoo, clearly not his wife. Damn it, last night was not a dream. Who is this woman? How did she get in? How could I let her in? How could I have done such a thing with her? Why didn't I refuse her? What was I doing at that time? A series of questions made Han Shen's mind a mess. Apart from the inexplicable ugly incident, what made Han Shen even more dizzy was that his wife actually found out. He blamed himself, regretted, and was angry. After much thought, he considered various possibilities, then went downstairs to his wife's car window, staring coldly at her. Lu Chuchu, you have the key to my dorm, you have money and power, you could easily arrange this. How does ruining me benefit you? Get in the car, come home with me. I won't blame you, I'll just think you're acting on impulse. You were under pressure. I can understand this as your way of relaxing. I won't pursue it. Not denying it is admitting it. Lu Chuchu, you really surprised me. Oh no, this is the real you. But your plan backfired. I won't go home with you. Han Shen was very disappointed, but he restrained himself from acting impulsively. Otherwise, he really had the urge to kill Lu Chuchu. On second thought, Lu Chuchu had deceived him for over a decade, and after the truth came out, she didn't admit it, even disregarding the paternity test. It was not worth it to end up with such a rotten person. What kind of person I am, I know best, and you know too. Hey, I don't mind if you go find other women, why don't you come back with me? You betrayed me first, betrayed the family, and now you have something on me. What's the point of our marriage? I said I don't mind you, but I do mind you. Lu Chuchu, you have no idea how disgusting you are to me. I don't want to see you for a single second. Han Shen left angrily, went to the office, took some medicine, then went to pay, picked up the medicine from the pharmacy, and slept with a woman of unknown origin. He was afraid of getting sick, so he bought a test kit to check himself. When he came out, he saw Lu Chuchu's car still parked there, frowned, pretended not to see it, and went straight back to the dormitory. Half an hour later, Lu Chuchu sent a message to Han Shen, "You should have calmed down, let's reconcile, come down, I'll take you home." But Han Shen did not reply. Helpless, Lu Chuchu had to go home first. Her young daughter came over and asked, "Mom, didn't you say you would come back with Dad? Where is Dad?" "Dad is busy treating patients at the hospital. Go to sleep, when you wake up, Dad will be back." Lu Chuchu was a bit tired, so she comforted her daughter with the nanny's help, then went back to her room. Looking at the spacious master bedroom, a sense of loneliness enveloped her. In the past, at this time, she would have been welcomed by Han Shen's warm and strong embrace. But an urgent phone call shattered her reverie, and the content of the call made her even more displeased. It turned out that Han Shen had just posted a statement on the company's intranet, directly accusing Lu Chuchu of cheating and betraying him and the family, and he had initiated divorce proceedings against her. This caught Lu Chuchu off guard. Lu Chuchu asked the technicians to delete the statement, lock the browsing employees, let Sophie talk to the employees, arrange it. She became more tired, and increasingly dissatisfied with Han Shen in her heart. "Han Shen, you've crossed the line." That night, Han Shen had a hard time falling asleep for a long time, looking towards the door several times, afraid that it was not closed, and another woman would come in. In fact, he had already locked the door from the inside. Even if Lu Chuchu or anyone had the key, it would be impossible to open it from the outside. Although this is a tryst created by Lu Chuchu, trying to compromise me to go home, but this is also my scandal. If it really spreads in the hospital, no one cares why it happened, they only care that it has happened. I will be seen as a person with a bad lifestyle, and the worst outcome is being directly fired. Even if Liang Weili supports me, things like promotion and advancement should no longer be my concern. I just want to work and live quietly, but reality keeps playing tricks on me. What can I do? Han Shen sighed deeply, but he also made a decision in his heart. No matter what the outcome, he had to face it. The next day at noon, Han Shen just saved a patient who had a seizure. Looking at the data that had returned to normal, he estimated that it would not happen again, so this patient was completely out of danger and could be transferred back to a regular ward. He breathed a sigh of relief. In the afternoon, he was called to Liang Weili's office. Lu Chuchu's revenge? Let it come. Han Shen took a deep breath, knocked on the door and entered, and indeed there were Lu Bolan and Sophie inside, but not his wife. He first said to Lu Bolan, "I have nothing to say to you guys. You can let Lu Chuchu sign the divorce agreement. There is no need for you to come over and over again. If you are not annoyed, I am." Lu Bolan snorted, naturally unhappy with Han Shen's attitude, but Han Shen also spoke his mind. Seeing this, Sophie said, "Han Shen, why did you post such a statement on our company's intranet, which has caused a lot of misunderstanding and passivity for Sister Lu? I am still Lu Chuchu's husband. I have the right to use your company's network. Besides, what I announced is a fact that is closely related to your company. Lu Chuchu may feel misunderstood and passive, but I don't. I have indeed filed a lawsuit for divorce with the court, and my marriage with Lu Chuchu no longer exists. I don't want to see you guys anymore. If there is any problem, see you in court." Han Shen turned to Liang Weili and said, "Director, I'm sorry, this is all my personal emotional issue. This is the last time I deal with it in your office. If they want to find me in the future, let them come directly to me. There is nothing else, I'm going to work." Seeing that Lu Bolan did not speak, Liang Weili let Han Shen go. As Han Shen left, Sophie quickly caught up. As soon as Han Shen reached the end of the corridor with Sophie, he lit a cigarette and said, "Lu Chuchu is endless, it's meaningless. You are so smart, why don't you give her the best advice? I just want to cut off all ties with Lu Chuchu as soon as possible, not a second longer." "Han, you've changed. You're smoking now, not shaving, and you don't have the smile you used to have. It seems that you are also very hurt in this dispute with Sister Lu. This is nonsense. If you were in my shoes, raising a child for over 10 years who was not yours, living with a partner for over 10 years who was addicted to cheating, can you still smile? I'm not married, let alone have children, so I can't empathize. I don't need your empathy. I'm just curious, why doesn't Lu Chuchu agree to divorce yet? Is it because she still can't get the commitment from Han Ning's biological father? I can't figure out Sister Lu's current mindset, but I can be sure that she still has you in her heart. No matter how big a move you make, she will forgive you. Is that so? Then I won't go to work, I'll go to her company and post posters. Let everyone in your company know that she's cheating. This way, she will divorce me immediately. Han-gu, you must not do this. In that case, you will completely anger Lu Jia. You don't often come to the group, you may not know her methods. She can control the group, expand the group's wealth to its current scale, and become the richest person in Jiangdong. This is not an easy task. After chatting with Sophie, Han Chen was called back to Liang Weili's office, and Lu Bolan had already left. Han Chen, you really don't give Lao Lu any face. When he left, his face was all blue. Liang Weili asked Han Chen to sit down. He slapped me without asking for reasons, threatened me, and there was also Lu Chuchu's scandal. I have nothing to do with him anymore. Han Chen said, I didn't say anything wrong. Divorce is a simple matter. Lu Bolan repeatedly came to the hospital to pressure me, which is beneath his status. After all, this is about his daughter. All the problems lie with Lu Chuchu. Han Chen didn't want to continue entangling himself in his broken matters, but instead focused on work. The secretary knocked on the door and handed over a fax document. Liang Weili signed it and said to Han Chen, I have to go to a medical conference in Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou. I won't be back for a few days. I have discussed your work with Lao Qian, you continue in the intensive care unit. Han Chen obeyed the arrangement and went back to the intensive care unit. Just as he passed by, he heard a family member crying outside the corridor. Without thinking, it meant that the patient inside did not make it. Han Chen was also moved. He had been in the hospital for 18 years, responsible for ordinary patients in the inpatient department, and had never encountered critically ill patients. However, in the past 2 days in the intensive care unit, he had encountered this situation 3 times. The family members were unwilling to accept this result and begged the doctors and nurses to continue resuscitation, but they did not get any response. When she saw Han Chen, she came over and knelt directly in front of Han Chen, holding onto his thigh, begging Han Chen to go in and save the person. Han Chen glanced at the deputy director present, who left him alone to comfort the family member. After thinking for 3 seconds, he let the woman go in with him. The patient was already covered with a white cloth, lying stiffly on the bed, with the medical equipment still in place. The attending doctor and nurses had already left, and the scene looked daunting. The female family member, with tears in her eyes, dared not approach, afraid of uncovering the white cloth and seeing the scene she least wanted to see. As long as she didn't take that look, the family member would still be alive. Han Chen glanced at the medical record card, but there was no data on this patient in his mind, indicating that it was an emergency arrangement for a critically ill patient. He glanced at the resuscitation records and saw that 3 defibrillations had just been performed, but the patient's heartbeat could not be revived. He checked the patient's pulse, found that the patient was not completely dead, there was still a faint sign of life, so he opened the necessary equipment for cardiac resuscitation and did not give up. After relentless efforts, the electroencephalogram suddenly showed data, indicating that the patient's heart was beating. He quickly called other doctors and nurses to come and help with the resuscitation. The female family member was unwilling to leave, and finally designated Han Chen as the attending doctor, then she cooperated. Han Chen agreed first, and when the deputy director arrived, he explained further. Seeing that the patient was still critically ill and there was no certainty in the resuscitation, the deputy director let Han Chen take charge. Han Chen first stabilized the patient's heartbeat, then quickly reviewed the test results, discussed and came up with a feasible treatment plan, and immediately performed heart surgery on the patient. The surgery lasted until 8 p.m., and he successfully saved the patient's life. He stayed until the early morning, observed the patient after the surgery, and when the patient woke up as expected without any abnormalities, he returned to the dormitory. After taking a shower, he was inspired to write a paper on resuscitation, so he started planning and outlining the content. At 3 a.m., he was ready to rest, but received a call from the police station to bail out his eldest daughter Han Ning, as she had left only his contact information. Han Chen contacted Lu Chuchu, but her phone was turned off, and he couldn't reach Sophie either, so he had to go to the police station. Dr. Han, so it's you. If I had known Han Ning was your daughter, I would have sent her to your house. The pretty policewoman on duty recognized Han Chen and warmly welcomed him. However, Han Chen's face was expressionless as he casually exchanged pleasantries and went through the procedures. He noticed that Han Ning's relationship with him was listed as stepfather in the signing records, which stabbed at his heart. The reason Han Ning was arrested was for theft, or more precisely, being mistaken for a thief. She had entered a high-end club, or she was caught by security for not being able to provide identification and was handed over to the police. In the car, Han Chen remained silent as he drove Han Ning to her maternal grandfather's house. Since Han Ning should have been at school at that time and had sneaked out, returning her to Lu Chuchu would result in her being scolded. Of course, Han Chen also did not want to see Lu Chuchu again. Lao Han, do you know why I did this? I wanted to find my real dad. My mom had a party last night but didn't come home. Where do you think she went? Han Ning broke the silence. And then? Did you find him? Han Chen raised an eyebrow, turned to look at Han Ning, and was surprised to find that Han Ning was more eager than him to find the wild man Lu Chuchu was seeing. It was normal for her as a child to want to know who her father was. She had the right, even the obligation. Almost. If I hadn't been caught, I would have been confident to go upstairs and see who the man with my mom was. We can still make it if we hurry. Han Ning glanced at the navigation and realized they were going the wrong way, but Han Chen showed no intention of turning back. She added, "This isn't the way to the Red House, you need to turn around up ahead. If you want to find your father, don't involve me. When you get to your grandma's house, have them take you." "No, Han Chen, why don't you want to find out who my mom's man is outside? Don't you want to know what kind of person she's seeing?" "I don't. Knowing that you were born to Lu Chuchu with someone else is disgusting enough for me. Going to find that man would be like accidentally eating a fly at a restaurant and then wanting to spit it out to see what kind of fly it was. Han Ning, I don't want to have any relationship with you guys anymore." "Han Chen, you're really pathetic for thinking like that. I've watched you grow up. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You just want me to help you find your real father and get rid of Lu Chuchu. Lu Chuchu doesn't buy you a car, limits your pocket money, and doesn't let you squander money like your friends. You can't be a spoiled second-generation rich girl. You have rebellious resentment, but your methods are far inferior to Lu Chuchu's. Humph, you're the same. You'll never escape Lu Chuchu's control. My grandparents told me that even if you divorce my mom, she won't give you a penny. Don't forget, you're just a small doctor, earning less in a year than my monthly allowance. If you divorce my mom, you'll have nothing. You're a pitiful creature." Han Ning listened to Han Chen scolding her and was unhappy, her mouth pouting non-stop. "Ah, yes, you're right. Next time, don't ask me to help you, it's embarrassing. You." Han Ning didn't expect Han Chen to remain calm, his expression always like a stagnant pool of water, seemingly weak. They remained silent on the way. Han Chen soon arrived at his father-in-law's house. As he opened the courtyard gate, he was surprised to find his father-in-law already awake, and they faced each other. "I just bailed her out from the police station. I couldn't reach Lu Chuchu, so I'm handing her over to you. It's no longer my concern." "Han Chen, can't you speak properly?" Han Ning glared at Han Chen, feeling betrayed as he sold her out as soon as they met. The Han family was really something. "Grandpa, it's not like Han Chen said. He's falsely accusing and slandering me. Little liar, inheriting the deceitful traits of Lu Chuchu. And Ning, you go to sleep first. Han Chen, come with me to the study, I have something to ask you." Lu Bolan could see his granddaughter's sophistry at a glance, his face slightly displeased, but he didn't explode. In the study, Han Chen yawned, "It's almost dawn, I haven't closed my eyes yet, just say what you have to say." Han Ning said she followed Lu Chuchu to the Red House. She wanted to find the man who was meeting Lu Chuchu, possibly her biological father. After being discovered, she was taken to the sub-bureau. "She didn't look for you guys, left my contact information, so the sub-bureau had to find me. After dawn, you talk to Lu Chuchu and let her fulfill a mother's duty. That's it, if you have nothing else, I'll leave." "Wait, Han Chen, I have a question, is the paternity test real? Lu Chuchu is deceiving herself, are you also confused to doubt science? Let me tell you, even if the sky falls, that conclusion is true. Han Ning is definitely not and absolutely impossible to be my biological daughter. To me, Han Ning is just the wild seed born to Lu Chuchu and someone else." Hearing the term wild seed, Lu Bolan's brow furrowed, his eyes also showed a hint of seriousness, enough to make him and the Lu family lose face. Han Chen pinched his temples to keep his head clear, then continued, "As Lu Chuchu's father, you should know everything about her. Don't you know the men she's involved with outside? I believe Chuchu is not that kind of person." Lu Bolan snorted lightly, not as confident. After all, the paternity test results were there. "You are Chuchu's father, of course, you will stand by her. But I'm not afraid to tell you, I had a relationship with Lu Chuchu after marriage, but Han Ning was conceived before Lu Chuchu. When I got married, I became a scapegoat. I was deceived, I suspect it was all planned by you, bullying me, an honest man. I didn't know about this, nor would I scheme against you. What reason do I have to scheme against you? I will ask Chuchu about this, if she really has a man, she wouldn't hide it from me." "Heh, Who would voluntarily admit to such shady matters between men and women? Now that the child has been identified, and Lu Chuchu hasn't admitted it, do you think she will confess? You're just feeling good about yourself. Anything else? Han Chen didn't believe Lu Chuchu would confess. Instead, he felt Lu Chuchu would only deepen her lies and never admit it. Why did you decide to do the test now? Are you trying to plot against the wealth of our Lu family? I, Lu Bolan, only have Chuchu as my only daughter. Chuchu has also given birth to 3 daughters. There are no male heirs in my line. Did you see this as an opportunity to seize my family's fortune? I didn't expect you to think like this, seeing me as a villain trying to take over your nest. Knowing a person's face but not their heart. For over a decade, you've been diligent and obedient. Maybe it's all a disguise? Now that you see an opportunity, you can't hide it. You're at the end of your rope. Am I wrong? Will you give me a chance? You can forget about it. It's not something you deserve. Even if I have to take it to my grave, I won't give you a cent. Instead, I will make sure that a schemer like you ends up with nothing. I, Lu Bolan, will do as I say. So, this was your intention. Then there's nothing more to say. If you don't want me eyeing your money, then quickly get Lu Chuchu to agree to a divorce. Han Chen didn't want to waste any more words. Han Chen, after dawn, I will have a lawyer find you to sign an agreement, confirming that you have no intention of coveting my Lu family's wealth. Only then will I trust you. Otherwise, I will have to act first and drive you out of Jiangdong. Drive me out of Jiangdong? What gives you the right to say that? Based on my surname Lu, based on the foundation laid by generations of my Lu family in Jiangdong, based on my ability to command 100 responses. With such a large family business of my Lu family, I won't allow an outsider like you to cause trouble. I'll say it again, I, Lu Bolan, will do as I say. No agreement was reached, and Han Chen left directly. On the way, Han Chen was not happy in his heart, but Lu Bolan's words also made him see reality more clearly. I am just an insignificant little doctor. Han Chen laughed at himself, then calmly accepted his mediocrity, and found that his mood had improved a lot. He hurried back to rest as soon as he got back, but before 8 o'clock, he was awakened by a phone call. It was the head nurse of the ICU asking him to come to work quickly, and Deputy Director Guo Huai was holding him accountable. I have no grudges against him. He has never made things difficult for me on weekdays. Why is he targeting me today? Han Chen was helpless. After washing up, he quickly went to the intensive care unit. Oh, Dr. Han, you just arrived. Director Guo has marked you as late. He adjusted the duty roster, and you are still on the early shift. Did you forget to switch shifts last night when you went back? The head nurse knew that Han Chen had just finished work in the early hours of the morning, so he must have needed to catch up on sleep. Yes, I went back too late and had something to do, so I didn't make it in time. Han Chen looked at the attendance sheet again and saw that he had been marked as late. He couldn't change anything, so he put on his white coat and went to attend the morning case discussion meeting. He didn't expect that as soon as he entered, Guo Huai pointed at him and said, in the future, those who are late like Han Chen don't need to attend the morning meeting. If a doctor can't even be on time, has no sense of time, then why come to the intensive care unit? Look for other opportunities. Face to face, eye to eye, Han Chen could see Guo Huai's dissatisfaction with him, which made him even more puzzled. He thought to himself, you are already a high-ranking deputy director. Do you still need to step on me to advance? He said, it's my fault for being late. I deeply criticize myself and accept everyone's supervision and criticism. Then tell me, why were you late? My alarm clock happened to break, so I couldn't wake up in time. I've already kicked it into the trash can with one foot, let it find another job. Han Chen glanced at Guo Huai, found a seat, and started looking through the case studies. The doctors present all smiled, but when they saw that Guo Huai didn't smile, and his expression became even more unpleasant, they all quickly fell silent. Han Chen could feel Guo Huai's dissatisfaction, which made him unhappy as well, but after all, being late was a fact, so he didn't confront Guo Huai directly. After the meeting, Han Chen went to see the patient who had woken up from surgery last night and found that the situation was developing positively. However, the female family member wanted to transfer to a larger hospital in Beijing, Shanghai, or Guangzhou for further rehabilitation treatment. Han Chen respected the patient and her family's decision but refused to arrange the transfer randomly. During a break, when there was no one around, the head nurse whispered to Han Chen, I just found out that Director Gui is dissatisfied with you because Director Qian rejected his candidate and gave the list to you. What list? Director Qian never told me about it. The list for the deputy director position. Dr. Han, no, Director Han, I congratulated you in advance. It's true, you have been promoted. You must treat me to a meal. The head nurse smiled, and the more she looked at Han Chen, the more she admired him because she could see something different in him. There are too many talented people in the hospital. it's hard for me to stand out. But if you really promote me, I will naturally treat you to a meal. Han Chen was very low-key. Based on his seniority and medical skills, he was qualified for a promotion and a raise, but recent events made him not dare to hope, especially with the evidence still in Lu Chuchu's hands. Even though she directed it, if it were made public, it would be enough to ruin him. Outside, a lawyer arranged by Lu Bolan also came and handed a document to Han Chen. It wasn't Sophie, but another lawyer with a Mediterranean hairstyle. Han Chen looked at the content and found that it was an agreement for him to give up any inheritance from the Lu family, with very domineering terms. After reading it, Han Chen shook his head and said, "I am not legally blind. This agreement is unfair in terms of rights and obligations, so I cannot sign it. Go back and tell Lu Bolan that if he wants me to sign, he must first meet my demands." In the afternoon, Director Qian of the intensive care unit called Han Chen over. After exchanging pleasantries, he directly handed a document to Han Chen regarding his promotion to Associate Chief Physician and appointment as Deputy Director of the Intensive Care Unit. Han Chen had no objections, but before signing, he asked Director Qian, "There are many doctors in the department who are more skilled than me, or have more comprehensive materials. How come I'm the one on the list for this good opportunity?" Director Liang said that you have been working in our hospital for so many years, your medical skills are outstanding, you should have been promoted long ago. In the professional title system, your promotion to Associate Chief Physician has already been approved, just lacking a certificate, but it doesn't prevent you from being an Associate Chief Physician. Do you know how many points you scored in the theoretical test organized by the hospital last time? Full marks. Initially, Director Liang proposed the theoretical assessment as a prerequisite for the position. Since you scored first, it's not possible to exclude you under the same conditions. Many people have already seen how outstanding your medical skills are these days, you deserve it. If there are no issues, then we will proceed with the public announcement. Director Qian actually had other candidates in mind, but since Liang Weili chose Han Chen, he definitely supported it. Hearing this, Han Chen knew that Liang Weili was grooming him, promoting him to Deputy Director of the department, adding more responsibilities to him. The upper-level procedures had already been arranged. Director Qian's conversation was just a formality. There was no prior indication of this, it was highly likely to be a sudden move, surpassing and squeezing out Guo Huai's faction. Of course, he had no guilt in his heart. With his abilities and qualifications, he should normally be appointed as a department head. The promotion did not excite Han Chen emotionally, and he couldn't find anyone to share the news with. During the public announcement period, if he made a mistake, he could be taken down, so it was not a sure thing. After finishing the department's work, he returned to the dormitory to continue his research work. The next day when he arrived at the department, many doctor colleagues addressed him as Director Han, which made him feel a bit awkward. Initially, he explained that he was still in the public announcement stage, but the more he did so, the more his colleagues praised him. In the end, he could only slightly adopt a more authoritative posture. However, when he faced Guo Huai, Han Chen noticed that Guo Huai's smile seemed insincere. Han Chen did not confront him directly and made a slight concession. A few days later, Han Chen successfully rescued a critically ill patient, but before he could even take a sip of water, he was summoned to the director's office. Director Qian closed the door, anxiously rubbing his hands, and said, "Director Han, how could you make such an obvious mistake at this critical moment? You have let Director Liang and us down with the work we did for you." Indeed, what had to happen eventually happened. Han Chen frowned, mentally prepared, but not panicked at all, and said, "Director, what exactly happened? You tell me first, and if it's my responsibility, then you can blame me." Director Qian took out an envelope from the drawer and handed it to Han Chen to see for himself. Inside the envelope were many things, all of which were incriminating materials against Han Chen, including photos and written articles. The photos were very explicit, showing a woman dressed provocatively, with a seductive figure, wearing sunglasses, visiting Han Chen's dormitory late at night and engaging in inappropriate activities with him inside, staying for 2 hours before leaving. The written materials mostly accused Han Chen of frequenting bars and getting drunk, accompanied by a bunch of hotel room records, concluding that Han Chen was licentious. The photos and text portrayed Han Chen as having a decadent lifestyle, unworthy of his position. Han Chen, who was originally calm and composed, was once again caught off guard because this was a betrayal by his wife, Lu Chuchu. Han Chen denied directly, "These are all false accusations, just dirty tricks from those who don't want me to become deputy director." Director Qian thought Han Chen would be flustered, but to his surprise, Han Chen's expression remained unchanged, eerily calm. He thought to himself, those chosen by Director Liang were indeed extraordinary. This caught me off guard. I need to consult Director Liang and see what his stance is on this. I just haven't contacted Liang Yuan yet, so I don't think I can help you suppress it for now. This kind of thing, I'm afraid Liang Yuan won't have time to deal with it even if he rushes back. Han Shen had a premonition that there must be connections with the Lu family in the hospital, and Lu Chuchu would not miss the opportunity to go after him. Taking advantage of Liang Weili's absence from the hospital this time, he targeted him even more. However, his speculation was quickly confirmed. The office door was pushed open directly, and Deputy Dean Su Jiguang, who was in charge of discipline and medical ethics, came with several people and directly announced to Han Shen, "Your lifestyle is disorderly, disrupting the medical ethics and atmosphere construction of our hospital. In accordance with the regulations, we will suspend all your work in the hospital from now on, and you also need to move out of the hospital dormitory. You can leave the hospital, but you must keep your phone open. We reserve the right to hold you accountable." Han Chen frowned. Even if he could clear his name this time, he didn't want to stay in the hospital. After working here for more than 10 years, he was indeed a bit reluctant to leave. Director Qian hurried to speak up for Han Shen. "The matter has not been investigated clearly." Su Jiguan interrupted. "This is the decision of the hospital. You and the intensive care unit should implement it." Han Shen didn't explain much, left the department, packed up his things in the dormitory, moved them into the car, and left the hospital. He didn't go to a hotel to book a room this time, but went to the court. His divorce lawsuit still couldn't be accepted immediately, so he went straight back to the villa. Brother-in-law. Han Shen glanced at the housekeeper Mei Jia, didn't respond, and went into the house. In the kitchen, he found some neglected corners to clean, and in the fridge, he found some homemade preserved meat and pickled radishes made by Mei Jia. He cooked Mei Jia's squid directly, which was neither too big nor too small. Mei Jia called Lu Chuchu, who was also surprised. She called Han Shen, but he didn't answer, so she had to rush back to deal with it. When she arrived home, she saw Han Shen pouring himself a drink. It was the best wine in the house. "Lao Han, what's wrong with you? Have a drink?" Han Shen didn't respond, but poured a glass of wine for his wife and handed it to her. "Sure, we haven't had a drink together for a long time." His wife kept observing Han Shen. She could tell that he was upset, but she felt that she was in control, so she took the wine from Han Shen and drank it with him. "Mei Jia, go and cook 2 dishes for us to go with the wine. I want to have a few drinks with Lao Han." His wife took the opportunity to assign tasks to the housekeeper. Seeing this, Mei Jia hurried to the kitchen. Seeing Han Shen pouring more wine and raising his glass again, she thought, could it be that he wants to get me drunk? He must have the capacity for it. Tonight, who will get drunk? They had a few more drinks, but neither of them felt tipsy. Instead, their emotions gradually heightened. They exchanged toasts and drank 3 bottles without realizing it. Both of them blushed, but neither was drunk. Han Shen was still in good spirits, articulate, and clear-minded, but his wife's tongue was a bit tied. When his wife went to the bathroom, Han Shen went to drink some honey water. Seeing Mei Jia wiping the table, bending over with her buttocks up, he walked over and slapped her buttocks. Mei Jia was surprised and quickly moved away, saying, "Brother-in-law, did I just harass you in that way? If so, you can sue me. This way, you can get a large sum of money." "Brother-in-law, you're drunk. You should go to bed early." Mei Jia knew that this impulsive Han Shen was setting her up. "Oh, did Lu Chuchu also ask you to sleep with me? Do you think she was just talking nonsense or telling the truth?" Han Shen didn't care how Mei Jia chose because she might not have a choice. His wife, Lu Chuchu, was willing to arrange for a woman to come to his dormitory to frame him, so the housekeeper Mei Jia was naturally a pawn that could be sacrificed. Of course, his target was not Mei Jia, but his wife. Glancing at Mei Jia, who was still standing there, he thought, "Is this woman really foolish or pretending to be? Why not take your money and leave? If you don't listen, then you don't deserve sympathy." He entered the guest room and went straight to bed. After his wife finished washing up, she wanted Han Shen to rest in the room. She felt that her relationship with Han Shen had been repaired, and he had come to terms and was willing to compromise. She planned to go to bed with Han Shen later to further enhance their relationship. Of course, she also wanted to satisfy her long-held desires. Upon learning that Han Shen had entered the guest room, she asked Mei Jia to find the key. Seeing Mei Jia's strange expression, she asked, "Han ate the meal you cooked, he didn't mind, and didn't ask you to leave. What he said earlier was just out of anger, don't take it to heart, just focus on your work. Oh, if you see that Han is not in a good mood, try not to be in his sight." "I will. However, he just asked me to go to bed with him, saying you agreed." Mei Jia hesitated a bit but still said it. Upon hearing this, the wife was a bit confused and asked Mei Jia to repeat it. After a brief thought, she said, "Han's words were just drunken talk, don't take it seriously. He is not that kind of man, and you are not that kind of person either. She believed that Han Shen was not a boring man who would touch Mei Jia, an old and ugly woman. She opened the door with the key, woke up Han Shen who had just fallen asleep, and said, "Why are you sleeping here? Let's go back to our room, our bed is more comfortable." "Oh, isn't this our room? Then I must have walked into the wrong room." Han Shen rubbed his eyes, got up, undressed all the way back to the master bedroom, and by the time he got to bed, he was already naked. "The woman you arranged for me is clean, she didn't pass on any messy diseases to me. If you want it, do it yourself. I'm tired and don't feel like moving." Blaming me for this? To be honest, I regret it too. If given another choice, I wouldn't do it that way. I gave you time to think, you should understand my intentions by now. If you're not doing it, then just sleep. Han Shen didn't want to listen, the alcohol was getting to him, making him really drowsy. Also, working in the intensive care unit, he was very dedicated and wouldn't slack off with any patient. The pressure was high, especially now that he was suspended from work, making him even more tired. He pulled the blanket over himself, ready to sleep. He caught a glimpse of a different look in his wife's eyes. It was desire. "You're still mad at me. How can I take the initiative when it's always been you? But you haven't been eating or sleeping well lately, you're tired too, so if someone has to take the initiative, let it be me." At this moment, the wife's desire was also rising. She didn't want to hold back anymore, so she took the initiative. This was in their own home, and she no longer wanted to suppress or hide her desires. In that moment of encounter between the Golden Wind and Jade Dew, Han Shen frowned and asked his wife, "Lu Chuchu, do you regret what you did?" "I regret the decision to arrange a woman for you. I shouldn't have let another woman share you. But for other things, I have a clear conscience, so there's nothing to regret. Honey, you have to believe me, you are the only man for me. Lu Chuchu has you, and I won't look at another man. You are my only love and man, in the past, present, and future. As long as you don't regret it, then do it." Han Shen was a bit reckless, after all, he had fallen into the gentle trap of that tattooed woman, and he was no longer innocent. The next morning, Lu Chuchu opened the curtains, letting in a ray of sunlight that shone on the bed. Han Shen frowned, didn't open his eyes, and turned away, not wanting to get up. Still hungover, he felt a bit listless. He had been suspended from work at the hospital and didn't have to go to work. The 3 children his wife gave birth to were all illegitimate, which made him feel extremely miserable about his current situation. However, his wife was unaware of Han Shen's many thoughts, simply thinking that his tiredness was due to the hangover. She came over, leaned close to Han Shen's face, kissed his face and forehead gently, and said, "Then you go back to sleep, I'll go check on the 2nd and 3rd child." Han Shen was unmoved. His wife continued, "Honey, I worked so hard to build a career and make money, all for you and the children. Actually, as a woman, managing such a large group with thousands of people under me is really not easy. But thinking about you and the children at home, I am always full of motivation. So, I hope you don't cause trouble for me. Stop talking, let me sleep a bit more." Han Shen was skeptical of his wife's words. He was more willing to believe that his wife was with her lover, that would be more motivating. His wife, a successful strong woman, actually had 3 children with another man. The cost behind this is unknown. If it wasn't true love with her lover, how could she willingly get pregnant and give birth? Even at this point, his wife was unwilling to divorce and wouldn't let him go. Han Shen slept a bit more, then went to take a bath, and came out wearing a bathrobe. Mei Jia happened to be in the living room. She stood up when she saw Han Shen and asked softly, "Sir, you're up. What would you like to eat?" "I'll make it now." But Han Shen ignored her and went straight into the study. Mei Jia was puzzled, thinking, "Do you only feel happy when you sleep with him?" She hurried to the basement gym to inform the lady of the house, Lu Chuchu, who was doing yoga. Lu Chuchu wiped her sweat and asked Mei Jia to prepare breakfast, which she then brought to the study. "Honey, you're up. You drank so much last night, your stomach must be uncomfortable. I've prepared some stomach-soothing food for you, come and eat." "Oh, why are you looking at these things?" His wife approached and saw Han Shen watching an anatomy video, which was quite bloody. She wasn't a doctor and couldn't handle it. "I'm a doctor, if I don't watch these things, what am I doing? You won't let me work in your group, will you?" "Trust me, your parents don't trust me. They told me recently that since you're their only son and you only have daughters, they warned me not to have any thoughts about the family property." Han Shen paused the video and stood up. "Don't take my parents' words to heart, they didn't mean it towards you. We've had misunderstandings recently, now that it's cleared up, let's turn the page. Honey, you don't need to go to work, just stay at home." "Stay at home? Are you going to support me?" "I don't mean anything else, I just want you to live freely without so much pressure." "I can live freely? Then I really appreciate it. To show my love and gratitude to you, I can only offer myself, dedicating myself until death." Han Shen smiled and embraced his wife, kissing her. Outside the door, Mei Jie didn't go far. She was eavesdropping and worried that Han Shen would dismiss her. The whispered conversation was about the lady of the house asking the master to stay at home and support him, which made Mei Jie uneasy. Then, after a brief calm, suddenly the voice of the lady of the house was heard. "Don't! It hurts!" Mei Jie suddenly felt embarrassed and blushed. Obviously, the master and mistress had started again. She couldn't help but despise the master, realizing that he was trying to please the mistress this way. "Honey, are you trying to retaliate against me? You're not allowed to touch me tonight, go sleep in the guest room." Lu Chuchu pushed Han Shen away from her, feeling a bit unhappy. It wasn't that Han Shen didn't handle things well, on the contrary, he was very capable and made her very comfortable. Since Han Shen returned, whenever he had free time, he would pester her for intimacy, and she initially needed it, so the happiness continued. But gradually, the wife found that Han Shen's vigor was more than she could bear. Han Shen was like a powerful sports car, his fuel tank seemed endless. Naturally, his endless demands exceeded her physical limits, she was hurt, and finally, when she realized there was no respect, she had to show her dignity. Han Shen didn't say anything, went to drink water, then washed up, and went into the study. In the evening, the second daughter and the third daughter returned from school. They were very happy to see Han Shen. The second daughter was a bit reserved, but the youngest daughter was different. She directly pounced in front of Han Shen, hugged his thigh, coquettishly called him daddy, showing special intimacy. Her innocence and cuteness brought vitality and joy to the family. Han Shen's mood was complicated. Looking at the two beautiful daughters, he spent so much energy raising these daughters, only to find out that they were born from his wife's affair. He really wanted to get angry and break up the family. But his knowledge and maturity at the age of 40 prevented him from being so impulsive. He believed he still had a future, so he endured the urge for revenge. Regardless, the children were unaware. They were so young and should not bear the consequences of adult mistakes. "Go wash your hands first. After dinner, I will check your homework." Han Shen tried to act as usual. "You don't need to check mine, my performance is very nice." The second daughter, Han Jing, was full of confidence, ranking top in every subject, even excelling in sports, such as track and field, ball games, and even intellectual competitions. As long as she wanted to be the first, she could easily achieve it. "I don't have homework, so you don't need to check mine, hee." The third daughter, Han Mei, had just entered elementary school and basically had no extracurricular homework. "Alright, then no need to check at all. You can do whatever you want." Han Shen generously let them be free. Otherwise, on normal days, he would focus on the children's quality education, teaching them reading, writing, listening, speaking, music, chess, calligraphy, painting, and even physical exercise, all to make his children outshine him and Lu Chuchu. However, upon learning that the children were Lu Chuchu's illegitimate children, it turned into a cruel reality. The three daughters became other people's children. Other people's children, he didn't need to worry or take responsibility for them. In the evening, the second daughter, Han Jing's math tutor came for extra lessons. Han Shen asked the tutor not to rush with the lessons. Instead, he gave the tutor and the second daughter a test paper each to be collected later. After grading, the tutor couldn't solve a single question, and the daughter only got 1/3 of the questions right. Han Shen then dismissed the tutor. Of course, he didn't mistreat the tutor, he paid the tutor the appropriate fee. Wife Lu Chuchu looked at the test paper results given by Han Shen. At first she thought Han Shen was right, the tutor was not competent. But in the following 2 days, she found that none of the tutors hired by the family could pass Han Shen's test. She was surprised by Han Shen's intelligence and thought that if Han Shen didn't work at the hospital, he would be more dedicated to tutoring their daughter. So she felt relieved to attend parties, maintain friendships, and come home late. It wasn't until Mei Jie reported that Han Shen didn't tutor the children at all, but let them play video games. She began to feel a bit uneasy, sensing that Han Shen had changed when he came home. Han Shen was smoking on the study balcony when the youngest daughter came over and said Grandma had arrived. "Got it, you can go play." Han Shen didn't pay much attention to this, nor did he go out to greet her. Instead, he lit another cigarette. Before long, the mother-in-law came in and directly criticized Han Shen. "How can you be a father, letting them play games? You are spoiling them." "Spoiling them? How can you say that? Turning them into someone like Lu Chuchu, is that success? Betraying the family, betraying marriage, addicted to affairs. I don't want them to become like that in the future." Han Shen directly retorted. "How dare you speak ill of Chuchu, you've gone too far. If she dares to do it, I dare to say it. I will say it to her face as well. Because what I said is the truth, I have evidence. Wuntu, if you have any objections to my way of education, or to me personally, let Lu Chuchu divorce me, I will leave." Mother-in-law, Wu Yufan, the eldest daughter of the Wu family in Jiangdong back then, has made a lot of money over the years as the wealth of Lu Chuchu expands. Evidence? What evidence? That appraisal report? Oomph, Chuchu said it's fake. You bring out fakes to show off. Are you trying to deceive ghosts? Ha, Wu knew too. Logically speaking, you have many titles such as visiting professor at Jiangdong University, honorary vice chairman of Jiangdong Writers Association. You don't seem like an uncultured person. If one day, a doctor tells you that you and Lu Chuchu are not biologically related, you also have to do a paternity test. The only thing you can believe in is scientific evidence. Now Lu Chuchu is calling a deer a horse, and you are siding with her. Oh, I understand. You know who Lu Chuchu's wild man is, you know whose wild seed Han Ning is. You are teaming up to deceive me. You really know how to speak ill of others. Rough words but sound reasoning. If you can't stand me, take them to your house. Han Shen interrupted his mother-in-law, went out to call his two daughters, let them pack up, and stay at their grandmother's house tonight. He didn't care about his mother-in-law and daughter's opinions, then went to the outdoor swimming pool. After swimming to exhaustion, he found that his mother-in-law had taken the two children away. He didn't provoke Sister May, but went back to rest in his room. In the early hours of the morning, he woke up, went to the master bedroom to find Lu Chuchu, but Lu Chuchu hadn't returned. Went to meet the wild man again, that trashy woman. Han Shen looked disdainful, changed his clothes, got in the car, and left. He returned at dawn, had breakfast, and went back to his room to rest. He woke up at 10, exercised first, and then read a book. Before noon, father-in-law Lu Bolan came with 3 bodyguards. Without waiting for Han Shen to speak, he ordered the bodyguards to capture Han Shen. He said coldly, "What did I tell you before, not to come back, to leave Chuchu? Why did you come back?" Han Shen sneered, "Your father and daughter are really interesting. One forces me to leave, the other leaves me no room outside. Are you playing with me? Slap him." At Lu Bolan's command, a bodyguard didn't say a word, went up and gave Han Shen a few slaps, not holding back, causing Han Shen's gums to bleed. Pa! Han Shen licked his lips, then spat out a mouthful of blood on Lu Bolan's clothes. Lu Bolan was furious, ordered the bodyguards to take Han Shen to the courtyard and beat him up. When Lu Bolan saw Han Shen lying down, he came over and asked, "I told you, if you don't listen to me, there's no place for you in Jiangdong." "Pa! I did nothing wrong." Han Shen still spat out a mouthful of blood, showing no sign of backing down. Lu Bolan ordered the bodyguards to continue. He must beat Han Shen into submission today. Sister May saw Han Shen being beaten again, and Lu Bolan showed no sign of stopping, so she quickly called Lu Chuchu, who was shocked and called Lu Bolan, speaking harshly. Lu Bolan then ordered the men to stop. "Don't think you can be arrogant just because Chuchu is protecting you. As long as you are in Jiangdong, I can deal with you anytime, anywhere." Lu Bolan left with a harsh remark. Han Shen lay on the ground, his eyes lifeless and helpless, the sky covered in dark clouds, just like his mood and situation. Sister May came over, seeing Han Shen still breathing, she asked, "Are you okay? Shall I call an ambulance for you?" Han Shen didn't respond. After a while, he was fine, got up and went back to his room. In less than 10 minutes, his wife Lu Chuchu hurried in. "Old Han, how are you?" His wife looked at Han Shen. There were obvious marks of being beaten on his face, and a cut could be seen at the corner of his mouth. "Don't hit the face when hitting someone, Dad is too much." "Old Han, my dad doesn't really want to harm you, but he's upset about your way of educating the children. Dad is very strict in dealing with children, and with Mom also speaking ill of you, Dad got angry." The wife quickly explained to avoid further misunderstandings by Han Shen. "Lu Chuchu, your father has laid hands on me more than once. Should I fight back? Definitely not. Your father is in his 60s or 70s. How could you lay hands on an elderly person? Lao Han, this time it's my father's fault. I apologize to you on his behalf, I will compensate you, and let's just move on like this. Let's just get a divorce. You cheated, had an illegitimate child, and I endured it all. I don't want your compensation. Now, I just want a divorce. Why are you bringing this up again? How many times do you want me to tell you, I did not cheat? Han Ning is your daughter. If you keep having these groundless suspicions, I suspect you have delusional disorder. Don't force me to take you to the psychiatric hospital. Do you think I'm crazy?" Han Shen and his wife locked eyes, suddenly realizing that his wife could actually send him to a mental hospital to maintain their marriage and cover up her affair. "Look at your recent actions, secretly doing a paternity test, running away from home, suing me in court, demanding billions in compensation, firing the child's tutor, and so on. Which of these is normal? If you're not mentally ill, behave yourself and stop causing trouble." The wife stared sternly at Han Shen and added, "Even if you really have a mental illness, I won't divorce you. You know I love you, I will take care of you, I will tolerate you. Lu Chuchu, everything revolves around you, what else can I say? I won't bring this up again, okay?" Han Chen felt helpless, but deep down, a flame was building up more and more energy. When it erupts, someone will definitely be annihilated. Seeing Han Chen's softened gaze, the wife knew he was obedient, so she breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at Han Chen's injuries, she asked, "Are you okay? Let me take you to the hospital." "No need, just minor injuries." Han Chen felt his wife's compassion was fake. He went to the balcony to smoke and saw his wife talking to Mei Jia about something. He thought to himself, Lu Chuchu refuses to agree to a divorce. I don't know what she's thinking. I have to find her lover, put pressure on him, and present the illegitimate child to him. Even if he doesn't want the child, Lu Chuchu will have to admit it. Half an hour later, Lu Chuchu brought in several people, four tall and strong middle-aged men and a slightly plump middle-aged woman who introduced herself as a doctor and examined Han Chen. The examination procedure focused on mental illness and psychological disorders, which irritated Han Chen. Undoubtedly, if the results showed he had a mental illness, Lu Chuchu would not hesitate to have the middle-aged woman take him away or detain him for treatment. Han Chen felt utterly hopeless once again. After the examination, Han Chen was arranged to rest in the room, with the four tall and strong middle-aged men guarding the door. His wife Lu Chuchu and the doctor moved to the tea room, where Mei Jia served tea to the doctor. She then stepped back but stayed close enough to eavesdrop. "How is Lao Han? Is he mentally stable?" Lu Chuchu asked directly, showing great concern. "He's fine, he might just be under a lot of pressure." "Don't put more pressure on him, he will adjust. He has significant mood swings and can be impulsive at times. If he listens to you and takes medication, I can prescribe some calming medicine for him." After examining Han Chen, the doctor found no evidence to support that he had a mental illness. "That's good then." Lu Chuchu gave the female doctor some money as hush money, then asked Mei Jia to see the doctor off while she took the medicine to Han Chen. "What is this medicine for?" Han Chen, although outstanding in medical skills and knowledgeable about the functions of medicines, could recognize most medicines, but the medicines given by Lu Chuchu were not packaged, just some pills, similar to sleeping pills, but not the same. "Sedatives can help you sleep, not be so agitated." "What if I don't take it? I'm very worried that you might act impulsively, hurt my parents, our daughter. You are under a lot of pressure now. With suspicions of being delusional, you should rest more, let your brain relax." "Honey, I'm doing this for your own good. Lu Chuchu, I can't outsmart you." Han Chen took the medicine and then lay down to rest. Lu Chuchu sat beside him until Han Chen fell asleep completely. Mei Jia poured a glass of water for Lu Chuchu and asked, "Master, how are you suddenly like this?" "Old Han is fine, he won't hurt us, don't overthink it." "Oh, the usual rule, don't tell outsiders about family matters." Lu Chuchu glanced at the important schedule on her phone. There was a dinner party in the evening that she was supposed to attend, but her father brought people to beat Han Chen, causing a slight change in plans. If it were her usual style, she would choose to attend the dinner party. But now that Han Chen's emotions were unstable, she weighed her options and arranged for Sophie to attend the dinner party on her behalf. Late at night, Han Chen woke up and found his wife sitting beside him, asleep. He got up, and his wife woke up too. "Old Han, how are you feeling? Do you want water or something to eat?" Han Chen actually felt fine, although he was rubbed on the ground by the bodyguards. He didn't suffer internal injuries. He said he was hungry, and his wife went to arrange for Mei Jia to prepare supper. When his wife saw Han Chen enter the bathroom and stand motionless under the shower, she thought for a moment and then went in, hugging Han Chen from behind, whispering, "Honey, don't scare me, you have to be fine, let's live a good life together. I love you. I really love you very much." Han Chen's mouth twitched a few times, then turned his wife around and kissed her directly. Getting a response from his wife, he tore off his wife's clothes. Mei Jia prepared supper and went to call the hostess. Before she reached the door, she heard inappropriate sounds coming from the master bedroom with the door open. Feeling a bit flushed and embarrassed, she knew the master's abilities and knew it wouldn't end quickly, so she went to keep the supper warm and then came back to eavesdrop. She had a thought in her mind: if the master made a request, maybe she could try. In the early hours of the next day, Han Chen was reading in the study when his wife came in with a tablet, showing a set of photos. The 3 bodyguards who beat him yesterday had their hands and feet broken. His wife stood behind him, kissed his head, and said, "Honey, you are my man, Lu Chuchu's man, no one can hurt you." Meanwhile, Lu Bolan, the father-in-law, also received feedback from his subordinates. His face darkened as he paced back and forth in the room. His mother-in-law came over and asked, "The driver is here, why haven't you left yet?" "Chuchu's good deed for Han Chen has put me in a difficult position." Lu Bolan explained the situation of the subordinates with broken hands and feet to his wife, realizing that he had to spend money to appease them, then asked, "You and Chuchu are close, can you see what kind of person she really is now? Don't you trust Chuchu? What do you suspect?" The mother-in-law took a glance at the photos and understood that her daughter was standing up for Han Shen. From her daughter's perspective, it was understandable. It's a matter of standpoint. And Ning is not that scumbag Han Shen's. Are you saying the paternity test result is correct? That's the conclusion given by the regular judicial authorities. It can't be false. Han Shen had a comparative test done by an institution in Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou. It won't be wrong. Find out who that person outside is when you have the chance. So, Han Shen's request for divorce is justified? Even if a Ning is not Han Shen's, his request for divorce and money is wrong. This marriage, even if it is to be dissolved, must be proposed by Chu Chu. Han Shen secretly went for identification, proposed a divorce, and even went to court to sue. With such premeditation, where does this place our Lu family? Lu Bolan lightly patted his face. Obviously he would not let Han Shen off easily, and after some thought, he said, Chu Chu, this girl is really something. For such a big matter, she should have told us. After all, we are the people she trusts the most. Who said otherwise? The mother-in-law thought that she hadn't had a heart-to-heart talk with her daughter for many years. Maybe her daughter really had a hidden crazy side. At home, Han Shen had already carried his wife to the desk, wanting to kiss her, but was stopped by his wife with her hand. No, I want to go out and talk to Sophie about something. No, it has to be now. If you stand up for me, then I have to show my appreciation. Han Shen didn't give his wife a chance to refuse. He kissed her, passionately and greedily. The table started shaking, and books fell to the ground one by one. Sometimes the wife tilted her neck back, sometimes she passionately kissed Han Shen, but both hands were tightly clasped with Han Shen's hands, fingers intertwined. In the morning, the wife made Han Shen take a sedative, and when Han Shen fell asleep, she found Meijie. Old Han has already fallen asleep. He probably won't wake up until evening. You keep an eye on him. Is the master okay? He's fine. After instructing Meijie, when Sophie arrived, they left together. Meijie closed the door, tidied up the clothes for the hostess to change into, busied herself for a while, and then went to rest for a moment. She woke up before 3 o'clock, heard some movement in the basement gym, went down and saw Han Shen exercising. She was about to go over, but heard someone ringing the doorbell, checked the monitor screen upstairs, and saw Liang Weili. She reported to Lu Chuchu first, and only let Liang Weili in after getting permission. Liang Weili found Han Shen and said directly, I have already suppressed that matter, you can go back to work at the hospital. That night was not my fault, but that woman did come into the dormitory, and what happened in the photos and videos did happen. This stain, I can't wash it away. Han Shen was helpless, but he didn't lie. Of course, no one cared about the truth, everyone would only remember the scandal of his immoral lifestyle. Your matter is not just your own matter, it is also a disgrace to our hospital. Don't worry, I won't let anyone discuss this matter again. Oh, let me tell you one more thing, do you know who reported the materials? Who? It's Ma Yukai, he said he saw you going in and out of nightclubs. Of course, I don't believe it, because I know your situation. Han Shen had suspected Ma Yukai, but he didn't expect it to be true. When he heard Liang Weili's lowered voice, he couldn't refuse. The cholera patient has arrived and specifically wants to see you. This may be a good thing for you. Master, are you going out? Meijie saw Han Shen dressed neatly and leaving. She couldn't stop him, so she quickly reported to Lu Chuchu, and the reply was not to stop him, just to follow in the car. Following all the way, she found that Liang Weili had taken Han Shen to a specific sanatorium. Her car was a social vehicle and couldn't enter. Is it really for medical treatment? It seems that being beaten up has no effect. Mrs. Husband's methods are truly extraordinary. Meijie reported to Lu Chuchu and then it was no longer her concern. The sanatorium was very high-end, all were separate small villas. If it weren't for people wearing medical uniforms on the road, it would be no different from a high-end garden community. Liang Weili went in first to communicate with the patient and family members, while Han Shen stood in front of the villa waiting. He could feel someone staring at him behind the one-way glass, scrutinizing him. Fortunately, he didn't have to wait long before Liang Weili came out and let him in. Inside, there was a frail old lady sitting in a wheelchair, with silver hair, a thin face, pale and bluish complexion, a dull expression. She was the rumored cholera patient. On the right side of the old lady was a middle-aged female doctor wearing a mask, the director of this sanatorium, Fu Fangfang. On the left is also a middle-aged woman, the patient's personal caregiver. Dr. Han, the old lady is already like this, so she won't bow to you, don't take offense. The old lady nodded slightly, her thin hands also making a bowing gesture. No need, your words are too heavy. I am just a small doctor, lacking in knowledge and powerless. How dare I let you bow to me? Han Shen hurriedly said, unable to bear such formality. Dr. Han, there is no need to be modest. I have been suffering from this illness for a long time, not knowing the cause, but you are knowledgeable and talented. At a glance, you diagnosed it as cholera, allowing me to be relieved of torment. For this kindness, it's not excessive for me to kneel to you. This is even more exaggerated. Let's return to the basics. I am a doctor, you are a patient. Now that I am here, if you need me to take a look, I will. If my abilities are limited and I am truly powerless, please don't blame me. Han Shan didn't want to exchange pleasantries. Then I will trouble you. The old lady was waiting for Han Shan to say this. She cooperated with Han Shan's examination, and without her saying anything, Han Shan could describe her symptoms, giving her a pleasant surprise and inexplicably boosting her confidence. After the examination, Han Shan reviewed the results of the advanced medical equipment examination again. He was confident, but didn't rush to speak, instead looking at Liang Weili and the hospital director Fu Fangfang. These two were at a loss and naturally didn't dare to take over, so they followed Han Shan's opinion. Han Shan proposed a treatment plan for the old lady to consider. Using smoking as an excuse, he went outside to avoid it. Half an hour later, Liang Weili asked him to come in. After discussing with the old lady and her team, they decided to adopt Han Shan's plan and proceed with the treatment here. However, before implementing Han Shan's acupuncture plan, the personal caregiver had to experience it first to ensure there were no issues before arranging it for the old lady. After the treatment, the old lady's spirits noticeably improved. Both the doctor and the patient became more confident. They treated her again in the evening, agreed to come back tomorrow, and Han Shan and Liang Weili left. On the way back, Liang Weili praised Han Shan endlessly. Over these years, you haven't taken on many clinical cases. I thought you only had a theoretical foundation, but I didn't expect you to be a genius. You can completely stand on your own. In terms of medical skills, you have surpassed us. In our hospital, you are the best. In the entire Jiangdong area, you are outstanding. Liang, you are too kind. I'm not that great, there are still many shortcomings. In fact, our hospital is not lacking in medical geniuses, what they lack is platforms and resources, etc. My father-in-law once said, no matter how many years I spent studying hard, I can't compare to the 3 generations of his family. Han Shan expressed his feelings. That's not necessarily true. A man may lack opportunities, but not talent. Upon entering the house, Han Shan saw that his wife had not returned. In the past, he would have sent a message to inquire, and no matter how late it was, he would wait for his wife to return. However, at this moment, he didn't have that mindset. Brother-in-law, you're back. Have you eaten? Shall I cook for you? Mei Jia asked. What is Lu Chuchu doing? Miss said she won't be back for dinner. She didn't say anything else. Oh, right, can you give me a massage and oil rub? Is that too much? This, Miss doesn't allow it. Mei Jia naturally understood, but without Lu Chuchu's consent, she didn't dare to give Han Shan a massage or oil rub. You listen to Lu Chuchu so much, if she asks you to get in bed with me, you would listen to her too. Han Shan sneered, went to the study to work, summarized the treatment experience of cholera patients, searched for more information, and looked for a more comprehensive plan. After that, he went out, found a spa, first ordered a proper massage and oil rub, then asked for a full-service package. However, he didn't receive the full service. The masseuse left after completing the massage and oil rub steps, and never returned. He lay there and dozed off, only to wake up and find his wife, Lu Chuchu, sitting by the bed, looking at him solemnly. Indeed. He remained calm, without explaining himself, checked the time on his watch, and casually said, "It's late. Oh, why are you here? Where is this place? Do you know? How did you end up here?" Lu Chuchu wanted to slap Han Shan and scold him severely for coming to play the full service. Who gave him the courage? Yes, this place? You managed to find it. Either you followed me, or this is your territory. Either way, the Lu family is impressive. Han Shan achieved his goal, and his wife couldn't argue with him here, so they left the spa together. Back home, Lu Chuchu asked Mei Jia to rest and wanted to lecture Han Shan about the rules at home. She found Han Shan going swimming, so she went to the pool and stopped him, saying, "Why are you acting like nothing happened? You haven't explained why you went there. I felt tired today and wanted to relax. I didn't do anything wrong. What explanation do you want from me? Besides, you haven't explained what you've been doing outside. Come on, let's play together." Han Shan splashed water at his wife. "Do you think I have as much free time as you?" Ignoring Han Shan, his wife avoided the water and went back inside. "This situation was caused by you. Isn't this the result you wanted? Lu Chuchu, if you can't stand it, then divorce me." Han Shan sneered, submerged himself in the water, swam around, and continued to relax. When he returned inside, he found that his wife had locked the master bedroom, indicating that there would be no intimacy that night. The next day, Han Shan waited for Liang Weili to come over, and they went to the sanatorium together. After a day of treatment, the old lady's condition improved significantly. Knowing that Han Shen didn't drive, she specifically asked her personal caregiver to take Han Shen back. Afterward, the caregiver returned to the sanatorium and truthfully reported Han Shen's place of residence, Lu Chuchu's residence. Upon hearing this, the old lady seemed pensive and didn't rush to express her opinion. The caregiver speculated, Dr. Han has already divorced Lu Chuchu. Why is he still living with her? Dr. Han doesn't own any property, so he has nowhere else to go. Since they came to Han Shen for treatment, they naturally needed to investigate his situation thoroughly. It was easy to investigate Han Shen and Lu Chuchu's marital relationship, but they discovered that Han Shen had filed for divorce from Lu Chuchu twice, suggesting there might be hidden secrets. If Dr. Han asks for our help to divorce, we will pressure Mr. Lu. Otherwise, we won't interfere in Dr. Han's private affairs. After weighing her options, the old lady gave this instruction. After several days of treatment, the old lady's condition improved significantly, and around the 8th day, she could abandon the wheelchair and walk on her own. On that day, after the treatment ended, the old lady asked Han Shen to stay for dinner and tea. She didn't rush to discuss payment, waiting for Han Shen to speak first. Han Shen understood that the old lady no longer needed his medical skills and would leave Jiangdong the next day. Asking for payment from a patient went against his principles and intentions, so he couldn't do it. Finally, the old lady asked him, "Do you want to work at a different hospital, like in Beijing, Shanghai, or Guangzhou?" "I can't leave at the moment. I still have some ties in Jiangdong. If needed in the future, I will trouble you." Han Shen accepted this favor and left the sanatorium. Back home, he organized his treatment experience, and his wife entered the room. From her sexy nightgown and charming demeanor, it was clear she had needs that night. Indeed, his wife came up behind him, kissed his head, and said with a smile, "Are you still upset that I didn't let you go for the full service? Are you that petty? I made money these days. If you still want it, you can go tomorrow. But tonight, you belong to me. How much did you make?" Han Shen's mouth slightly lifted. His wife's retreat was actually a step forward. If he believed and followed her advice, he would be caught in the act by his wife, embarrassing himself. "Not more, not less. Honey, in fact, I earn money for you and the children. I want to create the best living conditions for you all, to make you happy and content. Then, thank you." Han Shen put down his work. Princess carried his wife back to the master bedroom, threw her onto the soft and spacious bed, then eagerly undressed, leading to a passionate encounter. The next day, Han Shen didn't rush to work, even though Liang Weili repeatedly assured him that he had settled the hospital gossip and it wouldn't affect his work. In the afternoon, while swimming, as he swam to the shore, he noticed a pair of familiar canvas shoes on the shore, belonging to his eldest daughter, Han Ning. "It's not time for school to end. Did you skip class? My affairs are none of your business. I'm asking you, why did you come back to live here again?" Seeing Han Shen drinking his wife's most expensive vintage wine, which she planned to open only after high school graduation, now wasted by Han Shen. Thinking of the nanny Aunt May's words, she became more convinced that Han Shen was revealing his greedy and indulgent nature. "Why do my affairs concern you? If you have the time to meddle, you might as well go find your wild dad, or else you'll be called a bastard by your classmates and friends." Hearing the disrespectful tone of his eldest daughter, Han Shen couldn't help but feel disappointed, so he provoked her. "You're the bastard. My dad is not a wild dad, he's my real dad, a respectable one. My dad is way more outstanding than you, 1,000 times more. You don't even have the qualification to carry my dad's shoes, you're worthless, just a freeloading trash." Han Ning's mouth was like a machine gun, firing insults non-stop, wishing to hurl all the profanities at Han Shen. She despised being called a bastard and a mixed breed. Seeing Han Shen pouring himself another drink, she angrily snatched it away and threw the bottle into the pool, denying Han Shen a drink. Han Shen finished his drink, then walked ashore, wrapped in a towel, calmly said, "I taught you before, getting angry is the most incompetent display. Seeing you like this, you can't even find your wild dad, you can only delude yourself. But you'll never understand, Lu Chuchu is a woman without morals, the dad she found for you, I doubt he's any good." Han Shen wanted to provoke his eldest daughter further, but seeing Nanny Mei approaching, the latter asked Han Ning to take a call from Lu Chuchu. "Mom, I just need to get something, I'll be back to school soon." Han Ning couldn't avoid it. She could offend Han Shen, but dared not defy Lu Chuchu, otherwise, Lu Chuchu would cut her allowance, send her to a remote place to study, then she would truly be helpless. Nanny Mei, fearing Han Shen would continue to bother Han Ning, intentionally or unintentionally tried to stop him. "Mei, you need to know your place. Regarding me and Lu Chuchu's matters, it's better for you to turn a blind eye. When it comes to choosing between me and you, or even between you and the children, do you think you can still stay in this house? If you're smart, you should notice that Han Ning looks unwell. Besides not eating well at school, these days are also her time of the month. Make her some good food and drinks, she'll appreciate it. Han Shen said lightly, drying his hair. Mei was taken aback. Weighing her options, she followed Han Shen's advice, went to the kitchen to prepare delicious food, instead of blindly following Lu Chuchu's orders, keeping a close eye on Han Shen and Han Ning. Han Shen didn't know what his eldest daughter and Lu Chuchu talked about in the room, but judging from her expression, it didn't seem pleasant. He opened a new bottle of wine, earning disapproving looks from his daughter. What, if you want to curse me, go ahead, don't hold back. TSK, Han Ning, you are nothing like me, nor like Lu Chuchu, always enduring and retreating in the face of any situation. Such a soft temperament must have been inherited from your wild father. It's clear that your wild father is no good either. You are the one who is no good. Han Shen, I will tell my mom about these words, wait until she comes back, and see how she deals with you. Your mom is just a big liar. Besides using some despicable means, what else can she do to deal with me? When I find your wild father, and you two acknowledge each other, let's see how Lu Chuchu explains to me. Han Shen poured wine, drank, and smoked. All you know is to eat my mom's food, drink my mom's drinks, smoke my mom's cigarettes. You are useless in every other way, a waste of space. If I were you, I wouldn't even have the face to stay here. The eldest daughter kept rolling her eyes at Han Shen, full of resentment in her eyes. Han Shen was a bit puzzled. How could the young eldest daughter be so against him? In the end, he felt it was like fighting over rice with Shang Min. His strict discipline towards the eldest daughter had already made her dissatisfied, but there was still a layer of father-daughter relationship between them. Now that Han Shen took out the paternity test report, there was no relationship between them anymore. As a wealthy young lady, the eldest daughter would never look at Han Shen with respect, but rather would want to trample him underfoot. The eldest daughter didn't stay at home for long and soon returned to school. At 10 o'clock in the evening, his wife came back, looking a bit tired on her face, but with damp hair and the smell of hotel shampoo, indicating that she had stayed in a hotel and taken a shower before returning. Han Shen knew his wife wouldn't go to a cheap hotel. If she was meeting a man, she would definitely go to a private villa hotel, a high-end and discreet place, making it impossible for him to trace the hotel records. Besides, if it wasn't a case of catching them in the act, Lu Chuchu wouldn't admit it, and if the person she was with wasn't the child's father, it wouldn't matter much. Investigating the past would only prove that Lu Chuchu had cheated again. His wife stood at the study door, looking at Han Shen and said, "You've been idle at home for so many days, you can't stay put, go to work tomorrow." "Okay, I was thinking the same." Han Shen nodded. He couldn't just stay at home all the time, the matters at the hospital had to be faced eventually. When Han Shen reported to the hospital, Liang Weili immediately took him to the intensive care unit to rescue a critically ill elderly patient. The patient was in the late stage of cancer, receiving conservative treatment. The old man was a retired big shot who had been very prestigious in his youth. Now, his family and subordinates didn't want him to die and tried every means to prolong his life. In the morning, the old man suddenly became critically ill, and despite the efforts of Dr. Qian and others, they couldn't stabilize his condition. Liang Weili knew Han Shen was capable, so he asked Han Shen to try. Han Shen didn't say much. Out of his duty as a doctor, he did his best to save the old man. 2 hours later, the old man's condition was completely stabilized. Liang Weili was very satisfied and took this opportunity to convene a small meeting to confirm Han Shen's position as deputy chief physician. At the meeting, Deputy Dean Su Jiguang strongly opposed it, even slamming the table, which made Liang Weili's face instantly ugly. He wanted to use the power of the dean to suppress this difference, but a phone call from the secretary forced him to end the meeting. The call Liang Weili received was from the leadership of the provincial and municipal health departments, a hospital's superior department, warning him not to appoint doctors with a tainted reputation to avoid trouble. The leader didn't directly mention Han Shen's name, but it was clearly implied. Liang Weili told Han Shen about this. He couldn't let Han Shen be the department's deputy chief, but he could let Han Shen continue to stay at the hospital, with the title of deputy chief physician. Han Shen just smiled at this, but he underestimated the impact of this matter. In the afternoon, Liang Weili received a notice to attend a meeting from the higher authorities, so he went to the meeting, leaving Deputy Dean Su Jiguang in charge of the hospital. Su Jiguang immediately called a hospital-wide meeting of doctors. At the meeting, Su Jiguang did not give Han Shen any face. Instead, he targeted Han Shen, pointing out Han Shen's lifestyle issues, and played Han Shen's indecent photos and videos on the screen. The doctors present were in an uproar. They now understood why Han Shen's name as deputy director had been removed from the public notice. Previous speculations were now confirmed to be true. It was indeed his lifestyle issues that got him in trouble. However, the male doctors were gloating and were just a step away from calling for Han Shen's dismissal. If Su Jiguang made such a conclusion, they would fully support it. The female doctors, on the other hand, had a different perspective. After all, Han Shen was very manly, a real catch. At first, Han Shen was still wearing a mask and trying to save face, but now that he had been exposed in such a way, he had lost all dignity and simply took off his mask. When one can no longer bear it, there is no need to endure further. If one does not resist now, they will be trampled upon. He slammed the table, stood up in anger, and coldly looked at Su Jiguang. Director Su, you've made such a big fuss, repeatedly accusing me of having lifestyle issues. But have you ever considered that this woman is my wife? So I ask you and everyone present, is there anything wrong with a husband and wife doing what a husband and wife should do? Our private matters as a couple, and yet you come to secretly film us. What are your intentions? The crowd erupted again, but Su Jiguang did not give them a chance to discuss. He directly refuted Han Shen, she is not your wife at all. You're just talking nonsense. Who is my wife? Do I not know? If she's not my wife, then whose wife is she? And who is my wife? How would I know whose wife she is? I only know she is a hostess at a nightclub. Who says a nightclub hostess can't be my wife? Who says my wife can't be a nightclub hostess? Su Jiguang, have you ever seen my wife? And all of you here, have any of you seen my wife? I've been married for so many years, I haven't brought my wife to the hospital. Do I have to tell you that my wife is a nightclub hostess? Do I have that obligation? Do I? My wife is a hostess. The information contained in this statement shocked all the doctors present, including Director Qian. They never expected Han Shen to say such words. No one would tolerate their wife's disgrace and still be able to say it out loud. Su Jiguang and others wanted to embarrass Han Shen, and others who were not involved also wanted to join in, but now they were left feeling lonely. If that woman was Han Shen's wife and she came to find Han Shen for marital relations, even if it was in the hospital dormitory, there would be nothing wrong with it. Seeing that his words had stunned everyone, Han Shen continued to confront Su Jiguang. Director Su, now you have to give me an explanation. Why did you secretly film me and my wife having marital relations? What is your purpose? If you can't come up with a reasonable explanation today, I will report this to the higher authorities. I believe the organization will give me justice. I didn't film you. Why would I secretly film you? It's absurd. Someone reported this situation to me, and as the disciplinary supervisor, I couldn't turn a blind eye. Wait, Han Shen, don't change the subject. We all know that woman is definitely not your wife. Su Jiguang naturally refused to admit it, otherwise, he would be the one to step down. Han Shen interrupted Su Jiguang. Why do you need to prove that my wife is my wife? You keep saying my wife is not my wife, but I want to ask, how do you prove she is not my wife? How to prove it? It's simple. You bring her here, in front of us, let her admit she is a hostess, she is your wife, then we will naturally believe it. Su Jiguang, you have no shame. Does that mean my wife and I have no shame? If you are so capable, why don't you go and call her here? You said it. Humph, I say she is my wife, you don't believe it, and you still want me to prove it. Su Jiguang, if I say your wife is not your wife, I ask you to prove that your wife is your wife, how would you prove it? Do you want to call her, admit your marital relationship in front of us, and then perform a marital activity in front of us for us to witness? Making trouble out of nothing, twisting the facts. Han Shen, we will establish a special investigation team. After the truth of the matter is investigated, let's see how you explain it. I am waiting for the truth of the matter. I will not be wrongly accused like this for no reason. Han Shen did not give in at the meeting, causing most of Su Jiguang's plan to fail. In the end, Su Jiguang could only temporarily suspend Han Shen's position. After the meeting, Su Jiguang immediately set up an investigation team to investigate the matter. In fact, Liang Weili also wanted to know why a woman entered Han Shen's dormitory. When people went to investigate, they found that the surveillance at that time was broken, and no one knew how that woman got in. But Han Shen was very clear, it was arranged by Lu Chuchu. The investigation team also questioned Han Shen, asking him to explain the process and sign, but Han Shen remained unmoved. In the evening, Liang Weili returned from the meeting and read the meeting records chaired by Su Jiguang twice. Seeing that Han Shen was not defeated, he breathed a sigh of relief. However, he was still very worried about Han Shen's words. Han Shen, by treating Chuchu like this, will she get angry? Di Liang, you know that I am divorcing both Chuchu and me, so I don't need to worry about her feelings. Currently, the issue between me and Chuchu is not the key issue. Let's not mention it. I am a bit confused. I have no grudges with Su Jiguang. Why is he so aggressively targeting me? He is even willing to confront you head-on, just to have me removed from the hospital, making it seem like it's either him or me. Han Shen knew that the divorce with his wife would not happen overnight, and the current conflict with Su Jiguang was more urgent. Liang Weili was momentarily unable to answer Han Shen about this issue. During their conversation, a call came in from the intensive care unit. Another retired patient had a sudden emergency and needed the support of the hospital director. The director knew the condition of that patient and was not confident, so he wanted Han Shen to go with him. Han Shen refused on the grounds of his conflict with Su Jiguang. He did not want to make any mistakes in medical treatment, be seized upon by Su Jiguang, and be further targeted. Han Shen was not someone who shied away from trouble, but at the moment, it was necessary to avoid suspicion. Back home, Han Shen saw that his wife had already returned. He was very unhappy, but he pretended nothing had happened and washed up to eat. His wife had a small appetite and soon finished eating elegantly, wiping her mouth, and asked Han Shen, "You went to work today, how do you feel?" Han Shen did not rush to answer, handed the bowl to Mei Jia, asked Mei Jia to serve him another bowl, and drank some soup. "Now I am infamous in the hospital, but I don't blame anyone. I plan to accept this fate arranged for me." "Oh, what do you mean?" "Our Vice Dean Su Jiguang held a meeting, exposed the incident in my dormitory, and then claimed that there was a problem with my way of life, wanting to expel me. Originally, I was the deputy director of the intensive care unit, but now it's all gone. I am puzzled now. How could Su Jiguang have those things? Did you give them to him?" "Oh, it wasn't me. I didn't know about this." "I believe you didn't know, because you said you love me, you wouldn't hurt me. Anyway, I'll say it up front, if I don't have a job, then I'll just stay at home and rely on you. Don't look down on me." Han Shen took the bowl handed by Mei Jia, enjoyed the food, and said in a muffled voice, "Mei Jia, make the rice softer next time, and cook the vegetables until they are soft and mushy. Soft rice and mushy vegetables are easier to digest." Mei Jia did not dare to respond and looked at the hostess. "Honey, I'm full, take your time to eat." The wife could tell from Han Shen's words that there was something on his mind. She frowned, feeling annoyed. The situation in Han Shen's dormitory was indeed arranged by her, so she couldn't escape the blame. She left the dining table and went back to her study. Mei Jia said to Han Shen, "Master, you don't need to treat the young lady like this. She is actually very good to you. She works hard outside all day, and when she comes home busy, you should pamper her and give her a good mood. You don't know anything, so don't meddle. Your good intentions are worthless. Just focus on your job as a housekeeper. I'm doing this for your own good. Have you not learned from the lesson of being beaten last time? With your temper, you'll get beaten again next time. Don't blame me for not warning you." "Then I thank you." After finishing his meal, Han Shen didn't go back to the study but watched the news on TV. Unexpectedly, a business opportunity mentioned in the news caught his attention. There was a new energy policy in Jiangdong, focusing on car batteries. He had a sudden inspiration and went straight to push open his wife's study door. His wife was in a video conference with Sophie and was interrupted by Han Shen's abrupt entrance. She looked at Han Shen sternly. However, Han Shen ignored his wife's reaction and directly said, "I need 20 million, preferably by tomorrow noon." "I don't have the money now." "Han Shen, I'll say it again, knock on the door before entering the study. Don't disturb me while I'm working. Are you afraid I'll turn bad if I have money?" "I said I don't have the money, that's it. I'm done talking, you can leave now." "Oh, tonight, you sleep in the guest room." Han Shen's face immediately darkened, and he slammed the door as he left. Late at night, the wife came out of the study, rubbing her neck. She had been working at her desk continuously and was tired. She took a cup of ginseng tea handed to her by Mei Jia and took a sip. Seeing that Mei Jia had something to say, she said, "Don't beat around the bush, just say it. Master took the second car out and hasn't returned yet. When he left, I saw him take his briefcase, medical kit, and a few sets of clothes for changing. His phone is also unreachable. It's late, should we go look for him? He's a grown man, doesn't he know the way home? Don't bother, go rest." The wife felt a headache. Obviously, not giving money to Han Shen earlier had caused him to misunderstand her. His childish behavior made her worry. She had concerns because Han Shen had changed. He wasn't like this before. However, she didn't go out to look for him. She believed that whether it was Han Shen or the whole situation, it was still under her control. After Han Shen left this time, instead of going to a bar to get drunk or directly to a hotel, he went to see Fu Fangfang and took on a private consultation. The patient was a rheumatism sufferer in his 60s who had been in a wheelchair for a full decade. He had tried various treatments before, but none had worked. Fu Fangfang knew of Han Shen's exceptional medical skills, proficient in both Western medicine and acupuncture, so she arranged this private consultation. After experiencing Han Shen's treatment for the first time, the patient chose to believe in him. Although the first treatment didn't get the patient out of the wheelchair and standing up directly, the patient felt much more agile and trusted Han Shen even more. In the car, Fu Fangfang handed all the 10,000 consultation fees from the patient's family to Han Shen. Han Shen hurriedly declined, "Just give me half, one for each of us. This is all thanks to you, I didn't do anything. Besides, you are the doctor I introduced. If you cure the patient, I will benefit in other ways. You don't need to be polite to me, I will need to rely on you in the future. Well, you should know about my embarrassing situation at the hospital. You're helping me like this, no matter how many thanks I say, it's not enough to express my gratitude. Let's help each other, and have a pleasant cooperation." Fu Fangfang is still worried that she cannot understand Han Shen from more perspectives. Han Shen is a gentleman, not easy to approach. But as a playboy and a top-notch man, does she not have a chance? Han Shen is not pretentious. After accepting Fu Fangfang's kindness and sending her back home, he went to a hotel to book a room. In the early morning, Han Shen was awakened by the phone on the bedside table. Impatiently, he hung up directly. The caller persisted, so he had to answer. The caller directly addressed him by name and as a doctor, asking for help to save someone. The caller was also staying at the hotel, on the same floor as Han Shen but on the opposite side. Dr. Han, I know this is presumptuous, but I have no other choice. I hope you can help me. Han Shen realized the caller was a middle-aged woman, somewhat attractive. Although she seemed familiar, he couldn't recall who she was. "Who are you? Do I know you? I am a family member of your patient. My husband was critically ill in the ICU last time, and you saved him." The middle-aged woman mentioned the patient's name and room number, which jogged Han Shen's memory. The patient had been transferred from the ICU to a regular ward for treatment. Dr. Han, I know I am embarrassing myself, but please help him. You are a good doctor, only you can save him. Han Shen noticed the woman in a sexy nightgown, and a naked man lay on the large bed inside. He understood the situation and felt disgusted by the woman. Because his wife had also cheated, he detested women who strayed. Out of compassion, Han Shen went to examine the man and found that he had suffered a sudden cardiac arrest due to excessive excitement. Disgusted, he revived the man's heart, called an ambulance, and returned to his room to rest, unplugging the phone line to avoid further interruptions. The next day at the hotel's buffet, Han Shen encountered the middle-aged woman again, who unexpectedly sat at his table. Dr. Han, thank you. Without you, I really don't know what to do. You're welcome. To be honest, your husband is lying in the hospital, yet you act like this. I cannot condone your behavior. Han Shen expressed his disapproval tactfully, almost telling her to get lost for betraying her marriage and family. I'm sorry, I know my behavior is shameful, but I have my reasons. My husband has been ill for 5 years, and our savings are depleted. The hospital is pressuring me for payment, and his condition may not improve. My first love offered to help, and I had no choice. There's no free lunch in this world. I really had no choice. Dr. Han, regardless of your opinion of me, I still want to thank you. You don't need to tell me these things, they are irrelevant to me. Han Shen had no sympathy for the woman, no matter how sincere or pitiful her story was. He believed that a woman who cheats will always be a cheater. If she could do such despicable things, she could do worse, just like how Lu Chuchu was addicted to cheating and set up traps to lure him in. At that moment, Han Shen's phone rang. It was his second daughter's teacher, so he asked the woman in front of him to leave before answering the call. The teacher asked him to attend a class meeting, but he redirected the teacher to find Lu Chuchu. I already called Lu Chuchu. She said she's busy and can't come. Now you're using the same excuse to avoid it. I don't think that's right. Before the meeting, there will be an award ceremony for your child. As parents, you should attend and share in the joy. Understood. Han Shen hung up and called Lu Chuchu, asking her to attend the parent meeting. I'm busy. I have an important client tonight, so I can't skip this dinner. You have nothing to do in the hospital, go attend. His wife's tone was stern, not giving him a chance to argue or refuse, and quickly hung up the phone. Han Shen's mouth twitched coldly, thinking to himself, Lu Chuchu, you are your daughter's guardian. If you don't attend the parent meeting and insist on accompanying clients, it seems that in your eyes, your daughter is not as important as your clients. But she is your daughter. What does it have to do with me? Han Shen went to the hospital to clock in. Since there was no result in the investigation about him, the conclusion was unclear, and there was no need for him to see patients. Director Qian arranged for him to organize some data. After work, he went to find Fu Fangfang to continue with private consultations. In the evening, when he returned to the hotel, he unexpectedly received a call from the director of the surgical department of the Chinese Medicine Hospital, asking him to perform a surgery. It was at the request of the patient's family. Han Shen was a bit puzzled. After understanding the general situation of the surgery, he realized that it was a very tricky heart surgery. The doctors at the Chinese medicine hospital were not very confident and did not want to perform the surgery. However, due to the patient's insistence, they went along with it. After weighing the options, he decided to take on the surgery. Besides being confident in his abilities, another reason was to leave himself a way out. When he saw the patient, he suddenly felt a sense of déjà vu because the patient was the man who had suffered a sudden cardiac arrest at the hotel last night. Life is full of unexpected encounters. Zhou Yang, male, 35 years old, heart disease, 3 highs, cirrhosis. Han Chen further examined the patient's medical records and test results. The data showed that this was not an optimistic case. Thinking about the change in the expressions of the surgical department leaders, he knew that the situation was more serious than he had imagined. However, this was relative. Although he couldn't guarantee 100% success, as long as he gave it his all, utilized his skills, and avoided major mistakes, he could ensure a 90% success rate. Han Chen was now 40 years old, his wife had an affair, his family life was on the verge of collapse, and he was being suppressed at the People's Hospital. All these experiences had matured him. He told the department leaders that he was 60% confident. However, unbeknownst to him, this statement did not sit well with the leaders, as they were only 40% confident, making the gap quite significant. They all thought Han Chen was bragging. Dr. Han, don't be modest. This surgery is tailor-made for you. Hearing this, Han Chen initially declined as usual, considering it was someone else's territory. However, he mustered up the courage to accept and entered the preparation phase for the surgery. It was a challenging operation that kept Han Chen busy until 3 in the morning. He didn't have time to return to the hotel, so he slept on the sofa in the director's office for 3 hours. After the patient woke up and passed the critical postoperative observation period, he left and returned to the People's Hospital to clock in. Han Chen continued to organize data. Someone knocked on the door, and it was the woman who had cheated on her husband at the hotel the night before. Dr. Han, thank you for saving Zhou Yang. I don't know how to express my gratitude, so I bought you breakfast. It's still hot, please have it. No need, I've already had breakfast. Han Chen didn't have much fondness for this woman and replied indifferently without even looking up. However, the woman didn't show any intention of leaving. Instead, she shamelessly sat across from Han Chen and asked, "How is Zhou Yang doing? I have already completed the surgery, and it was quite successful. I am not responsible for the follow-up treatment. If you want to know more, go to the Chinese medicine hospital and see for yourself. If there's nothing else, please leave." Although Han Chen was organizing data, there were doctors and nurses coming and going in the corridor. They didn't discuss Han Chen in front of him, but gossip was inevitable behind his back. In front of this woman who cheated, after dressing up, she looked more beautiful than when she was barefaced in the hotel. If the doctors and nurses saw Han Chen with her, they would definitely gossip. Sure enough, there was a sudden cough at the door. It was Ma Yukai. When the cheating woman saw someone looking for Han Chen, she got up to leave. However, when she met Ma Yukai, she could clearly feel Ma Yotsai's lecherous gaze and lust for her body. Coupled with Ma Yotsai's ugly appearance, she felt extremely disgusted. Ma Yukai closed the door and said to Han Chen, "Old classmate, you are too bold. Chatting with a patient's family member, you didn't even close the door. Aren't you afraid of being seen? Why should I close the door? Why should I be afraid? Ma Yukai, why are you here? There will be a class reunion in a few days, family members can come. Bring your wife, and let's go together. My scandal has been discussed in the class group a long time ago. If I go, it will be social suicide. However, Ma Yukai, you are here just in time. I want to ask you, as classmates for so many years, I have helped you a lot and never treated you unfairly. Why did you report me at this time?" Ma Yukai did not admit to reporting Han Chen. He even swore in front of him, but he couldn't look Han Chen in the eye. He redirected the conversation to the class reunion, asked Han Chen to bring his wife, and then left in a hurry. "I said my wife is a nightclub hostess. Anyone who has seen her photos knows how hot her figure is. Do you want to meet her and take care of her business?" Han Chen speculated about the dirty thoughts of Ma Yukai and the others. For these men like Ma Yukai, it was all about someone else's wife is better. If my wife can betray me, why wouldn't these classmates who have nothing to do with me betray me? Han Chen's mind gradually cleared. In the afternoon, Han Chen received a call from his wife, who was very angry and asked, "Han Chen, what's wrong with you? You didn't attend the parent meeting for our second child. Now our child is sick, and you don't care? Doesn't she have your mother to take care of her? What illness can she have? Besides, if she's sick, find a doctor or take her to the hospital. Why are you yelling at me?" Han Chen did not attend the parent meeting, so the teacher had to call the child's grandmother, and then the mother-in-law went to the school. After the parent meeting, the mother-in-law took the child back to her house. He did not hear about the child being sick. Even if he knew the child was sick now, Han Shen felt very calm, even a bit indifferent. In the past, he would worry and be nervous even if his daughter sneezed. But now that he knew his daughter was not his biological child, but a wild seed born from his wife's affair, he was heartbroken. What did it have to do with him whether someone else's child was sick or not? Our second child has never been to the hospital since childhood. You took care of all the minor problems. Now you must go home and take care of him. I'm busy, I can't go back. Let your mother bring her to the hospital. Oh, don't bring her to the public hospital. Thanks to you, even if I'm at the hospital now, I can't treat patients. Han Shen hung up the phone. Since the second daughter was born from his wife's affair, let his wife worry, care, and take care of her. Then his wife called again, but Han Shen did not answer. He turned off his phone. When he got off work, Han Shen unexpectedly saw someone hanging a banner in the hospital, and he found out it was about Guo Huai's medical dispute. He coldly laughed and felt a bit sad in his heart. If a doctor didn't have real skills, it was only a matter of time before trouble arose. Then, he left with an attitude of it has nothing to do with me. Han Shen first went to Fu Fangfang's sanatorium to have a meal. Fu Fangfang showed him some explosive photos on her phone and said, "Your hospital is going to be famous. It's been posted on the forum. Look, it's all about your hospital. The deputy director of your ICU, Guo Huai, failed in surgery and caused a death. The family members are dissatisfied and want to seek justice." Han Shen glanced at some exposed information from above and thought that the family members of these patients were quite capable. He thought that Guo Huai would definitely have to pay a price this time, whether through legal procedures or a private settlement. This is how we doctors are. Treating and saving lives can only be successful, not failed. Because once there is a failure, it means a life lost, which is unacceptable to the patient's family. From this perspective, the pressure on us doctors is quite significant. Fu Fangfang agreed with Han Shen's point of view and felt that she was on the same wavelength as Han Shen. Han Shen was not interested in the affairs of the People's Hospital. After dinner, he continued to have a private consultation with Fu Fangfang. When he returned to the hotel at night, he did not expect Sophie to chase after him from behind and enter the elevator together. Han Shen let Sophie into the room and said, "Is this hotel also owned by Lu Chuchu?" Sophie smiled and said, "No, but it could be." Han Ji, staying in a hotel again, are you having a quarrel with your wife? If you are here to persuade me to go back, then you can leave. If you want to sleep with me, then go take a shower. Han Shen said this and started undressing in front of Sophie. His wife Lu Chuchu was in a nearby car. She did not expect Sophie to come out so quickly. After Sophie got into the car, she asked, "What happened? Were you kicked out?" Sophie thought to herself that if she didn't come out now, she might never be able to come out. Han Shen was a big rogue, actually undressing in front of her. This matter cannot be told to Lu Chuchu. Otherwise, it will be hard to explain, and Lu Chuchu will suspect her. Han Ji will go back, but he is also short of money. As for other aspects, he doesn't want to talk about it. He said he was tired after a busy day and kicked me out. Sister, why don't you go up and accompany him? If he's tired, he should go home and rest. The conditions at home are better than here. Oh well, let him rest if he's tired. Lu Chuchu naturally did not want to go up, because that would mean showing weakness. If Han Shen continued to cause trouble in the future, she would not be able to manage him. Fei, Han Ji wants 2 million. What does he want to do? Should I give it to him? I didn't have time to ask just now, but I didn't see anything else in his room. I can't tell what he's planning. Since you didn't plan to give it to him from the beginning, then don't give it to him. Otherwise, if he asks for 2 million this time, he might ask for 5 million next time. What will you do then? Look, it was wise of you not to get married. Men are unpredictable. You never know what's on their minds. Han Ji wasn't like this before, but he has changed recently. I don't think Han Ji is a bad person. He just misunderstands you. Oh, did he mention paternity testing and divorce again just now? He mentioned it before leaving. I think he didn't think it through and just said it hastily to drive me away. Look, I've been so good to him, and he still wants a divorce. He's not a real man. Last time, my dad should have beaten him harder to make him remember. Lu Chuchu felt a headache coming on. She thought that Han Shen had come home a while ago and they had lived as a couple harmoniously. She thought the divorce crisis had passed, but now it seemed that Han Shen could bring up divorce at any time. She thought to herself, "Old Han, are you planning to take the money and run? You want to leave Jiangdong with millions, find a place to hide, and where will I find you? In that case, I can't give you the money, and I can't let you leave." The next day, Han Shen went to the hospital to clock in. Seeing that the medical disputes were still ongoing, he did not interfere or try to help resolve them, but went to the Chinese medicine hospital. Zhou Yang's surgery was quite successful, and postoperative treatment was proceeding smoothly according to the procedure. Today, many of Zhou Yang's family members came, especially his parents and younger brother, who had come from 1,000 miles away. Zhou Yang's wife is abroad, and they are living apart. Now that he has met his first love, he is cheating, which is not a good thing. Han Shen felt that he had saved his loneliness, but considering that he is a doctor, whether good or bad people get sick, they are patients. As long as he is a doctor for a day, he has to go see the doctor. When he returned to the people's hospital, he saw more police cars. He asked around gossip and found out that the people causing trouble at the hospital were becoming more agitated. They not only stole doctors' computer data but also resorted to violence against doctors and nurses. It was lively here, but the main person involved, Guo Huai, did not come out to take responsibility but chose to stay at home. President Liang Weili found Han Shen and Su Jiguang inside. Han Shen thought of Guo Huai as someone promoted by Su Jiguang, so he said directly, Guo Huai performed the surgery, which was not very difficult, but unfortunately, there were complications. Guo Huai cannot escape blame. I suggest revoking Guo Huai's medical license, making him compensate for the losses, and then dismissing him. President Su, what do you think? Su Jiguang naturally disagreed, as Guo Huai was someone he had promoted. According to his plan, once he became the president, he would promote Guo Huai to be the head of the hospital, even mentioning the position of deputy president. This way, he could better manage the hospital as his own territory. This medical dispute brought a fatal variable to this plan. Han Shen, you need to understand your identity. Personnel changes and appointments in the hospital are not your concern. You should focus on your own matters. Are you in a hurry? You have been investigating me for so many days, but you haven't found more dirt. This matter is most likely a misunderstanding, and you will have to apologize to me later. Then let's wait for the investigation to finish before we talk. Su Jiguang and Han Shen were at loggerheads. President Su, you go about your business, I will talk to Dr. Han about medical matters. Liang Weili had to dismiss Su Jiguang and then gave Han Shen a document containing 2 medical records. Han Shen, there is no need for you and Su Jiguang to be so hostile. You will have to deal with him in the future. Actually, you know better than anyone that this investigation is unlikely to make any progress and is likely to end without any result. Han Shen did not respond but looked through the documents, which detailed the conditions and treatment processes of 2 deceased patients. Obviously, Liang Weili wanted another perspective from Han Shen to determine whether this was a medical accident or due to the patient's own reasons. Both conclusions would have a significant impact on the hospital. Director Liang, there were no issues with Guo Huai's surgical procedure, as it was a minor surgery. However, there were oversights in his diagnosis. He did not realize that the patient might have other hidden illnesses, which became a problem when he proceeded with the surgery. So, he is responsible for this. The other case involves a very serious heart condition, and performing such surgery carries inherent risks. There are probably few doctors nationwide who would claim to have 100% certainty. The patient's family should understand and forgive. If they are causing trouble now, they must have some ulterior motive. It would be best to communicate with them first. Then, how about you negotiate with the widow of the heart patient? I am not suitable for that. These patients' families are very capable. Once I show up, they will dig into my past at the hospital. It will backfire, and my involvement will have a negative impact. There are many capable people in the hospital, you should assign someone else. Ah, that girl Chu Chu, she has made your situation very complicated, and now you are in a difficult position. Liang Weili was also helpless, as no one could have foreseen what Lu Chu Chu had done. Oh, by the way, your second daughter at home is sick, and you are not planning to go back. Aren't you being a bit too much? Chu Chu has complained to me and asked me to give you a long vacation. Oh, I was actually planning to go back today. You don't need to give me time off, there isn't much going on at home, and I can handle it. Han Shen told Liang Weili that his eldest daughter was not his biological child, but Liang Weili was unable to help with his divorce from Lu Chu Chu, so he decided not to inform him about his second daughter. After work, Han Shen continued to go to Fu Fangfang's place for dinner, then had private consultations, and afterwards, he went to his in-laws' house. During this time, all 3 children were living there. His mother-in-law opened the door for Han Shen, but did not look pleased. The youngest daughter was still very innocent, just like before, very affectionate towards Han Shen, hugging and cuddling him. The second daughter was lying in bed with a fever patch on her forehead. She did not greet Han Shen, gave him a cold look, turned away, refusing to look at him. Han Shen felt heartbroken but had to endure it, it's just a common cold and fever, not a big deal. You are a teenager, why are you so fragile? You are biased. You always attend Han Ning's school activities, why didn't you attend mine this time? The second daughter accused, tears uncontrollably streaming down. Hearing this, Han Shen thought to himself, it's all because you are not my biological child. You are someone else's illegitimate child. Han Shen was very clear about the second daughter's temperament. She was quite strong-willed, especially when competing with Han Ning, whether in material life, academic performance, personal qualities, or Han Shen's love and affection. I was busy, so I couldn't attend. But if it was Han Ning, she wouldn't be as weak as you, falling sick and crying easily. Just like the characters in the Dream of the Red Chamber you watched recently, Han Ning is Xue Baochai, and you are Lin Daiyu. I admire Xue Baochai more. Humph, I will definitely not be worse than Han Ning. I am Wang Shifeng, I will surpass her. He. I've been busy lately, don't think about me when there's nothing wrong. In the future, for everything big or small, find your mother. Han Shen comforted the second daughter, left the room, and said to the youngest daughter, your sister is sick, don't go into her room unless necessary, or you will be infected by the virus on her body. He glanced towards the study, his father-in-law had not come out at all, and his mother-in-law was busy with her own affairs, with a stern face, as if he owed her money. He left and returned to the villa. Han Shen handed all the dirty clothes to Mei Jie, asking her to wash and dry them, then he took a shower, put on a robe, and went into the master bedroom. His wife was wearing a sexy nightgown, leaning against the head of the bed. When Han Shen entered, she lifted the blanket to cover her long legs, looking coldly at Han Shen. Han Shen went over to pull the blanket, but his wife grabbed the other end, creating a tug-of-war. If you don't welcome me, should I leave? Get out, and don't come back after you leave. His wife picked up a pillow and threw it at Han Shen. 1, 2. Han Shen did not dodge, instead he took off his bathrobe, then went to pull the bedsheet. This time, his wife did not resist, so he grabbed her foot and pulled her to the edge of the bed, taking matters into his own hands. This time, whether out of physical need or to retaliate against his wife, Han Shen had an inexhaustible passion and strength. His wife fell asleep in extreme pleasure, and when she woke up, she was full of energy, but it was already past 8 o'clock, and the spot next to her had gone cold. Han Shen had long disappeared. She freshened up and went out for breakfast. Mei Jie served her while saying, Master left early in the morning, taking his things in 7 or 8 sets of clothes, saying he won't be back tonight. I think he's going to be like last time, not coming back for several days. Oh, I don't care about him. His wife was a bit speechless, thinking that after the harmonious marital life last night, Han Shen would shed tears for her, but now it seemed that Han Shen was still quite stubborn. After last night's satisfaction, his wife felt that there would be no need for the next few days, and since Han Shen didn't come home, she could rest. She had breakfast and went to her parents' house. Her father had already gone to the group. The 2 children had gone to school, leaving only her mother at home. Mom, Jingjing is not fully recovered yet. Why did you let her go to school? She wanted to go herself. It's all that scoundrel's fault. After he came last night, he didn't give Jingjing any medicine, but instead casually told her not to act like Lin Daiyu. Early this morning, Jingjing seemed like she took some stimulant, full of energy. After taking cold medicine, she insisted on going to school. We didn't send her, but she insisted on going by herself. This child is really motivated. Oh, what did Han Shen say in the end? From the moment he entered until he left, less than 2 minutes, who knows what he said, I couldn't be bothered to listen. Choo-choo, if I had known what kind of person that scoundrel was, I wouldn't have agreed to let you marry him. Hee, Mom, you opposed it back then, but I still wanted to marry him. The mother-in-law couldn't agree with her daughter's words, but she was helpless. After all, her daughter had grown up, and in a certain sense, she had more influence than her and her husband. Mom, actually, over these years, Han has been doing well, not disappointing you. You both approved of him. It's just that recently he's been acting strange. I don't know why he's picking a fight with me. Once I figure it out, things won't be so complicated. He wants to divorce you, what else is there to figure out? Does he want to take our family's assets? Such an ungrateful person, just let him go. If he wants a divorce, then divorce him, let him leave with nothing. What use is a man who is disloyal and unfaithful to you? We've been living together for so many years, why talk about divorce? Besides, I do have feelings for him. Mom, let's not mention divorce again in the future. The wife couldn't leave Han Shen now. After all, he was the destination of her love, and he also satisfied her desires. It was a win-win situation, so she didn't need to give up. The mother-in-law was not convinced. Her thoughts were the same as her husband's, thinking that Han Shen wanted to take their family's assets. Choo-choo, your father has been thinking these days, why Ning's paternity test doesn't match Han Shen's. We can't figure it out, so, are you hiding something from me and your father? Mom, I know what you and Dad suspect, but it's not true. I'll say it again, and Ning is my child with Han Chen. I am the child's mother and Han Chen's woman. No one knows better than me how the child came to be. It's from me and Han Chen. Paternity tests are a human-operated machine. There are errors. It's not absolutely accurate. Can Han Chen accept your explanation? Whether Han Chen accepts it or not, the daughter is born from me and him. Unable to convince her daughter, the mother-in-law took out something else and said, "Look at this, your father got feedback from the scoundrel's hospital, he got into trouble, he actually slept with another woman, so blatant. We can use this as an excuse to kick him out immediately, what do you think? Oh, you're really stirring up trouble. That woman, I arranged for her, I put her in his bed. These photos were leaked by me. Han Chen also knows it was me, that's why he's having a conflict with me now." You arranged it? Why did you make him sleep with another woman? We women guard against men fooling around outside, but you did the opposite. I'm a little confused. He brought out the paternity test to force me to divorce, and even threatened to sue me, which caught me off guard. After thinking it over, I realized that Han Chen is truly a perfect man, with no flaws all these years. If he insists on divorcing, I have no way out, that's too scary. Isn't a perfect man good? Why is it scary? You can't fully control such a man. And, things that are too perfect are usually fragile. In this world, no matter people or things, there must be both black and white to be truly controllable. The wife held the go pieces that her father often played with, gently playing with them, saying, just like these chess pieces, they must be in opposition to each other in order to maintain balance. Your realm is deeper than Mom's, so you can achieve what you have now. So, I ask you, does your theory, when applied to yourself, also work? Are you a man beyond Han Chen? Not really. It's impossible, right? You are so outstanding, won't you be coveted? Men have endless means, you can resist 1, 2, 3, but you can't resist every one. Can't you tell Mom yet? When it comes to men, there are some, but not completely, to be precise. They were eliminated by me before taking the last step before going to bed. They can only go this far. The hospital was still very lively. The medical dispute caused by Guo Huai not only did not resolve, but escalated. Han Chen was a bit puzzled. This matter should be resolved as soon as possible. The longer it dragged on, the more detrimental it would be to the hospital. The hospital leaders should see this. Is Liang Yuan doing this on purpose? Liang Yuan hopes to use this medical dispute to strike at Su Jiguang's people, because Guo Huai is Su Jiguang's person. But is this kind of killing 1,000 enemies while losing 800 really good? Han Chen knew that there were at least two factions in the hospital, the Liang faction led by Liang Weili, and the Su faction led by Su Jiguang. Because of his relationship with the Lu family, he became a member of the Liang faction. He had no interest in this factional struggle, he just wanted to be a doctor, to treat and save people, and live his ordinary and simple life. Forget it, what does this situation have to do with someone like me? I'm not in that position, worrying about that is just asking for trouble. Han Chen laughed at himself and continued to work and see private patients after work. 2 days later, the body of the deceased patient, which had been lying in front of the hospital for a long time, had begun to rot and smell, causing even greater social repercussions. The higher-ups were also shocked, and an order was issued to shift the blame to Guo Huai, making Guo Huai bear the majority of the hospital's responsibility and meet the compensation demands of the patients, and finally expelling Guo Huai from the People's Hospital. A deputy director position in the intensive care medicine department suddenly became vacant, causing a commotion among the people, and Han Chen wanted to continue watching the show. As a result, Liang Weili directly nominated him as deputy director at the election. At the competition site, when Han Chen appeared, Su Jiguang and others all stared at him, somewhat surprised. Han Chen's issues had not been resolved, so how could he still be qualified to participate in the competition? Sure enough, Su Jiguang was the first to object, saying clearly, I disagree with Han Chen's appointment as deputy director, he carries a stain on himself. What stain do I have? President Su, you better investigate clearly before speaking, otherwise, it's just slander. It's been so many days, what have you found in your investigation? Nothing, right? He. This time, Han Chen didn't hold back, he believed that Su Jiguang couldn't find anything from Lu Chuchu, because he knew Lu Chuchu's abilities. The woman who slept with him had long been hidden by Lu Chuchu, no trace could be found, so it was doomed to end without a result. Han Chen was about to divorce Lu Chuchu, and in the future, he would have to rely on his own abilities to live, so he would have to fight for his rights. Although the investigation is still ongoing, I believe that woman is not your wife. You are the leader, your word is final. Han Chen gave a thumbs up to Su Jiguang, applauding silently. Han Chen's personal issues have been investigated by the hospital for so many days without progress, which means Han Chen can withstand the investigation. This matter has wronged Han Chen, the investigation stops here. Everyone knows Han Chen's qualifications. If you cannot provide more evidence that Han Chen is not suitable for the position, then your opposition is invalid. Liang Weili narrowed his eyes, exchanged glances with Su Jiguang, spoke softly but with an air of authority. Su Jiguang stopped being stubborn and chose to compromise. Therefore, Liang Weili proposed Han Chen as the first choice. After the meeting, Liang Weili had a private chat with Han Chen, asking him to be mentally and professionally prepared for the new position, to shut everyone's mouth with outstanding performance. After several meetings, the candidate from Su's faction withdrew from the competition, and Han Chen officially took office as the deputy director of the intensive care unit. The hospital assigned him a better dormitory, a one-bedroom apartment for deputy directors. On his first day in office, Director Qian congratulated Han Chen. However, the department experienced 2 consecutive incidents of patients dying during surgery due to unexpected accidents. Han Chen was responsible for reviewing the entire treatment process, comforting the families of the deceased. To his surprise, there was a hidden connection with the Lu group. If it was just one case, it could be considered a coincidence, but 2 cases in one day indicated an inevitable event that had accumulated to a certain extent. Han Chen talked to the families of the deceased to understand their backgrounds, especially their work experiences, and along with the analysis of the illness, compiled a report. After discussing with Director Qian, they went to see Liang Weili together. After reading the materials, Liang Weili remained silent, dismissed Director Qian, made sure the door was closed, and said to Han Chen, "Your conclusion is that the chemical plant caused chronic poisoning. I believe you are not mistaken. However, do you know who owns Jiangdong 9th chemical mentioned in the materials?" "I don't know. It's your wife's family's company. Lu Jiaxing, the chairman of 9th Chemical, is your wife's cousin, your brother-in-law." "Lu Chutiu? How do you know so much?" "A child from our family graduated this year and works there as a financial accountant." "So, what are you suggesting? Perhaps the truth is not as you think. Even if it is as stated in the materials, we can inform the company first, let them rectify the situation, compensate their employees. Or we could just expose it. This chemical plant has been around for many years, and who knows how many people have been poisoned. Once it erupts, they won't even have a chance to be saved. Some people may have died before without knowing the cause. Since our hospital has discovered this trend, if we conceal it, we will also be responsible. Liang, we can't afford to bear this responsibility. If Chu finds out, you will be in trouble. Personally, we were already planning to divorce. This may be the worst outcome for others, but for me, it's the best. Publicly, as a businesswoman, she should and must take on the corresponding social responsibility. Upon learning that it was Lu Chuchu's company, Han Chen became even more determined to pursue the matter. He gathered a lot of medical information and clinical cases, collaborated with the staff, especially the families of the deceased workers, applied for forensic autopsies, and after preparing all the necessary materials, encouraged the families to report to the police. At the same time, he leaked the information to the media and other channels. Other employees or retired employees of the chemical plant came to the hospital for checkups after hearing about it, and they all had health issues, pointing the blame at 9th Chemical. Public opinion quickly escalated this incident into a storm. One day, after saving a patient, Han Chen was called to the hospital director's office, only to find Su Fei alone inside. "Has Lu Chuchu agreed to the divorce?" "Han, you are so obsessed with divorce. You should know that if Sister Lu really wanted to divorce you, she would have signed the papers long ago. Let me tell you once again, Sister Lu loves you very, very much. She will not divorce you." "Ah, you don't know what she did to me, that's why you're still on her side. What are you here for?" Han Chen asked. "Lu Jia sent you a woman, why are you always against her now?" "Oh, this time she sent you to me? That's great. You go to the hotel to book a room first, I'll come over after work, or I can go to your place." "Forget it. I treat you as a brother, but you want to sleep with me, what kind of logic is that?" "Forget it, let's talk business. Lu Jia asked me to tell you, don't get too involved in the 9th chemical industry matter. She arranged a medical forum in Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou for you to attend, receive an award, and avoid trouble. What if I don't follow her arrangement? Then Lu Jia will be very angry, and the consequences will be severe. Lu Chuchu will be very serious when she's angry?" Hearing this, Han Chen didn't feel scared, but rather a bit excited in his heart. He also wanted to know how powerful his wife really was. In fact, without Sophie, an outsider, mentioning his wife's strength, looking at how his wife became the richest person in Jiangdong, the story behind it must be extraordinary. But his wife wouldn't bring work home, so even though Han Chen had been living with his wife for so many years, he still didn't know his wife's true identity outside. Otherwise, he would know who the biological father of their 3 children was. How do you think Lu Chuchu will deal with me? Han-ge, I'm not joking with you. Don't take my words lightly. Lu Jie's methods are beyond your imagination. It's best for you not to experience them, otherwise, you will lose your job at the hospital, and you may have to pay other prices. Will she take my life? Lu Jie loves you so much, she won't harm you. She told me last time, if I continue to pester her for a divorce, sue her again, and cause her trouble, she will use my mental instability as a reason to send me to a mental hospital. I believe she wasn't just talking casually at that time, she really had that idea. Sending a normal person to a mental hospital, that's indeed a skill. Hey, Han-ge, those are your words, not mine. Actually, you really don't need to cause trouble for Lu Jie. These days, our Lu group has been specifically dealing with the chemical plant issue. We have a set of emergency response plans, including but not limited to company and social relief systems, which will definitely provide the best compensation to every employee. Your hospital needs to cooperate with us, especially you, don't sabotage. Alright, then go back and tell Lu Chuchu that I'm just an ordinary and insignificant doctor, with limited capabilities. My original intention is to cure and save people. Since her company can do more, let the capable ones do more. That's right. Sophie is satisfied and leaves. Director Liang Weili then came in, inquired about Han Shen's conversation, and reminded Han Shen to be more careful in doing his job well. Han Shen then left. When he entered the elevator and there was no one around, his face completely darkened. He thought to himself, Lu Chuchu, you want me to compromise? That's impossible. You've cuckolded me, and now you want me to obey you in everything. There's no such good thing. I will make a big deal out of this toxic chemical matter, preferably turning it into a criminal case, implicating you, and then sending you in. Let's see which adulterer will come out to save you. You betrayed me, giving me the opportunity to deal with you. I won't be lenient. Even if I don't send you in, I will still make you pay. After weighing his options, Han Shen decided to use the favor from the cholera patient last time. He personally called the other party, inquired about their recovery, and finally said directly, I have encountered something here, my abilities are limited, I hope you can help me. Oh, Dr. Han, I've been waiting for your call, I owe you a favor, and I haven't been able to repay you, I really feel bad about it. Whatever it is, feel free to tell me, if I can help, I will definitely help. Recently, I have received many cases of occupational diseases from frontline workers. They are all suffering from chronic poisoning, their lives and health are being destroyed, all because we have a toxic chemical company here. I can help with this, we will definitely crack down on this toxic chemical industry. Thank you for your help. Han Shen hung up the phone, not knowing to what extent the old lady would help, but he had done what he could. 2 days later, Han Shen received a call from Lu Chuchu, asking him to come home. This despicable person has been out with other men for so many days, enjoying wild food, and now wants to come home. Can't she have some shame? Sir, you're back. Mei greeted Han Shen as he entered the house, smiling on her face, whether it was genuine or not. After all, Han Shen was the master of the villa. I'm hungry, let's have dinner soon. It's ready, just waiting for you to come back, sir. Han Shen nodded, and when Mei signaled that his wife was in the study, he went to knock on the door and asked his wife to come out for dinner. Soon, his wife came out, her face beaming with a smile, whether she was pretending or genuinely happy, saying, Honey, you're back. A friend from the business world sent me some seafood, all flown in from abroad, very fresh, I brought it back for you to taste. They sat down to eat, and there was already a lot of seafood on the large dining table, including deep-sea lobsters and expensive tuna, prepared as sashimi and steamed/fried, very sumptuous. Han Shen tasted them all and didn't hesitate to praise the dishes. He also said, seeing you so happy and extravagant, is there something good happening? Let me guess first, the group is launching a new project, and your wealth is skyrocketing? The group has indeed taken on some new projects and will make a lot of money, but in terms of overall wealth, there won't be any significant increase. Of course, I'm not being modest, with my current wealth, even a slight increase would be unattainable for others. His wife was very proud, with a hint of arrogance in her demeanor. Well, that's great, but I don't have your ability, I can't make that much money. The material foundation of our home still needs you to provide. Don't say that, this home also can't do without you. If it weren't for you managing things all these years, I wouldn't be able to work outside with peace of mind. Remember, we have 3 children. So, in the future, please also. In the future, I will be very busy and won't have much time at home. I'm not afraid to say this, but now I'm just a deputy chief physician in the intensive care unit, and I feel like the weight on my shoulders is 1,000 pounds. You see, when a patient enters the ICU, they are already at death's door, and our department is like snatching people from the hands of the king of hell. A little carelessness means watching a life disappear before your eyes. So, in the future, I will spend a lot of time at the hospital and won't be able to take care of things at home. Honey, you don't have to work, I can fully support you. I believe you have the means, but the children are grown up now, they don't need me to watch over them. If you let me stay at home and do nothing, it's like putting me in prison. Between husband and wife, some things still need to be equal. Equal? If it's equal, then we split the household expenses in half in the future. Like last month, the household expenses were 2 million, so you pay 1 million, how about that? His wife said this with a hint of teasing. Are you trying to embarrass me with that? I can't even afford this seafood feast with my income from a year of hard work at the hospital, I'm really embarrassed. However, if we look at it from another perspective, the conclusion would be different. In our country's marriage law, the definition of postmarital property states that, even if I did not personally participate in the accumulation of your portion of wealth, since we are husband and wife, within the first decade of marriage, I am entitled to a portion of the interest generated by your wealth, and I may even have the right to claim half. I think this should be enough to offset my living expenses. Ah, husband, you are really cunning. The wife chuckled, avoiding the topic of money, and instead drank with Han Chen. After dinner, she and Han Chen went to take a shower together, then engaged in marital relations on the spot. She needed Han Chen, and Han Chen saw her as a tool for release. In fact, what she did not know was that when she arranged for that woman to sleep with Han Chen saw her as a despicable person just like that woman. It was all about physical pleasure, not emotional connection. In the early morning, Sister May got up and saw lights by the pool, so she went over and found Han Chen swimming inside. She thought to herself, this man has a good body, which must be what attracts the young lady. Sir, it's autumn now, and the water in the morning is the coldest. You shouldn't catch a cold. Let me turn on the indoor one with heating function. Han Chen swam 2 more laps, then got out of the water. As he walked ashore, he took off his clothes in front of Sister May, asking her to wash them, and then wrapped himself in a towel and went inside. Rogue! Sister May was speechless, not liking Han Chen's behavior, but as a maid, she dared not speak up and could only pick up the clothes and put them in the washing machine. Once inside, she also wanted to ask Han Chen about his breakfast preferences, but heard strange sounds coming from the master bedroom, where the door wasn't even closed. Honey, it hurts. It hurts. And these strange sounds quickly turned harmonious. Sister May thought to herself, here they go again, does Han Chen only know how to do this when he comes back? She returned to her room, leaning against the head of the bed, waiting for dawn. After some time, Han Chen knocked on the door, and before Sister May could unlock it, he barged in. Seeing Han Chen half-naked and approaching aggressively, Sister May quickly backed away. What are you going to do? Sister May hurriedly adjusted her collar, fearing that Han Chen would act inappropriately. Lu Chuchu is like a dead fish, I didn't have enough fun with her, now it's your turn. Han Chen lay down on the bed directly. Miss didn't tell me to do this, I don't understand. Sister May still didn't dare to act rashly. Indeed, she was tempted by the relatively young man's body, but he was the owner of the villa and the husband of the young lady, so she didn't dare to act recklessly. Otherwise, if the young lady got angry and fired her, she would lose more than gain. I'm telling you now, if you don't come up, what are you waiting for? Please, spare me, sir. You are Lu Chuchu's person, sharing responsibility for Lu Chuchu is your honor, but you don't know how to cherish it. What a disappointment. I'll fire you later. Miss won't hand me over to you, she won't dismiss me. Sir, you can't scare me. Where do you get your confidence? Fine, with your old and worn out appearance, even if Lu Chuchu ties you up in front of me, I won't touch you. What a disappointment. Bah! Han Chen got out of bed, washed up, packed some things, and left the villa. Sister May made a note of all this and planned to report to Lu Chuchu when she woke up. When Lu Chuchu learned that Han Chen didn't plan to return for a few days, the good mood she had accumulated overnight was overshadowed. Hearing that Han Chen had even entered the maid's room half-naked, using baseless threats to intimidate the maid, her brows furrowed. She had reason to believe that if Han Chen was so bold this time, he might dare to do the same next time, even resorting to force to violate Sister May, who would ultimately remain silent. What do you think old Han is up to? He wants to challenge your authority, to take control of this house and do as he pleases. Not to meddle, but he is indeed different from before. Perhaps the master and madam were right, he is indeed a wolf in sheep's clothing, showing his true colors now. Miss, for the sake of this family, you have to be on guard against Han Chen, and keep him in check. Oh, when he came to your room, did he say anything else? About me? Oh, he said you couldn't satisfy him, he said you are. What? Say it. A dead fish. A dead fish, what does that mean? Lu Chuchu's face finally showed displeasure. It means you can't satisfy him. He said if I don't give it to him next time, he will fire me, and then find a young and pretty woman who can listen to him and satisfy him to be his nanny. Humph, he's really despicable. Eating, drinking, and using the toilet are all taken care of by me. What more does he want? This family doesn't revolve around him. The issue of toxic chemicals continued to ferment, as a new situation arose where the residents living around the factory were found to have toxic chemical residues in their bodies, causing poisoning, and not just a few. After media coverage, this matter once again became the focus of public opinion, escalating from a factory problem to a major issue concerning society and the natural environment. At this point, Han Shen no longer needed to get involved, and he could focus more on his medical work. On this day, Han Shen received a notice to go to the director's office, only to find Lu Bolan inside. This was the first time they met after Lu Bolan had someone beat him up, and Han Shen felt a bit resentful. He said, "Why are you here? People who come to the hospital are either sick or dying. Are you sick? If so, I can take a look, but I can't treat you. We have a principle of avoidance. Only after I divorce Lu Chuchu can I help you with your illness." Humph, it seems I was too lenient last time, didn't teach you a lesson, so you become so audacious, not knowing your place. Lu Bolan was very dissatisfied with Han Shen's attitude, even though he no longer saw Han Shen as a son-in-law, but as a wolf in sheep's clothing. However, as his daughter refused to divorce, as a father, he was helpless. "You still want to hit me? Heh, that's right, in your eyes, I'm just a nobody, a mere ant, ready to be crushed and trampled on by you at any time. But then, can you change the fact that your Lu family is involved in theft and prostitution? The family that doesn't raise cattle and sheep. You Lu family dared to profit from the toxic chemical issue. I never expected that. Your Lu family would do anything for money. You have lost all sense of morality, and you will face retribution sooner or later. How dare you curse my Lu family? You are asking for death." Lu Bolan gritted his teeth. "Your Lu family is truly finished. Not only have you grown old, but you've also become confused. Now you resort to using violence to solve problems, but you forget, the young are strong and fearless. When fists land on you, you won't even have a chance to resist or evade. And Lu Chuchu, betraying marriage and family, raising wild men, addicted to affairs, once these things are exposed, everyone will see her true character who would still want to work with her. You're slandering. You will pay for your words." "Pay? It's just that you'll have someone come and beat me to death. But would I be afraid? Wearing the green hat your daughter put on me for over a decade, do you know how suffocating and desperate I feel now?" Han Shen sat down, lit a cigarette, took a few deep puffs. He had been busy saving patience continuously, not even having time to drink water. He continued, "Compared to your arranging people to beat me up, your methods are far inferior to Lu Chuchu's. What she says and does is much more cunning and vicious than you. She said if I try to divorce her again, she will send me to a mental hospital, making me wish I were dead. Look, the methods of you and your daughter, can you judge who is more ruthless?" Lu Bolan, upon hearing this, wanted to scold Han Shen, but ended up swallowing his words. People of this level should consider their dignity and play more advanced tricks. In this way, they would have learned a lesson from Han Shen, the white-eyed wolf. "What are you looking at me for? Everything I said is true. You can go back and ask Lu Chuchu. No matter how you look at me, you won't like me. Just get Lu Chuchu to agree to a divorce directly. But, I can see that you are old and won't live long. Lu Chuchu won't care about you at all. Humph, you will die before me." In fact, Han Shen had no way to deal with his father-in-law's threats. After all, as a weak and ordinary person like him, he couldn't compete with the wealthy and powerful Lu family in Jiangdong. The Lu family had money, power, and 1,000 ways to make Han Shen disappear silently in Jiangdong. But Han Shen was not afraid of death because he had nothing to lose. His parents had died long ago and left him no inheritance. His wife had been cuckolding him for over a decade, and his 3 daughters were all bastards. What was there in this world for him to cherish? Nothing. Han Shen smoked, looking indifferent to his father-in-law. "For so many years, you have enjoyed the benefits of our Lu family, but now you have caused such a big trouble for us. You deserve to die. However, before you die, you must make a final contribution to the Lu family. You need to visit the workers you misdiagnosed with chronic poisoning, go house to house, and tell them that your diagnosis was wrong, and they were not poisoned." "Impossible. My diagnosis cannot be wrong. Besides, there is an appraisal certificate from the provincial authorities. What you are asking for, I cannot do. Even if you can't, you have to do it." "Have to do it? Let Lu Chuchu come and tell me that. I want to see if he dares to reveal who that wild man is." "Chuchu said she has not betrayed you. Don't tarnish her innocence. Like father, like daughter. Lu Chuchu is really something, turning black into white and convincing you to cover up the truth with her." "What truth? You brought out the appraisal certificate. You want to deceive with falsehood. All the appraisal certificates are fake? Then tell me what is real, what is the truth? Han Chen suddenly stood up and shouted at his father-in-law. Facing each other angrily, and seeing his father-in-law remain silent, he didn't want to waste any more words and slammed the door as he left. The son-in-law and father-in-law parted ways unhappily. Lu Bolan didn't rush to leave. When Liang Weili returned, he said, "This white-eyed wolf is getting more and more out of line. It's not suitable for him to stay in this hospital. You should make him leave, even leave Jiangdong, the farther the better." What's the reason? Liang Weili judged that the two had just fallen out, but he hadn't figured out Lu Bolan's true intentions. No need for a reason, just make him go. The farther, the better. Lu, you may not know, but Han Chen is probably the most solid theoretical doctor in our hospital right now, and his clinical skills are not bad either. After more than a decade of experience, he has become a standout figure among the younger generation in the hospital. Some time ago, he treated a special patient and has the opportunity to become the head of a department or even a deputy dean at the capital hospital. Liang Weili was not exaggerating, because the old lady with cholera last time had great abilities. When she said she wanted Han Chen to be the deputy dean of the capital hospital, it was definitely achievable. In other words, people of her age were often plagued by illnesses, and she admired Han Chen's medical skills and wanted him to stay by her side. Deputy Dean of the Capital Hospital? What qualifications does he have? His medical skills are sufficient, but he lacks background and connections. We can't let him rise like this. Make him leave Jiangdong and go to a small county to work as a doctor, burying him there for the rest of his life. Lu, is this necessary? Han Chen is just a small doctor. He won't affect or threaten your Lu family. If you don't like him, just let him go. Liang Weili pleaded for Han Chen. Disloyal and unjust to the Lu family, what use is there for such a person to stay? I am not letting him disappear directly, that is already the greatest mercy. Brother Lu, Han Chen is truly a talented person, a rare talent. Humph, talent? What is talent? Only those who are in sync with you and me, such people can be used, they are the real talents. Liang Weili, you must not speak well of the white-eyed wolf anymore, you must understand your position, who you are, and how you got to this position. Instead, the father-in-law warned Liang Weili and then left in a huff. Before leaving work, Han Chen was called to the director's dormitory, where he saw that Liang Weili had prepared some food, a couple of bottles of good wine, intending to invite him for a meal. Director Liang, after a year, with no less than tens of millions, or at least several million in income, why are you so frugal? Rarely inviting me for a meal, we should at least go to a restaurant. Han Chen complained. Eating is secondary, the main thing is to talk to you. Going to your place or mine is inconvenient, and outside restaurants are crowded and noisy, so we can only choose here. Liang Weili poured wine for Han Chen, letting him eat and drink first. He did not mention the conversation with Lu Bolan, but instead talked about some anecdotes and observations from the hospital. It was only during the tea drinking session that he straightforwardly said, I want to transfer you to Pingan County People's Hospital, where you will serve as the vice director. Oh, why? Han Chen was a bit surprised because Pingan County was hundreds of kilometers away, the poorest county town in the province, with naturally backward medical conditions. While he could treat and save people there, why him? Han Chen looked at Liang Weili, who seemed hesitant to speak, his eyes flickering uncertainly, giving him a bad premonition. Dr. Han, this is the hospital's decision. The hospital's decision? Indeed, I am a hospital employee, and I should respect the hospital's decision. But I also have the right to know more. Why send me there? For how long? What can I do when I come back? And so on. You can't keep these details from me. You will go for 3 years, and after 3 years, you will take over old Shin's position. 3 years? That long? Then I have to apologize, the hospital's decision conflicts with my career plans, I cannot comply. Even if I can't become the head in 3 years, I still can't go. Arrange someone else. If you need a recommendation, I recommend Ma Yukai. Han Chen's main job now is to divorce Lu Chuchu. If not for this matter, he would have gone to the capital hospital. Han Chen, this is for your own good, just go to Pingan County. I won't go. Before I get divorced, I won't go anywhere. Divorce? What divorce? You should stay with Chuchu, live well with her. Chuchu is beautiful and the richest person in Jiangdong. You are a perfect match. Don't think about divorce now, you should calm down. Go to Pingan County for 3 years. During these 3 years, you will figure out all the issues, and then you won't be confused anymore. After 3 years, when you look back, you will find that all the difficulties you are facing now may no longer exist. A real man can bend and stretch, endure for now, and you will gain more in the future. You don't support me in divorcing Lu Chuchu? It seems that Lu Chuchu has convinced you again. Since that's the case, there's no need to talk anymore. The job in Ping'an County is not suitable for me, find someone else. Han Shen now understands that Liang Weili is siding with the Lu family, or rather, Liang Weili is just a puppet of the Lu family. If you don't go to Ping'an County, then you can't stay here either. I will fire you, you don't need to come to work tomorrow. Fine, I will go to the HR department tomorrow to handle the procedures. Over the years, I have also been grateful for your care, thank you very much. Han Shen felt relieved instead, bowed slightly, and then walked towards the door. Han Shen, you can't win against the Lu family. Chu Chu has great abilities that you don't know. The Lu family is deeply rooted, not something you can shake after studying hard for 18 years. Regarding me and Lu Chu Chu, it's a matter between us as a couple. What concern is it of yours as an outsider? You better focus on your own matters. Su Jiguang is ready to push you out at any time. Han Shen opened the door and went out. When he woke up, it was already the next day. Han Shen went to clock in, but instead of arranging medical work, he went to the personnel department to handle his resignation procedures. However, the feedback he received was that his resignation could not be processed temporarily as the senior leaders in the hospital were having a meeting to discuss whether Han Shen should stay or leave. What kind of meeting do they need to have? Are they planning to give me a disciplinary action, announce it publicly, and make me a laughingstock again? Liang Weili, be a bit more humane in your actions. Han Shen felt unhappy, as he was already hesitating about being fired, so he decided not to see any patients. However, Han Shen accepted an invitation from the Chinese medicine hospital to diagnose Zhou Yang. He had previously declined because he trusted his colleagues at the People's Hospital. At the same time, he had just taken over the ICU at the People's Hospital and couldn't leave. Now that he was leaving, he had plenty of time. After the diagnosis, Han Shen found that Zhou Yang's condition had recovered very well, and the credit should be attributed to his surgery. At noon, Zhou Yang's wife invited Han Shen for a meal. He could tell from her eyes and words that there was an underlying meaning, and he agreed. Zhou Yang's wife had rarely lived in Jiangdong in recent years, but she still chose the Love Sea restaurant to treat Han Shen. After finishing the delicious Western meal, Zhou Yang's wife took out a check from her bag and pushed it in front of Han Shen. However, she didn't let go immediately but said, "You have to answer a few questions for me first." "Go ahead." Han Shen squinted his eyes. In the past, he wouldn't have taken the money and would have left directly. But now that he had lost his job and needed money, he didn't want to refuse. "Who is that woman with Lao Zhou? How far have they progressed? Are they planning to get married?" The information I received was that when Lao Zhou fell ill at the hotel, there was another woman present. Although the doctors and my in-laws didn't say anything, I managed to get the truth from the doctor. Lao Zhou fell ill due to excessive excitement. But during these days, I haven't seen any suspicious people at the hospital. Now I want to know more. Zhou Yang's wife said. "Oh, from your tone, you should have known that your husband was having an affair a long time ago. Are you looking for evidence of the affair to increase your share of the property in the divorce, or do you want to know something else? There are some things I can't say. The money I'm giving should be enough for you to speak up. I don't want to cause trouble. I can't provide you with evidence, I won't testify for you in court, and I won't help you catch a cheater. I'm just a doctor, I only deal with matters related to treating and saving lives, I'm not interested in anything else. The issues between you and your husband, you should resolve them yourselves. I want to know where I went wrong. Why is it that Lao Zhou didn't have a heart problem due to excessive excitement when he was with me, but with that woman? Who is she and how did she do it? Actually, I think that woman has better features than you. Oh, she has a bigger chest than you, and a more attractive butt, which makes men secrete more male hormones. Am I that bad? I think I'm quite beautiful. Dr. Han, you're so direct. Zhou Yang's wife rolled her eyes at Han Shen and then withdrew her hand. Han Shen glanced at the amount on the check, 100,000. He was a bit surprised but accepted it. After all, this amount of money was nothing to Zhou Yang, who was worth millions. He took the check. Then, Zhou Yang's wife invited Han Shen. Dr. Han, you were able to perform such a difficult surgery on Zhou Yang, which shows that your medical skills are excellent. I have some resources abroad, and I can introduce you to a better medical research institute where you can get at least 10 times better benefits than now. How about going abroad with me? I currently have no plans to move, nor do I plan to go abroad. Miss Shang, thank you for the lunch, but I have other matters to attend to, so I won't be able to accompany you. After leaving the restaurant, Han Shen went home, turned off his phone and took a nap. When he woke up, he went swimming until he was exhausted. When he got out of the water, he saw his wife standing on the side with a towel, waiting for him. No dinner party tonight? Han Shen took the towel from his wife's hand and casually asked. He actually disliked his wife in front of him, but the love built over the years couldn't be abandoned all at once. His wife, who he hadn't seen for many days, was still very beautiful, the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. Even though they had lived together for nearly 20 years, he was not tired of her at all, except for the unpleasant sight he had discovered. He couldn't help but think, Lu Chu, if you hadn't cheated, how good would that be? But you did, and you ruined everything good before. This wife made him regretful, angry, and helpless. There is a dinner party outside, but I don't want to go. To be honest, with my current status, many people are not worthy of dining with me. Oh, what about me? I'm just an ordinary person. Can I dine with you? Of course you can. You are my husband. You are my family. We are equal. Okay, let's not be mad at each other when we get home. We are family at home. No need to give each other a hard time. It's nice to be peaceful. You must not have been eating or sleeping well outside during this time. I have asked May to cook some good dishes for you, so eat well. Yes, harmony brings prosperity. Oh, by the way, your father came to see me at the hospital. Do you know about this? I don't know. What did he say to you? He talked about the same old things and made demands beyond my capabilities. I ignored him. He must be very angry, wishing I would divorce you immediately. But judging from your reaction, it seems like he didn't tell you, so he must have figured it out himself. If my father causes you trouble again, just tell me directly. I will talk to him and make sure he doesn't misunderstand you anymore. Hearing this, Han Shen didn't say much, but he thought to himself, you father and daughter are indeed of one mind. You are not worthy of my trust. After dinner, Han Shen watched the news on TV, especially about the chemical plant incident. Local TV stations almost all covered these contents. Obviously, until a perfect solution was found, this issue would continue to be hot. How was the issue with the 9th chemical plant resolved? Why are you asking about this? Lu Chu wanted to change the channel, but the remote control was with Han Shen. Because your father blamed me for the 9th chemical plant issue, as if I had instructed you to produce such toxic products. He asked me to solve this trouble. But I only know how to treat patients, I don't know how to deal with this. My father was just venting, don't take it seriously. The issue with the 9th chemical plant is in the final stages of resolution. Those responsible will be held accountable, and the company's employees and the surrounding residents who suffered losses will be properly compensated. Lu Chu glanced at Han Shen and said, Lao Han, I have a request for you. Please do not get involved in the 9th chemical plant issue. If any official approaches you for assistance, please refuse them. No one will approach me. Oh, Lu Chu, how deeply are you involved in this? Han Shen asked directly. If the working group approached him, he would handle it professionally. What do you mean? If you really committed a crime, I hope you will reflect on it, turn over a new leaf, and start afresh. Lu Chu, how deeply are you involved? Han Shen stared at his wife intently. How deeply involved? The 9th chemical plant is a small company under my Lu Group, with specific personnel in charge. It has nothing to do with me. Besides, I have no intention of reflecting or starting anew. I, Lu Chu, walk the straight and narrow. What you are worried about will never happen. Lu Chu smiled slightly, thinking to herself, Lao Han, you want to trick me, but you're still inexperienced. Han Shen still misunderstands me. He has no evidence, so how could he think I'm cheating? This man is so sensitive and stubborn. Lu Chu can tell that Han Shen is resentful, but she doesn't want to explain or comfort him further. Alright, why talk about going to jail and bring bad luck? Honey, you've been away for so many days, do you still remember where our bed is? You go take a shower first, I'll join you in a bit, Han Shen replied. Knowing that saying more is pointless, he must present solid evidence. This way, his cunning and arrogant wife will have nothing to say. Then hurry up. Lu Chu told Mei Jie to reject any visitors and went to take a shower. Mei Jie could tell from Lu Chu's words and expressions that the couple would be intimate tonight, so she shot a resentful look at Han Shen and thought about how to guard against him. After reading the news about the toxic chemical plant, it's clear that the relevant authorities have strong evidence and will soon announce their conclusions. Han Shen didn't see what the old lady with cholera did, so he didn't know if she helped him. Perhaps her methods were too advanced for him, an outsider who knows nothing. Trust between people is not easy to establish, and I don't need to treat her. I have no interest in her, so she doesn't need to do me any favors. She will soon forget about me. Han Shen chuckled self-deprecatingly and went back to the room. Having intimate moments with his wife now felt joyless, far from the honeymoon phase, just a release of primal instincts. Afterward, Lu Chu felt tired and sleepy, wanting to sleep, but Mei Jie knocked on the door at an inappropriate time. Miss, the master and madam are here to see you. Hearing this, the wife nudged Han Shen and said, Why are my parents here? You go talk to them, I don't want to move. You know they don't like me at all, they want to see you. Han Shen got out of bed and headed to the bathroom. Shortly after, the wife came in to freshen up, put on her nightgown, and left. Not long after, Mei Jie came in to tell Han Shen to go out as well. Yawning, Han Shen walked out, and as soon as he entered the living room, he saw his in-laws glaring at him as if to kill. He didn't avoid them, walked straight past them to the bar, poured a drink, and downed it in one go. "Lao Han, stop drinking, and come here." Seeing Han Shen's behavior, the wife was displeased. Han Shen didn't greet her parents, which was considered rude. "You guys talk." Han Shen didn't go over, just leaned against the bar and drank slowly. "Don't mind him, our matter is urgent. Now Ashang has been arrested, we need to find a way to get him out soon." The father-in-law looked anxious. Compared to dealing with Han Shen, the issues in the Lu family were more pressing for him. "I didn't even know Ashang was arrested until you mentioned it. Let Sophie and the others handle it. The situation has already occurred, being anxious won't help. Let's wait until tomorrow to see how things develop." Lu Chuchu thought for a moment and turned to Han Shen. "You know about Lu Ashang, right? He's been arrested. What do you think?" "I can't interfere in your family matters, nor do I have the right to. You discuss and decide, I have no opinion," Han Shen said indifferently. "Humph, what's with your attitude? Ashang was arrested this time because of you, you white-eyed wolf. No, you're a jinx now." The father-in-law got angry upon hearing Han Shen's response and started scolding him. "Yes, you're right. I'm a white-eyed wolf, I'm a jinx. I've brought trouble to your Lu family. I'm a useless waste. If you're not satisfied with cursing me, then continue." Han Shen filled the wine again, drank it all in one gulp, and then glanced coldly at the three people of the Lu family. In his eyes, this family of three was simply birds of a feather. Lu Chuchu felt that Han Shen's presence not only did not play a supportive role, but also made her parents unhappy, so she had to let Han Shen go back to rest in the room. Han Shen also couldn't be bothered with them, took the wine to the room, drank another glass, washed up, and went to bed. Outside, the mother-in-law asked her daughter, "I heard that after Han Shen came back, he only knew how to eat, drink, and have fun, and didn't do anything. Why did you let such a waste come back?" "Mom, don't speak ill of him. His recent behaviors are all an act. His true nature is not like this. After all, his actions over the past 10 or 20 years cannot suddenly change so drastically." The wife spoke up for Han Shen. If she couldn't see that Han Shen was doing it on purpose, then she didn't deserve the achievements and status she had today. But time will reveal a person's true nature. "I have lived with Lao Han for so many years, no one knows him better than I do. As long as you all treat his recent behavior as an act, you will find that he is not as despicable as you think." Lu Chuchu still defended Han Shen. After all, she could get something deeper from him. These things could not be satisfied by money and wealth. "Chuchu, I think you should make a clean break, otherwise, you will suffer in the end. This white-eyed wolf is not a good person. If he continues like this, he will drag our Lu family into the abyss. The incident with Jiaxing has already served as a warning to us. We must cut our losses in time and drive away this white-eyed wolf, keep him away from Jiangdong." The father-in-law began to exaggerate. "Dad, don't you understand the situation in Jiangdong? The current situation is extremely beneficial to our Lu family. In this situation, the incident with Jiaxing is indeed a warning, but it is also an opportunity for us to unload our burdens and take off again. In a sense, Lao Han's unintentional actions this time have helped us solve the problem before it becomes too difficult to turn back. Our Lu family's foundation is so strong that it cannot be overturned by small people like Lao Han. This, I understand better than all of you." Lu Chuchu's words made her parents embarrassed to argue back. The two old people could tell that their daughter was on Han Shen's side. "Dad, Mom, don't plead for Jiaxing anymore. He does have his faults. Whenever there is a pretty woman in the chemical factory, he harasses and tries to possess her, making the factory chaotic. I have long wanted to kick him out. After he goes in this time, he will take all the blame and not let other members of the Lu family be implicated. Consider it as his way of making amends, and we will not mistreat his family. You need to understand this first before others can follow suit." The two old people looked at each other. Their daughter's decision to sacrifice Jiaxing would not change. The implications of this decision were bitter and cold, but it was what a qualified leader of the Lu family should do. The wife sent the two old people away. When she returned to the room, she saw that Han Shen was already asleep. She didn't wake him up, but lay down beside him and fell asleep sweetly. The next day, Han Shen did not go to the hospital because Liang Weili had already told him to get lost from the people's hospital. He studied and reviewed materials at home, trying to finish the BOTA course as soon as possible, submit the thesis, and get the BOTA degree. It would be helpful for any future hospital job. At noon, he found fault with Mei Jie in the meal, suppressing her arrogance, thinking that Lu Chuchu was backing her up. In the evening, his wife Lu Chuchu returned home early. However, when she opened Han Shen's study, she was choked by a strong tobacco smell and kept coughing. Lao Han, Uncle Leon called me continuously today, saying your phone was off. Are you really not concerned about what's happening at the hospital? Wife Lu Chuchu asked Han Chen to come out and talk. The smoke in the study was too strong, she couldn't stand it. She suspected it was intentional by Han Chen. Hospital matters? I'm just a small person, I can't handle anything. Did Liang Weili exaggerate? Han Chen walked out of the study, lit a cigarette, sat down, and crossed his legs, acting like a big shot. Lu Chuchu knew that Han Chen was pretending now. If she really got angry with Han Chen, she would fall into his trap. Lao Han, you shouldn't turn off your phone, so no one can find you. Call Uncle Liang back now. Lu Chuchu, you told me before that when you were young, you interned. But later you had a falling out with the company's leader and got fired. Did you call them afterwards? Of course not, they fired me, why would I call them? I have no face. Wait, Lao Han, don't change the subject, call Uncle Liang now. Lu Chuchu smirked triumphantly. The company that fired her had already gone out of business, and the people inside had been punished accordingly. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Lu Chuchu, do you know that Liang Weili also fired me? You want me to call him, is it me who has no face, or you? There's a saying, don't hit someone's face, but Liang Weili slapped my left face in front of me, and then wanted me to offer my right face, even to hit your face. Should I do it? Han Chen lightly patted his face, his tone indifferent but with a hint of resentment. Liang Weili fired you? Why didn't he tell me about it? Lu Chuchu didn't think Han Chen would fabricate such a big lie, but her face darkened because Han Chen was clearly trying to manipulate her, whether to use her connections to return to the hospital or for some other purpose. She had already been used. She had to ask, Lao Han, I really didn't know about this. Oh, what did you do at the hospital to get fired? I remember, he always valued you. You didn't know? I thought you were all-knowing. Of course, I don't know what I did wrong, forgive me for not telling you. Han Chen smiled faintly, mocking his wife and himself. Being fired in the workplace doesn't necessarily mean you did something wrong, just a difference in position. If you have something to say it clearly, don't beat around the bush, don't insinuate. Am I not clear? Liang Weili fired me, I also went to HR to handle the procedures, I have no relationship with People's Hospital anymore. To be more precise, it's my business, not yours. Is that so? Then I have to ask why you were fired. Lu Chuchu took out her phone, called Liang Weili in front of Han Chen, but Han Chen didn't want to listen, so he walked outside to the courtyard, gazing at the big koi in the pond. Shortly after, his wife came over and said to Han Chen, the misunderstanding has been cleared up, you can go back to work tomorrow. Han Chen remained silent, his wife lost interest and left. A moment later, Han Chen called Mei Jia over, pointing at the largest koi fish, saying, steam it, or braise it, just don't let it live. This is Mrs. favorite koi, it's an ornamental fish, not for eating, it can't be eaten. Mei Jia's scalp tingled, and she hurriedly explained. Ignorant! Koi fish can be both ornamental and edible. What? I ask you to cook a dish, and you won't do it, am I unable to make you move? Do I need to do it myself? I'll go ask Miss. Mei Jia quickly went back to report to Lu Chuchu, and soon Lu Chuchu ran over. Lao Han, what's wrong with you again? If you want to eat seafood, I'll take you out now. But this koi can't be eaten. Don't you think this fish is a bit abnormal? It dared to eat the feed I gave it today, tomorrow it might dare to eat me. What? What are you joking about? Go back to the room immediately. Nothing happened at night, but the next day, Han Chen still caught the koi, took it to the kitchen, and slaughtered it. Mei Jia couldn't stop Han Chen, so she quickly called Lu Chuchu and asked Han Chen to listen. Ignoring his wife's warning, Han Chen accidentally dropped Mei Jia's phone into a basin of red blood water. Are you doing this on purpose? Mei Jia picked up the phone, but it was already damaged after being in the water. She glared at Han Chen with anger. How dare you glare at me? Don't forget who you are. You shouldn't forget who you are. Oh, who am I? Tell me. Han Chen stared at Mei Jia, waiting for her answer. Explain yourself to the miss with your words. Mei Jia still didn't dare to confront Han Chen. In fact, she had overstepped her boundaries just now, so she quickly backed off and left the kitchen. Han Chen didn't just kill one koi, but he caught all the koi in the fish pond, killed them all, and prepared them in various dishes. He invited Mei Jia, who was watching coldly, to taste his cooking. Mei Jia didn't dare to move. From now on, all fish dishes will be made like this. Although you are a maid, your cooking skills need improvement. After tasting these dishes, you will realize that your usual cooking is not that great. Han Chen took photos, uploaded them to the client, and posted them on Lu Chuchu's company's internal forum to show off their love. This was a loving lunch prepared for his wife, accompanied by photos of Lu Chuchu looking satisfied during their child's birthday party. The overall impression was that his wife really enjoyed this lunch. Soon, people started liking and sharing the post, praising them. Han Chen started counting down, and 5 minutes later, the post was deleted. Half an hour later, Lu Chushu stormed in and saw the table full of fish dishes. She glared at Han Chen and shouted, "Han Chen, what are you trying to do?" "What? I killed a few fish, and you act like this, as if you want to eat me. For the sake of these fish, you want to fight with me? Lu Chuchu, I made this lunch for you with my own hands. It's just a few fish, I'll compensate you. Do you know how important these fish are to me? Oh, what's so important about them? I can't explain it to you. Why aren't you going to work?" Lu Chuchu suppressed her anger and asked, "My work is none of your business, just like how I don't interfere with your work." Han Chen turned to Mei Jie and said, "Heat them up and let Chuchu taste them. Since you said Chuchu didn't eat, you also didn't dare to eat, you can taste them together later." Mei Jie didn't dare to move because Lu Chuchu hadn't spoken. "Lu Chuchu, look, if this maid doesn't listen to me today, she will dare to act recklessly on me tomorrow. Stop making baseless accusations. Tell me, what are you thinking?" Lu Chuchu interrupted Han Chen. "Just a few fish, is it necessary to act like this? Oh, one more thing, the IT department of your company has deleted my posts twice in a row. This department is rebellious, you should fire them. Humph, my affairs are none of your concern." Hearing this, Han Chen smirked, lit a cigarette, and went into the study. In the study, Han Chen called Sophie directly on the phone and said, "Sis, if you consider me as your brother, help me find out where these koi came from." He, you have guts. You killed the koi that Lu likes the most and turned it into a full fish banquet. Do you know that these are not ordinary koi? They are not something that money can buy. Han Chen's heart moved. If it wasn't bought with money, then it must have been given by someone. Who could that person be? He suddenly realized that his wife cared about the koi on the surface but actually cared about the person who gave the fish. Could that person be the adulterer? Sophie did not tell Han Chen who sent the koi, but asked Han Chen to ask Lu Chuchu. Han Chen naturally wouldn't ask like that. He knew his wife wouldn't tell the truth. However, Han Chen's mind was not completely confused. He tried hard to recall. These koi were sent 2 years ago. At that time Lu Chuchu redesigned the courtyard to welcome these koi, deliberately selected a location to build a fish pond. In this way, it does mean a lot to her. Han Chen suspected that the person who sent the fish was the adulterer, but there was no evidence, just suspicion was not enough. His wife even denied the paternity test, showing her usual self. He smoked a cigarette, and when he went out, he saw that his wife was not at home, and Mei Jie was packing up to dump all the koi fish. "No need to clean up, go to the flower and bird fish market to buy a few back." "This is not from the flower and bird fish market, otherwise, Miss wouldn't be so angry. She's making a fuss. I'll clean up later, you go to the market and buy a whole lamb, I want to roast a whole lamb tonight." Mei Jie was reluctant, but she still went out. After she left, Han Chen started to look for some receipts from 2 years ago, inside and outside the house, but found nothing. Maybe his wife had dealt with them. Later, Han Chen found the property security of the community, and fortunately there were still video recordings and registration records here. He found the car that brought the koi, and the name left by the driver on the registration book at that time was C High Group. Han Chen called the number left and surprisingly got through. It was the same driver, who said he didn't know where the fish came from, but suggested that Han Chen go to the Xianren farm outside the suburbs, because there were people breeding high-quality koi there. Time was of the essence. Han Chen immediately drove over and found that although the farm was remote, a tar road had been built, making transportation quite convenient. The farm covered over 100 acres, with mountains, rice fields, and a large area of endless sunshades. Han Chen got straight to the point, saying that someone recommended him to buy high-quality koi here, so he came to the place where they specialized in breeding koi. He looked at the densely packed koi in the large fish tank in front of him. It was difficult for him, a non-professional, to choose. He showed the technicians the photos of the koi at home and asked them to find them. The technicians found that it was a rare breed, and only leaders had the authority to buy and sell. The leader was a young woman, Lu Wenwen, with short hair, a beautiful face, wearing a camisole and jeans, stylish and fashionable. "Do you know what breed is in the photo?" Lu Wenwen had a good impression of the handsome and elegant Han Chen, so she invited him to the reception room and poured him tea. "I don't know." "You don't know? Then why are you buying them?" "I brought them from the pond to the dining table at home. The pond would be empty, my family was not happy, so I had to buy a few more to take back. This is an outdoor breed. It can't be put in an indoor bathtub, let alone on the dining table." "What do? You don't raise fish." "I'm not a fish farmer." "Oh, you misunderstood me. I put them on the dining table, not to raise them on the dining table, but to eat them. Look, they look good, and taste even better." Han Chen took out the photo of the whole fish banquet. You actually ate them? Are you out of your mind?" Lu Wenwen saw the photo of the whole fish banquet and felt as if she had been struck by lightning, her head buzzing. In this day and age, someone was so foolish to put such good fish on the table, it broke her heart. I'm not crazy, if you have them here, sell them to me, price is not a problem. You are crazy, get out, my fish are not for eating, you jerk. Lu Wenwen was very excited. Let the workers come in and drive out Han Shan, and forbid Han Shan from entering again. Han Shan and the workers had a dispute, and he also learned about the precious and rare nature of this fish. More importantly, this kind of fish only exists here. Lu Chuchu, that adulterer outside, and Han Ning's biological father, are they inside here, or are they related to this place? This place, you kept it from me so hard. But, if you want to keep something a secret, you shouldn't do it yourself. You actually did it, it will definitely leave traces. Han Shan became more convinced of his speculation, although there was no 100% evidence, but at least he narrowed down a range. He didn't rush home, thinking a lot along the way, feeling that the effect might not be good if he investigated alone. So, he came to his eldest daughter's school, provided information to the class teacher, and the latter brought out the eldest daughter. What are you here for? When Han Ning saw Han Shan, she clearly looked displeased, her face stiffened, and her attitude was very unfamiliar. This girl is really ungrateful. I raised her for so many years. Han Shan felt a faint pain in his heart, but he remained strong on the surface, pretending not to care. He handed over a note with 3 words, Lu, Sihai. Han Ning, if my guess is correct, your surname should be Lu. Liaoning sounds much better than Han Ning. The person from Sihai Group, Mr. Lu, should be your biological father. Sihai Group is also a large group. You are very likely to be the future heir, arrogant. Then who is this Mr. Lu? Han Ning was pleasantly surprised. She didn't expect that after a few days of not seeing each other, Han Shan had made such a big breakthrough, while she had been thinking hard all day and found nothing. I'm not sure, I just found out about this. Han Ning, I know you want to get rid of me, this useless father, but you can't do nothing. Your mother and your grandfather are as wary of me as they are of thieves. I can't investigate freely. So, I need you to help a bit too. What do you need me to do? I don't know what you can do, but when you do something, if you feel lost, give me a call, I will advise you. However, no matter what, it will ultimately come down to a paternity test. Are you saying I should directly find this Mr. Lu and then do a paternity test? Lu Chuchu will definitely find a way to block the channel for your DNA test. If you take it, she will know. So, if you find relevant materials, you can give them to me, I will handle it. Can you do it? Don't forget what my profession is. If it weren't for you wild seeds dragging me down, I would have been successful long ago. Go to hell, you are the wild seed. I have a biological father. Han Ning retorted angrily, got off the car and went into the school. However, after crossing the line, she turned back and saw Han Shen smoking in the car, making her feel lonely and desolate. She hardened her heart. Han Shen, this is your own doing. Who asked you to blindly seek out a woman like Lu Chuchu? You poor wretch, hurry up and divorce Lu Chuchu. On the other hand, Han Shen still didn't rush home, but went to his in-laws' house to see his second daughter and youngest daughter. These 2 daughters are not his, but he couldn't let go of them in his heart. The in-laws were reluctant, but still let Han Shen in. Han Shen chatted with the daughters and didn't rush to leave, sitting in the living room watching TV. Seeing that the in-laws hadn't served dinner yet, and they were sending messages to someone, he said, Are you contacting Lu Chuchu? I see you don't have to waste your efforts. I killed someone this morning and gave Lu Chuchu the koi fish. She must be consoling someone's wounded soul now. What nonsense are you talking about? You speak without thinking. The father-in-law was not pleased. Do you really think paternity testing is pseudoscience? Turning a blind eye to the truth will not end well, just adding to the joke. Han Shen sneered, stood up, glanced at the bathtub next to him, and saw a high-quality all-blood-red money turtle inside. Suddenly, he remembered that this turtle was originally raised by his wife and was said to bring good luck. His heart turned cold. You're next. Han Shen's in-laws looked down on him, and he also had prejudices against his in-laws for not teaching their daughter properly. He felt that the Lu family was either bullying or cheating people. Han Shen didn't want to stay here for a moment. Even when his daughter wanted to go back with him, they were rejected. It was an unchangeable fact. These were other people's children. Just as he walked out of the villa, he saw the math tutor from last time approaching. Mr. Han, Miss Lu asked me to come. The tutor felt a bit embarrassed but tried to smile naturally, considering Han Shen was the host. Teach them well, you are excellent. Han Shen didn't make things difficult for the tutor, got in the car, and left. Inside the house, the mother-in-law who had returned to the room also called Lu Chuchu softly, Has your matter been exposed? Just now, Han Shen seemed to imply that you were out with other men. Tell me, are you working now or enjoying yourself outside? What did Han Shen say? He said you were out with other men. I don't know if he said it unintentionally or if he already suspected something. Anyway, I think your tricks won't work anymore. Mom will tell you something unpleasant. You've played with fire enough. Now you have to make a choice. Either choose those men outside and divorce Han Shen, or cut off your outside affairs, focus on your family and children, and return to your marriage. Mom, things are not as serious as you think. Choo-choo, I know you are strong-willed now, you are powerful, but don't underestimate Han Shen. After all, he is a man. If he is pushed to the limit by you and decides to take you down with him, what can you do? In my opinion, if you no longer like Han Shen, this insignificant person, just let him go. Don't lose the big picture over something small. The mother-in-law hung up the phone, her brows furrowing gradually. She had always thought Han Shen was insignificant, with no background, not worth worrying about. But now, her daughter was playing with fire, adding a lot of variables to the situation. On the other side, when Lu Chuchu returned home, she saw Han Shen had come back, but there was another car at the door, so she looked at Mei Jie. Besides Liang Weili, there was another elderly professor from the hospital in the study. The uncle locked the door and didn't allow any disturbance. Lu Chuchu looked towards the study, where a sign saying "Do not disturb" was hung. She also heard the sound of sheep coming from the backyard. Without thinking, Mei Jie couldn't stop Han Shen from buying live sheep. She waited in the living room for about 20 minutes and then saw the study door open. The old professor and Liang Weili came out, and the professor didn't even look at Lu Chuchu before leaving the villa directly. "Chuchu, you're back." Liang Weili paused slightly and greeted Lu Chuchu. "Uncle Liang, you're here too." Lu Chuchu nodded and shouted towards the study, "Old Han, come out and see the guests off." "No need, let Dr. Han look at the data." "Chuchu, persuade Dr. Han to come to the hospital to work." To be honest, 2 surgeries failed at the hospital today, and 2 lives were lost. Originally, the patients came because they admired Dr. Han, but Dr. Han didn't show up for work. Now that something has happened, the patients' families are dissatisfied and want to cause trouble. Were these 2 surgeries scheduled by Old Han from the beginning? Did Old Han promise the patients' families early on? Not really. But the patients came because of Dr. Han's reputation. The reason is that Dr. Han did a very difficult surgery as a guest at the Chinese hospital. The patient who was saved recommended Han Shen to these 2 patients' families. You see, Dr. Han is blooming inside the wall and fragrant outside the wall. Both the old dean and I personally invited him. Okay, I will persuade him well. He will go back. Tomorrow I will personally send him over. After sending away the guests, Lu Chuchu felt heavy in her heart. Han Shen is too outstanding, which is not a good thing and can easily lead to trouble. His wife entered the study and saw Han Shen watching a surgical video. The bloody scene put a lot of psychological pressure on her as a non-professional doctor, making it unbearable to watch. "Lao Han, let's talk first. Can you watch later? What do you want to say?" "These 2 lives were lost because your father acted arbitrarily and forced me to leave the hospital." "What do you mean? How is it related to my father? Explain yourself. Didn't you understand? Your father couldn't stand me because we hadn't divorced yet, so he forced me to leave the hospital. Then, Liang Weili listened to your father and dismissed me. These 2 patients came for me. If I were in the ICU, I would be responsible for these 2 patients, and I would perform the surgery. Although I dare not say I have 100% certainty, a success rate of 90% is still achievable. Alright, the patients are dead, there's no point in saying more. I just hope you tell your father, if he doesn't want to lose his virtue, he shouldn't interfere with hospital matters. Because it involves human lives. Oh, you are different too." Han Shen paused the video, lit a cigarette, and walked out of the study. "Lao Han, I think since you know the importance of hospital work, why don't you go to the hospital? Now that something has happened, why do you blame my father? This is a typical case of shifting blame. Justice lies in the hearts of the people." However, Liang Weili cannot stay in the position of dean any longer. He is the one who should be kicked out of the hospital. "But as I just said, you will go to work, and tomorrow I will send you there." His wife frowned, and at this moment, Han Shen seemed to be using his power to manipulate and take advantage of the situation. "Hee, Chairman Lu, your reach is really long. If I don't listen to you, will you arrange a trap for me again, like your father, to have someone come and beat me up, or use other despicable means? Lao Han, how did you become like this? You weren't like this before." "Before? Now. I'm living worse than a dog now. Liang Weili can dismiss me with just a word, and this person." Han Shen pointed at Sister Mei. "She dares to glare at me, and even reminds me of my status at home." "Lu Chuchu, you tell her now, what is my status in this house?" "Master, you are the master of this house," Sister Mei quickly said, already having a bad feeling. "Ha, You didn't have this attitude before. You didn't dare to speak the truth in front of Lu Chu. You see, Han Ning can give me a bad look at home. As a man, I don't earn as much as a woman like Lu Chu, and if Lu Bolan is unhappy, he can have someone come and beat me up. I don't dare to say a word. Do I look more like a waste to you? So I don't have half the authority of a master? Han Chen finished speaking and looked at his wife indifferently. Mei Xiaofang, apologize to my husband immediately. My husband is the master of this house. His authority is not to be underestimated by someone like you. Don't forget, you were hired by me. Apologize immediately. Lu Chu was taken aback by Han Chen's forcefulness, feeling unhappy but had to support him. Naturally, in her eyes, even a compliant maid was not as important as Han Chen. Seeing the situation so unfavorable, Sister Mei hated that Han Chen held a grudge and quickly apologized to him, but was interrupted by Han Chen. I can't accept her apology. Let her get out of this house immediately. Lu Chu, if you still think I am the master of this house. Han Chen extinguished his cigarette on the coffee table, with an ashtray nearby, but he deliberately didn't put it in there. He stood up and walked towards the study. Hearing the conversation between the two women behind him, Han Chen's mouth twitched slightly, with a taste of a successful conspiracy. Mei Xiaofang, pack up your things and leave. Miss, I get lost. When in work mode, Han Chen was as calm as water, carefully analyzing the video. Gradually, his brow furrowed. It couldn't be said that Director Qian made a mistake in the surgery, because given Director Qian's age and medical skills, he could only achieve this level. Of course, the result would be the same if Liang Weili took over as the lead surgeon. Any surgery carries risks, and even if Han Chen performed the surgery himself, it wouldn't be possible to completely avoid risks. After watching the video again and writing down his thoughts, feeling hungry, he walked out of the study. In the living room, his wife was reading a book, looking peaceful. When she saw Han Chen come out, she looked up at him, wanting to see what he was up to. I'm going to make a late-night snack, just some simple fried eggs with noodles. Do you want some? Han Chen seemed to have put the argument with his wife behind him, acting as if nothing had happened. Sure. His wife was a bit surprised but quickly smiled in response. She put down her book to watch Han Chen cook. Seeing Han Chen skillfully put on an apron, she remembered that Han Chen had studied cooking. When she was pregnant with Han Ning, she had severe morning sickness and couldn't keep anything down. Han Chen, feeling sorry for her, learned to cook and made pregnancy meals tailored to her taste, which helped her through that difficult time. The same care was given during her postpartum recovery. When she was pregnant with their second and third child, Han Chen did his best to take care of her. Over the years, she was moved by his dedication and felt that Han Chen's cooking skills should have improved. When Han Chen finished cooking, she took the first bite and found it to be a familiar taste that opened up her appetite. Before she knew it, she had finished everything, even the soup. After cleaning up, Han Chen went to relax in the indoor swimming pool. Shortly after, his wife joined him. They no longer had the tense atmosphere from their previous arguments but instead enjoyed a harmonious relationship, like the ebb and flow of love in the pool. The next day, seeing Han Chen still at home, his wife asked, "Why aren't you going to work?" "I made a promise to Uncle Liang. You won't make me break my word, will you? Liang Weili is not worth your trust. He is just an old schemer. Don't worry about my affairs, go about your business. I'll give you a surprise at noon." Han Chen didn't indulge his wife or show any intention of compromising with Liang Weili. "Don't give me a fright." Ha ha. His wife, having just reconciled with Han Chen, didn't want to argue again. Later, Han Chen made a reservation at a lamb restaurant, took the lamb to be slaughtered, and asked for some ingredients from the restaurant. He then drove to the riverside, set up a grill, and started roasting the lamb. Before long, Nurse Yang Ping came over and said, "Director Han, I thought you would be upset when you were bullied, but I didn't expect you to be so carefree. Work is work, life is life. Work may be gone, but life shouldn't be lost. Resting now is to have more energy for work in the future." Han Chen handed a drink to Nurse Yang Ping, asking her to eat something first before the lamb was ready. Nurse Yang Ping briefed Han Chen on what had happened at the hospital. There were disturbances last night and this morning. Director Qian couldn't control the situation, making things worse. Liang Weili had already reported to the higher-ups early in the morning, and now the hospital was under the control of Su Jiguang and his team. "Director Han, luckily you didn't come to work, otherwise, President Su would have definitely come looking for you. But without you, our department lacks a leader, and we feel insecure and anxious. Don't overestimate me, I'm not that great. Go back to the department later and focus on your duties. Let me know if there are any issues." "Okay, I'll follow your lead." "Oh, why are you so supportive of me?" Han Chen smiled slightly, giving Nurse Yang Ping a thoughtful look. Hu Tu Chang said he believed Han Chen was wronged, but this did not gain Han Shen's complete trust. Now, Han Shen feels that people are not trustworthy, only things can be trusted. Hu Tu Chang extended an olive branch to Han Shen. Regardless of Hu Tu Chang's motives, it was helpful for the current Han Shen, so he temporarily accepted this kindness. After Hu Tu Chang left, Han Shen unexpectedly received a call from Han Ning, who proposed to meet, so he asked the other party to come to the riverside. Han Ning took a taxi over, and when she heard that Han Shen was by the river, she thought Han Shen was going to jump into the river. In reality, Han Shen was barbecuing, drinking beer and having a great time. She felt her thoughts were too naive. Lao Han, you cook well. Han Ning was also hungry and ate heartily, with oil at the corners of her mouth. Han Shen remained silent, just placing the grilled food in front of his eldest daughter, all her favorite dishes. This scene had been the same for 10 years, after all, at that time he treated Han Ning as his own daughter. But the cold and heartless paternity test results ruined all the beauty. Han Ning burped, stood up from the fishing chair, stretched her body a bit to aid digestion. She looked at Han Shen and thought that if Han Shen didn't treat her so strictly, he would be a great father. But if he treated her like a child, with strict control, she would have no freedom, and she would rather not have a father like Han Shen. She believed in the paternity test results. She was not Han Shen's biological daughter. She took out some information from her bag and gave it to Han Shen, saying, "These are all the people surnamed Lu in the 4Cs group. Is your alleged biological father among these people? What you can find, I can find too. Next, what you need to do is figure out how to obtain their biological samples. Among these people, or their wives and children, see if there is anyone who looks a lot like you. Of course, ultimately a paternity test will be needed. There are quite a few people, how should I search? Your father either has great ability or is useless. Investigate them one by one based on age and status." What do you mean? More than 10 years ago, if your father was unknown, would your mother, who was so proud, have noticed him? People who were outstanding more than 10 years ago either have already taken important positions in the Lu family, or have become useless. Then only these people are left. Han Ning circled some names on the list and then discussed with Han Shen how to obtain biological samples. "By the way, Lao Han, you said you can do paternity tests. How is that possible? Don't lie to me, and will my mom agree if you buy the equipment? Who do you think you're looking down on? I've been working in the hospital for so many years, do you think I have no knowledge? I also know many people in pharmaceutical companies, and I can buy equipment from them for a small amount of money. Of course, you can buy it too, but you don't have the expertise. Don't underestimate me. I may be younger, but when I'm as old as you, I'll know everything. My achievements will be greater than yours and Lu Chuchu's." The eldest daughter was not convinced, feeling that her intelligence was not inferior to Han Shen's, but she lacked experience. "Lao Han, what will you do if I really find my biological father? By then, I will divorce your mother, and she will have nothing to say. To be honest, whether it's you, your mother, or anyone else, I don't want to see you for a moment longer, nor do I want any connection with you. I don't want to see you either." Han Ning still had no realization that actions have consequences, still subconsciously thinking that Han Shen treated her well, as if it were a matter of course. In the group, Sophie brought a box of roasted lamb to Lu Chuchu and said, "This was sent by Han Gu, it's lamb leg meat, let's taste it." This was the surprise she mentioned in the morning. Lu Chuchu smelled the aroma of roasted lamb, her taste buds were touched, so she took a bite and found the taste really great. "Is Lao Han here?" "He's here, distributing lamb downstairs, but from what I heard, he doesn't want to come up." "I'll go and bring him up." "No need, since he doesn't want to come up, then let him be." Lu Chuchu was a little dissatisfied, but then she thought that this was Han Shen's time to shine, so she didn't come out to compete. Soon, Sophie received a notification on her phone, then opened Han Shen's post, allowing everyone to comment on his lamb roasting skills. "Brother Han is quite good at socializing, everyone has eaten his food, naturally they will praise him, especially with his exceptional skills." Sophie also gave a full score review. Lu Chuchu looked at the content of the post, there was nothing inappropriate, so she breathed a sigh of relief. "Lu Jia, is this really Brother Han's private money?" Sophie saw Han Shen's post mentioning private money, so she asked Lu Chuchu intentionally. "His money is not needed for household expenses, so naturally it's all his private money." Lu Chuchu calculated that Han Shen could let everyone in the group eat lamb. One lamb was definitely not enough, so for this meal, Han Shen's tens of thousands were definitely gone. When she thought about Han Shen's intentions, Lu Chuchu felt that it was probably not to enhance his position and image in the group. However, without thinking too much, Han Shen soon brought out the IT department in the post and criticized them severely, causing a great impact, making everyone in the IT department feel embarrassed. The general content of the post was that the IT department had deleted Han Shen's post twice before, so this time Han Shen treated them differently, giving authentic roasted lamb to other departments, while giving the IT department fake meat, which was considered a special reward for the IT department, proving that the IT department deserved a special treatment. Following the post, Han Shen also added many photos of how he processed and roasted the fake meat, confirming that the IT department had eaten fake meat. Sophie was completely surprised by the sudden turn of events, thinking that Han Shen was really a petty man. "This is the surprise you gave me, you are really amazing." Lu Chuchu also felt a chill. Although Han Shen was playing a prank, considering Han Shen's relationship with her, he made everyone in the whole group remember him. Just as Lu Chuchu finished reading the post and was thinking about how to reprimand Han Shen when she got home, 2 resignation letters popped up in her email, from the 2 heads of the IT department. They couldn't bear this humiliation and directly resigned. "Fei, have you found any legal ways to sanction Lao Han?" Lu Chuchu asked Sophie. "There is no food poisoning involved, and what was sent was from a legitimate catering channel. Of course, Han Shen is a doctor and wouldn't do such a foolish thing. Considering his relationship with you, it's not suitable to take legal action. Of course, I can send him a lawyer's letter, but it wouldn't have much significance for him. Even if he responds and goes to court, if he brings up past issues, we will be at a disadvantage. Perhaps he has also figured this out. He's a cultured thug." Lu Chuchu felt a headache coming on, waved her hand for Sophie to leave. She needed some peace and quiet. Han Shen's recent actions were getting more and more excessive. She had to restrain this lion's head, otherwise, she would never have peace. "Han Shen, you can play small tricks, but if you go too far, I won't let you off easily." Han Shen carefully examined each valuable item in the room, to see where these things came from. Lu Chuchu had brought back many rare items, which would fetch a high price on the market. Han Shen cared not about the price of these items, but about who gave them to Lu Chuchu. Many things were not without reason, especially those brought back on the eve of Lu Chuchu's birthday, which seemed suspicious. After having children, Lu Chuchu's birthdays are basically spent at home. This is actually reasonable because a woman who has had an affair does not want to be suspected. On wedding anniversaries and birthdays, she must stay at home with her husband and children. This kind of woman goes crazy on the eve of holidays. She will go crazy reuniting with her lover. So Han Shen believes that these things are gifts from Lu Chuchu's lover, as her birthday present. These gifts include traditional Chinese paintings, antiques, novelty items, fine wines, and even the small money turtle from her father-in-law's house, as well as some items without receipts or invoices, mostly given by others. "For more than 10 years, Lu Chuchu, you slut, you actually cheated on me so many times behind my back, simply outrageous." Han Shen looked at these things, feeling overwhelming hatred in his heart, wanting to kill Lu Chuchu and her lover. The hatred of stealing a wife is unforgivable. The shame of wearing a green hat is an irreconcilable enmity. Faced with these things, Han Shen also searched online and uploaded photos to the second-hand market. He is not an expert in these things, but if someone is interested, they must be an expert, and then he can consult more. Han Shen blocked Liang Weili's personal phone and the dean's office phone. Of course, if Liang Weili comes in with another phone, he will also hang up after knowing. However, when he saw Su Jiguang's call coming in, he hesitated slightly and answered. "Dr. Han, I roughly understand your situation. I think we can reach some kind of consensus, which would be extremely beneficial for both of us." Su Jiguang extended an olive branch to Han Shen. "Oh, tell me about it. Lao Liang's management methods are very problematic, causing many problems in the hospital. He either retires or leaves the hospital. I am not talented, but I am confident and responsible in managing the hospital well. In other words, whether I can return to the hospital depends on you. Dr. Han, after you come back, I can let you act as the director of the intensive care medicine department. Due to your qualifications, you were just promoted to deputy director and cannot be promoted to full director immediately. But I have given you the power of a full director, just wait for the right opportunity to make it official. There should be a balance between gains and efforts. You value me so much, what do you need me to do? You will perform the surgery on the patient in bed 15. Only success is allowed, no failure. I see, I will consider it." Han Shen hung up the phone. The patient in bed 15 is a retired senior figure in the province. His physical condition is very poor. According to the original treatment plan, he needs to undergo surgery in these days. Such patients require the best medical resources in the hospital, but Liang Weili is old, and Director Qian has problems, leaving almost nothing. In fact, there is a situation where Han Shen's surgery for Zhou Yan was submitted by the Chinese hospital for provincial and municipal evaluation and was selected as one of the top 10 typical surgical cases in Jiangdong this year. It also ranked in the top 3 on the difficulty list. This is what Liang Weili referred to as the grass is greener on the other side. Therefore, the patient's family naturally considered letting Han Chen perform the surgery. Su Jiguang saw Han Chen's ability and wanted to recruit him. Su Jiguang, with the meager offerings you've given, do you think you can use me as a pawn to seek benefits for you, to conquer and plunder? Do you think that's possible? Although Han Chen did not work at the People's Hospital, he was ultimately a doctor. If he didn't see patients for 3 days, his hands would itch. The People's Hospital did not trust him, but there were still people who believed in his medical skills, such as the rheumatism patient. Han Chen went to the patient's home to perform acupuncture treatment, had a meal there, did another session in the evening, and then left with Fu Fangfang. In the car, Fu Fangfang asked, "I didn't dare to ask when we were at their home, how did you fall out with Dean Liang? To be honest, my marriage is in crisis. I proposed a divorce, my parents-in-law agreed, but my wife refuses to admit her mistakes and rejects the divorce. Then, my father-in-law wanted to use Dean Liang's relationship to get me to leave the hospital, even leave Jiangdong. I have no grudges with Dean Liang, it's just that he stands on my father-in-law's side, that's all. I see, I thought Dean Liang valued you a lot and wanted to nurture you, so he shouldn't have suddenly soured the relationship. I am very grateful to Dean Liang personally, he has given me a lot of convenience in the hospital. However, these are all conveniences given to me by his position, in fact, he is still under my father-in-law. My father-in-law thinks that being a doctor is not promising, and cannot bring any fame, fortune, or social status to the Lu family. Then your father-in-law seems to have misunderstood you, he didn't realize how skilled you are in medicine. There is also Dean Liang who didn't give you the opportunity to showcase your talents. Indeed, Liang Weili didn't give me much opportunity. Of course, this should also be because my wife talked to Liang Weili, asking him not to give me more responsibilities, so I could go home earlier. When I first entered the hospital, I worked very hard to improve myself, I also wanted to stand out. Speaking of work and life, it is indeed difficult to balance career and family. We medical staff are the only ones who know the hardships. You mentioned marriage and family just now, my situation is also similar to yours, I'm not afraid to tell you. My wife and I are also drifting apart, if it weren't for the children, we would have divorced long ago. You are still young, I believe you can get through this. Fu Fangfang said, reaching out her hand and patting Han Chen's shoulder, it was encouragement and also a test. Let's encourage each other. Oh, I'm sorry, my negative energy affected you. Han Chen could somewhat guess Fu Fangfang's meaning, but he did not respond. It's not that easy to gain his trust. By the way, Dr. Han, if you want to practice during this time, come to my sanatorium, my doors are always open to you. I'm afraid of causing you trouble. After all, the Lu family is thriving in Jiangdong now, if they find out that your sanatorium has accepted me, they might cause trouble for you. It's okay, our sanatorium is not competitive, we only have some elderly people, the Lu family may not look down on them. Alright, thank you in advance. Han Chen agreed, this sanatorium also has relevant medical licenses, allowing for a certain degree of treatment activities. Back home, Han Chen saw his wife Lu Chuchu had already returned, she stood in the living room holding her hands, looking coldly at Han Chen as he entered. Where did you go? Your phone was off, and you were nowhere to be found. You fired the housekeeper, so you're not doing any housework now? I worked hard outside all day, and I can't even have a hot meal when I come home. Lu Chuchu, with your intelligence and ability, do you think you would starve to death? You say you work so hard, and can't even have a hot meal, what are you working hard for? You're busy, am I not busy? Your work is work, does that mean my work isn't work? You're being unreasonable. Do you want to argue? I don't want to argue with you, I'm stating facts. I don't want to argue with you either, I'm also stating facts. Han Chen ignored his wife and went straight to the study. Midnight. Han Chen didn't expect Sophie to knock on the door and say warmly, Han Ji, come out for a late night snack. Why are you here? You're asking knowingly, you didn't cook for the Lu family, you can't let Lu Jia go hungry. Lu Jia asked me to buy some late night snacks, she thought you work hard, and asked me to bring an extra portion for you. Han Chen put down his work and went to the dining room, where Sophie had indeed bought a lot of late-night snacks, and Lu Chuchu was already eating there. He opened the box that belonged to him and found chicken gizzards, as well as beef delights, a proper meal. Fei Fei, I didn't expect you to have such a strong taste. You are quite a woman, I have to admire you. This is not mine, it's yours. Sister specially ordered it for you, Sophie explained quickly. Although we are middle-aged, I am not weak. You don't need to tell me this, only sister has the right to speak, right, sister? Eat your food, you talk too much, Lu Chuchu lightly scolded, glancing at Han Chen, who had already started tasting, and her lips slightly curved. It's not as good as what I bake. Fei Fei, don't buy it next time. If you want to eat, tell me in advance, I'll bake it for you. Han Chen only tasted a little and then put down his chopsticks. What you bake is delicious, but not easy to digest, Sophie complained, with a hint of meaning. Not easy to digest? That's because the pitiful have something to hate. Sophie, you also need to be more careful. The thing I asked you to do before, you didn't do it well. Han Ge. Sophie didn't expect to be pointed out by Han Chen immediately, so she quickly looked at Lu Chuchu. Lao Han, you're talking too much, remember not to speak while eating. I'm not hungry, you guys eat by yourselves. Sophie, we don't have a maid at home, so please tidy up later. Han Chen went to the underground gym, exercised a bit, and then went to the indoor swimming pool. Not long after, Han Chen saw his wife coming over. She took off her pajamas on the side and came in naked. This must be after Sophie left, leaving only the couple at home, so she could be so unrestrained. The two didn't argue, like thunder and fire, sparking instantly, churning in the pool. After finishing, the two leaned against the pool, letting their bodies float. Lu Chuchu, I thought you would call Sophie over and let her join us, but you let her leave. What's wrong? Can't I satisfy you? His wife was a bit out of breath, her face flushed, very charming. That's two different things. After the incident in the hospital dormitory last time, I felt that my views on relationships might have changed a bit. I don't know what you think, but I see that you can accept my infidelity. This is a Pandora's box, opened for you, Han Chen said. Husband, don't mention that night again. I also regret it. If you give me another chance to choose, I won't choose that way. But, you only have one chance, so don't think about it anymore. You don't understand what I mean. I understand, you want more women in and out of your words, but I believe you are not that kind of man. My other meaning is, you have refreshed my understanding of you. You are not as innocent and kind as I imagined. You may do whatever it takes for your goals. Husband, you misunderstood me. Everything I do for you is based on my love for you. I never thought of hurting you, I just want you to know that I love you. It's because you wanted to divorce me back then, that I resorted to such a low move. I can't live without you, understand? Husband, I'm tired, let's go back to bed, carry me back. That day, Lu Chuchu came to the company, called Sophie over, and paid special attention to Sophie, finding her quite beautiful, just slightly inferior to her. If Sophie's age was taken into account, Lu Chuchu couldn't help but envy her. She also remembered that saying, a girl cannot be forever 18, but there will always be an 18-year-old girl. She transferred the supper money from last night to Sophie, not giving Sophie a chance to refuse. Faye, guess what Lao Han asked me about last night? It's about you. Is Lao Han still blaming me for buying those inappropriate things for him? I've already apologized to him. He shouldn't still be holding a grudge against me, right? It's not about that. He said last night I should have kept you here and let him sleep with you. Fei, do you have this idea? If you do, come home with me tonight. This is a life-threatening question, which made Sophie suddenly panic. She hurriedly said, Lu Jia, you know what kind of person I am. I absolutely have no intention of seducing Han Gu. Without your cultivation, I wouldn't be where I am today. I would never do something ungrateful. I believe you wouldn't. You don't have the guts for it. But Lao Han is bold, he dares to have thoughts about you. What should I do? Sophie was a little excited, with Han Chen's handsome and elegant appearance in her mind, as well as his very strong side. She had fantasized about being with Han Chen, but she couldn't show it. Sister, is this a strategy of Han Ji's? He wants to sow discord between us. Since his last lawsuit failed, he should already hold a grudge against me. Maybe Han Gu has no ill intentions, just like what he did to the technical department, he just wants to disgust us. Yes, Lao Han has no ill intentions, he can only disgust us. But we still have to be cautious, because I let him taste the flavor of other women, now he wants to taste yours. Thinking of disgusting things, Sophie's body was covered in goosebumps. I can't afford to provoke him, I can hide. Can I go out of town to avoid trouble? You don't necessarily have to avoid it. Faye, you're not young anymore, find a boyfriend. Once you have a protector, Lao Han won't dare to touch you. Okay, then I'll find a boyfriend who can fight. If Han Gu has any inappropriate thoughts about me again, I'll scare him. Be careful not to hurt him. Lu Chuchu should also give Han Chen a lesson, not always letting him have his way. In fact, Han Chen is still at home, just answering Su Jiguang's call. Dr. Han, didn't we agree on this? You come to work at the hospital, I'll give you the power of deputy director. I've prepared your appointment letter. Why haven't you come to work yet? You can't stand me up. I've considered it. I think even if it's the director, it's not suitable for me. I think I should take over Liang Weili's position and become the hospital director. Are you kidding me? Can I appoint the hospital director? That's appointed by the higher authorities, and you also need experience at a higher level. Han Chen, don't be so naive and stubborn, just take what's good. Do you think I'm joking internationally? Oh, then you can take it as a joke. Su Jikwon, have you ever thought that you would come to beg me one day? You fucking never wanted to come back, you're just playing with me. Hee. Han Chen, do you know, if I hadn't waited for you these 2 days, I would have found someone to perform the surgery. Don't blame me, I'm just an ordinary doctor. Oh, you're right, there are plenty of talented people in the hospital, go find them. Now the patient's family is urging me to arrange the surgery. Where can I find someone to perform this surgery? And the patient's family only recognizes you. Han Chen, come back, help me out, even if I owe you a favor, we're in the same boat. I will repay you to the greatest extent. Besides, we all work in the health system, we see each other all the time, there's no need to sour the relationship. I don't want to see you. I don't need anything from you. You, a deputy director, saying such things, you're really cheap. Han Chen hung up the phone, let them deal with their own problems. The doorbell rang, Han Chen went out to see a fish tank truck, Lu Wenwen from Xianren Farm came, she brought those precious koi. He looked at the delivery note, only Lu Wenwen's name was on it, no other suspicious Lu family members. I don't love raising koi anymore, take them back. These are for your wife to raise, she asked me to teach you how to raise them. Lu Wenwen still didn't approve of Han Chen's behavior that day, but she endured it. After all, Han Chen was a customer. Han Chen immediately had another idea, called his wife directly, and said, "Wife, did you not have enough of the last koi fish banquet? Then I will make another one for you to eat." Old Han, don't be stubborn, this is the koi I want to raise, it will bring me good luck. It's already this day and age, still believing in this kind of feng shui superstition, eating well, sleeping well, being healthy, that's when you will have good luck. Han Chen hung up the phone, had Lu Wenwen unload the goods, and then slammed a koi heavily on the ground in front of them. Don't leave, I'll make a whole fish banquet for you to taste. You're crazy. Lu Wenwen loved these koi very much, picked up the fainted koi, heartbroken. That angry look could kill Han Chen. But Han Chen's only response was to pick up another koi and throw it on the ground again. This person is crazy, quickly put the fish back in the car and take it back. Wait, is this your fish? This is already bought by my wife, it belongs to our family. If you dare to try to put it back, I won't let you leave. Han Chen shouted, suppressing everyone present. These delivery men knew that residents of this high-end community were either rich or noble, so they dared not stop him, watching Han Chen kill all the koi. Damn, you're a lunatic. Don't let me catch you, otherwise, I won't let you off. Lu Wenwen angrily warned Han Chen, but she couldn't really do anything to Han Chen, so she could only leave resentfully. Not long after, Lu Chuchu pushed open the study door, came to Han Chen angrily, and slapped him directly, but Han Chen grabbed her wrist. Lu Chuchu, if you're not happy with your work outside and come back to take it out on me, do you really think I'm nobody? If there's a next time, don't blame me for fighting back. Han Chen also tried hard to restrain himself from retaliating against his wife. Why did you kill my fish? I've told you, I want to raise them. I've also told you, I don't want to. How come, in your eyes, am I not as good as these few fish? Han Chen's face was very calm, probably in a state of being dead inside. Even if Lu Chuchu wanted to divorce him now, he might not agree, he was happy when his wife was not. Fine, if you don't want to raise them, then don't. It's just a few fish. Lu Chuchu weighed the options, although she knew Han Chen was being difficult, she didn't want to make things too tense. That's right. Also, next time when I'm working, don't come in without knocking or permission. Although we are husband and wife, we still need to respect each other. You can leave now. Lu Chuchu didn't expect Han Chen to be so troublesome, so she left first, knocked on the door and came back in, saying directly, "Why haven't you gone to work at the hospital?" Work? What's the point of working? To make money? If it's for money, and you want me to make money, why don't you let me work at your company? I can earn more. But do you need me to make money? Isn't this your career? Don't you like being a doctor? Isn't treating and saving people what you want to do most? I'm studying and researching medical knowledge, I can only treat and save people better by improving myself. Lu Chuchu, you are an outsider when it comes to my work, if you don't understand, don't interfere. Fine, I don't understand, I won't care about your work anymore, as long as you're happy. After Lu Chuchu left the study, her eyes turned cold, feeling that Han Chen was a thorn in her side, she had to find something for Han Chen to do, to blunt his edge. Han Chen didn't expect his father-in-law to come, still in a bad mood. The other party brought bodyguards, but didn't let them in. Staying at home every day, not wanting to work, do you want a free ride? Hee. Han Chen sneered, he couldn't go to work, his father-in-law was the culprit, shamelessly said. Considering Lu Chuchu's family background, it shouldn't be difficult to reward me with a meal, even if she skips a seafood meal, it's enough for my year's food expenses. You have such thoughts, I feel ashamed. If you don't go to work at the hospital, then do something at home. Oh, Lu Chuchu is reluctant to let me intervene in the group's affairs, but you let me do things. Aren't you afraid that I will take away the money of your Lu family? Then you can try it. Humph, our Lu family has today because Chuchu's wisdom and ability are important, as well as the unity of the Lu family, working diligently and striving hard. You, an outsider, why should you enjoy the benefits? So, I cannot share the money of the Lu family with you, unless you contribute to the Lu family. Go and claim this debt. The father-in-law threw a file bag in front of Han Shen, which contained the arrangements discussed between Lu Chuchu and him, asking Han Shen to chase an old debt, making it difficult for Han Shen. Let's make it clear up front. How will I get this money back? Han Shen didn't look at the contents of the file. If it was a debt, handed over by the father-in-law himself, he knew it wouldn't be easy to claim. If there was nothing inside, then it was a trap set by the father-in-law. If you get it back, half will be yours. Words are not enough, let's record it, so you won't regret it later. Han Shen didn't trust his father-in-law, so he recorded the conversation and sent it to his wife. If you can't get it back, then what? If I can't get it back, then I can't get it back. None of the other people in your Lu family can get it back. Are they all going to be punished? If there is no punishment, then why punish me? Han Shen didn't fall for it. Coward. A spineless coward. If I'm a coward, then it's your Lu family that's cowardly. Oh, wait, Han Ning is not my daughter to begin with, but she is also Lu Chuchu's daughter, half a part of your Lu family. But do you know whose the other half belongs to? Lu Chuchu never admitted it until you die, so you will carry the regret of having a wild granddaughter. You are asking for death. If it weren't for Chuchu protecting you, I would have killed you long ago. So impulsive, you are getting more and more reckless. Your blood pressure is high, with such a temper. Be careful you don't have a stroke one day. Han Shen opened the file and saw that it was indeed a debt. The other party was a debtor with certain official background, so the Lu family naturally had limited options. Han Shen closed the file, then left in front of his father-in-law. The father-in-law later called Lu Chuchu, informing her that Han Shen had gone to claim the debt, so she could wait to see Han Shen's joke. When the father-in-law returned home, he saw Han Shen coming in the evening. Didn't get the money, yet you have the face to come back? My wife is also here, that's perfect, you can be a witness. I have already obtained the receipt for the repayment. After the financial handover tomorrow, remember to transfer 5 million to me. Han Shen said something shocking. His wife and parents looked at each other, never expecting that a financial matter that had been dragging on for so long could be easily recovered by Han Shen. No problem, tomorrow I will have the finance department verify it. If everything is in order, I will give you 5 million. But how did you manage to get it back? Lu Chuchu also didn't want to break her promise. I've been running around all day, tired, I don't want to talk about it now. Give me the position of a group general manager or group director, and I will tell you. My proposal is very reasonable, consider it, Chairman Lu. Han Shen smiled slightly and walked out. His wife hurriedly followed him out. Inside the house, the father-in-law was not happy, grunted, and sullenly went into the study. The mother-in-law first arranged the children, then went into the study and asked, "What's wrong? The money has been recovered, aren't you happy?" "The money has been recovered, but don't forget, half of it goes to Han Shen. This white-eyed wolf, if he has money, will only give us more white eyes." The father-in-law was still unhappy, but this time he didn't make things difficult for Han Shen. Originally, he wanted to watch Han Shen make a fool of himself, but the result was that Han Shen successfully collected the debt, and his face was slapped like this. Giving half of the money was your bad idea. Why did you make a bet with him for no reason? Now that you don't give it, it means you can't afford to lose. We don't lack this money. If we give it, it's just feeding the dog. Besides, even if he has 5 million, what can he do? I actually hope he takes this money to enjoy himself, do evil deeds, so that Chuchu can see his true colors more clearly, and then we can divorce. That's true, but you also saw how arrogant he was just now. It's really annoying. I really want to go up and slap him in the face. Damn it! I'm annoyed too, but he's about to get the money after all. Let's leave it at that for now, and find another opportunity to make him look bad next time. Oh, how do you think he did it? Before we went over, Chuchu also went over, and many people went over, but couldn't get the money back. He went and got it back right away. It's really strange. Who knows? Tomorrow ask Chuchu. If I find out he used some dirty tricks, I'll make him look bad too. Father-in-law said coldly, he hasn't completely lost this round yet, maybe he can turn it around. Lu Chuchu followed Han Shen back, also asking about the debt collection process, but Han Shen didn't say a word. Even when Lu Chuchu used seduction, trying to get him to talk when he was happiest, Han Shen remained tight-lipped. The next day, Han Shen received a call from the chief surgeon of the Chinese medicine hospital, asking him to come over for a surgery. After inquiring, he learned that it was a patient transferred from the People's Hospital, the one who used to be in bed 15. Han Chen knew it was a quite tricky surgery. He could only be very confident, but not dare to say 100%. Of course, no one dares to say 100%. He still took on the surgery. He also needed this kind of relationship surgery. When Han Chen entered the operating room, Lu Chuchu also called Sophie in to investigate how Han Chen collected the debt. Sophie was very efficient. By the time Han Chen was still busy with the surgery, she had already delivered the investigation report to Lu Chuchu. The investigation report showed that Han Chen first went to the debtor's house, then shortly after took the debtor to the Chinese medicine hospital for a physical examination. After the examination they returned together, and finally Han Chen left. Judging from the time difference, shortly after the debtor returned home, the transfer was completed. It seems that Brother Han was lucky. He happened to meet the debtor when he was sick, and Brother Han is a doctor, took the debtor for a physical examination, then treatment, so it was easy to gain the debtor's trust. We went there for the money before. Brother Han focused on the debtor's health. This contrast made the debtor agree to repay the money. Sophie summarized it this way. It should be like this. Lu Chuchu nodded. It was roughly like this, but she still had some doubts in her heart, and these details needed to be told by Han Chen himself. The head of the finance department came over, asking Lu Chuchu if she wanted to transfer money to Han Chen, because Chairman Lu Bolan told her not to transfer money to Han Chen. She was afraid of offending Han Chen and could only let Lu Chuchu make the decision. Transfer it to him. Otherwise, he will definitely find a way to cause trouble. Lu Chuchu instructed the finance department. Han Chen's surgery went smoothly, but it also took a lot of time, plus he had to wait for the patient to wake up, so it was already late at night. When the patient woke up, it also announced the perfect success of his surgery. The next treatment was arranged by the expert doctors and the patient's family members from the Chinese medicine hospital, and he completed this task. He walked out of the Chinese medicine hospital, got into his wife's car, and went back together. After checking the bank's information prompt, the 5 million really came. He said to his wife, "You really gave the money, your dad shouldn't be happy about it." This was agreed upon. My dad shouldn't be that petty. Lao Han, maybe my dad has been too harsh on you these years. You should be involved in the group. You want to say that I have never seen money, never seen the world, and even for a mere 5 million, I would reach out my hand. You are the richest person. If these 5 million were to fall on the ground, you wouldn't even spare a glance, let alone bend down to pick it up. How is that possible? The money in our group didn't come out of thin air. We must cherish every penny. Speaking of money, you just finished surgery earlier. Did the patient's family thank you? Someone did invite me for supper on the spot, but I was tired and didn't agree. Having a meal is nothing. I mean, did they give you money or other benefits? That wasn't mentioned. Maybe someone wanted to give, maybe not. In the eyes of many, it's only natural for doctors to treat and save lives. Then you need to be careful, don't lose sight of the bigger picture. Oh, by the way, you are a doctor at the People's Hospital, but now you've come to the traditional Chinese medicine hospital to perform surgery? Is this breaking the rules? Do you even know what rules are? Your so-called rules mean nothing when it comes to matters of life and death. Lao Han, I see that you. Forget it, let's not argue about this. Han Chen's wife noticed that he had been full of hostility lately, speaking with a sharp tongue. Han Chen was also tired, so he dozed off in his chair. When he got home, he found that Sophie had also come and prepared supper for them. Of course, this time there were no delicacies, just regular food. Sophie left in a hurry after eating, perhaps afraid that Han Chen would misbehave. His wife tidied up a bit and said to Han Chen, "Let me tell you something, if you don't do household chores, and I don't have time, it's really not feasible to not have a maid or servant at home. Tomorrow I'll arrange for someone to come over, don't give her a hard time and drive her away." "As you wish," Han Chen agreed. Nothing eventful happened that night. The next day, Han Chen still didn't go to the hospital, but met the new maid arranged by his wife, a young girl. She had a round face, rough-looking skin that appeared healthy, small chest, not curvy, not thin or tall, just an ordinary appearance. The old maid from his mother-in-law's house came to introduce the villa's situation and job responsibilities to the new maid, providing on-site guidance. Han Chen stood on the balcony smoking, and happened to see the new maid working below, her actions catching his attention. When she was cleaning the gym, she effortlessly lifted the heavy equipment with one hand and skillfully cleaned underneath with the other. It was not intentional, she wasn't pretending. After a few subtle observations, Han Chen realized that the new maid was skilled in martial arts. "Lu Chuchu, did you hire a maid or a bodyguard to protect yourself from me, or to monitor me?" "Oh, you hired a woman who can fight, to prevent me from misbehaving, right?" Han Chen could imagine a scenario where he made inappropriate demands to the new maid, she refused, and then beat him up. "Lu Chuchu, You must be delighted to see that happen, right? On that day, Han Chen was in the study researching cases, preparing to write related academic papers. Once he completed the paper, he would go through the defense process to obtain his doctoral degree. At that moment, the new maid knocked on the door, saying that Lu Chuchu wanted to discuss something important. Lu Chuchu seemed to be displeased that Han Chen was either watching bloody surgery videos in the study or smelling of smoke. Do you need me for something? Han Chen asked directly. Lao Han, did you write this article? His wife handed Han Chen a printed news report from the internet. The article was about someone reporting that the Immortal Farm was occupying farmland, destroying local vegetation, disrupting the local groundwater system, and wasting local agricultural resources, among other accusations. This report was published in a prominent newspaper in Jiangdong. After investigating, and with a sixth sense telling Lu Chuchu, it was written by Han Chen. It might be, but I'm not sure. Lately, I've been writing when I have free time. I've written quite a bit, and I don't even know what I've written. What's the matter? Does this concern you? Truth be told, I have also invested in the Immortal Farm, and the farm's shareholders are my friends. Criticizing like this in your article will bring us great losses. In the future, can you discuss with me before taking action? His wife observed his words and expressions, realizing that Han Chen was not aware of his wrongdoing, and she wanted to scold him. Lu Chuchu, is your focus on me not consulting with you, rather than the issue of the farm itself? Indeed, you are completely unaware of the problem. You are a businessman, pursuing fame and profit, which I cannot stop you from, but I want to say that those who have always sought wealth at all costs, harming the interests of the majority for their own benefit, cannot end well. I don't want to hear you preach. Your old-fashioned academic thinking is simply impractical in today's society. Yes, you are right. I am old-fashioned, outdated, and conservative. So what do you want? Should I apologize to you and Lu Xiaochuan? Apologize in person or make a public statement? Han Chen said coldly. This Lu Xiaochuan is the behind-the-scenes boss of the Immortal Farm, as well as the chairman of the Four Seas Group, naturally the one Han Chen suspects his wife of having an affair with. No need, I have already suppressed this matter, so please do not bring it up again. And please refrain from doing similar things in the future. Can you do that? Ha, Lu Chuchu, let me give you some advice. It's better to solve problems when you encounter them, rather than trying to cover them up. Han Chen did not back down. Are you so idle? If you don't want to work at the People's Hospital, then go work at the Chinese Medicine Hospital. Focus on being a good doctor and don't worry about other things. Do you think I'm idle? Only your job is considered work, while mine is meaningless? Do you have to compare yourself to me? Well, sorry, your job really can't compare to mine. You are a doctor, you can only save one or two specific people, but my work can impact thousands of people in Jiangdong. That's right, the Lu family group is involved in various industries in Jiangdong, indeed affecting the lives of millions. But what if you don't do good deeds? You would also affect millions of people. Take the Immortal Farm for example. How much farmland have you taken away? Have you provided enough subsidies to local farmers? How much farmland in Jiangdong have you reduced, and how much subsidy do you still need from the country? What is the significance of this farm? Lu Chuchu, you are just a beneficiary. Your views are extreme, you are asking for trouble and danger. Let's talk about the future later, I just want to live well in the present. Han Chen thought, we have no future together, you have been having an affair for so many years, and the daughter you gave birth to is not mine. You refuse to divorce and still want to deceive me, dream on. Neither of them could convince the other, and further argument would only sour the situation, so they both decided to stop. Soon, the maid came to report, Miss, the master is going out, he is loading things into the car and said he won't be back for dinner tonight. Upon hearing this, Lu Chuchu hurried out. Lao Han, we were just discussing, having different opinions is normal, I didn't say anything extreme to you, nor did I ask you to do anything. Do you really have to leave home again? Lu Chuchu was afraid that Han Chen would actually leave, as he would stay in a hotel and might even chat with some random girl. She didn't want to be left alone at home. Leave home? No, I'm going fishing. Han Chen showed the fishing equipment in the car. Fishing? Then I'll go with you. Lu Chuchu quickly packed up, changed into casual clothes, grabbed some outdoor gear, and got into Han Chen's car. Lu Chuchu, I have work freedom now, I'm just here to relax. After all, I'm 40 years old, not a young man anymore, I need to learn to enjoy life. You are different, you carry the happiness of millions of people on your shoulders, so go back and continue working. I'm also 40 years old, and I'm going to live with you. Lu Chuchu insisted. Han Chen stopped talking and took his wife to the riverside, found a suitable spot to fish, and leisurely started fishing. If you don't set up a nest, how are you going to fish? You don't fish like this. His wife observed and found that Han Chen was not a professional. Some people fish for the process, some fish for the fish. I'm different from them. I'm here to relax. Being too professional makes me tired. Then I have reason to suspect that you're not here to fish, you're just pretending to fish because I'm here. Oh, then what was I going to do? You tell me, you definitely didn't have good intentions. Are you afraid I'll go get a foot wash and a full body massage? You think you don't want to. Ha, if you say that, Lu Chu, where is that woman from the dorm last time? Forget about that, really. That bitch ruined my reputation, I can't forget. However, I believe that sooner or later, you will send her back to my bed. Han Shen saw a fish on the hook, pulled it up, it was a carp, he unhooked it and threw it back into the river. The next day, when Han Shen attended the consultation arranged by Fu Fangfang at the sanatorium, his eldest daughter Han Ning also came to the Four Cs group and stood in front of Chairman Lu Xiaochuan. She looked at Lu Xiaochuan, underestimated him in her heart, thinking, this Uncle Lu is tall, but his square face doesn't look like me at all. Han Chen, you can't be mistaken. Anning, your mother asked you to come find me, right? Lu Xiaochuan naturally knew Han Ning, but seeing Han Ning staring at him as soon as she entered, he was a bit puzzled. No, I came on my own. Take a good look at me, do I look like your daughter? Wait, I didn't hear clearly, say it again. Don't pretend, I know you have a close relationship with my mother, if you slept with my mother, then I'm your daughter. You sit here first, I'll call your mother to come over. Lu Xiaochuan comforted Han Ning and quickly sent a message to Lu Chuchu. When Lu Chuchu arrived, he personally greeted her at the elevator and said directly, is Han Ning really our daughter? What nonsense are you talking about? After Lu Chuchu understood the situation, she was greatly surprised and told her daughter to keep quiet and not say a word, then took her daughter to the car. What's wrong with you, coming here to find your father, aren't you ashamed? You're becoming more shameless? Han Chen is not my father, someone said that Lu Xiaochuan is my biological father, shouldn't I come and ask? Who said Han Chen is not your father, who said that? Han Chen said. He has a paternity test to prove it, you don't believe it, but I do. That's fake. Han Chen lied to you, don't mention it again in the future. Otherwise, I will discipline you properly. Lu Chuchu sent her eldest daughter back to her parents' home, seeing her daughter angrily enter the room and lock the door, so rebellious that she was at a loss. In the study, the parents-in-law were also shocked to hear about this. Chuchu, you have a very close relationship with Lu Xiaochuan, could there be something between you two? The mother-in-law asked. I'm just a business partner with him and have a good personal relationship, but not to the extent of having such a ridiculous relationship. Mom and Dad, you should discipline Anning well, she's becoming more and more unreasonable. The wife naturally denied it. If Chuchu says no, then it's no, we believe you. Anning's behavior is indeed out of line, she needs to be disciplined well, otherwise, if this spreads, people will say that our Lu family has no rules or manners. Oh, by the way, who told her to doubt Lu Xiaochuan? The father-in-law also frowned, trying to find the root of the problem. It's all Han Chen's fault, last time he gave Anning the so-called paternity test, and Anning believed it to be true. Originally, Ning was in a rebellious phase and had long stopped listening to Han Chen's strict discipline. Now, upon seeing the paternity test report, she believed it to be true. And Ning also knew that I had a good relationship with Lu Xiaochuan, so she went directly to ask, creating such an embarrassing misunderstanding. Lu Chuchu said, why is it that white-eyed wolf again? The father-in-law was a little angry, but he had a different view from his daughter on the paternity test results. Let the white-eyed wolf come over and explain to Ning. The mother-in-law added. We can't let Han Chen come to meet Ning, otherwise, he will come up with some bad ideas for Ning. Lu Chuchu asked her parents to keep an eye on her daughter and then left. The father-in-law and mother-in-law called Han Ning out, with stern faces, to question her clearly. Unexpectedly, Han Ning asked back, Grandpa, Grandma, if you had to choose between Han Chen and Lu Xiaochuan, who would you choose? I think you would definitely choose Lu Xiaochuan, and I would too. Because Lu Xiaochuan comes from a good family background and is a good match for my mom. You don't like Han Chen, I don't like him either, so help me prove that I am Lu Xiaochuan's daughter. That way, even if my mom doesn't admit it, it won't matter. But your mom said she has no relationship with Lu Xiaochuan. The father-in-law said. Would Lu Chuchu dare to admit it? She wouldn't dare, she is still married to Han Chen. If she admits to having an affair with Lu Xiaochuan, when they divorce, she will have to give a large portion of the property to Han Chen. Upon hearing that Han Chen would get a large sum of money, the two old people were not happy. How can we prove that you are Lu Xiaochuan's daughter? The mother-in-law asked. Grandma is smart, you already know that I am not Han Chen's daughter. Grandpa, don't tell my mom, and don't restrict my actions. Tomorrow I will go find Lu Xiaochuan again, I will find a way to convince him to admit it. Han Ning persuaded the two old people in this way. The two old people helped cover up. When Lu Chuchu called again to inquire, they said that Han Ning was very obedient, had realized her mistake, and would be sent to school early the next morning, so Lu Chuchu shouldn't worry. Lu Chuchu didn't suspect her parents, so she felt relieved. When she met Han Chen that night and he didn't mention the matter, she didn't bring it up either. Thinking that Han Chen's phone was turned off and Han Ning couldn't contact him, they couldn't conspire together. But she didn't expect that the next day, Han Ning would barge into Lu Xiaochuan's meeting room directly, in front of the senior management of the group, revealing a paternity test report and putting Lu Xiaochuan in a difficult position. Lu Chuchu had to go to the 4C's group again, and was called aside by Lu Xiaochuan. Chuchu, isn't Ning really our daughter? Do you think it's possible? Lu Chuchu naturally denied it, but she provided a paternity test report, which concludes that she has a genetic relationship with me. Chuchu, to be honest, I am willing to accept this fact. As for the paternity test, I need to take Han Ning away first. Han Ning has never been so abnormal from childhood to adulthood. I feel there is another mystery behind this. Is there something behind this? If there is, it's aimed at me, not you. Lu Chuchu took her daughter away again, and after getting in the car, she didn't get angry, but calmly said, Han Ning, it seems you have really grown up, and your wings are strong enough to do as you please. Do you really think I'm a 3-year-old child? I have a paternity test. Lu Chuchu, you can't deceive me. What you don't believe, I do. Who helped you with the paternity test? Do you have that ability? Han Chen did. It's really him. Alright, since you two are so close in private cooperation, I won't separate you. From now on, you can live at home again. Whatever you want to do, you can do it under my watch, no need to hide it from me. Lu Chuchu didn't make a fuss, she took her eldest daughter back to the villa. Old Han, explain, what's going on here? Lu Chuchu slapped the paternity test report in Han Chen's hand. You should be the one to explain to me. Of course, I don't care who takes the initiative and who is passive, I will be happy to fulfill you. Han Chen said lightly. Blood spitting. No matter how much you say, you just want to divorce me, then let me tell you again, no way. Lu Chuchu warned Han Chen and went back to her study. Lao Han, what should I do next? Han Ning quickly asked Han Chen when she saw her mother was not around. Just wait, hasn't Lu Xiaochuan already done the paternity test with you? This requires a process, so wait patiently for good news. But my mom doesn't accept the test results. I think she and Lu Xiaochuan really have nothing. What if Lu Xiaochuan is not my biological father, then what should I do? See? How can you tell? If I didn't do the test, could you tell that we are not related by blood? You are so amazing, why don't you fly to the sky? I told you to wait, so just wait patiently. If it's not this Lu Xiaochuan, don't be discouraged, there are other people. If you want to find out, you will definitely find out. Unless you don't want to find out and just want to keep being a wild seed. Damn, I suspect you are finding ways to insult me. You are not my woman, you don't even call me dad, and you want me to support you? Spare me, if you want to be pampered and have sweet moments, go find your real dad. I'm not your dad, do you expect me to pamper you? You are ruthless. Han Ning couldn't argue with Han Chen, so she went back to her room first. A moment later, Lu Chuchu entered her daughter's room and saw her daughter's undisguised angry expression, so she asked, what did you talk to your dad about? Uncle Lu said he will divorce his current wife and marry you, and he will wholeheartedly treat me well to make up for the fatherly love I've been missing all these years. Are you pretending to be stupid with me? When did Lu Xiaochuan become your dad? Han Chen is your dad. Han Chen is not my dad, don't mention him to me. Disgusting. Han Ning, if you weren't my biological daughter, with your attitude, I have 10,000 ways to deal with you. Then come, clean me up now. I, Han Ning, will definitely find my biological father. Lu Chuchu, dare to do it if you dare, you are not qualified to talk to me like this. Slap. Lu Chuchu slapped her daughter directly in the face, but unexpectedly, her daughter not only didn't back down, but offered the other side of her face. Lu Chuchu, just kill me, I really don't know who my biological father is. Do you know what it feels like to be called a wild seed at school? You will never know. Just kill me. Lu Chuchu found that she couldn't control her daughter, so she could only confine her daughter. She wanted to go and reprimand Han Chen, but Han Chen was also difficult to deal with now, unless she used her extreme methods, otherwise it would be futile. And when Han Ning caused trouble at the 4C's group again, her in-laws hurried over after knowing about it. Chuchu, what's going on? Why did Anning go to the 4C's group again? She is so stubborn, do you really have a relationship with Lu Xiaochuan? The father-in-law asked directly. Dad, don't stir up trouble, I have nothing to do with Lu Xiaochuan at all. Even if Lu Xiaochuan takes Anning's sample for testing now, there won't be any results. Lu Chuchu was at a loss. If her parents came to inquire, then others would definitely call to inquire, and she would have to explain it all over again. Paternity test? Choo-choo, according to your previous theory, do you still believe in the authenticity of this test result? The father-in-law asked back. Lu Choo-choo was speechless for a moment. She had previously questioned Han Shen's test results, saying that paternity testing was pseudoscience, but now she needed it to deny the relationship between Lu Xiaochuan and Han Ning, which was contradictory. Choo-choo, is there something you can't tell your dad? Maybe it's your personal problem, maybe it's Han Shen's problem, but if it's a problem of the Lu family, you don't have to face it alone. At this time, you must sort out the priorities. I haven't reached the point of chaos yet. Where is Han Chen? You said he sent Han Ning over. What exactly did he do? He's in the study, you can go ask him. But, talk nicely, don't get agitated or argue. The wife said this, went over, knocked on the door, entered, and saw Han Chen studying a bloody video segment. Lao Han, my dad is here and wants to talk to you, so put aside your work for now. Lu Bolan had already come in, looking at Han Chen pretending nothing was wrong. He wanted to slap Han Chen. Han Chen, do you know what you're doing? I'm studying a video of a craniotomy surgery. For severe strokes, this kind of surgery is needed to clear the blood clots. Look, this scene is not pleasant, but I'll tell you something you won't like to hear. Don't get angry, take care of your health. Otherwise, if you have a stroke, this will be your fate. Han Chen said. Lao Han, my dad didn't mention this video, but the things you instructed Han Ning to do. Tell my dad, why did you send Han Ning to see High Group? Lu Choo-choo pondered in her heart. Han Chen was indeed pretending to be confused. I have a checkup every month, your curse won't come true. The father-in-law despised Han Chen, truly speaking unpleasant truths. Han Ning went to cause trouble herself. She believes more than anyone that she's not my daughter. She's looking for her biological father, not just Lu Xiaochuan, but also those other men you're familiar with, of the right age. She will investigate and confirm. The essence of this issue is not with me, not with Han Ning, but with you, Lu Choo-choo. So, while my dad is here, with no outsiders present, you better come clean. If you choose to conceal again, you'll only hurt our parents, the children, and this family. Han Chen pointed the finger at Lu Choo-choo. Han Chen, don't go too far. Do you not know who Han Ning's father is? It's you. If you keep suspecting and slandering me repeatedly, even if I love you and indulge you, there are limits. Don't challenge my bottom line, don't push it to the point of no return. Lu Choo-choo denied again, warning Han Chen. I speak with facts and reason, but you are bullying and taking advantage of others. How can we communicate like this? I'm a small person, a waste. You can manipulate me as you please, but can you silence all those voices of doubt in society? Han Chen, are you trying to anger me? By betraying my love for you like this, you will face consequences, you will regret it. Lu Choo-choo got angry and left slamming the door. Regarding the consequences and regrets mentioned by his wife, Han Chen felt disdain in his heart. I've been deceived by you for over a decade. None of the 3 daughters are mine. For the sake of this family, I've given everything I could. Almost all my energy has been devoted to the family, neglecting work, resulting in no achievements in my career. Isn't this the greatest retribution for me? Han Chen, just tell me, what have you found out? The father-in-law lowered his voice, seeing that Han Chen was no longer as fearful of his daughter as before. He felt that Han Chen had some confidence. He suspected that Han Chen might have some core secrets. I believe in science. Han Ning is not my daughter. I don't know anything else. You have great powers. You should know more than me. Like father, like son, you should know better than me what kind of person Lu Choo-choo is. Assuming Han Ning really isn't your daughter, and Choo-choo did something wrong to you, what do you ultimately want? When I first found out that Han Ning wasn't my daughter, I wanted justice. I wanted an explanation from Lu Choo-choo, but I found out that Lu Choo-choo is not a reasonable person, just like you. Now I just want freedom. I want to end this marriage, end my ties with you, that's all. Don't you want money? You ask for billions, tens of billions, dozens of billions as soon as you open your mouth. You want a lot. The father-in-law sneered. Will you give it to me? The money from the Lu family is not yours. I won't give you a penny. Han Chen sneered at the words, as if he was a money grubber. If you want to divorce Choo-choo, you have to prove that Choo-choo is at fault, otherwise, she won't let go. There is an opportunity right now. Is Lu Xiaochuan and Ning's biological father? What do you think of the paternity test technology? I believe it is a reliable technology, although not absolutely accurate. The margin of error is very small, and the conclusion is trustworthy. In that case, it means you also believe that Han Ning is not my daughter. Her biological father is Lu Xiaochuan, or Jiang Xiaochuan, Niu Xiaochuan, Ma Xiaochuan. This is beyond my control. It's not my problem, right? But Choo-choo doesn't admit it. That's her problem. My position and ability are here. I can't control anything, but you can. You can come out in the name of the former chairman, take back Lu Chuchu's rights in the group. How about it? The Lu family has developed to its current scale. Chuchu's contribution is indispensable. She is even a decisive factor. Don't say that I, as the former chairman, don't have that power. Even if I do, I won't do it. Then let her distort the truth and cover the sky with one hand. Han Chen stopped talking to his father-in-law, opened the surgical video, and started studying it. In another room, the mother-in-law finished talking with her granddaughter and went to find her daughter Lu Chuchu. She asked directly, Chuchu, tell me, does Ning really want to change her name to Lu Ning? Do you have an affair with someone surnamed Lu? Mom, why are you saying these things? I have said more than once, and Ning's father is Han Chen. I have never been with Lu Xiaochuan. What do you think of the paternity test conclusion? It's fake, can't be trusted. Ah, you said Han Chen's conclusion is fake. Now about Lu Xiaochuan is also fake. Everything is fake. Then what is real? Chuchu, I know you are capable and possessive. You want to have many things. But matters of the heart are different. Now, your problems are all out in the open. You can only choose one. Daughter, you've messed up. Hearing this, the wife frowned even more, looking more serious. Sophie brought the latest test report and handed it to Lu Chuchu. The fastest testing procedure has concluded. Lu Xiaochuan and Han Ning have no blood relationship. It should be like this. Lao Han insisted on arguing with me. I will show him this. Let's see what he can say. Lu Chuchu was very calm. Lu Jia, wait a moment. There is a logical problem here. We didn't deny Han Ji's test report before, so we should deny this one now. If we believe this one now, we should also accept Han Ji's previous test. I suspect that this is Han Ji's purpose. What do you mean? Lu Chuchu realized something and her face fell. Hangu presented the paternity test report, sued in court, posted on the company's intranet, killed the koi that Lu Xiaochuan gave you. Now let Han Ning go find Lu Xiaochuan. Behind all these methods, there is only one purpose, to divorce you. This bastard, the better I treat him, the more he wants to divorce me. Lu Chuchu called the nanny and rushed into Han Chen's study, asking the nanny to tie up Han Chen. Han Chen symbolically resisted a couple of times and then stopped. He looked coldly at his wife and said in a calm tone, Lu Chuchu, you are finally losing your temper. This time are you going to cut off one of my legs, or an arm, or send me to a mental hospital, or just kill me? Mr. Lu, you can't. Sophie quickly advised Lu Chuchu. Lu Chuchu and Han Chen stared at each other, seeing that Han Chen's clear expression had long calculated that she would react like this. Feeling like she was being led by the nose by Han Chen, she had the nanny untie him and let the two of them leave first. Lao Han, what exactly do you want to do? I've told you many times, Han Ning is not my daughter, she is the child you had with someone else. I'm just fulfilling your good deeds with others, letting the child find his biological father. Hanning is your daughter. What is it? Hanning is not. Lu Chuchu, think about your behavior. Are you still a normal person? Yes, you are clearly a mentally ill lunatic. But I really only have you as a man. How could Aining be someone else's child? You dare not believe what you say. Han Chen came to the living room and said directly to his in-laws, Lu Chuchu's behavior is too abnormal. I suspect she is mentally ill and it is necessary to take her to the hospital for an evaluation. Nonsense, it's only you in our family who is sick. You are the one who is mentally ill. Exactly, look at you, you have already made the house restless. There is no one more like a lunatic than you. If it weren't for Chuchu protecting you, I would have made you pay a long time ago. The in-laws were immediately unhappy and refuted. Don't be afraid to see a doctor. Think about it, do you really understand everything Lu Chuchu has done? How much has she hidden from you? Why don't you want to accept the truth? Dad, Mom, Lao Han, don't argue, I also feel a bit abnormal. I will go for a mental evaluation. If I am really sick, then I will get treatment. The wife came out from inside, her face very calm. Chuchu, you can't go for an evaluation. If it gets out, the group will experience unpredictable fluctuations. The father-in-law hurriedly objected. It won't. Dad, you can rest assured. The group is stable now, no problem. Lu Chuchu looked at Han Chen. Lao Han, go with me, you can watch from the side and judge whether I am sick or not. Then, you can return to normal life. Lu Chuchu, don't confuse two concepts, whether you have a mental illness or not, and whether you are having an affair, these are two different things. There are differences, then solve them one by one. First, determine whether I have a mental illness, and then deal with another matter. Like you, I believe in science and facts. At the mental hospital, she underwent tests and Lu Chuchu was naturally normal. Han Chen supervised the whole process, watching his wife's performance. He seemed pensive but didn't say much. On the way back, the wife said, Lao Han, do you still find my words unbelievable? It's good that you're not sick, so you can accept the facts normally. Han Shen knew that even if the test was normal, it didn't prove anything. The smart wife just wanted to use this fact to cover up another fact. I haven't betrayed you, haven't had an affair, that's the fact, I accept it. But what about you? When will you stop doubting me? When will you return to normal life? Luchuchu, your problem is not solved. I still have a problem? Let's go back and solve it again, although I don't think I have any problems. Lao Han, I believe you don't have any problems either. Han Shen didn't say anything more, he went back to the villa first. Soon, the eldest daughter came over and questioned directly, I have checked just now, what you gave me was a fake paternity test, deliberately making me look for Lu Xiaochuan, using me as a gun. Why did you do this? I used to be too kind, not knowing that society is so cruel. Hanning, if you don't want to find your biological father, stop investigating, accept that you are a wild seed, and then live a life of survival. If Luchuchu never tells you until death, then accept her cunning and coldness. You are deliberately provoking me. Han Shen, you are really a jerk. When I find my biological father, I will definitely not let you off. The eldest daughter warned Han Shen, wishing to go up and bite him. However, just then, Luchuchu's voice came from outside, asking Hanning to come to her study, and the conversation here came to an end. What did you talk to your dad about? You were so excited, did he incite you to do something again? He said this could teach me a lesson about society, to let me know how treacherous people's hearts can be, and that not everyone is trustworthy. He hopes I grow up quickly, after all, I have to face the cruelty of this society. He really put a lot of effort into it, although he is really teaching you, but this method is too despicable, I do not advocate. And Ning, your dad understands you the most, with just a few words he can make you confused, and make you obediently do things his way. You may not even realize it yourself. What do you mean? You are so foolish, can't you see how stupid and foolish your actions are? I know I was used as a pawn by Han Shen, I admit I was played by him, but what about you, weren't you also played by him? And Grandpa and the others, weren't they also played by him? In my opinion, this kind of villain is not worthy of you, you should leave him and be with my real dad. Han Shen is your real dad. Impossible. Mom, you are contradicting yourself now, you don't believe in the paternity test between Han Shen and me, but you believe in me and Uncle Lu's. That's not the same thing. It is the same thing, I am not Han Shen's or Lu Xiaochuan's. Oh, have you slept with Lu Xiaochuan? I have only had one man, your dad Han Shen. Ah, this is Han Shen's malice, spreading rumors with a word, and running away when refuted. And you know nothing, but you get involved and add to my troubles and others' jokes. You are still young, I don't blame you, but I will arrange for you to go to another school. Where? Jiangdong Women's School. It is completely closed off, if I don't allow it, you can only come out lying down. Lu Chuchu did not doubt. Ah, it seems I have to go. But before I go, can you give me a definite answer, who is my dad? Han Chen. I'm talking about my real dad, my biological father. Han Chen is not my real dad. No, Han Chen is your biological father. Sophie also entered Han Shen's study, she wanted to remind Han Shen of something. Hanji, to be honest, you went too far this time. With Han Ning causing such a stir at the Four Seas group, it will definitely be exploited by someone with ill intentions, and then the Lu family and the Lu family will both suffer. Han Shen did not engage in Sophie's topic but wrote down a prescription on paper and handed it to Sophie. You have a bit of cold in the palace, you suffer a lot of pain during your monthly period. You used to take Western medicine, but that is just treating the symptoms and not the root cause. I'll give you a remedy, take a few doses, take it on the eve of your period or on the day itself, and your pain will be greatly reduced. After 3 months, the menstrual pain will completely disappear. You just took my pulse, and you knew I have cold in the palace? You are really a good doctor. Sophie was a bit embarrassed, and quite speechless, she came in to fish for information from Han Shen, so she did not refuse Han Shen's act of taking her pulse, she herself did not believe in Chinese medicine. Unexpectedly, Han Shen hit the nail on the head and revealed her hidden illness. Apart from treating illnesses and saving lives, I am not as good as you, after all, different trades are like different mountains. I also noticed another problem with you. I didn't give you a prescription because I know you don't believe it. I suggest you take some time to go to a gynecologist, find an experienced specialist, and check your chest, you have breast hyperplasia. If not treated early, it may develop into breast cancer. By then, it will either be cut on the operating table, or chemotherapy. Oh my, you are scarier than searching for diseases online. If I listen to you, I feel like I won't survive, I really can't chat with you. Sophie naturally did not believe it, because she was young and healthy. She quickly left the study, but not long after, she saw Han Shen coming out with a briefcase. Brother, where are you going? Sophie wondered whether to stop him, she felt that at this time, Lu Chuchu would definitely not let Han Shen go out. Chinese Medicine Hospital. Han Chen is indeed going to the Chinese Medicine Hospital. The patient in bed 15 recovered smoothly after surgery and has been transferred from the intensive care unit to the VIP ward, wanting to chat with the surgeon Han Chen. "Master, I'll drive for you." The young nanny was very enthusiastic, taking the initiative to be Han Chen's driver, but in fact, she was arranged by Lu Chuchu to track Han Chen. "When it's time to execute me, be quick and let me die quickly," Han Chen said lightly. "That's not what I mean, I have no ill intentions. It doesn't matter. I offended Lu Chuchu, offended Lu Bolan, offended the Lu family. If they vent their anger, they will make me disappear from this world. I am unwilling, but other than death, there is no other way." "Oh, you know the worst outcome, but I see you're not afraid of death at all? I am a doctor after all. I can't say I've seen too many dead people, but I have seen at least some. Working in the ICU is like working at the gates of hell, so I have long been indifferent to death. Of course, I am not fearless of death, I am afraid of dying without any value," Han Chen said, feeling a sense of desolation. If he died now, he would indeed have no value at all. In Jiangdong, he had no property of his own, no legacy, his daughter was not his own flesh and blood, and he had no son. Once he died, he would soon be forgotten. When no one remembered him, then he would truly be dead. At the Chinese Medicine Hospital, the young nanny did not stay in the car but followed Han Chen into the hospital ward. In the elevator, Han Chen said, "There's no need for this, I'm not going to run away. Miss said I can't let you out of my sight." "Master, rest assured, I won't interfere with your work, just pretend I don't exist. Lu Chuchu can find someone as loyal as you, she really has means." Han Chen felt heavy-hearted. It seemed that his wife could sit on the throne of the richest person in Jiangdong not solely by doing business, but also by other means. At home, after Lu Chuchu finished looking at the prescription handed over by Sophie, it was a normal medical prescription with no hidden meanings, but this also stirred up her memories from many years ago, from the first menstruation to the pain every time until she met Han Chen, and after marriage, through Han Chen's treatment, the dysmenorrhea disappeared. "Fei Fei, I can't believe you have dysmenorrhea. When I was young, I fell into the river in winter and caught a cold, so I would have severe pain every month during those days. However, I have never told anyone about my condition, let alone brother Han. He just took my pulse and knew everything. Unbelievable." Sophie once suspected that Han Chen had investigated her background, but even so, her private matter of cold uterus was not easy to investigate. Old Han has been in medicine for so many years, it's not surprising that he has this ability. In the future, when you interact with him, be more cautious and don't be fooled by him. Oh, you should re-evaluate old Han's abilities, especially his medical skills. Yes, Sophie indeed felt the need to re-evaluate Han Chen. She did not mention the matter of breast hyperplasia next, but discussed how to mitigate the impact of Han Ning's incident. When Lu Xiaochuan's call came in, Lu Chuchu sent Sophie away. "Chuchu, it's basically confirmed. It's a pity, if Anning were my daughter, how great would that be? What are you thinking? Your wife and mistress have given birth to how many children for you, and you still lack? Anning was misled to do such a shameful thing. After all, she is just a child, so don't tease her anymore." "I didn't mean to tease her, I really like Anning. In fact, Anning is someone I have watched grow up. This girl is much smarter and more capable than my few disappointing ones. I have told my wife and them more than once, if they could give me a child as smart as Anning, I would give up 10 years of my life. In my opinion, Anning was as stupid as a pig this time. I just hope her reckless behavior this time didn't cause you any loss. I'll treat you to a meal another day to apologize on her behalf. It's all trivial. However, Chuchu, I have discovered another matter. From the paternity test results between Anning and your husband, it turns out that he is not the father. So, tell me, who is the lucky one who made you pregnant for 10 months? Anning is indeed my husband, Han Chen. Although I don't understand why the paternity test between them did not match. As a woman and the child's mother, how could I not know who the child belongs to? Emotionally, I should trust you, but rationally, I should trust science. This matter has really left me confused. Be cautious, I suspect there is a hidden hand behind this, which may have already reached out to my Lu family. We both need to be careful, otherwise, everything we have will be in vain." "Hidden hand? Who?" "Not sure, still investigating. Lao Lu, I plan to meet your wife, otherwise, they might misunderstand the situation between us. You can arrange it as you wish. Even if they don't believe me, they should believe you." During the call, Lu Chuchu went to her daughter's room again, and after coaxing some words out of her daughter, she vaguely learned that Han Chen had started investigating her affairs outside. This Lu Xiaochuan was just the beginning, which made her sense an ominous crisis. Later, when Lu Chuchu saw Han Chen return, she took the opportunity while he was showering to inquire about the situation outside with the maid, and Han Chen's behavior was normal. At night, she sought intimacy with Han Chen, who showed no resentment and was as passionate and even slightly rough as before. She complained coquettishly, "Husband, are you being so forceful to retaliate against me? No, I know I'm not capable. If I can't satisfy you in this aspect, then I'm completely useless. Wife, I thought you liked it this way. Well, since you don't, I'll be gentler. Just do it with sincerity." That day, Han Chen was about to go out, and the maid insisted on being the driver. "You're coming with me, don't you need to do the housework?" The previous maid was dismissed because she didn't do her job well. "Although you're new, if you don't perform well, I can dismiss you too." This job was arranged by Miss. Miss said I belonged to her. The maid was not afraid of Han Chen's threats. She had figured out that in this villa, the male owner Han Chen was the one with the least power and money. "You listen to Lu Chuchu like this, she wants you to sleep with me, and you listen to her?" When I came, Miss told me that she wouldn't make such a request, and she specifically said that if you dare to touch me, she allows me to beat you up, as long as I don't hit your face and vital areas. By listening to Lu Chuchu like this, when she suffers, you won't escape the responsibility either. Han Chen was unhappy and determined to make his wife regret what she had just said. When he arrived at the sanatorium, Han Chen parked the car at the entrance and asked the maid to wait in the car. Then he got into Fu Fangfang's car and left to continue his private consultation. When he returned, the maid was still in the car, having stayed there the whole time without moving an inch. "Why did you stay inside for so long? The maid hasn't eaten and is starving. You can go home first. When I need you to pick me up, I will naturally call you." "No, Miss said I can't leave you. I have to keep watching you all the time." Hearing this, Han Chen frowned. It was obvious that Lu Chuchu deliberately found such an honest and stubborn person, thinking that this would control him. He thought to himself, "Lu Chuchu, I just want to divorce you and gain my freedom. Is it necessary for you to go this far? Don't you understand the consequences of holding grudges?" When his wife Lu Chuchu returned, the maid reported to her about Han Chen's activities throughout the day. Who did Lao Han see in the sanatorium, and what did he do inside? Lu Chuchu was puzzled when the nanny didn't continue, thinking that the nanny had forgotten. "I don't know about this. The car was stopped at the entrance, and only he went in. Should I go in next time? If you get stopped somewhere next time, you tell me, and I'll figure it out. As I said before, try not to let Lao Han out of your sight as much as possible. I want to know everything he does." Lu Chuchu thought the nanny was being too honest and considered arranging a private detective to monitor Han Chen at all times, but she was afraid of making things worse. However, overall, as long as Han Chen was going to treat and save people, Lu Chuchu was very relieved. In her opinion, the influence brought by a doctor was very limited. Doctors were often limited to the scope of a hospital. Han Chen had not achieved much, so his social influence was almost zero. After a night of passionate activities with her husband, Lu Chuchu looked at her husband and asked with a panting voice, "Honey, have you noticed any changes at home? What's wrong? Aining is not at home. Aren't you curious where she went? Oh, she doesn't want to talk to me. She gets annoyed when she sees me, so it's better to keep her distance." Han Chen was a bit puzzled. At this time, his wife mentioned Han Ning. He kept telling himself not to think about the child, she belonged to another family. "I sent her to Jiangdong Girls' School. Then she will become another you, with a bright and promising future, maybe even taking your place." Han Chen thought to himself, "Don't go, I like it this way." Lu Chuchu hugged Han Chen tightly, savoring the feeling of fulfillment. Lu family group. Lu Chuchu learned that Han Chen had gone fishing by the river again, with the nanny following him, so she didn't think much of it. However, when she saw Lu Xiaochuan coming in, she felt a little flustered and asked directly, "Why didn't you come by invitation? Many people are now inquiring about our relationship. This kind of thing has long been speculated. If you hide it, it will only be more conspicuous. I might as well continue to interact with you openly as usual. Just for this? If there's nothing else, you can leave. Nothing major, just showing my face, and then we can go for a drink tonight." "Not possible during this period, I have to go home." Your husband, the doctor, must be feeling frustrated now. His daughter doesn't recognize him but recognizes me instead. "Oh, by the way, Chuchu, whose child is Aining?" "She's my husband's." "Really? I heard that the doctor even filed for divorce over Aining's parentage issue. If it weren't for your suppression, it would have caused a big stir long ago." "Don't bring up what's better left unsaid. If even I, the child's mother, don't know whose child she is there any justice in this world? Indeed. You wouldn't be confused to that extent. Oh, since I'm here, tell me, who's behind our backs?" "It's not clear yet, but I trust my intuition." "Naturally, I trust you. I've made a lot of money following you all these years. By the way, what about the koi fish, still keeping it? Have the master come to your house to find a spot, you keep it for me for now. When things calm down at my place, I'll move it there. Ha, isn't it just a small doctor? You can't handle it? If he doesn't listen, just teach him a lesson. If you can't do it, let me handle it. I have a reputation, hee hee. Alright, since he sent aiming to you, it's reasonable for you to go to him. But be careful, don't fight with him, he's not your match. Under no circumstances should you harm him, he's my man. Lu Chuchu thought for a moment and felt that Han Shen had been causing trouble continuously during this period, completely unaware of the dangers of society. He is fishing by the river now. If you have nothing to do, you can go over there. Lu Chuchu sent a message to Lu Xiaochuan after determining the location. I heard about the incident with your husband in the hospital dormitory. Since he can't go back to the hospital, why not arrange a position for him in your group? I need to think about this. Lu Chuchu waved for Lu Xiaochuan to leave. Not long after, she received a message from the nanny that the two men had met. She hoped they wouldn't fight. By the riverbank, Lu Xiaochuan looked at Han Shen, who was smoking and had a fair and delicate appearance, belonging to the scholarly type, not his match at all. He cleared his throat and said, Han Shen, I am very familiar with Chuchu, but I have rarely seen you. Han Shen remained silent, smoking. Lu Xiaochuan continued, you killed my koi, wrote articles criticizing my farm, and even had an Ning cause trouble in my group, tarnishing my reputation. If it weren't for the fact that you are Chuchu's husband, I would have thrown you into the river to feed the fish. Just because of my relationship with Lu Chuchu? Then you'll have to wait. I will divorce Lu Chuchu, and then you will have the opportunity to throw me into the river. Han Shen said indifferently, casting a contemptuous glance at Lu Xiaochuan. In his mind, there were countless plans to dissect the other party, only killing, not saving, as if he were practicing anti-medicine. As a doctor, he was proficient in human physiological structure, familiar with the distribution of vital organs in the human body, and knew to what extent a person would perish when injured. Suddenly, he had a thought: as long as a person is alive, he should use anti-medicine methods to eliminate all those adulterers who had cuckolded him. Han Shen quickly smoked, taking a deep drag, suppressing the evil thoughts in his heart, constantly reminding himself that he was a doctor, not a butcher, not a murderer. How familiar are you with my wife? Han Shen asked. You should ask Chuchu about that, hee hee. I asked, but she didn't say. But I know she is hiding something. Since you are here, just say it. If she doesn't tell you, then you are not qualified to know. Not qualified? That's right. What was your background originally? Are you qualified to talk to me? You had nothing. It was because Chuchu married you that you entered high society. Even so, you are still a labeled fake. People need to understand their own position. This is very important. My father-in-law has said this before. My 20 years of hard study and hard work, compared to their generations of family accumulation, is like the light of a firefly competing with the sun and moon. Those who understand the times are outstanding. That's all. Understand? Lu Xiaochuan snorted lightly and left. Han Shen watched Lu Xiaochuan's departing figure, his eyes narrowing. He thought to himself, Lu Xiaochuan, you have an improper relationship with Lu Chuchu, and you dare to provoke me. You don't treat me as a person. If you admit that you have a good relationship with Lu Chuchu, apologize to me, and I will divorce Lu Chuchu, then you can be together. But you insist on looking down on me and stepping on me harshly, then you will have to pay the price. Han Shen flicked the cigarette butt into the river, and with a sizzle, the spark on it went out instantly. Master, it's getting late now. Shouldn't we go back? The nanny saw that the sun was already overhead, her stomach was also hungry, and she found it boring to watch Han Shen fish, so she wanted to go back. Han Shen also reeled in his fishing rod and asked, if I had fought with Lu Xiaochuan just now, who would you have helped? You didn't fight, so I wouldn't have helped anyone. I would have just separated you two. If you can't always uphold my dignity, I can't understand. How can you still have the face to stay and work in my house? Your attempts to provoke and mock me don't work on me. I automatically filter them out. Do you have a family? What do you want to do? Ask casually. Although Han Shen asked casually, the young nanny repeated these words verbatim to Lu Chuchu. In the evening, Lu Chuchu returned from work and rearranged the nanny's work because she had a hunch that the nanny was not as smart as Han Shen and would sooner or later fall into Han Shen's trap. She arranged for more nannies to come in to better take care of the villa and monitor Han Shen. Cutting a fruit platter, Lu Chuchu brought it to Han Shen, who was eating with relish, but she had no appetite because Han Shen was watching a forensic autopsy video. She could only lean half of her body to see Han Shen's face but not the computer screen. What did you talk about with Lu Xiaochuan? He said he slept with you and asked us to divorce quickly, Han Shen said. Ha, are you kidding me? Is he wrong? That's a groundless rumor, can it be true? Lao Han, don't always be suspicious like this. I can swear that I only have you as a man, I have not betrayed you. Han Chen naturally did not believe it, as the paternity test of the 3 daughters had already revealed everything. Of course, looking at his wife now made him helpless and angry. When a woman is shameless, except for catching her in bed, making it impossible for her to refute any other evidence, the woman can later deny and play dumb. It's up to you to say from your standpoint, but when Lu Xiaochuan found out that Han Ning went to acknowledge paternity, he couldn't wait to do a paternity test, which shows that he knew this was not groundless. Lu Chu, by doing this, you will only hurt the children. Oh, forget it. Anyway, I haven't done anything wrong to you. Lao Han, whether you suspect or whatever, this is ultimately an adult matter between us. Don't involve the children, that's our bottom line, right? To the surprise of Han Shan and Lu Chu, an unexpected guest found Han Ning at the girls' school. Lu Chu's original intention was to prevent her daughter from being teased or influenced by others, so she placed her in a strange environment and even arranged a separate dormitory. At this moment, it seemed that there was a flaw in the plan. After finishing her classes, Han Ning returned to the dormitory and saw a young woman inside, under 30, with an ordinary appearance but a good figure, graceful and charming, making her wish she could have such a figure when she grew up. Are you a new teacher? Or who asked you to come find me? Lu Chu, or someone else? Oh, the young woman was a bit curious. Was she so easily seen through? Before entering the school, I had already looked through all the staff and student information, except for you. And yet you came looking for me, either arranged by Lu Chu or someone else. I hope it's someone else, someone I want to meet. It seems you are young but wise. The incident you caused at the 4Cs group was not a moment of impulse but premeditated. The young woman had to put away her contempt, as the Han Ning in front of her was not the brainless kid she had imagined. Han Ning scrutinized the other person. I am here to help you and to test whether you are worth helping. If there are only a few people in Jiangdong who know who your biological father is, then the person who sent me is one of them, the young woman said. That's good. What do you want me to do before you're willing to speak? Han Ning breathed a sigh of relief, which also matched what Han Shen had said to her before. If you make a big deal out of it, naturally there will be people who know. She also carefully judged. She couldn't really be fooled by someone. First, tell me why the paternity test results you presented at the 4Cs group did not match the results verified by Lu Xiaochuan? You know who my biological father is, so it can't be Lu Xiaochuan. And besides, the one I presented was forged by Han Chen. Why did Han Chen forge it? What is his purpose? To lure you out. I suspect that even my biological father doesn't know that he has a daughter like me, right? He really doesn't know, but we will inform him. Han Ning, once you and your father recognize each other, you owe me a favor, and you will have to repay it when necessary. Of course. I will keep my word. Can you tell me who my biological father is? To be honest, I don't know, but the person who sent me knows. As I just told you, you have to pass a test, and only after you pass it will you be eligible to recognize your family. Let me give you a hint. Your biological father is very outstanding. If you are not capable enough, even if you successfully recognize your family, you may be ostracized by your siblings and relatives, and the outcome may be death. The struggle for succession among 9 sons is not limited to royal families. The struggle for succession among 9 sons? You are really good at scaring people, but it sounds quite challenging. You test me, and I will test you too. How can you prove that you are not a fraud? Since you have a biological father, then your stepfather is not worthy of recognition, and he is in danger himself. Han Chen? How is he in danger? He saved someone he shouldn't have saved, naturally offending those he shouldn't have offended. This is a matter of position and principles. Do you think he will have a good ending? What ending? He is just an ordinary doctor. What right do you have to bully him? Don't touch him. He has raised me, and if anything happens to him, I will send your photo to my mother. During this conversation, Han Ning had already taken a photo of this woman and threatened to send it to Lu Chu at any time. It seems that I can no longer describe you as a small-minded person. We won't touch Han Shen, but you have to tell me, when did Han Shen start to suspect your identity, and what does he know? Han Shen is very tight-lipped. He hasn't revealed anything to me. If you want to know, go ask him. Seeing that the other party might not really want Han Shen's life, Han Ning relaxed, but he was also curious about what Han Shen really knew. Han Chen was unaware of the women's school incident. On this day, the Chinese medicine hospital came to him again for surgery. After understanding the condition, he found it challenging but within his capabilities, so he proceeded. The patient was still an elderly person with heart and lung problems, in critical condition. Originally, they were supposed to be sent to the People's Hospital for Liang Weili to operate, but due to recent incidents at the People's Hospital, the patient's family had concerns. In the consultation room, Han Shen spoke first. Director Qin, Director Zhao, there is a saying that bad luck comes in threes, and this is the third surgery. Will the people at your hospital have any opinions about me, an outsider? Han Shen modestly expressed his concerns, as he was not from the Chinese medicine hospital. If he frequently came here for surgery, it might be seen as poaching business, which would upset his colleagues. Director Han, to be honest, for other surgeries, there might be some gossip, but for such a high-difficulty surgery, they wouldn't dare to criticize you. Director Qin said this, believing in Han Shen's medical skills and good character. This surgery was requested by the patient's family. We discussed it before, but we had no confidence. Director Han, your presence here is helping us share the risk, and we are grateful. Director Zhao also said that if Han Shen hadn't come, he would have had to take charge, with only a 20 to 30% chance of success, almost a certain death situation. The patient's family had influence, and if they were to blame him, he, as a director, would be in trouble. Han Shen was happy to take on this challenging task. Then let's do it together. Han Shen no longer refused, as he was here to perform surgery and time was of the essence. After examining the patient and reviewing the test data, he had an idea and discussed it with Director Qin and others to come up with a specific plan. The surgery quickly began, and when Han Shen opened the patient's chest and saw the situation on the diaphragm, he discovered that the tumor in the lungs had metastasized. He and Director Qin and others were shocked. Based on experience, the tumor has spread to the diaphragm, and it cannot be ruled out that it has also spread to other places. The significance of surgery is not great. Usually, close the cavity, end the surgery, and explain clearly to the patient's family. Han Shen asked the nurse to bring the CT scan again for another look. There was no sign of tumor metastasis on the CT scan. The preoperative judgment was not entirely correct, but such a large deviation should not have occurred. Why did this happen? Could it be? Han Shen suddenly felt a tingling sensation on his scalp and vaguely felt that he had fallen into a huge trap. This is not Han Shen's home ground. The people around him are not his people. There are bad people among them who tampered with the CT scan. If he rashly performs the surgery, the patient will most likely be killed by him. Will the patient's family let him off the hook? Originally, Han Shen did not believe that human nature could be so sinister. However, after being betrayed by the closest person, his wife deceived him for more than 10 years and none of the 3 children she bore were his. Not only did his wife not admit it, she also framed him. He was reported by an old classmate at the People's Hospital, making him feel that this society indeed has a dark side. At this point, he was in a dilemma. However, fortunately, Han Shen had conducted a detailed examination of the patient before the surgery. Even if he couldn't see the CT scan, he had a feeling that he could save the person. He quickly calmed down and thought of a solution. He had fallen into someone else's trap, so he had to respond accordingly. In any case, he absolutely could not fail here. With some luck and the favor of the goddess of luck, Han Shen successfully completed the surgery. After a postoperative examination, it was confirmed that the lesions in the patient's body had been completely removed, and the patient's condition was stable. This surgery could be considered a perfect success. Director Han, thanks to your superb medical skills, this matter turned out to be safe and sound. I am very grateful to you. President Qin congratulated Han Shen. He took off his cap and mask, and his hair was wet. It was obvious that he was nervous. Han Shen was cautious and did not take credit, attributing the success to the joint efforts of President Qin and other colleagues, and then explained to the patient's family together. He stayed at the hospital for lunch. By evening, the patient woke up in good spirits, further confirming the success of the surgery. Before leaving, Han Shen went to find President Qin again and said directly, I thought I had made it clear to you before the surgery. I am an outsider and have no intention of competing with you. But unexpectedly, someone was dissatisfied and tampered with the CT scan. This is an attempt to harm me, you, and the patient. Who is this person? I want to find out. I will investigate this matter thoroughly and give you an answer. Director Han, thanks to you this time, your extraordinary skills were bold and daring. It's just luck. If the situation had been a bit worse, even if a deity had come, it wouldn't have helped. President Qin, I dare not come to your hospital for surgery until this matter is investigated thoroughly. I owe you for this matter. I will compensate you later. Whether there is compensation or not, the priority is to find the person who harms others and benefits themselves. Before leaving, Han Shen took the patient's data, which would be helpful for his doctoral thesis. When he returned home, Han Shen saw that his wife had already returned. There was a do not disturb sign on the door of her study, indicating that no one should disturb her. He really wanted to go over and tear it down, then question her about whether she was the one who tampered with the CT scan. Indeed, many people could have targeted Han Shen, such as Liang Weili, Director Chen, Su Jiguan, Ma Yukai, Lu Wenwen, Lu Xiaochuan from the Four Cs group, and the people from the Lu family. But Han Shen felt that the most likely culprit was still Lu Chuchu. Because Lu Chuchu was able to arrange a peachy affair for Han Shen in the dormitory of the People's Hospital, and also arrange a big pit for Han Shen in the Chinese Medicine Hospital, both schemes were successful. Han Shen couldn't return to the People's Hospital, nor could he become part of the Chinese Medicine Hospital. He could only stay at home as a meek and useless man, unable to escape from Lu Chuchu's control. He thought bitterly, Lu Chuchu, I only wanted to divorce you amicably, you go your way, I go mine, we don't interfere with each other. But you want me to lose my job, you have always been bullying me. I won't indulge you anymore, I will make you lose everything too. You pushed me onto a path of revenge against you. I would rather be broken jade than intact tile. After smoking 2 cigarettes, Han Shen suppressed the urge to kill his wife. He called Sophie, are you coming over later? Lu Jia didn't ask me to come, so I won't. Han Go, what's wrong? I have something to talk to you about, can I come to your place? You want to come to my house? What do you want to do? I'll tell you, I have a boyfriend now, he is the Sanda champion in the city. If you have any ideas about me, be careful he beats you up. Damn it, things come in threes. You rejected me twice, if I still don't understand your intentions, then I'm a fool. I have something to ask you. Say it on the phone, I am very loyal to Lu Jia, I won't betray her. Then I'll be direct, I pointed out your menstrual problem and gave you a prescription, don't you owe me a favor? I'm not asking you to sleep with me, but you have to help me investigate someone, is that too much? The person Han Shen asked Sophie to investigate was the patient from earlier, Chen Xianlong and his family. Sophie's efficiency was quick, and she soon sent over Chen Xianlong's background information. Han Shen took a look, there were quite a few family members, matching the number of family members who appeared at the hospital earlier. But it was all basic information, nothing useful. Han Shen called Sophie again. Fei, are you fooling me? What use is the information you gave me? I need key behavioral events of the Chen family members, their core competencies, be as specific as possible. What are you trying to do? How did they make their fortune? Do they have any connection with the Lu family? And if so, what is the situation? Why do you want to know all this? What do you think I can do? I can't do anything, I just want to understand. You don't need to worry about what I will do, just tell me the situation, and you will have repaid the favor. Han Gu, do you have to? Forget it, I'll tell you. Chen Xianlong and his family made their fortune through illegal activities. Anything related to the underworld, or even things you can't imagine, they are involved in. Of course, these people are not directly related to the Lu family. How can I describe it? It's like your hospital, there are new interns from medical schools every year. The Lu family is like the dean, while Chen Xianlong and the others are like those interns who change every year. If you had said this earlier, I would have understood sooner. Han Shen hung up the phone, looked at the information of these people again. He had to admit that even though they were involved in illegal activities, these people had accumulated a lot of wealth and other resources. Sophie's words also made Han Shen realize that the Lu family in Jiangdong had more influence than he had imagined. Lu Chuchu, the richest woman in Jiangdong, not only had financial power, but also had many hidden behaviors. Han Shen also believed that the Lu family in Jiangdong, like the great families in history, could not stand forever. From the birth and development of the Lu family in Jiangdong to the moment Lu Chuchu became the richest woman in Jiangdong, the entire Lu family in Jiangdong had reached its peak, and what remained was decline after reaching its zenith. Lu Bolan bullies others by relying on his power, while Lu Chuchu indulges in extramarital affairs and betrays her family, morally corrupt. If such a family is not destroyed, it would be against the natural order. The next day, Han Shen contacted the young faction of the patient's family, led by core member Chen Hai. Knowing that Han Shen was the surgeon, they first thanked him and offered a check with smiles and kind words, but there was a hint of disdain in their eyes, thinking that Han Shen was there for money. Han Shen refused the money and instead presented a CT scan, placing it in front of Chen Hai and said, "Yesterday's surgery was very dangerous, and the process involved is beyond your imagination. Someone wanted to use me to kill your grandfather. I am a doctor and have never caused anyone's death, so I haven't offended anyone. I don't want your money, but I ask you to help me investigate who wanted to use me to kill." What are you saying? Someone wants to harm our grandfather? Chen Hai's face darkened upon hearing this, staring straight at Han Shen. Han Shen explained the differences in the CT scan and the corresponding consequences, and unless Chen Hai was a fool, he could see that someone wanted to use him as a tool to kill, and someone wanted Chen Xianlong's life. "Director Han, my behavior just now was a bit reckless, please forgive me." Chen Hai suddenly looked at Han Chen with admiration and handed over another check, increasing it from 50,000 to 200,000. General Chen, you may not know, but my father-in-law is Lu Bolan from the Lu family, and my wife is Lu Chu-Chu. Do you think I need your help? Your father-in-law is Mr. Lu, and your wife is Miss Lu? Absolutely. So you are Mr. Han. Chen Hai was blind. Please punish me for my rudeness. Chen Hai immediately lowered his proud head and became humble. In the evening, his wife came back and entered the study without knocking, questioning Han Chen. Why did you look for someone like Chen Hai? Do you know what Chen and the others do? You are innocent, don't get involved with those things. Han Chen knew that Sophie would keep his secret, and the housekeeper would track him, so his wife knowing his whereabouts was not surprising. You know I went to see him. Do you know why I went to see him? You performed Chen Xianlong's surgery, otherwise, you wouldn't have any connection with them. Of course, if it was a doctor-patient relationship, you could handle it at the hospital, and I wouldn't ask. But you went to them on your own. I'm afraid you might go astray. Was the error in Chen Xianlong's test report arranged by you? Han Chen asked directly. No, if I hadn't found out later, I wouldn't have known that such a thing would happen to you. Lao Han, although this has happened, it was not dangerous for you, and you didn't lose anything. You shouldn't continue to be involved. Let me handle the investigation, and I will give you the truth. Lu Chu-Chu came over and caressed Han Chen's face, saying affectionately, Husband, I love you the most, I am your wife, you should trust me. What are you doing? If you are more honest with me, I will understand you better, and naturally trust you more. Don't think I'm not worthy of knowing. You can see what I do, I have nothing to hide from you. The wife and Han Chen looked at each other, with a subtle hint of hesitation in their eyes, but fearing that Han Chen would notice, she squinted to conceal it and took the initiative to kiss Han Chen. After a brief moment of tenderness, they went out for dinner. Back in the study, Han Chen called Sophie again and asked directly, Sophie, how did you tell Lu Chu-Chu about me meeting Chen Hai? Han, don't blame me, I didn't tell Sister Lu on my own. Chen Hai came to Sister Lu and truthfully reported what happened at the hospital. Because you saved their grandfather, they are very grateful to you, and they have more faith in Sister Lu. This time, you have given Sister Lu face. What did Chen Hai report to Lu Chu-Chu? Have they found out anything in their investigation? If Sister Lu didn't tell you, it means that this matter has nothing to do with you, so you shouldn't inquire about it. How is it not related to me? I almost made a mistake. It's not just about my reputation being damaged. It's a matter of life and death. Sophie, if Lu Chu-Chu didn't tell me the truth, is it because of you guys? In that case, I'll make delicious food for you. Even if you can't eat it, you can't escape. Han, don't get agitated. We really didn't do it. Think about it. When has Sister Lu ever interfered with your profession and work? Besides, as you said, this is a matter of life and death. Was it done by Lu Xiaochuan? No. Forget it. I'll tell you. It's Qin Xianlong's enemy, and you got involved unintentionally. Again, unintentionally involved? Do you think it's just a coincidence? Sophie, I've always trusted you, but you've been deceiving me. If I stir things up with Lu Chu-Chu, she should choose me over you. What will happen to you then, can you imagine? Han, don't act impulsively. I really didn't lie to you, and I only know this much. Sister Lu trusts me, but apart from legal matters, she won't tell me everything. Hearing this, Han Chen hung up the phone. Sensing that Lu Chu-Chu had some free time, Han Chen went to find her and brought up the matter again. Lu Chu-Chu indeed didn't tell Han Chen the reasons behind it, firmly believing it was a mistake by medical staff. Han Chen could clearly sense Lu Chu-Chu was hiding something, so he suspected that either it really had nothing to do with him, or his wife was deliberately concealing it, afraid that if he continued to investigate, it would involve someone who knew her secret. Perhaps, it would implicate her adulterous husband. Xin Yuan, have the investigation results come out? Han Chen called the director of the Chinese Medicine Hospital. It was indeed a mistake by the computer operator, and that doctor has also been dismissed by the hospital. To avoid causing unrest, we have concluded the investigation into this matter. Oh, is there a bigger mastermind behind this? Based on our investigation results, there is no so-called mastermind behind this, it was just one person's mistake. Director Han, the patient's family has no objections to this investigation result, so this matter is closed. After hanging up the phone, Han Chen became more and more confused, increasingly suspicious that there was more to this matter. He took out Chen Xianlong's medical records, reviewed them again, and realized that this was not the whole story. So he went back to the Chinese Medicine Hospital, pretending to diagnose Chen Xianlong, and requested more detailed medical records. Back home, he studied for another 2 hours and found something unusual in a very subtle piece of data. Chen Xianlong's condition deteriorated severely overnight, reaching a critical point where he was critically ill but wouldn't die immediately. How could this be so coincidental? Is there any product that can cause tumor metastasis? Han Shan began to focus on the drugs that could cause this condition, and suddenly remembered a product from when he last checked the toxicology data of the 9th chemical plant. Is it related to the 9th chemical plant again? That's Lu Chuchu's industry. Could it really be her? The incident at the People's Hospital dormitory tarnished my reputation, and now another medical accident at the Chinese Medicine Hospital. I won't be able to survive in the medical field. I can only go home obediently, be a house husband for her, and be manipulated and controlled by her. Lu Chuchu, you've been having an affair for so many years, even had 3 children with others, and after the incident, you refuse to admit it and keep targeting me everywhere. You're going too far. Han Shen thought that even people like Chen Hai feared the Lu family, so his revenge against Lu Chuchu, apart from sacrificing himself, ending it all with Lu Chuchu, would probably not make her pay a price in the short term. The gap between them was just too big. If this society were a 9-story class model, Lu Chuchu's status would now be at the highest level. Although Han Shan, as Lu Chuchu's husband, could also reach the highest level, in fact, Han Shan is not as good as his name suggests. Han Shan left this marital relationship with Lu Chuchu, and he could not reach this height at all. Han Shan comes from an ordinary family. When his parents were alive, they could not give him a prominent background, so he is at the bottom. If he had worked hard to improve his job position in the past decade or two, now serving as the head of a department or vice president, he would still only be in the middle level, unable to cross the class barrier. If the king and the nobles have their own way, this saying is delightful, but to achieve it, I don't know how much it will cost. The more Han Shen thought about it, the more depressed and powerless he felt, so he went to drink, and he got drunk. After a nap, it was already evening, and although the alcohol had worn off a bit, his head was still dizzy, so he went to soak in the pool. Not long after, his wife came back, entered the pool, and sought intimacy with him. After releasing their passion, his wife said, I have to go out tomorrow and will probably be back in about a week. Can you stay at home well? Business trip? Are you going to accompany that man? You've been coming back on time every day for the past few weeks, spending less time with the man outside, right? Is he unhappy? Then go ahead, you can stay away for a year and a half. Bring back a wild seed when you return. Han Shen, still a bit tipsy, blurted out. You, Han Shen, how can you speak so harshly? Lu Chuchu did not expect Han Shen's attitude to be so bad. Harsh? You dare to do it, and you're afraid of what I say? Lu Chuchu, I know you have a man outside, although I don't know who he is, but he must exist. Oh, husband, what should I do so you won't suspect me again? Okay, I won't go on a business trip, I'll stay at home with you and the children. Lu Chuchu had to compromise. She actually didn't insist on going on a business trip, not going to accompany the man outside. Can she bear it? Is this a temporary measure? Han Shen found that his wife not only did not go on a business trip, but instead followed him fishing. Because there was a barbecue, his wife was not as bored as last time and stayed with Han Shen until the end. Han Shen fished for 2 days, and his wife accompanied him for 2 days. On the weekend, his wife took Han Shen to a private massage parlor. This was a company under the Lu Group, a private club open only to women. If it weren't for Lu Chuchu's relationship, Han Shen wouldn't have been able to enter. His wife booked a double room and then enjoyed professional massages and treatments with Han Shen by a female technician. Han Shen was a bit confused by his wife's intentions, but under the technician's bold techniques, his body was very honest. Lu Chuchu watched as the technician completed the relaxation steps and then asked the technician to leave. Husband, I want to give you a surprise. How was the little sister just now? Are you planning to redo the hospital dormitory incident? I don't have a job now, I'm a free man, this kind of scandal has no effect on me. Han Shen seemed to understand his wife's intentions. Is this a test? I said I regretted the hospital dormitory incident. Give me another chance, I won't do that again. What do you want to do then? Do you want to make a deal with me? Give me this female technician, and then I have to agree to let you go with the wild man outside? If that's your purpose, go and be with them, I can go home and sleep. Look at you, you misunderstood me again. I only have you as a man. Where would I get a wild man? I won't go anywhere, I'll stay here with you. You didn't answer me, how was the little sister? You have a good eye for her. Han Shen was now bold, or perhaps he was numb. Wait a moment, I'll go talk to her. His wife went out and directly said to the young and beautiful female technician who was massaging Han Shen, my husband is very satisfied with your service. Can you provide the full service without hesitation? The female technician hesitated. Although she absolutely obeyed Lu Chuchu, she couldn't grasp Lu Chuchu's true intentions when it came to dealing with Han Shen. After the matter is settled, you will be the assistant manager here. Thank you, General Lu. Whatever you ask me to do, I will listen to you. The female technician saw Lu Chuchu's firm attitude, indicating that she had to do it, otherwise, she would not only lose this job, but probably also lose some other things. Do you have any illnesses? Lu Chuchu asked. No. I strictly follow the rules of the club when I come to work. The last time I had a physical examination was yesterday. Do you have experience? No, I don't, but I know what to do. That's good. Lu Chuchu brought the female technician in and whispered in Han Chen's ear, I have already done the ideological work for her. What about you? Do you know what you are doing? Bringing you happiness. It's up to you, but Lu Chuchu, don't think that by doing this, I will allow you to be with other men. I will never share a woman with anyone. Han Chen was numb, but he also had a bottom line. Hey, you don't need to doubt, I belong to you alone. Lu Chuchu seemed relaxed, but her heart gradually became heavier, and she became more certain that there were some things that Han Chen must not know, and no matter what means she used, she had to control Han Chen more tightly. Lu Chuchu, are you setting me up or brainwashing me? In any case, it will only consume my affection for you in the end. Han Chen got up, looked at his sleeping wife, and went to the balcony to smoke. After his wife returned from the club, she showed unusual enthusiasm, clinging to Han Chen. Han Chen was the same, and the two of them had a secret battle. Lu Chuchu, you've messed everything up. Han Chen looked at the night sky, lost in thought. 2 days later, Lu Chuchu entered Han Chen's study and said, Get ready, I'll take you somewhere to consult on a case. Consulting on a case? Can't Liang Weili arrange this for you? He will be there too, along with some other experts. They all recommend you, saying your opinion will be very important. Who is the patient? Come with me, you'll find out when we get there. Lu Chuchu took Han Chen to an upscale residential area, where there were various luxury cars parked outside the target villa, including Liang Weili and Lu Bolan's cars. After entering the villa, Han Chen also saw Lu Xiaochuan and Lu Wenwen, and only then did he realize that the patient was an elderly person from the Lu family, Lu Mindong. Lu Chuchu didn't explain beforehand, fearing that Han Chen would refuse to come if he knew. The Lu family? Han Chen immediately came up with a plan to get rid of Lu Xiaochuan. Since he had no previous dealings with the Lu family, now that an elderly person from the Lu family was ill, it gave Han Chen an opportunity to set up a trap. He first examined the patient, forming a preliminary impression of the condition, and then reviewed the medical records. Director Han, what do you think? Liang Weili first stated his views and plans, then looked at Han Chen. Although he had ample experience in treatment, when faced with complex and difficult cases, he was not as solid in theoretical foundation as Han Chen. I agree with your treatment plan. Han Chen responded calmly. Then the surgical part will be arranged at the People's Hospital, with Director Han as the lead surgeon. Me as the lead surgeon? I have less than 20% confidence. Han Chen replied. With this statement, Lu Xiaochuan and other patients' families were not willing to let Han Chen be the lead surgeon, and preferred the more successful Liang Weili. Han Chen wanted to smoke, so he left the meeting room first. So, you're just a worthless name-dropper. If it weren't for Sister Lu's support, I doubt you could even enter the gates of the People's Hospital. Lu Wenwen came over to mock Han Chen, expressing her long-standing dissatisfaction with him. You don't know anything. If I were you, I would stew a splendid carp for the patient to nourish him, so that he can live a few more days. Unfortunately, in your eyes, the life of a fish is much more valuable than a human life. Such unfilial descendants, you are truly deserving of the name. You. Lu Wenwen was angered by Han Chen's words, and when she saw Lu Chuchu coming out, she went forward to complain. Lao Han, how can you say such things? Lu Chuchu, upon hearing Lu Wenwen's embellishments, also became displeased. Originally, she wanted Han Chen to come forward and shine, but she did not expect Han Chen to be of no help at all. Han Chen ignored his wife and did not respond, continuing to smoke. The father-in-law came out and complained to his daughter about Han Chen. How could you bring such a disgraceful person here, completely useless? Truly a waste. Hee, you doubt me, then I have something to say. Your hypertension is getting worse, you are angry, be careful of a stroke. A hint of malice flashed in Han Chen's eyes. If you curse me with a stroke again, I will beat you first. The father-in-law was very angry and was about to hit Han Chen, but was pulled away by his daughter. The wife also called Han Chen into the car, looking at him thoughtfully. Are you doing this on purpose? Lu Mindong's condition is very serious. The surgery is very difficult. Let Liang Weili take the blame. As for your father, forget it. Anyway, your whole family doesn't believe in science. Han Chen said coldly. On the day of Lu Mindong's surgery, Han Chen also went to the hospital. He did not enter the operating room, but went to the observation room. Here, in addition to several core members of the Lu family, there were also representatives from Lu Bolan and the provincial government. The other people Han Shen did not know, judging from their seating arrangements, were also important figures in Jiangdong. If Han Ning were present, he would have noticed that the woman from the girls' dormitory that night was also present. Liang Weili, you are quite grand, trying to establish the authority of your Liang faction and suppress the Su faction. It seems your plan is going smoothly. Han Shen remained calm, watching the situation in the operating room. Liang Weili had already entered, and the surgery had begun. He observed Liang Weili's operation and noted that his speed was significantly slower, obviously for safety reasons. Delaying the surgery will only increase the patient's burden. Han Shen smirked. This surgery itself was quite difficult, and the most challenging part was the patient himself. The ideal time for surgery was the day of consultation, but Liang Weili postponed it to today for publicity, which meant the patient missed the best opportunity. Slowing down the surgery for safety reasons will only put the patient in greater danger. Today, Han Shen did not remind Liang Weili. Midway through the surgery, the patient's heart rate data took a nosedive, and the patient went into ventricular fibrillation. Liang Weili and others were shocked. He quickly performed defibrillation, but with little effect. He had to stop the surgery, turn off the observation, and focus on resuscitation. Lu Xiaochuan and other family members of the patient could not sit still and hurried to the outside of the operating room. The information they received was that the patient was still alive but had fallen into a deep coma. Meanwhile, Han Shen found Su Jiguang and said directly, Liang Yuan is in trouble this time. I congratulate Director Su in advance. Dr. Han, as long as you come back to work at the hospital, our previous agreement still stands. Su Jiguang accepted Han Shen's goodwill, and seeing Han Shen nod, he went to comfort the patient's family members and took the opportunity to undermine Liang Weili. After comforting the Lu family, Liang Weili had Han Shen called to the intensive care unit to examine the patient. Is there any other way? Han Shen naturally had a way, but he had no intention of showing off or taking on this responsibility, so he did not respond and went back to the office with Liang Weili. Arrange for a transfer to another hospital, send him to Shuyi Hospital. There is still a chance to wake him up. If you can see this, then you must have the confidence to wake him up. Dr. Han, I know your plan, don't hide it. Saving lives is the priority now. But I can't do it, I have to avoid it. Lu Xiaochuan has an ambiguous relationship with Lu Chuchu, and I still have to save the people of the Lu family. I'm not that great, Han Shen said directly. Do you suspect Lu Xiaochuan and Chuchu? Chuchu said that Han Ning is your child, so the paternity test is a misunderstanding. Science and technology can only have errors, not misunderstandings. Liang Yuan, you resigning now is the best way out, otherwise, you will be in trouble. Can you go and save the patient first? I'll think about retirement later. If it were another patient, it would be fine, but for the people of the Lu family, I have to avoid suspicion. Han Shen left the office and the hospital. Liang Weili couldn't stop him, so he called Lu Bolan. Brother Lu, Han Shen has a way to save old Lu. As long as he takes action, he can wake up old Lu. But he doesn't listen to me, so I want to ask you to intervene. Lu Bolan, seeing that someone could still be saved, immediately contacted Han Shen, but Han Shen's phone was already turned off. He couldn't find Han Shen in the hospital, so he asked his daughter to look for Han Shen. Lu Chuchu also couldn't reach Han Shen's phone, so she sent someone to search for him. After a lot of effort, she found out that Han Shen had gone to the West River. When she rushed over, Han Shen was playing in the river. Lu Chuchu shouted to Han Shen on the shore, but Han Shen in the water couldn't hear her at all, so she had to wait for Han Shen to come up. Old Han, hurry up and get ready, then go to the hospital to save the patient. Save who? Lu Mindong, his condition should be clear to you, he is in critical condition, only you can wake him up now. I can't save him. It's just that you weren't there, otherwise, you should know the danger. In his condition, even if a great immortal comes, he can't be saved. But Uncle Liang said you have a way. That's just Liang Weili trying to shift the blame to me. If you have a little medical knowledge, or if you care about me, you wouldn't let me clean up after Liang Weili. Han Shen washed up, found Sophie and Lu Wenwen nearby, and went back to the car to change clothes. You really can't do it? Lu Chuchu couldn't tell if Han Shen was telling the truth now. Yes, I really can't do it. Han Shen ate something, put away his fishing rod, and put the fish he caught back into the river. Passing by Lu Wenwen, Han Shen said again, now you just stew all the fish, and the patient can't even have your 4 dishes in one soup. You don't listen to me, you're nothing. You. Lu Wenwen was provoked and immediately glared at Han Shen. You have no academic knowledge, you're just all talk. Useless. You understand my fish. Han Shen sneered and got into the car to go home. At home, Lu Bolan went straight to the point. You go to the hospital immediately and wake up Lu Mindong. I'm sorry, I can't do it. Han Shen didn't give Lu Bolan a good face and went straight into the bathroom. Lu Chuchu stopped her father and said, "Dad, don't be angry, I talked to old Han, and he can't do it either." Uncle Liang seems to be trying to shift the blame, so it's understandable that old Han didn't go to the hospital. But Han Chen's attitude is unacceptable. It's good enough that he can go home. What more do you expect from him? For Grandpa Lu's situation, we can only think of other ways. Lu Chuchu didn't have a better way for Han Chen, so she let her father and the others go to the hospital, while she stayed at home to accompany Han Chen. After dinner, Han Chen sent some information to Su Jiguang, made a phone call to explain some things. The next day, Su Jiguang challenged Liang Weili at the morning meeting, pointing out the flaws in Liang Weili's surgical plan and operation, forcing Liang Weili to step down due to professional errors. Liang Weili was so angry that he almost had a stroke. He ended the meeting and stayed behind with Su Jiguang, asking directly, "You don't understand medicine, who gave you these professional opinions?" Han Chen. Su Jiguang saw that Liang Weili's resignation was inevitable, and he didn't want Han Chen to return to the People's Hospital, so he decisively sold out Han Chen. Han Chen? Liang Weili was thunderstruck when he heard this. This surgery, Han Chen can do, but Han Chen refuses to do it, and even though Han Chen can save lives now, he refuses to return to the hospital. Han Chen is still cooperating with Su Jiguang, with the sole purpose of getting him removed from his position. When he reviews the mistakes pointed out by Han Chen, he feels a sense of powerlessness, a weakness that comes with age and frailty. He returns to his office and calls Han Chen directly, questioning him, "How can you be on the same side as Su Jiguang? Are you being used as a pawn by him?" "I don't understand what you're talking about," Han Chen denies over the phone. "Don't try to be clever and end up being fooled. The situation at Jiangdong People's Hospital is complicated, Su Jiguang lacks academic integrity, and there is no future for you with him. Moreover, I have been helping your Lu family maintain their position in the hospital. If I leave the hospital, the Lu family's influence in the hospital will disappear. I don't understand what you mean. It's none of my business, and I don't care." Han Chen hangs up the phone. If Lu Chuchu betrays him and refuses to acknowledge or apologize to him, she will have to pay the price. The Lu family group. Lu Bolan hangs up the phone on Liang Weili and asks his daughter, "Chuchu, how can we secure Uncle Liang's position?" Lu Chuchu looks at a document about Han Chen, which includes a surgery he performed at the Chinese medicine hospital that was named one of the top 10 surgeries of the year in Jiangdong province. Although she knows nothing about medicine, she can understand the difficulty of this surgery. Uncle Liang is getting old. He can either retire or be reassigned to another position. I will persuade old Han to return to the hospital and eventually take over Uncle Liang's position. Have Han Chen become the hospital director? Is he qualified for that? Under normal circumstances, he is not qualified, but I support him, and that's enough. Han Chen's recent actions have been increasingly rebellious. I don't think he will listen to you just because you support him. I can persuade him. Lu Chuchu couldn't think of any reason why Han Chen would refuse, as being the hospital director would allow him to achieve great success. At home, Lu Wenwen visits and prepares many gifts, showing sincerity and humility, asking Han Chen to return to the hospital to save her family member, Lu Mindong. However, Han Chen rejects her plea, citing lack of ability, and asks the maid to see her off. Director Qin from the Chinese medicine hospital also calls to inquire about Han Chen's situation and asks, "Chief Han, someone wants to bring Mr. Lu from the Lu family to the hospital for surgery, and they want you to perform the operation. What do you think? That patient is at death's door. Anyone who operates on him would be sending him to his death. I don't have the ability for that." Han Chen coldly smiles, seeing through the other party's intentions. "Chief Han, please don't be modest. I don't have the skills for such a delicate operation. You should know the risks involved. Don't try to deceive me." Han Chen hangs up the phone. Shortly after, Su Jiguang calls directly and says, "Chief Han, thank you for the information. Liang Weili has lost face and will soon retire from the hospital. We have had a pleasant cooperation, haha. Who will take his place? You? Exactly. With the recent turmoil in the hospital, and my experience, I will temporarily manage the hospital. It seems like you are taking advantage of the situation. How will you repay me? Come back to work, choose any department as the deputy director. But don't worry, in 3 to 6 months, I will make you a full director." That might not be well received by everyone. The hospital is about the majority obeying the minority. I support you, who would dare to oppose? However, Chief Han, there is an opportunity for you to showcase your abilities and silence the critics. What do you mean? Perform surgery on Lu Mindong and wake him up. Although it's risky, it's not impossible. I will provide you with the surgical and medical plans, and you will be in charge of arranging everything. Han Chen hung up the phone, took a cigarette, and sent a plan to Su Jiguang. On the other side, Su Jiguang immediately found his confidant and began to discuss Han Chen's plan. Han Chen's plan has a 95% certainty. Can we achieve 80 to 90%? Su Jiguang looked at his men, his eyes questioning. When he received a positive response, he felt greedy and decided to carry out the surgery without Han Chen. Lu Chuchu came to Han Chen's laboratory and learned about the whereabouts of the 5 million. Last time, Han Chen helped collect a debt and received 5 million, then he searched and acquired a closed small company in the development zone, and renovated it into his studio. You, the god of wealth, came just in time. How much money do you think is appropriate for investing in this place? Han Chen smiled at his wife. As expected, his wife Lu Chuchu refused to give money for this studio, claiming it had no value. Han Chen was not upset and just smiled it off. Back home, his wife followed him into the study and asked, "How confident are you in performing surgery on Lu Minong? Where did this come from? You gave Su Jiguang a surgical plan, and Su Jiguang is actively preparing for the surgery. The Lu family should have already accepted Su Jiguang's explanation. Lu Chuchu, you are not a doctor, nor a patient's family member. You only cause chaos by meddling in these matters. If you are smart, you wouldn't inquire about these things." Han Chen no longer discussed hospital-related matters with his wife. "Lao Han, I have something to tell you. I plan to fully support your medical career and appoint you as the director of the People's Hospital." His wife's intentions were clear as she directly stated them. "Oh, you want me to be the director? What do you need me to do for you and your Lu family?" Han Chen was a bit surprised and suspicious, thinking about what Liang Weili said about the Lu family's medical line. "You don't need to do anything for me. I just want to support your career." His wife squinted her eyes, looking very charming. Arranging relationships for your Lu family, outsourcing the hospital's drug procurement to your Lu family's company, and having your Lu family members receive salaries at the hospital. Things like that. Lu Chuchu, is there anything you're embarrassed to admit? Han Chen hit the nail on the head. You. His wife was stunned, completely unprepared for Han Chen's directness. From Han Chen's tone, she knew he wouldn't just comply but would confront her. She suddenly thought that maybe her father was right. Han Chen was becoming more and more rebellious. "If I get involved with your Lu family's affairs, your parents will be unhappy. So, don't arrange for me to be the director. Choose from the men outside your circle. You're bringing up misunderstandings again. This is endless. What exactly do you want? Is it really endless? You haven't given me a satisfactory explanation about Han Ning's matter." His wife's face immediately darkened. "You said my conclusions were pseudoscience, false conclusions. Then present your correct conclusions to refute me. Your ability doesn't rely solely on denying everything with your mouth, right? You're just crazy." His wife slammed the door and left. Han Chen snorted, packed up, and left as well. He didn't want to stay at home. Just as he left the community, his father-in-law, mother-in-law, and Lu Xiaochuan's siblings drove up. "Chuchu, where is your family's doctor? Let him come out and give a guarantee, otherwise, the surgery cannot proceed," Lu Xiaochuan said as soon as he entered the house, demanding to see Han Chen. "Lao Han is not at home. Let's wait for him to come back before discussing this." Lu Chuchu was annoyed. She had just argued with Han Chen, and now Lu Xiaochuan was asking for him. "If he doesn't give a guarantee, I won't trust him to perform the surgery." "A guarantee? How can that be guaranteed? In any case, surgery carries risks. If there is a doctor with a higher level of expertise than Lao Han, I wouldn't recommend him to perform this surgery." Lu Chuchu had no interest in talking and sent Lu Xiaochuan's siblings away. "I told you Han Chen is unreliable. Since he wants to leave, let him go." Father-in-law saw that his daughter was in a bad mood, definitely because of a conflict with Han Chen, so he encouraged his daughter to divorce. Lu Chuchu didn't want to talk, so she asked Sophie to come over. "Sophie, can I trust you?" "Lu Jia, I have today because of you. Otherwise, I would have been taken advantage of long ago, and now I wouldn't be able to work in my profession. Maybe I would have been sold overseas. My life is in your hands. Whatever you ask me to do, I will listen to you." Sophie knew that Lu Chuchu had encountered something, so her face became serious. "Then I'll give you a task. You can use any means to investigate Han Ning's background. I have only one request, keep it confidential." "Sister, give me and Lao Han a satisfactory truth, especially Lao Han." Lu Chuchu wanted to make Han Chen give up, otherwise, this family would sooner or later be disturbed by Han Chen. In the evening, Lu Chuchu waited until 10 o'clock, but didn't see Han Chen coming back, so she became annoyed and called Han Chen again, only to find that Han Chen had turned off his phone. She threw her phone directly. She knew that Han Chen didn't go to a hotel, he should be in his studio, but she didn't want to go find him. She went to bed, thinking that she wouldn't be restless if she fell asleep, but she couldn't sleep at all, tossing and turning without any drowsiness. If Han Chen was by her side, they could have a couple's activity and she could sleep comfortably. She took some medication to fall asleep but was awakened by a nightmare in the early morning, feeling her back soaked. Han Chen, you are such a jerk. I've been so good to you, but you are like this. You really disappoint me. Lu Chuchu really wanted to find Han Chen's studio and scold him. What she didn't know was that Han Chen was not idle, he was researching medical case data and writing a thesis. The next day, People's Hospital. Su Jiguang called Han Chen several times in a row, but he didn't answer, and the operating room was pressing him, making him as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Damn it, at this critical moment, why did you turn off your phone? He couldn't reach Han Chen, so he had to explain to the patient's family and assure them that their doctor could also perform the surgery. Lu Xiaochuan didn't trust the doctors at People's Hospital, so he called Lu Chuchu and asked her to bring Han Chen to the hospital. Is Lao Han trying to trick Su Jiguang? Lu Chuchu realized that Han Chen was not trying to cooperate with Su Jiguang, let alone trying to save Lu Mindong. Damn it, he still suspects me and Lu Xiaochuan. He has never trusted me. After weighing the options, Lu Chuchu ultimately didn't tell Lu Xiaochuan about Han Chen's studio or anything related to Lu Mindong. In the evening, Han Chen woke up, ate something, and talked to the head nurse to understand the situation at the hospital. Then he called Su Jiguang, who was angry when he answered. Han Chen, you disappeared, you are unbelievable. I must have been blind to believe you. Director Su, you are turning the tables. You had your people prepare for surgery, using the surgical plan I provided, you didn't inform me, completely excluding me. Is this about taking credit? As a result, you were scolded by the patient's family, and you still act pitiful? Han Chen, you are ruthless, you tricked me, but don't be happy too soon. As long as I'm here, don't think about coming back. Su Jiguang angrily hung up the phone. The patient's family wanted 100% certainty, otherwise, they would demand his life, and he didn't have the courage for that. Han Chen sneered, thinking, do you think I want to come back? Later, he saw Han Ning push the door and enter, but didn't see Lu Chuchu, so he suspected Han Ning's purpose. Lao Han, how's the search for my biological father going? Han Ning looked at the pile of documents on Han Chen's desk. Just like before, Han Chen was someone who loved to read. To be honest, there hasn't been any progress. Han Chen said truthfully. Then you are really useless. Han Ning's words were harsh. I am useless. What about you? Have you found any clues? Of course. I'm not as useless as you. Then tell me. Han Chen raised his eyebrows. Based on his understanding of his eldest daughter, she must be here to show off, which means she must know something. You beg me nicely, and admit that you are not as good as me, saying that I am better than you. Hurry up and beg me. Hee, a little wild seed found its wild father, what's so great about that? And you want me to beg you? Are you out of your mind? I see you're still wearing your school uniform, sneaking out, right? Your wild father is nothing special. My biological father is much better than you, you don't even have the qualifications to write for him. Han Chen, you are just a loser. Your wild father is so outstanding, does Lu Chuchu know? Nonsense. My real dad is so outstanding, my mom only agreed to get pregnant and have me because of him. How could she not know? I think it's just you who doesn't know. You big handsome fool. Han Ning refused to back down, confronting Han Chen, even revealing Han Chen's wound, making a gesture as if greeting a handsome guy. You really are better than your teacher. Han Chen's heart was bleeding. His daughter, whom he had raised for over 10 years, turned out to be the biggest ingrate and rebellious child. All his efforts were in vain. But he remained calm on the surface because he knew that being impulsive wouldn't solve the problem. If he wanted revenge, it would be against Lu Chuchu and her man. Han Ning wanted to provoke Han Chen, but he remained unfazed. He was terrifyingly calm, and her attacks seemed to land on a soft cotton ball. I haven't made any progress on my side, tell me about yours, Han Chen said. You have no value to exploit, and no ability, so you definitely won't find anything. Someone came to me at school, saying how great my biological father is. This time, Han Ning didn't hide anything and mentioned the incident where a woman approached her a few days ago. She had her own calculations because after so many days had passed, the woman hadn't contacted her again, she hadn't found her biological father, and being confined to the girls' school by Lu Chuchu, she had no other options but to turn to Han Chen. Sophie brought her to Han Chen this time, and she straightforwardly told Han Chen, "Oh, it seems that causing a stir at the Four Seas group has attracted someone's attention to you. Do you think what the other party said is true or false?" Han Chen was a bit surprised but also relieved. When he had told Han Ning earlier, besides being an adult, she had the right to know the truth, he also thought that with Han Ning being so outstanding, the lover of his wife would surely pay attention. Now, the lover's side had indeed sent someone to contact Han Ning, and soon they would acknowledge her. He thought to himself, Lu Chu, it seems that everything will come to light soon, and your foxtail will be completely exposed. I want to see what kind of man you have found. It must be true, but not entirely. My biological father is indeed very outstanding, that's true. The woman wanting my commitment is true, but what she said about a test is false. Han Ning had already brought a blank paper and was drawing with a pencil on it. In no time, she had a sketch, which was of that woman. You forced me to learn drawing since I was young, criticizing me if I didn't do well. Humph, now it comes in handy. I taught you so many things. Unfortunately, I ended up teaching a wild seed. Han Chen examined the sketch. Han Ning least wanted to hear the word wild seed, but as long as she couldn't find her biological father, Han Chen would not stop using that term to belittle her. Indirectly, she also wanted to find her biological father soon. Did this woman not reveal her identity? No, so we can't fully trust her words. Since that night she came, she hasn't shown up for so many days. We still have to rely on you to find her. Han Chen asked Han Ning to recount the conversation from that night. He was puzzled. Besides the Lu family, were there any other wealthy families in Jiangdong? Indeed, if the lover's background was really that prominent, it would narrow down the scope. Seeing Han Chen scanning the sketch onto the computer and then starting to edit and color it on the photo editing software, she said, my phone is broken, otherwise, I would have given you her photo, so you wouldn't have to go through all this trouble. Han Chen played with the picture, suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He felt that he had seen someone very similar recently, maybe it was the same person. He stared at the picture blankly, and in his mind, like a movie, he played back the experiences of these days frame by frame. Han Ning saw Han Chen not speaking, and there was nothing fun, so she left. On the car, Han Ning said to Sophie, are you so kind, do you have any ulterior motives? I am absolutely loyal to your mother, and your mother also absolutely trusts me. Sophie squinted and smiled. Can you tell me, what did you and your daughter talk about? Sophie sent Han Ning back to the girls' school, and then came to report to Lu Chu. Fei, do you think they, father and daughter, can come up with something new? Lu Chu didn't want the eldest daughter to get involved, but Han Chen didn't think so, and the eldest daughter was also in a rebellious stage, going against her words. For Anning, it is also a great opportunity for exercise, and it is very helpful for her growth. Sophie could still guess that Han Ning was the future successor of Lu Chu. Although there are also outstanding young people in the Lu family, they are not as smart as Han Ning. Suddenly, she received a message that Han Chen had left the economic development zone. After waiting a few more minutes, she could confirm that Han Chen was on his way home. Old Han is coming back? Lu Chu was a bit surprised. Shortly after sending Sophie away, she saw Han Chen coming. Han Chen handed the old clothes to the housekeeper, and then had dinner with Lu Chu, opening 2 bottles of fine red wine. Neither of them talked about Lu Ningdong's surgery or hospital topics, as it would lead to disagreements. Lu Chu talked about the children's grades, expressing concern because they were all declining. She still hoped that Han Chen would spend more time tutoring the children, just like before. What do other people's children have to do with me? Han Chen said he wanted to write a thesis, and he also had his own career to focus on, so he suggested that Lu Chu spend more time and find more professional tutors. Old Han, you've changed a bit, you weren't like this before. Lu Chu wanted to say that Han Chen's career was not important, but she knew that saying so would hurt Han Chen's self-esteem and likely lead to an argument. I haven't changed, it's the environment around me that has changed. Of course, you could also say that I am changing, but I think my change is for the better. Well, if you think it's for the better, then I'll support you. The wife knew that they couldn't agree on this matter, so she had to let it go and drink with Han Chen. After dinner, they went swimming, and then returned to the room for intimate activities, with some intense actions. The next day, Han Chen went to the People's Hospital and found that many people were unfriendly towards him. Liang's faction blamed him for scheming against Liang Weili, forcing Liang Weili to retire, while the Su faction was even more openly against him. But Han Chen didn't go to the inpatient department or the intensive care unit. Instead, he went to the personnel department, but they still didn't process his resignation. He was puzzled, who was holding on. He went to the security department to check the surveillance, but was directly rejected. However, when he mentioned the security team leader's impotence, the latter knew that he couldn't offend a capable doctor, so he compromised and allowed Han Chen to view and copy the surveillance videos. Han Chen left the hospital and returned to his studio to carefully watch the videos, especially the one of the woman, and found that she came with Lu Xiaochuan and others. He suspected that she was related to Lu Xiaochuan, but he wasn't completely sure, so he took a screenshot. He called a former patient's family member, who was in the police system. 3 months ago, the patient was treated by Han Chen. Under Han Chen's care, the patient's long-standing headache was resolved, and a lesion in the liver was discovered early. The patient's family was very grateful to Han Chen. The patient's family member was very willing to help Han Chen, and quickly found the basic information of the woman and sent it to Han Chen. Yuan Lan, Deputy General Manager of Jiangdong Cultural Tourism Company. He searched again and found that the nominal General Manager of Jiangdong Culture and Tourism was actually related to the Lu family. She was Su Fun, the mother of Lu Jiaxing, who was responsible for the 9th chemical incident of the Lu family. It seems that Lu Chuchu, you can't hide anymore. The tip of the iceberg of your wild man is about to be revealed. Han Chen went to the girls' school, called his daughter out, let his daughter identify Yuan Lan, and got a definite answer. Han Ning, Yuan Lan is working for your mother's Lu family, or you can say she is working for your mother. In this case, your mother is still powerful. Han Chen reminded. Oh, you mean to say that my mother knows who my biological father is, not what she denied before, she has always known. Han Ning said, feeling a little sorry for Han Chen. Han Chen, you are really pitiful, always being deceived by my mother. Han Chen's mouth twitched coldly, his heart mixed with various feelings, making it impossible for him to argue with his daughter. He asked his daughter to repeat Yuan Lan's words from that day, confirmed that there was no mistake, and went directly to Jiangdong Culture and Tourism. Pushing the door open, in the spacious and luxurious office, Han Chen saw Yuan Lan. Yuan Lan was a little surprised and inexplicably flustered, because she didn't expect Han Chen to find her. Although she blamed her secretary, she also knew that the secretary could not stop Han Chen at all. Honesty is the best policy. Why did you go to the girls' school and say those things to my eldest daughter? What is your purpose? Han Chen looked at Yuan Lan, realizing that the other party's aura was not as strong as his own. Thinking about his identity as a son-in-law of the Lu family, there was no need to treat the Lu family's employees well. He asked directly and aggressively. I don't understand what you are talking about. I have things to do, please leave. Yuan Lan's first impression was that Han Ning had betrayed her, and she couldn't help but curse Han Ning as a cunning villain. Ha! Han Chen anticipated that Yuan Lan was pretending to be confused. He picked up her water glass and splashed the water directly on her, making a mess of her face and hair. Yuan Lan was shocked and pale, with tea leaves and crumbs on her face and hair, looking very messy. Stop pretending. You are a smart person, you should know what I want to know. Tell me honestly, who was Han Ning's biological father? Han Chen's eyes were sharp. Yuan Lan didn't answer, but directly called the security guard to forcibly remove Han Chen. She wanted to question Han Ning why she had betrayed her, but then she realized that going to find Han Ning now would be walking into a trap. She realized something, took out another phone, dialed a number, reported the matter of Han Chen finding her, and requested punishment for Han Chen. You are such a fool. Dealing with Han Chen now will make Lu Chuchu alert. You will ruin my big plan. Destroy all the contact information between you and me, and then I will have someone help you leave Jiangdong. Yuan Lan listened to the arrangements on the phone and realized the seriousness of the problem, quickly destroyed the information, and then left. On the way, she was indeed tracked by Han Chen and couldn't shake him off no matter what. She had to call someone to provide cover for her, causing a minor accident with Han Chen before she could escape. Damn it! You can run but you can't hide. Han Chen looked at the driver who caused the accident, who reeked of alcohol, leaving him helpless. Sophie saw Han Chen had an accident and came to check on him. Han Ji, are you okay? Let me take you to the hospital for a checkup. Sophie pretended it was a coincidence. I'm fine. You came at the right time. You are a lawyer, so stay and handle this matter. Han Chen asked Sophie to stay, and he continued to chase Yuan Lan in Sophie's car. Yuan Lan's car was a red convertible sports car with good performance, but her driving skills were average. In the hustle and bustle of traffic, she couldn't go fast. However, when she realized that Han Chen was still chasing her, she panicked and ran a red light, finally shaking off Han Chen for a while. Han Chen followed closely all the way, but he didn't expect Yuan Lan to go to the pier. When he arrived, he only saw the sports car but not the person. After asking around, he learned that Yuan Lan had already left by airship. Seeing that there was no boat to pursue, he had to give up and also abandoned the idea of chasing by land. Yuan Lan ran so fast, obviously she had something to hide. Han Chen saw his wife Lu Chuchu coming over, and the latter asked with concern, "You had a car accident, are you okay?" "I am a doctor, no injuries, no pain, don't worry." Han Chen looked at his wife. If he had told his wife about Yuan Lan's matter from the beginning, with his wife's ability, Yuan Lan would have no way to escape. But it could also be another situation, his wife covering up all traces of infidelity, he might never find out who the adulterer was. Now, he had no trust in his wife at all. Then why are you here? Seeing that Han Shen was fine and Su Fei also said the car accident was not serious, she believed Han Shen was fine. Yuan Lan knows who Han Ning's biological father is. I came to ask her, but she refused to tell me and ran away. Han Shen thought for a moment and said it out. Yuan Lan? His wife repeated the name of this woman, recalling her interactions with Yuan Lan and realizing that they were limited to business dealings at Jiangdong Wenolf. There were almost no interactions related to their eldest daughter Han Ning. She began to suspect why Han Shen thought Yuan Lan was related to Han Ning. Was Han Shen trying to deceive her? If she didn't have anything to hide, why did she run away in such a hurry? This is too unusual. Indeed. I'll have someone look into her. His wife also felt that abnormal situations must have a reason. Han Shen saw Su Fei also coming over, so he returned the car to Su Fei, got into his wife's car, and they went back together. Lao Han, how did you find out about Yuan Lan? His wife couldn't help but ask. Yuan Lan ran away, so I couldn't find out anything. Lu Chu, if you catch her, I hope you won't hide it from me. I really want to know why the DNA test result of Han Ning has nothing to do with me. Husband, you have to trust me. I have only been with you from the beginning, and Han Ning is our child. Alright, let's not talk about it. Han Shen closed his eyes and rested first. Lu Chu didn't say much either. When they got home, she saw Han Shen going to the bedroom to take a nap alone, so she didn't disturb him. She left the villa to meet up with Su Fei. After hearing Su Fei's report, she learned that it was because of Han Ning, so she went to the girls' school. Han Ning had already anticipated Lu Chu's arrival and informed her about the conversation with Yuan Lan that night, and finally asked directly, Mom, is my biological father really such a powerful figure? You are really silly. Don't believe everything people say. Han Shen is your biological father. Without Han Shen, you wouldn't be where you are today. Lu Chu always caused trouble for her daughter, but she couldn't scold her, she could only feel frustrated. My excellence comes from my excellent father and mother. What does it have to do with Han Shen? Han Ning was very stubborn and refused to admit that it was because of Han Shen. She just thought that Han Shen forced her to study and helped her when she was tired, allowing her to have the best energy to study. Now, saying it had nothing to do with Han Shen made her less confident. You really don't understand anything. And Ning, you are not a child anymore. If you continue to be reckless, you will suffer when you leave school and enter society. Many people are eyeing you and the interests you represent. Lu Chu realized that her daughter didn't know anything and had been manipulated by Yuan Lan, so she advised her gently. Stop treating me like a child. You should treat me like an adult, don't keep things from me. You don't tell me anything, and then you come to me and say I'm a fool. Is that fair? Then let me tell you something. Han Shen went to find Yuan Lan for the truth, but Yuan Lan's people arranged a car accident for him. How is he? Which hospital is he in? I want to go see him. Han Ning suddenly became nervous. You still have a conscience. He's fine, resting at home. Mom, I want to go home. Lao Han, my mom said you were hit by a car, are you okay? Han Ning rushed into the villa, asking about Han Shen's condition in a hurry. Of course, I'm fine, otherwise, I would have gone to the hospital long ago. Han Shen was still a little moved, although his eldest daughter refused to call him dad again. Are you really okay? Han Ning carefully looked at Han Shen and found that he was uninjured, so she felt relieved. Then, she complained, you went to ask Yuan Lan, got hit by a car, and in the end, didn't find out anything. It's really useless. And Ning, watch your words. If you don't want to speak properly, then go back to school. Look at how all your grades have dropped. Just as Lu Chu heard this, she also scolded her eldest daughter. Go back to school. Han Ning walked out, pointing at Sophie to ask her to take her back. When they reached the school gate, Sophie stopped the car. Seeing that Han Ning refused to get out of the car, she asked, do you have something to tell me? I have some things that I haven't told Han Shen and my mom. Yuan Lan told me that she wanted to frame Han Shen and make him pay the price. I thought she was joking, but I didn't expect that today someone would really hit Han Shen with a car. She is a dangerous person. If Han Ning said this in front of Lu Chu, it would probably result in a slap right away. After all, choosing to conceal such a big thing, she didn't seem like a responsible person at all. Oh, did Yuan Lan mention how to frame Han Shen and what price he should pay? Sophie immediately realized the urgency of the situation and couldn't help but worry about Han Shen. She didn't say. At that time, I didn't like Han Shen either. When I saw Yuan Lan wanting Han Shen to pay the price, it suited me. So, I didn't strongly oppose it. I thought she wanted Han Shen to lose money, but I didn't expect her to arrange a car accident, which is too much. In the future, don't hide anything from your mom. She loves you more than anyone else. Don't disappoint her, she is grooming you as her successor. Outsiders in Hangul may deceive you, hurt you, but your mom definitely won't. Han Shen is not my real dad, he is also an outsider. With these words, Han Ning got out of the car. This girl. Sophie watched Han Ning enter the campus before leaving to report to Lu Chuchu, revealing Han Ning's words. Lu Chuchu fell into contemplation. Seeing this, Sophie wanted to say something, but ultimately hesitated. After dinner, Han Shen's phone rang. When he saw it, it was from the old lady in the capital who had cholera. Director Han, I heard that you were in a car accident. I am very worried about you. How are you? The old lady was very direct. The front of the car and the bumper were damaged, but I'm fine. I didn't expect that even this small incident would attract your attention. I am truly grateful. If there is anything, feel free to say. Recently, I have a friend who needs to go to Jiangdong to see you for treatment. I hope you can treat him in the best condition. Oh, can you show me the condition and medical records first? Specific treatment for specific conditions. No matter what, I will do my best. Han Chen frowned. The old lady's friend must also be a capable person, with no shortage of medical resources around him. Still, coming to Jiangdong to find him means that those medical resources have been helpless, and coming to him is like a last resort. Oh, I almost forgot about this. I will have someone send it to you tomorrow. The old lady blamed herself. Before hanging up, she added, Director Han, you have to believe that you still have friends. Han Chen put away his phone. The word friend now felt very distant to him. Even his closest wife couldn't be trusted, so who else could he trust? However, since the other party said they were friends, he didn't mind testing the quality of this friendship. The next day, Lu Chuchu went to work at the group first. After a meeting, she unexpectedly learned that Han Shen had gone to see her parents. What is Lao Han up to? Lu Chuchu was suspicious because when Han Shen went to find Yuan Lan, the latter ran away, and Han Shen got nothing. He definitely wouldn't let it go. She was worried that Han Shen might do something impulsive to her parents. Mom, did Lao Han do anything? Lu Chuchu had to ask her mother. Didn't I tell you? Xiaomei has a cold, and Han Shen came over to see the child. Her mother replied like this. So that's how it is. If Lao Han has other situations, he should tell me. Lu Chuchu hung up the phone and felt a bit negligent because yesterday at noon, she received a call from the teacher saying her youngest daughter had a runny nose and sneezing, asking her to pay more attention to the child. In the past, Han Shen would easily handle such situations, she didn't worry at all. But recently, Han Shen has been in a bad mood, so she sent her daughter to her parents' place and didn't care. This time, her daughter's cold worsened. Han Shen, I can't lose you. Lu Chuchu tightly held her phone, checked her schedule, cancelled the lunch appointment, and decided to go back to find Han Shen. On the other side, Han Shen had just finished acupuncture for his daughter, and her stuffy nose was noticeably better. He asked his daughter to play with her grandma and went to the study to find his father-in-law. Seeing his father-in-law playing chess, he walked over, glanced at the board, made a move, and said, I'll make some soup for Xiaomei later. If she drinks it, she'll recover faster. Don't make random moves. His father-in-law was about to question Han Shen's casual chess move, but after Han Shen pointed out a few positions, he felt that Han Shen's chess had a strategy, almost like a divine move. He picked up a piece, unsure how to proceed, and his chess intentions faltered. But Han Shen took his piece and made a move, showing him the way, and suddenly his chess path became clear. Yesterday, I almost found out who Han Ning's biological father is, but I couldn't keep her. Of course, the most important thing is that she is part of your Lu family. Han Shen glanced at his father-in-law, who was about to drive him away, so he brought up this topic. Who? His father-in-law's attention shifted from the chessboard to Han Shen. As long as Han Shen uttered half a lie, he could see through it. Yuan Lan. She ran away yesterday, but she can't escape her fate. She is the deputy general manager of Jiangdong Cultural Tourism Company, and the CEO of Jiangdong Cultural Tourism is from your Lu family, your younger sibling, Lu Chuchu's aunt, Su Fin. Yuan Lan knows who Han Ning's biological father is, so I think Su Fin should know too. Ah, only our closest people don't know, Han Chen said calmly. His father-in-law fell silent. My intention has always been one thing, to find Han Ning's biological father, have them reunite as a family, so I can end my marriage with Lu Chuchu, achieve my own happiness, and regain my freedom. You don't have to despise me anymore. I will investigate Yuan Lan and Su Fin. You go make soup for Xiaomei. His father-in-law dismissed Han Chen. Han Chen went out and targeted his wife's pet, the money turtle, to make soup. His mother-in-law saw Han Chen enter the kitchen, with her granddaughter following him cheerfully. Their father-daughter relationship was good, so she didn't say much. She went to the study to find her husband. Did Han Chen leave? Father-in-law Lu Bolan asked. No, he's cooking for the child. He knows the child's taste and can make medicinal meals. Let him be. What did he say to you? Although she didn't like Han Shan facing her sick granddaughter, she believed Han Shan would take care of her. Han Shan is still investigating Aining's background. This time, he's not looking for Lu Xiaochuan but going to Jiangdong cultural tourism. He said Su Fan might know something. In the afternoon, I plan to talk to her. If she really knows and hides it from us, then. Father-in-law sneered, a hint of cunning flashing in his eyes. Jiangdong cultural tourism? Su Fan? The Lao Ba family? We have been generous to them. If they are really not on the same page as us, then it is truly unfortunate for the family. Mother-in-law's mind was thinking about the relationship between Jiang Dongwenl and her daughter, and there was no suspicious place in the result. The Lu family, from top to bottom, is still on the same page. People's hearts are unpredictable. Who can say for sure? Over the years, Chu has accumulated more and more wealth, and the people of the Lu family have also broadened their horizons. It's hard to say that there are no greedy people. The ninth chemical plant responsible for the Lao Ba family has encountered major problems. Mother-in-law had some complaints. The ninth chemical plant. Father-in-law then thought of Han Shan's targeting of the ninth chemical plant, and now he mentioned that Su Fan might know about Han Ning's identity. Old Lu, do you think Chu has really found someone better than Han Shan? It's almost certain. Han Shan said that Ning was conceived by Chu before marriage, and Chu found Han Shan to cover up the pregnancy. If this is true, then Chu not only deceived Han Shan, but also kept us in the dark. Seeing how seriously Chu denies it, if Ning is really Han Shan's, she didn't lie. How could it be Han Shan's? Can the paternity test be wrong? Han Shan is more professional than us, he believes it without a doubt, which means this conclusion can withstand scrutiny. This child of Chu's is smarter than you and me imagine. That's true, especially recently, she easily stabilized the scandal of the ninth chemical plant, without affecting the overall group, and minimized the losses. Normally, if Han Shan makes trouble for her like this, she should make Han Shan leave, which would be most beneficial to her. So why doesn't she let go? She's being emotional. When father-in-law saw the paternity test report, he thought that his daughter divorcing Han Shan was the best solution, but his daughter was stubborn and he couldn't persuade her. Not long after, their granddaughter came in and asked the two old people to go out for a meal. They saw Han Shan smoking and making a call in the yard, so they sat down. There was a call at Dad's hospital, saying there was a patient, so he would leave soon, asking us to eat without waiting for them. The younger daughter's nose was clear, but she still sounded a bit congested. After Han Shan finished the call, put out the cigarette butt, and asked the younger daughter to leave, he gave a few instructions and then left. Shortly after, Lu Chu came in, saw that the younger daughter's cold had improved a lot, and the meal was cooked by Han Shan, which suited her taste very well. She ate while asking her parents, and when she found out that Han Shan didn't mention anything else, she felt more at ease. The younger daughter sat beside her, smiling and looking lovely and handsome, which made Lu Chu's heart melt. Mom, is the soup delicious? Dad made it specially for you. The younger daughter remembered Han Shan's words and started to imitate him. It's delicious, Dad's cooking is the best. Let's give him a thumbs up. Can you tell what's inside? There's seafood, wolfberries, and chicken soup base. Although Mom can't cook, she is knowledgeable. You can't fool Mom, hee. But you haven't figured out the most important part. The younger daughter leaned in and whispered the golden turtle in her mother's ear. Lu Chu was stunned, looked at the bathtub, where the golden turtle was nowhere to be seen, and then thought of the soup she had just drunk, feeling a wave of nausea. Han Shan went to the hospital, bought some medicine, and then returned to his studio. In the evening, when he returned home, he found his wife was not there, and he thought she had gone to be with her lover. His mouth twitched coldly. The lover is so good, she didn't even come home. Why doesn't she divorce me? What are you thinking? You did something wrong to me. If you don't divorce, don't apologize to me, then you will have to pay the price. Han Shan's heart turned cold. He ate and then went back to the study. Not long after, the servant of the old lady suffering from cholera called him and brought the medical records. Although the real name of the patient was concealed, other information was not hidden. It was an 80-year-old man suffering from acute leukemia. Acute leukemia progresses rapidly. Without chemotherapy, the survival period is only about half a year. The old man has been ill for 3 months without undergoing chemotherapy. The old man also has some underlying stubborn diseases. Chemotherapy may worsen the underlying diseases, accelerating death. Han Shan studied for 2 hours and had a general outline in mind, but without seeing the patient or conducting a physical examination, he could not draw a conclusion. The next day, Han Shan arrived at Jiangdong Sanatorium. Led by Fu Fangfang, he indeed saw the old lady who had cholera last time, and an elderly bald man, who was the leukemia old man. After greeting each other, the old man did not reveal his identity, and the old lady did not introduce him. Han Chen did not ask much and proceeded to examine the old man. "Director Han, I heard that you are skilled in acupuncture. Please give me a try to refresh my mind. These days have been exhausting, and I feel very tired." The old man did not rush to explain his condition but made a request first. Han Chen modestly agreed and started acupuncture on the old man. Shortly after, the old man felt drowsy and dozed off. The old lady left the accompanying medical staff to watch over the old man and took Han Chen outside for a walk by the lake. "Director Han, how is it? Acute leukemia, and conservative treatment. I believe you all know what the conclusion will be. You must have consulted many experts and famous doctors and have an idea. I am not much better than them. Not much better is still better, he. I dare not claim that." Han Chen did not expect the old lady to catch his loophole. The old man's condition is critical, not only due to the illness but also his aging body. "I cannot cure him. I can only alleviate his suffering and prolong his life. I hope that in the next 3 to 5 years, medical technology will advance to solve these medical challenges." 3 to 5 years? Can it really be achieved? I will propose a plan and discuss it with your doctors. The decision is yours. Han Chen remained confident but humble, unable to make decisions lightly. The old lady did not say much more and changed the subject. "Director Han, if you are not returning to the People's Hospital, would you consider my previous suggestion to work at the First Medical Center? As I said before, until I resolve my marital and family issues, I cannot leave here. I cannot intervene in your personal matters. However, I support you. If you need help, just give me a call." The old lady understood that Han Chen's personal affairs were delicate and refrained from prying further. After all, it's hard for an outsider to meddle in family matters. Han Chen also did not want others to get involved in his and Lu Chuchu's affairs. Family matters should not be publicized. Han Chen then discussed with the old man's medical team. He did not agree to return to Beijing with the old man and suggested that the old man stay in Jiangdong for a full course of treatment. The old man promptly agreed to stay in Jiangdong for treatment under Han Chen's care. Han Chen began the treatment and stayed at the sanatorium until evening. This time, the old lady's driver picked him up and warned him of being followed. Indeed. Han Chen's lips twitched coldly, thinking, "Lu Chuchu, are you afraid I will uncover the truth? Are you feeling guilty?" Upon returning home, Han Chen learned that his wife had not returned. Without saying much, he went to the study to continue his research on Botu's progress. In the following days, Han Chen continued to treat the old man at the sanatorium, spending most of the day there and returning home at night. The first phase of acupuncture and medication treatment ended, and the old man's mental state significantly improved, with substantial improvements in examination data. Han Chen could not cure acute leukemia but could enhance the old man's physical function to help him fight against the disease. After the treatment, the old man paid Han Chen a generous examination fee and returned to Beijing. On weekends, Han Chen went fishing by the river to relax. Over the next few days, his wife did not see him, and he did not want to see her. Although he knew from the nanny's mouth that his wife was living with her mother-in-law, he didn't go over there, not even to see his daughter. "What a mess!" Han Chen muttered about his in-laws and wife like this. However, in the afternoon, he called his father-in-law to inquire about the progress of investigating Su Fun and Yuan Lan. The latter did not inform him, but instead vomited fragrance towards him. Hanging up the phone, Han Chen frowned. Did he really have to personally expose this family scandal and present it in public? He still had some face. In the new week, Han Chen received a call from the old lady, meaning for her to go back to work at the People's Hospital, where she would introduce some other patients. After weighing the options, Han Chen chose to listen to the old lady. Then, he received a call from someone claiming to be Li Mingzhou, who briefly revealed that he was appointed as the administrative director of the intensive care department of the People's Hospital, while Han Chen, as the deputy director, was in charge of medical affairs management. They were to work together. The former director Qian had already been transferred to the second hospital as the deputy dean. Li Mingzhou and Han Chen agreed to meet and talk. Han Chen checked Li Mingzhou and found that he was very young, 5 years younger than him, and from the capital. Was he here to gain experience? Han Chen seemed to understand a bit of the inside story and went to the hospital. At the hospital, he first attended a meeting. He found that the provincial health leaders, as well as the secretary of a certain big shot in the province, personally brought Li Mingzhou over to take office, making quite a scene. Li Mingzhou had a square face, medium build, and a restrained aura of a bureaucrat. These figures all came over to shake hands with Han Chen, speaking kindly, saying, "Director Han is well known far and wide. Today, seeing you in person, your reputation is indeed well deserved," with various flattering words that surprised Han Chen. Han Chen saw that Liang Weili was not retired and still firmly held the position of hospital director, while Su Jiguan could only rank second. This situation puzzled him a bit. How could such a small place like the hospital be so intricate? Han Chen went to the office of the deputy director of the ICU, but before he could even make tea, the head nurse came in a hurry, saying that a patient was in critical condition. Several attending physicians had been trying to save the patient for a long time without improvement. Han Chen was just the deputy director, but he had to reiterate it now. As a doctor, he should go and try to save the patient first. This busyness lasted until the evening. When he saw that the patient was completely stable, he was able to leave the emergency room. Back in the office, there were documents sent by Li Mingzhou on the reshuffling of personnel and medical restructuring in the intensive care department. He had the authority to transfer doctors he didn't like or those with poor skills, from chief physicians to junior nurses. Among the many names, he unexpectedly saw Ma Youcai's name. He was puzzled as to how this useless person had come from the inpatient department. He took the documents to study them carefully in the evening. When he returned home, he saw his wife had come back, her beautiful eyes blinking at him, sending out a friendly message of reconciliation. He really wanted to go over and slap her hard. Let you cheat on me and betray me. Han Chen resisted the urge. If he wanted to retaliate directly against his wife, he would have done it long ago. Liang Weili can still stay at the People's Hospital. Did your Lu family exert influence to keep him? Han Chen washed his hands and came out to ask. Yes, this is in everyone's interest. Lao Han, if you listen to me and think for the sake of our family, Uncle Liang will step down. Lu Chuchu also admitted, revealing her hope to reach a mutually beneficial cooperation with Han Chen. Me and your Lu family? Ha, your Lu family doesn't need an outsider like me. Tell Lu Xiaochuan to transfer Lu Mainon to the first hospital in time. There is no point in keeping him at the People's Hospital. The People's Hospital lacks the conditions for treatment. Can't you save him? I can't. I'm afraid so, not that you can't, but you won't. I've made my point clear, you make the decision. Oh, how is Yuan Lan's situation? She ran to the seaside and then disappeared. What about Su Fin? She said she didn't know why Yuan Lan ran away. She doesn't know anything. You just keep hiding it from me. Han Chen could tell that his wife was lying. The nanny came to ask about dinner. Han Chen said he had already eaten and went into the study. His wife followed and asked, Lao Han, why don't you ask about the children's situation? I've noticed that you haven't been paying attention to them lately, not caring about their lives, not even their studies. What's wrong with you? Because they are not my daughters, they are children of you and someone else. What right do I have to interfere? Do you need me to take responsibility? Han Chen didn't say that. Instead he said lightly, Han Ning, Han Jing, and Han Mei, the three of them, will take over your position in the future. To serve the Lu family, it would be more appropriate for you to cultivate them. He remembered something, took out a folder, checked it once, found no mistakes, and then handed it to his wife. This is for changing the children's names. Han Ning, Han Jing, Han Mei will be changed to Lu Ning, Lu Jing, Lu Mei. I have already signed it. The rest is up to you to handle. You. His wife didn't expect Han Chen to meddle in the children's affairs again. She was so angry that she tore up the document. These days, she deliberately didn't come back, thinking that after avoiding Han Chen for a while, he would reflect on himself and return to his original gentle and obedient self. But she never expected that Han Chen not only didn't repent, but became even more ruthless. Is this such a big deal that you have to react like this? Go back to your room and calm down. Han Chen thought his wife still wanted to treat him like a fool, to continue to let him take over. This is not a small matter. And, your attitude is a problem. My attitude is a problem. What do you want me to do? Husband, I don't know where I went wrong to make you misunderstand me like this. Who am I? Don't you know? I love you. I hope you love me too. You hope, then you just hope. In the early morning, Lu Chuchu woke up and saw that the pillow was empty. Han Chen was nowhere to be seen. She took care of her personal hygiene, then went out to look for Han Chen, but found that he was not in the study or the guest room. It was only after hearing the nanny's report that she learned Han Chen had received a call from the ICU at the hospital and had gone to rescue a patient. She returned to the bedroom, saw a newly arrived message, frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and replied, My husband is still in a bad mood. I will come to see you after he stabilizes. The patient Han Chen went to rescue at the hospital was Lu Mainong. In the early morning, Lu Mainong suddenly became critically ill, and the doctor could only notify Han Chen and others. When Han Chen arrived, Liang Weili and others had just arrived as well. Without much talk, they went to save the person first. After a busy period, it wasn't until dawn that Lu Mingdong's condition stabilized. Liang Weili breathed a sigh of relief. He asked someone to prepare breakfast, then discussed with Han Chen alone. Xiao Han, you've seen the situation. You just performed surgery on the patient. I will sign for it. Regardless of the outcome of the surgery, the patient's family will not say much. I'm not confident. Doing surgery now would be killing the patient. You wouldn't dare to do it yourself. Han Chen directly refused. I believe you can do it. This is idealistic moral coercion. I know how important it is for Lu Minong not to die to you and the people behind you, so last night I had Lu Chuchu negotiate with the Lu family to transfer Lu Minong to a major hospital in Beijing, Shanghai, or Guangzhou as soon as possible. Keeping such a critical patient here shows your irresponsibility. Han Chen didn't listen to Liang Weili's nonsense. The matter between you and Chuchu, I want to help you, but my abilities are limited, The matter between me and Lu Chuchu is my private affair with her, it has nothing to do with the hospital and you, don't bring it up here. Han Chen thought that Liang Weili could support him before, but now he knew that Liang Weili was just a puppet supported by the Lu family. He felt childish and ridiculous. Applying that social class theory, Liang Weili is just a middle level. How to interfere with the top level like Lu Chuchu? Han Chen found an excuse to end the conversation with Liang Weili. After breakfast, Ma Yukai knocked on the door not long after, smilingly said to Han Chen, "Old classmate, I knew you would turn the tables, with your medical skills. Director Ma, you came at the right time, I was just thinking of looking for you. I know you inside out, you are not suitable to stay in the intensive care unit, find a way out yourself, go back where you came from," Han Chen said directly, not giving Ma Yukai any face. Han Chen, you. Ma Youcai's smile froze instantly, a hint of malice appeared in his eyes. Lowering his voice, he said, "Han Chen, we were classmates, are you not giving me face like this? Ma Yukai, at the moment you wrote the report against me, did you think of us as classmates? Honestly, if I were not just a deputy director, if I had the corresponding ability, I would have kicked you out of the People's Hospital. Han, you're ruthless." Ma Youcai's face turned pale, he became even more ruthless in his heart. Let's see who can drive out whom. Han Chen didn't care about Ma Yukai. When Li Mingzhou came to work, he met with him. The purpose of getting close to Li Mingzhou was to support him, to create a comfortable medical working environment for him. Next, the old lady with cholera and the old man with acute leukemia would come for treatment. In this way, Han Chen did not treat Li Mingzhou politely. He decisively removed the people from the Liang faction and the Su faction from the intensive care unit, and then appointed reliable and skilled doctors, transferred from other departments of the hospital, or even poached from other hospitals. He provided a list, and let Li Mingzhou handle the specifics. The family members of Lu came to inquire about the situation with Han Chen, and all they got were suggestions to transfer to another hospital. Lu Wenwen didn't believe it. She closed the door and said to Han Chen alone, "Do you still hold a grudge against me, so you refuse to save people? You're not that important. It's been several days, you have consulted more than one doctor. What kind of condition is it? Don't you have any idea?" Han Chen glanced disdainfully at Lu Wenwen, didn't want to waste time with her, and went to do his rounds. The intensive care unit had more than one patient. All the patients coming in were on the brink of death. Han Chen either discussed treatment plans with the doctors or directly went to rescue the patients. He worked until 8 o'clock in the evening before going home, only to see an unhappy expression directed at him. "Did I offend you?" "Of course. What's the matter with your classmate Ma Yukai, spreading rumors everywhere that your wife, that is me, is a nightclub hostess?" "Ma Yukai? What did he say? How do you know?" "He said in your class group, in our daughter's parent group, that your wife is a hostess. He also found people online to smear you, saying things about the broken affairs in the hospital dormitory. Is he crazy?" His wife was very dissatisfied. "Just one day later, Ma Yukai dared to smear me like this? How big of a grudge does he hold? Even if he wants to smear me, he should come directly at me. Why involve others?" Although Lu Chuchu is also a despicable person. Han Chen understood what had happened. Ma Yukai has no academic integrity. Entering the intensive care unit is a joke. I kicked him out, and he turned against me. However, Lu Chuchu, all these smears against you are because of you. It was you who arranged for that despicable person to come to the dormitory to set me up, took photos, and spread rumors in the hospital. Now, who can you blame? Blame me? Blame yourself. But how could you say such a thing as wife as a hostess to others? If that despicable person dressed up as a hostess, if I don't say she is my wife, wouldn't I really be fooling around in the dormitory? I can only say that we are husband and wife, having a legal marital life, then it's not a problem of lifestyle. In the end, you still blame me? No matter about this Ma Yutai is your classmate. I also greeted you, I made him pay an unimaginable price, don't blame me. What does it have to do with me? Han Chen went to eat something hot, then took a bath. Lu Chuchu's anger had not subsided. After returning to the study, she arranged to go down, pinched Ma Yutai to death, just like pinching an ant to death. Late at night, after finishing his work, Han Chen got up to stretch his muscles and prepare to sleep, but a retired university teacher called him, surprisingly to ask for help regarding Ma Yutai. He only then found out that Ma Yutai was taken away in handcuffs by the police from his home, with the reason for arrest being rape of a woman in a nightclub. Lu Chuchu, you act so fast. Han Chen claimed ignorance about Ma Yutai's situation, saying he would find out tomorrow and help if he could. In reality, he wouldn't help, only applaud. He returned to the bedroom, saw his wife put down the book in her hand and lie down on her side. He reached out, but his wife pushed him away. Go find your nightclub lady, don't touch me. His wife complained, feeling angry. You brought this upon yourself. Han Chen didn't indulge his wife, didn't try to please her, and left directly. You're just a jerk. His wife grabbed a pillow and threw it, but Han Chen had already opened the door and left, so her pillow hit nothing. She lay down but couldn't sleep, so she got out of bed to find Han Chen. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Han Chen standing outside. She was a bit surprised, and Han Chen picked her up, causing her to exclaim in surprise. Han Chen closed the door with his heel, then threw his wife onto the bed, the mattress's elasticity causing her to bounce. After finishing, Han Chen rolled off his wife and was about to sleep. Honey, you must have questions to ask me, right? Ask quickly, I'll tell you. Who is the man you're seeing outside? I'm not seeing anyone outside, I only have you. I mean, why don't you ask me how to deal with your classmate Ma Yutai? Go ahead, ask me, I'll tell you. Oh, these things have nothing to do with me. You cheated on me, that's what concerns me. I didn't cheat on you, I didn't betray you. I love you. His wife dared not say more, shrinking into Han Chen's arms, feeling a sense of impending crisis due to Han Chen's lack of trust in her. The next day, Han Chen went to the hospital and found that Li Mingzhou had arrived early, which surprised him. Lao Han, do you know that Ma Yutai, who transferred from our department, got into trouble? Indeed, last night some university teachers and classmates called me, and I learned that Ma Yutai was arrested at home, but the details are unclear. You should know more, right? Han Chen didn't want to discuss this matter, as it had nothing to do with him. I asked some people from the judicial system just now, and they revealed some information without violating principles. Ma Yutai went out drinking last weekend and took a woman from a nightclub. Yesterday night, that woman went to the police, claiming that Ma Yutai had assaulted her and presented solid evidence, leading to Ma Yutai's arrest. I never expected him to be like this. The world is bustling with ordinary people. Han Chen didn't mention Ma Yutai again, instead discussing team building with Li Mingzhou and focusing on the morning meeting. This Han Chen, I really can't figure him out. Li Mingzhou found Han Chen intriguing. In the morning, Lu Mingdong's condition fluctuated again, and Han Chen intervened to stabilize his condition once more, suggesting that Lu's family transfer him to another hospital. Coming out of the ward, the head nurse told Han Chen that Su Jiguan was waiting for him in the office. Su Jiguan? What is he here for? Han Chen asked. Not sure, we only saw him holding a CT report, probably for his patient. Han Chen returned to the office, closed the door, and directly asked, Director Su, what nonsense are you up to now? Are you targeting me or Lao Li? Director Han, you're being too harsh. I've always had faith in you and supported your work. A few days ago, someone said on the phone, as long as Mr. Su is in the hospital for a day, I won't be able to get in. Is this called taking care of him? Han Chen sat down, lit a cigarette, squinted his eyes, and could see through the other party's hypocrisy. Director Han, it's all a misunderstanding. Recently, everyone was just trying to improve the hospital, not personal grudges. Director Han, I need your help this time. If you perform a surgery for me, I will owe you a favor. Now Su Jiguang had to humble himself to ask Han Chen for help. Han Chen looked at the medical records and examination reports, put them down, flicked the cigarette ash, and calmly said, This surgery is not difficult, it can be done by the surgical department. You're offering this favor too easily, I dare not accept it. Su Jiguang, if you can really make Lao Liang retire, then I will have a higher opinion of you. The patients and their families only trust you now, they hope you will perform this surgery. Su Jiguang was not ready to give up. You are wasting medical resources. Oh, I remembered something, Su Jiguang. I heard that there will be reforms in the medical field, and non-professionally trained administrative vice presidents or presidents will no longer be appointed. Han Chen had a sudden inspiration and tricked the other party. Who told you that? Su Jiguang was a bit flustered because if this news was true, he would be transferred from the People's Hospital. It was Liang Weili who said it. Su Jiguang, you can't let Liang Weili retire. If he comes back, using medical reform as a weapon, can you handle it? Han Chen did not expect Su Jiguang to really catch on, so he continued to provoke him. Seeing Su Jiguang's reaction to Liang Weili, Han Chen knew that this Su guy took the bait. During a short lunch break, Han Chen rested in his office. He called Sophie to inquire about Yuan Lan's situation. Fei Fei, are you just eating and not doing anything? It's been days, and you still haven't figured out Yuanlan's situation. She's hiding, I can't do anything. I'm not a cop, otherwise I would have put her on the wanted list, nationwide and globally. Don't talk about useless things. I know you listen to Lu Chu. You guys keep hiding things from me, but one day, I will expose you. Han Chen hung up the phone, thought for a moment, and then called his mother-in-law. If his mother-in-law knew about the man Lu Chu was having an affair with, it would be a provocation to both mother and daughter. If his mother-in-law didn't know, then Han Chen had an obligation to inform her. In the afternoon, Li Mingzhou came to see Han Chen about something. Director Han, what is the situation with Mr. Lu Mindong? Can you give me an idea? I won't comment on what other expert doctors can do, but here, I can only help him maintain his life with conservative treatment. If you want to be more optimistic or recover, you'll have to go to the first hospital, where they have the best resources and a chance to fight. Is it the family, the hospital leadership, or your superiors pressuring you? Han Chen asked. All of them, especially from the provincial level. Administrative orders? That's like forcing a duck onto a perch. If there really is such a demand, it's not up to you or me to bear it. Let Liang Weili and them handle it. Brother Han, it's just the two of us now. You have to be straight with me. Don't play games. Li Mingzhou was getting anxious, so he humbled himself to Han Chen. I can prolong his life, but I can't perform surgery. If you want surgery, then all risks and consequences will be your responsibility. Lao Li, if you sign, you will be the executioner of this patient. This is the real situation of the patient. This is what you wanted to know. What is the success rate of the surgery? 3%. If there was a high chance of success, Liang Weili and the others would have done it already. They have been immersed in the medical field for decades. They know the patient's condition like the back of their hand. Lao Li, you are not professionally trained, so listen to me, you won't go wrong. Brother Han, I'm not as skilled as you in medicine. I will listen to you completely. But I heard a rumor that you have a grudge with the Lu family. My eldest daughter's search for her biological father at Sihai Group is something I can talk about openly. I don't avoid you. I'm not afraid to reveal a bit more to you. Lu Xiaochuan has used this matter to mock and threaten me. A few days ago, Lu Xiaochuan specifically forbade me from treating patients by name, so I won't treat them. Therefore, the attending physician for the patients now is Liang Weili, and the doctor performing clinical treatment procedures is also Liang Weili's graduate student. Lao Li, this patient is tricky and troublesome. I suggest the family transfer her to another hospital. It seems I really need to understand more about the situation here. The phone rang. A critically ill patient was sent from the surgical department, requiring urgent rescue. Han Chen arranged the emergency room and hung up the phone. Here comes the action. When Han Chen approached Li Mingzhou, he asked, "You are from the capital, why did you come all the way to Jiangdong for work? If it's for gaining experience, why wade into the muddy waters of People's Hospital? I told you before, your two patients are coming to People's Hospital, they only trust you, so you need to create a stable, reliable, and highly efficient team." Stable? With Liang Weili and Su Jiguan around, there's no stability in the hospital. Han Chen stopped talking. He wouldn't let the hospital be stable, he wouldn't let the Lu family be at peace, not even Jiangdong, he wouldn't let it be peaceful. Out of his duty as a doctor, he went to rescue the patient first. The patient was a young woman in her early 20s, lying on the hospital bed at the moment of her life hanging by a thread. Upon examination, Han Chen found her condition to be very unique. Not only was her heart displaced, but her blood vessels and nerves were also abnormal, to be precise, like a living mirror image. The doctors outside thought it was just a reversed heart, but they didn't expect the blood vessels inside to be mirrored as well, causing a series of injuries. After yesterday's surgery, there was continuous bleeding inside the body. The patient's condition became more critical. The doctors outside panicked, at a loss, and transferred the case to the intensive care unit, shifting the blame to Han Chen's side. Han Chen understood the situation, carried out targeted rescue, and finally succeeded in stabilizing the patient. Han Chen walked out of the emergency room, briefed the patient's family on the situation, and reassured them. Suddenly, he saw the back of a woman in front of him, which made him feel familiar. Just now, he was still deeply focused on the rescue, and he hadn't completely emerged from that atmosphere. When he returned to his office, took a few puffs of smoke, he suddenly remembered the back of the woman just now, so similar to the woman who entered his dormitory that night. It must be her. What is she doing at the hospital? Could it be that Lu Chuchu is causing trouble again? Han Chen checked the surveillance footage and found that the woman had already left, so he made a copy of the video from the past 7 days. When Han Chen saw the woman leaving the hospital gate, holding a thermal food container, he suspected that she had relatives or friends hospitalized. After work, Han Chen went to his in-laws' house. because of the call he made to his mother-in-law at noon. He was scolded by his mother-in-law, so he had to come over and explain. Han Chen chatted casually with the children, then went to the study to find his father-in-law. "What are you doing here? Get out of my house." His father-in-law didn't give Han Chen a good face. "You sent Lu Mindong in, are you really not responsible? If you don't send him to the hospital in the capital for rescue, he won't last long." Han Chen was also unhappy, but he still brazenly said, "The Lu family has their own arrangements, if you can't save him, then don't bother. You can leave." His father-in-law pointed to the door, still indicating for Han Chen to leave. "Lao Lu, you are too optimistic about this. Lu Mindong's involvement affects not only the Lu family but also some other people. Those people don't want Lu Mindong to die like this." "Who are you talking about? I don't have the ability to know, you should be clearer than anyone. Oh, one more thing, have you investigated the situation of Yuan Lan and Han Ning's biological father?" Han Chen switched to this core issue. "Han Chen, what exactly do you want to do? Isn't it obvious? I want to know who the wild man with Lu Chuchu is. I can't live in confusion like this. I'm different from you. You can tolerate that your grandson is a wild seed. You won't live for many years, you can be shameless, but I'm still young, I still have my dignity. Damn it, how dare you speak like that? Does your anger work? Does hitting me work? Even if you kill me, it won't work. Don't you still know whose seed your grandson is? Also, I'm such a waste, Han Ning's seed is better than mine. But it can also be said the other way around. What if Lu Chuchu's wild man is someone inferior to me? Your driver, group salesperson, drug dealer, scum, she-male, pervert, who knows? Get out!" The father-in-law shouted, alarming the other people in the house. "Old man, what's wrong?" The mother-in-law came in, seeing her husband glaring at Han Chen angrily. She was also displeased with Han Chen. "You are afraid of offending Lu Chuchu, you dare not investigate, but I don't care, I will investigate. You all look down on me, thinking you are so great, but you are just old trash." Han Chen enjoyed his verbal victory and then left directly. The mother-in-law watched Han Chen leave, asked the children to study in their rooms, and then returned to the study. "Old Lu, what happened just now? How did Han Chen provoke you again?" "It's because of Aining's biological father again." Han Chen mentioned it again. "He has started to challenge me." "Challenge you? How can he do that?" "I know he is provoking me, but that wild seed grandson of yours still makes me very unhappy." When the mother-in-law heard the word wild seed, her expression also became unnatural. She comforted her husband not to think too much and went back to the room to call her daughter. "Mom, what's wrong? What are you doing now?" "Busy with the group's affairs. Can we talk?" "Yes, go ahead." "Then tell me honestly, are you really busy with the group's affairs, or are you with your man outside?" "Mom, what's wrong with you?" "Chu, you can't do this. You have to make a choice, choose between Han Chen and the man outside. Otherwise, your dad and I won't have peace." "What's going on?" "Just now Han Chen came, he said something that angered your father. The current situation is, on one side is me, your dad, 3 children, family, and on the other side is Han Chen. You must make a choice. Otherwise, your dad and I will ignore you, we will go on vacation tomorrow, you have to solve this mess yourself." "Mom, don't be upset, I'll go back now, we'll talk when we meet." Han Chen saw his wife return, her calm demeanor made him feel a bit unrealistic. He tried to provoke his in-laws, his wife must know, his wife should argue with him. "Old Han, let's discuss something. Mom and Dad want to go on a trip, there's no one to take care of the children, you have to take leave from the hospital." Lu Chuchu directly brought up this matter with Han Chen. "It's not appropriate for me to take leave. If I take leave, there will be no one in charge of the ICU. Your parents want to go on a trip? What are they thinking? I'll call them and ask them to cancel." Han Chen took out his phone, ready to call his mother-in-law. "It's too late, don't disturb them." His wife took the phone from him and continued, "Old Han, I'll say it again, we're not short of money, you don't have to work." "Lu Chuchu, if you say that, I really want to slap you. If I don't work, what do you want me to do? Stay at home and let you support me? Am I the kind of person who lives off others? I didn't mean that, you are too sensitive. If you stay at home, you won't be so tired, and you can take care of the children. My parents spoil the children, they can't discipline them at all. The second child plays games at night, the third child complains of headaches and pains after writing for a while, and then my parents let her be. I have seen the children's grades drop during this time, really getting worse. Child. If we refer to Han Ning's learning and growth trajectory, my education has failed. The 3 of them are going to take your place, you can cultivate them according to your requirements, I don't care anymore." Every time Han Chen thinks of the 3 children not being his own, it feels like a knife stabbing his heart, causing unbearable pain. "You don't care?" Lu Chuchu didn't expect Han Chen to say such irresponsible words. Yes, I don't care, I have no right to care. Alright, Lu Chuchu, you want me to call your parents, I will persuade them to postpone their travel plans. Han Shen, how did you become so indifferent? His wife's eyes became sharp, staring directly at Han Shen, sensing a strangeness in his words and actions. I'm indifferent? Have you even looked at what you've done? Alright, I've told you many times about certain things, you never believe me each time, I don't want to say it now. If we can't go on like this, then let's divorce. Bringing up divorce again, what good does it do for you if we divorce? Lu Chuchu faced Han Shen's gaze, he showed no signs of weakness, his aura was strong. Based on our current life, I probably won't live well, but there's also a chance that I can live better. You must be full and bored, always bringing up divorce. Let me tell you, I won't leave. If you want me to leave you, you'll have to step over my dead body. His wife gritted her teeth, saying the harshest words while holding her ground. This conversation has reached its limit. This marriage can't be saved. Should we continue arguing? Who wants to argue with you? I'm busy from morning till night. I'm not someone who's idle. Really? If you don't want to argue, then let's not argue. I'll go attend to my matters. Han Shen entered the study, called his mother-in-law again, and when she didn't understand, he sent a message. You have the leisure to travel without even clarifying Han Ning's identity? Are you really going to embarrass yourselves abroad? Child's grandmother, your granddaughter is a wild child. Han surname, are you asking for death by talking to me like this? Don't think I won't dare to kill you just because Lu Chuchu is protecting you. You useless person, I can easily get rid of you. Be careful. His mother-in-law's reply was full of murderous intent. If Han Shen were in front of her, she might really kill him. Heh, besides bullying and threatening me, a nobody without background, do you dare to touch the wild son-in-law Lu Chuchu introduced to you? Tell me, who is my wild son-in-law? You think you're capable? Go find out yourself. Not getting a divorce? Is it because you say we won't get a divorce, that we won't? Han Shen recalled his wife's words just now, frowned, because his wife's status and position were there. If she insisted on not divorcing, with her nature, she would definitely go to any lengths to avoid divorce. How could he, a mere deputy director of the intensive care unit, compete with the means of the richest woman in Jiangdong? Lu Chuchu, you're forcing me to do something I don't want to do. Han Shen didn't want to sit back and wait for his fate, he would also resort to retaliatory means. Seeing that he would finish his doctoral thesis in 2 or 3 days, Han Shen made an appointment with the leaders of Jiangdong University Medical College to discuss the defense-related matters. It was getting late, so he went to the underground gym to exercise. Returning to the master bedroom's bathroom, he saw his wife lying in the bathtub. He didn't avoid her, turned on the shower and started rinsing her. Soon, his wife got out of the bathtub and stood under the shower. Approaching Han Shen, she was embraced by him and they kissed. After kissing for a while, both of them got emotional and affectionate right there. After a long time, Han Shen drank a bottle of mineral water and felt less dehydrated. I have a question. My Yukai targeted me that day, but how did you find his dirt so quickly? And how did that woman from the nightclub keep my Yotsai's traces? Han Shen saw his wife applying moisturizer, knowing that no matter how naturally beautiful she was, she couldn't escape the erosion of time and needed maintenance. But this was a headache for Han Shen, as other men also possessed his wife's youthful charm, in the past, present, and even in the future. His wife didn't want to tell Han Shen, so she continued applying the moisturizer. This can't be said, is it so shameful? Or are you afraid I'll ruin your plan? Although my Yukai is my classmate, the moment he reported me, that friendship ceased to exist. Don't worry, I won't go after him. You've hit the key point. Since he reported you, I'd been unfriendly towards him, so I had someone keep an eye on him and collect his dirty secrets, which I revealed yesterday. The timing difference makes it untraceable. As long as it's my Yotsai stuff, there's no need to investigate whether he had an affair with that woman over the weekend to frame him. This planting of evidence is clever. Han Shen raised his thumb. My Yukai was lecherous and lacked integrity, which was his biggest flaw. Han Shen witnessed his wife's tactics once again. Su Jiguang is also against me. Have you collected his dirt? Give me some, I'll kick him out of the hospital. I can give it to you, but you stay home and take care of me and the children. Ha, I have my ways. Han Shen laughed and refused directly. He went to bed, and soon his wife approached, her hands restless. Lu Chuchu, are you doing this as a transaction? Disgusting. Don't bring up transactions for everything. We are husband and wife. Husband and wife do what they love to do, it's a right and a duty. His wife straddled him and couldn't help but moan. Su Jiguang is different from my Yukai. Su Jiguang's relatives hold high positions in the province. To touch Su Jiguang, you have to inform that person in the province. And that's almost impossible. What relatives? Han Shen frowned, considering Su Jiguang's background and his wife's physical condition. His wife remained still, needing to proceed slowly. Father-in-law. Although the woman is the youngest, she is ultimately that person's son-in-law. Okay, husband, don't worry about anything else, now, it's just the two of us in the world. Just the two of us. His wife leaned down, kissed Han Shen, and slowly began to move her waist. The next day, Han Shen went to work and called his university teacher, mentioning Ma Youcai's case, where the woman provided evidence of Ma Youcai's affair, which was solid proof. Ma Youcai, oh Ma Youcai, we were classmates. I didn't want to be ruthless towards you, but you lacked self-respect, so it's your fault. Han Shen thought this way and no longer dwelled on Ma Youcai's matter. He had already checked all the surveillance footage and confirmed that the woman who visited yesterday was there to see a patient. He entered the ward, a single room occupied by a patient named Xiaoping. Xiaoping, female, 38 years old, intracranial hemorrhage, multiple internal and external bleeding, multiple fractures and injuries. Han Shen saw the patient's medical records and thought it was fortunate for someone with such severe injuries to survive. However, when he saw Xiaoping in person, he reached a different conclusion. The hospital records stated that Xiaoping accidentally fell from a building, but in reality, she was also beaten and violated. He suspected that if there was a fall, it was because someone threw her off the building. Yes, she was thrown off the building. Another point of doubt was that he had passed by the ward these past 2 days, but since it wasn't recorded in the logbook and was a special patient under the responsibility of the hospital director Liang Weili, he didn't enter. Xiaoping had been in the hospital for 10 days, and intensive treatment had just enabled her to meet the conditions for transfer from the ICU. But on this last day, Han Shen came to see her. It's you! Xiaoping was surprised to see Han Shen, thinking he had come to interrogate her, so she groaned and pretended to have a headache. I'm not here to trouble you, but you have to tell me her name. Han Shen also didn't beat around the bush and asked directly. Xiaoping still didn't speak. You know I am Lu Chuchu's legal husband. Even if I tell her I killed you, she won't make things difficult for me. I have other ways to find out that bitch's name and information. I'm giving you a chance to speak, Han Shen said coldly. Xiaoping didn't speak but reached out to press the bedside bell. Why are you forcing me? Han Shen took out a silver needle and quickly stabbed it into Xiaoping's head. In less than 10 seconds, Xiaoping felt a sudden stabbing pain in her brain and then passed out directly. Just as Han Shen pulled out the needle, the attending physician came in, a female graduate student of Liang Weili. Director Han, what are you doing here? How did Liang Hospital admit such a female patient? Does she have any special background? Han Shen asked casually. I don't know. The female graduate student saw Xiaoping closing her eyes, and the surrounding data showed no abnormalities in Xiaoping, so she thought it was Han Shen who rang the bell. You can go out. I'll ask Liang Hospital later. Han Shen waved his hand to let the female graduate student leave. Shortly after, the female graduate student came in again and saw that Han Shen was already sitting aside, not touching Xiaoping. She breathed a sigh of relief. Finding a reason to leave, the female graduate student quickly informed Liang Weili, who was shocked and asked the female graduate student to keep an eye on Han Shen as he would arrive at the hospital in more than 10 minutes. When Liang Weili arrived at the ward, he didn't see Han Shen, and Xiaoping was still asleep, not awake. Did Han Shen handle the examination and treatment? No, he came in empty-handed and shouldn't have touched Xiaoping. He has been sitting here all the time until the head nurse came to find him, and he went to rescue other patients. The female graduate student didn't notice, which was normal. Xiaoping had her head shaved before the surgery and was now wrapped in gauze, so she couldn't see any needle marks. Immediately transfer her to the special care ward in the inpatient department. Liang Weili thought about it. It was supposed to be transferred anyway, and now that Han Shen had found out, she couldn't stay here. He wanted to call Lu Chuchu to report, but he wasn't sure what Han Shen had found out, so he abandoned the idea of reporting. On the other hand, Lu Mindong's condition worsened, losing consciousness at one point. Although he was brought back to life through Han Shen's efforts, all doctors knew that the patient's condition was very unfavorable. Director Liang, by delaying like this, what's the point? Let Lu Mindong transfer to the first medical university hospital and use the best medical resources there. That's the responsible attitude towards the patient. Han Shen came to Liang Weili's office and spoke first. I can't make that decision, and you know that. We are a hospital, and we do our best to treat any patient who comes for treatment. Whether it's the Lu family or even some ordinary patients, we have no right to interfere with their freedom of choice. Liang Weili said helplessly. Well, you are the director, and you have the final say in the hospital. Han Shen said so. That patient, Xiaoping, did you examine and treat her? Liang Weili tentatively asked Han Shen. I know she is a patient you are solely responsible for, and others have no right to intervene. Without your consent, I wouldn't do anything unnecessary. However, her condition is obvious that she has been beaten and abused, which has already crossed into the criminal realm. I suggest you inform the police. The patient didn't choose to report to the police, so let's leave it at that. You're being so mysterious. Who brought her here, Lu Xiaochuan or Lu Chuchu? I know you're curious, but I actually don't know either. Just as I told you earlier, I am a doctor and only strive to do my job well. I don't inquire about anything else. Hearing this, Han Shen sighed lightly in his heart. He had overestimated Liang Weili before, thinking that Liang Weili's relationship with Lu Bolan would help him get a divorce. But now it seemed that telling Liang Weili was useless. Let's return to medical topics. How did you consider the proposal I gave you last night? Han Shen's tone changed. Last night, based on the demands of the medical mutual aid system, he was going to receive a conjoined child. He was going to perform a conjoined baby separation surgery. This kind of surgery has never been done in the history of the hospital. We have no experience. Are you sure you want to take this risk? Liang Weili looked at Han Shen suspiciously, not feeling very happy, because Han Shen was so determined and confident. If it were someone else, he would have directly refused, but Han Shen also had the identity of the son-in-law of the Lu family. He could not ignore it. In the past, Han Shen did not cause trouble with this identity. Han Shen chose to lie low, and he did nothing. I have confidence. I will succeed in this surgery. Han Shen now wants to get rid of Lu Chuchu. He wants to make a name for himself, and medical skills are his greatest reliance. Liang Weili stopped saying more and let Han Shen handle it himself. Han Shen left the office and happened to meet Su Jiguang at the elevator door, feeling that he and Su Jiguang were actually somewhat similar, both from humble backgrounds, married to wives with extraordinary family backgrounds. President Su, any news recently? Han Shen, I almost fell for your trick. The hospital is undergoing reform, but not me, it's Lao Zhao, he is leaving the hospital. Su Jiguang said indifferently, but he wanted to ask Han Shen about his conversation with Liang Weili. Han Shen knew there was a deputy director surnamed Zhao, in charge of hospital cultural construction, with no real power, so it was normal for him to be replaced. And then? A woman is being parachuted in from the first hospital to serve as deputy director. High level? That's right, at the ministerial level. I don't quite understand, is there any trick to this? I don't understand either. Su Jiguang obviously didn't want to talk to Han Shen, so he left first. Han Shen naturally understood the trick here. Su Jiguang was a deputy section chief, Liang Weili was a section chief, and if the person coming in was at the ministerial level, she would be 3 levels higher than Su Jiguang and 2 levels higher than Liang Weili. He came up with a plan. If successful, it would ruin the Lu family. Lu Chuchu, I'll give you one last chance, confess whose child the 3 children are, apologize to me, compensate me for my losses, and I'll let you go. Han Shen, accompanied by trusted bodyguards, went to the inpatient department, detained Liang Weili's female graduate student, and entered the special care ward to wake up Xiaopeng. Where is this? What are you going to do to me? Xiaopeng looked at the ward and knew she was not in the same place as before. Your last chance, who was the scumbag that night? Han Shen asked, his time was running out. He also found out through the trouble he caused the police officer's family last time that the woman was not registered, so he knew it was Lu Chuchu and others doing. Hearing this, Xiaopeng had nothing to say, so she closed her eyes and pretended to be dead. Han Shen didn't say much either, gave her another acupuncture treatment, and then left. Throughout the day, Han Shen did not wait for the appearance of that scumbag again, suspecting that she had been warned by Liang Weili or Lu Chuchu not to come to the hospital to take care of Xiaopeng. He had people prepare for the conjoined separation surgery, and had the patient brought in, admitted to a separate specialized ward, to minimize contact with the outside world. The patient's torsos were connected, back to back, miraculously each had their own spine, their own limbs. The difficulty lay in separating and reconstructing the coccygeal nerves, sharing one anus, which required the creation of a new one. After Liang Weili saw it, he admitted he couldn't do it, but out of love and curiosity for medical skills, he fully supported Han Shen. Han Shen prepared for several days, feeling everything was ready, and began the surgery. The surgery started at 3 in the afternoon and continued until the next day at noon. Postoperative observation of the vital signs of the 2 separated patients, stable data, indicated that the surgery was successful. Liang Weili and others congratulated Han Shen, but Han Shen's face showed little surprise, because he had thought of every detail during the surgery, and then executed it. Han Shen did not rush to publicize, but found another conjoined patient, a few months old baby with 2 heads connected at the top. If not separated, they could only lie down, which was shocking to see, let alone care for. The family's economic conditions were average, and they once considered ending the child's life. Han Shan waived their surgery and hospitalization fees, and even applied for special subsidies from the hospital for them, allowing the family to feel at ease during the surgery. This surgery was also not publicized, but prepared quietly and practically. Han Shan spared no effort during the surgery, and in the end, the operation was successful. With these two highly difficult surgical achievements, Han Shan instructed Li Mingzhou to promote them externally. Li Mingzhou was also very capable, arranging for the official media in the province to film a special documentary about Han Shan's surgeries, which Han Shan watched first before it was broadcast on the provincial TV prime time slot. Han Mei, Han Shan's daughter, saw Han Shan on TV and called her mother and grandparents to watch together. Lao Han has been busy these days, leaving early and returning late. It turns out it was for these two surgeries. Mom, look how capable he is, not embarrassing you, right? I have a good eye for people. Lu Chuchu was proud, feeling that Han Shan's capabilities reflected well on her. Han Mei's father-in-law, however, pondered whether Han Shan's capabilities meant he intentionally did not save Lu Mindong. If Han Shan was so cunning, wouldn't they also be in danger if they fell into his hands? Chuchu, do you think it's a good thing that Han Shan is so capable for you? Han Mei's mother's face turned serious, feeling less joy despite Han Shan's high profile on TV. The more capable Han Shan was, the less they could control him. Hearing this, Lu Chuchu's heart sank, filled with doubts. She thought, indeed, the stronger Han's expertise, the less likely he was wrong. If Han Ning was really as he said, it would be very bad. That night, Lu Chuchu returned home and found that her intimacy with Han Shan was still enjoyable. However, the next day, she saw Han Shan leave the villa early without saying goodbye. When she asked the nanny, Lu Chuchu learned that Han Shan hardly spoke, only instructing the nanny to do the laundry. She thought for a moment and sent a message, woke up and found you were gone. Where did you go? Is something wrong? You only came back late last night, and now you're leaving early in the morning. This has been happening for a while. Are you treating our home like a hotel? Husband, you need to spend more time and effort at home. For over 10 years, you've been so busy. I know you say you earn money for the family, and I don't deny that. Go to the hospital now, we'll talk later tonight. Seeing that Han Shan didn't want to talk to her, Lu Chuchu felt inexplicably upset. She liked the feeling of being pampered by Han Shan, but ever since he suspected that their eldest daughter was not his biological child, she had not been pampered by him. She asked Sophie to come over and pick her up. How's the investigation going, Sophie? Yuan Lan went to Wuhai and then disappeared. The people I sent over still haven't found her. Sufan is behaving normally, no anomalies. And Ning is the same. Sophie quickly reported, feeling uneasy because despite all these days, she had made no progress except for digging up Han Shan's past, Yuan Lan. Seeing Lu Chushu's calm face, clearly dissatisfied with her work, she took a risk and said, Sis, this whole thing is because of Brother Han. He's like a bellwether. When he's calm, everything else is calm. So, I want to provoke Brother Han. Only when he stirs things up can we push forward with the stagnant investigation. How do you plan to provoke him? Lu Chuchu seemed intrigued, wanting Han Shan to stir things up to find out what he really knew. Han Shan threw out the paternity test, causing Han Ning to make trouble. Killing fish and turtles, everything abnormal connected together, making her inexplicably uneasy. Sis, what is your bottom line for acceptance? Investigate the matter clearly and let Lao Han return to my side. As for the means, you can use whatever you want. You should have involved Lao Han long ago. This matter started because of him, so his involvement is inevitable. Go and do it, give me a conclusion as soon as possible. Lu Chuchu did not want to delay. She had to quickly mend the gap with Han Shan. Otherwise, if their marital relationship continued to deteriorate, they would drift further apart. On the other side, after finishing the morning meeting and arranging work, Han Shan just returned to the office when he received a call from an old lady in the capital suffering from cholera, sending belated congratulations and mentioning that someone would later bring a small gift to Han Shan. Han Shan modestly declined, but the old lady insisted it was not a prohibited item, so he reluctantly agreed. Someone knocked on the door, and he ended the call. The person who entered turned out to be a member of the Lu family, Lu Mindong's youngest son, Lu Ding. I have seen your old master. He is still the same as the day before yesterday, still not optimistic. You should listen to me and transfer him to the first hospital. Han Shan spoke first. I have contacted them. The doctors there said Director Han's medical skills are superior, so we believe in you. Lu Ding wanted to say directly, Director Han, you have performed 2 consecutive surgeries to separate conjoined twins. With such extraordinary medical skills, the doctors at the first hospital cannot compare to you. Why would they accept patients referred by you? Director Han, as long as you wake up my father, I, Lu Ding, will be at your command. Whatever you ask me to do, I will do without hesitation. Although I may not be able to wake up your old master, I can at least sustain his life. Since you are so sincere, I won't be polite either. Help me find this woman." Han Chen went along with it and asked the other party to investigate the mysterious woman who had stayed in the hospital dormitory. At noon, Han Chen arrived at Jiangdong Grand Hotel as agreed, only to find that the woman inviting him for a meal was very beautiful. But he did not have any improper thoughts because he was not the kind of man who couldn't control himself upon seeing a beautiful woman. He also knew her identity, the daughter-in-law of the woman suffering from cholera. "Director Han, you're here. Please have a seat." This daughter-in-law warmly and politely welcomed Han Chen. This woman's temperament was not simple either. Han Chen observed her and felt that she was not a good person. Indeed, if she were an ordinary person, she would not be able to enter the old lady's house, and the old lady would not have arranged for her to meet with him in Jiangdong. This daughter-in-law was named Rueli. Han Chen saw that the gift the old lady sent was a set of silver acupuncture needles, not brand new, but rather a collectible item judging from its appearance and quality. "Does your husband's or your family have a skilled acupuncturist?" "Not really. Most of the family members are engaged in business or politics. Even those who enter academia focus on researching society and markets, rather than practicing medicine. This item is of no use to you and is not worth much, but it is useful to me, so I will accept it. Of course, I can't just take it for free. I have a project plan here for you." Han Chen took out the Jiangdong New Energy project that he had long wanted to do, but it was not his expertise, and he lacked startup capital, so it had not been implemented. Rueli also looked it over and praised Han Chen for his literary talent and market insight. She said that if he were not a doctor, he could also achieve success in the business world. Seeing that she did not say much more, Han Chen furrowed his brows and asked, "It seems like you are not interested. After all, Jiangdong is far from the capital, and the market is too small?" "It's not that. This project, when done well, can earn billions, which is not a small amount. However, as you said, this is Jiangdong. What's wrong with Jiangdong? What's the catch? Stop beating around the bush and tell me. Regarding the matters of Jiangdong, ask the sister-in-laws. Once you ask them, you will know everything. Regarding the matter between me and Lu Chuchu, your mother-in-law should have told you about it. Why do you need to bring it up again?" "I just forgot my mother-in-law's advice earlier. I'm sorry, Hangu, I didn't mean to." Rueli felt embarrassed instantly, but she also had doubts in her heart because they knew about Han Chen's behavior, all living with Lu Chuchu, and it didn't seem like they were getting a divorce. "No need to apologize, you didn't do anything wrong. Just tell the truth. Why can't you do this project in Jiangdong? The local forces here are very strong and won't easily allow outsiders to make money. This project has already attracted attention in the national approval process. If we magnify the scale of your project tenfold, it's a market worth hundreds of billions. And knowing that it's a project in Jiangdong, they have to think twice. Local forces? The Lu family? Including the Lu family, but not limited to the Lu family, there are others. Hangu was skilled in heartbroken medical skills and didn't care about these things. Otherwise, after living in the Lu family for so many years, you should be aware of the ins and outs here. Alright, I admit my ignorance. 2 more questions. How is the status of the Lu family in Jiangdong? And how capable is Lu Chuchu as the richest woman? The Lu family ranks in the top 5, or to be conservative, in the top 10. I'm not familiar with sister-in-law, but before I came, someone said she's a formidable figure, warning me not to offend her even if I have contact with you. So, is Jiangdong a tough nut to crack? Han Chen frowned. He wanted his wife and her lover to pay the price, but now it seemed not so easy. It used to be like that. Many who wanted to get a piece of the pie in Jiangdong ended up leaving empty-handed. Now that sister-in-law doesn't respect Hangu, she has exposed a flaw for someone to exploit. Hangu, be careful if someone approaches you in the future. After dinner, Han Chen thought of something, so he asked Rueli to leave first and stayed in the private room. Not long after, he indeed saw Sophie knocking on the door and entering. Hangu, I saw your car downstairs, so I came up to find you, didn't expect to actually find you here. Oh, there's a woman's perfume scent here, turns out Hangu is having dinner with a beauty. If I tell Sister Lu, will she get jealous? Your nose is so sensitive, you're really like a dog. Han Chen knew that Rueli used a high-end perfume, belonging to the more subtle type, just covering body odor, while Sophie's perfume was more high-profile and flamboyant. Hangu, you're scolding me. Sophie sat next to Han Chen and couldn't help but glance at the acupuncture gift box in front of Han Chen. I can't accept money from patients' families, but for something that can save lives, I'll take it. Han Chen stared at Sophie. Unlike someone, I told her about dysmenorrhea and breast hyperplasia, and she didn't give a damn. Your words make me feel uneasy. Hangu, did you wait for me on purpose to talk to me? Sophie had already inquired at the front desk, The one who paid for the private room for Han Chen was a local woman in her 40s, which also fit the description of a patient's family member. Is Sister Lu going to fool around with some wild man? She has no need to guard against me like this. She's capable, she can date whoever she wants, who dares to say anything. Well, Han Gu, you misunderstood. Sister Lu is handling business at the group. Misunderstanding? Alright, let's leave it at that. Sophie, if you're not here to cover for her, why did you come to me? Sister Lu wants to know why you suddenly went to do a paternity test with Han Ning. Did you find something? Fei Fei, your intelligence really makes me anxious. Lu Chuchu is calling the kettle black. Why would she come to me to ask who she wants to embarrass? Han Chen put away the acupuncture box and left the table. Sophie followed him, trailing behind Han Chen until he entered the hospital to work. Then she called Lu Chuchu. Sister Lu, Han Gu met with a patient's family member, who gave him a set of acupuncture needles, didn't take any money, and left no trace. He's very cautious. I couldn't get anything out of him. Come to the group, I have something to arrange for you. Sophie glanced at the hospital, with the handsome and elegant image of Han Chen appearing in her mind, her lips slightly curled, feeling both love and hate. What she didn't know was that there was a car following her, and it was Rue Li. Rue Li watched Sophie enter the Lu family group, then went to the places mentioned in Han Chen's project proposal. She noticed a few details, didn't stay, and went straight back to the government official residential area to stay in the pre-arranged accommodation. The environment here was very good, where the old lady had temporarily stayed during her recuperation last time. She video called the old lady, speaking affectionately. You've met Han Chen, what do you think? He is a very skilled doctor. He could tell where I was unwell just from a cough and not eating cold food. He can see your condition, it's not a coincidence. I'm not asking about his medical skills, I have my own experience of that. What kind of person is he? Oh, his situation is not very good. It seems that the people from the Lu family don't trust him and have someone following him. Fortunately, he is a doctor, mostly focused on treating and saving people, not causing trouble, so naturally there is no danger. Oh, why don't you understand what I mean? I want you to look at him with the sunshine of blind dates, how about that? Blind date? Mom, you wouldn't. It's been 5 years since the matter of filial piety, you should let it go. Han Chen is the most suitable man I think for you. He will get divorced, and when the time comes, you take the initiative, he has no reason to refuse. You should see such a good man. I have no feelings for him. I still believe that filial piety is alive and will come back. I'm waiting for him. You stubborn child. In the evening, Han Chen was in the study practicing acupuncture with a bronze figure. His wife, Lu Chuchu, came in and saw that he wasn't watching disgusting surgical videos, so she had the maid bring over a bowl of soup for him. Old Han, drink it while it's hot. It's refreshing and nourishing for the brain. Seeing Han Chen playing with acupuncture, his wife couldn't understand it, but from Han Chen's ignorant look, she knew he had reached a certain level. Han Chen paused his activity, drank the soup, and felt a surge of heat rising and a sense of vigor. He licked his lips, pondering something, and asked, "Did you add something to this?" "No, it's just made as usual. I drank it too, nothing different. How do you feel?" Following Han Chen's gaze, his wife saw his reaction and smiled knowingly. "I'll go freshen up first, you come to the room later." She found it strange that it was just normal soup. Why did he react like that? It could only mean that he was thinking again. After his wife left, Han Chen checked his pulse and felt something wrong, so he quickly pulled out the needle that had been inserted into the back of his head. His hair was a bit long, conveniently covering the needle handle, and his wife, who was close by, didn't notice. He also tried needling himself. After removing the needle, the passion in his body didn't subside. Based on his feeling, he pricked a few more times and understood why it caused a physical reaction. Summarizing this experience, he went to the room to find his wife, leading to a passionate encounter. "Honey, I need to go out for a day or two tomorrow to discuss a project. Can I have your permission?" After Lu Chuchu expressed herself to Han Chen, she took a few deep breaths and whispered softly in his ear, "I know you don't belong only to me. If you want to be with other men, go ahead, just like the past 15 years. Han Chen left his wife and went to the bathroom to take a shower. Shortly after, his wife came in, hugged him from behind, and kissed his back. "Honey, what's wrong? This time I really went for the group. My dad also went to discuss the project. If you're worried, I can take you with me. When you're not at home, you let the girl from the massage parlor last time come over and relax me." "Honey, don't push it. You're still not trusting me? She went abroad for training, not in Jiangdong. Even if you ask her to fly back immediately, it's too late. Last time was the only time, so don't think about it anymore. What about that cheap woman in the hospital dorm? It was all one and only one time, don't bring it up again. Honey, I'm here, so don't mention other women, don't think about them, Think about me. Lu Chuchu kissed Han Chen, not giving him a chance to speak. The next day, Lu Chuchu personally took Han Chen to the hospital, then returned to the group. Shortly after, she received a call from the Public Relations Department and went to the place of joint training. If Han Ning were present, she would definitely recognize that this was the Red House. What's going on? Lu Chuchu asked her confidant. Xiaoping is in trouble, she has something to tell you. Lu Chuchu was puzzled, then went to a room and saw Xiaoping, who had already been discharged, with her eyes askew and drooling uncontrollably. Did you have a stroke? Lu Chuchu asked. No, Sister Lu, I'm like this because of your husband Han Chen's doing. When he found out about me, he took a needle and kept poking me, and then, I became like this. Old Han? Yes, he threatened me to reveal Xiaofeng's whereabouts. I didn't listen to him, so he laid hands on me, and even said it was me who forced him. Sister Lu, I will find old Han and make him cure you. You rest assured first. Lu Chuchu comforted Xiaoping, and after leaving the room, she felt very conflicted. Fei, old Han has targeted Xiaoping. He wants to find Xiaofeng. What do you think about this? Lu Chuchu asked Sophie, feeling a bit helpless towards Han Chen now. She still believed that the child was Han Chen's, and their married life was very harmonious. She was the conquered one, very tolerant of Han Chen. Last time, using means against Han Chen in the hospital dorm not only did not make him yield, but he became even more resistant. We still can't let Han Ji find Xiaofeng, otherwise, he will think of many things and know many things. If he listens to you, Sister Lu, he won't cause trouble, otherwise, he will really cause chaos. Sophie said, increasingly finding Han Chen to be a troublemaker. You judge, if old Han finds Xiaofeng, what does he want to do? He knows it was me who arranged it, and he knows my intentions. He did mention wanting to reunite with Xiaofeng. How should we interpret this? Han Ji isn't that kind of person, right? Sophie pondered. Han Ji, you're so despicable. But, you're really courageous, daring to make such a request to Sister Lu. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Lu Chuchu dismissed Sophie, weighed the options, and then sent a message to the person who marked Nye Xiaofeng. Go see my husband. If he lays hands on you, call the police and have him locked up for a few days. If he doesn't do anything too excessive, let him spare Xiaoping. Handle the situation as you see fit. After sending the message, she took out another phone and dialed a number she had memorized. I'll come to see you soon. I neglected you, it's my fault, but there's a situation at home, I can't leave. It's up to you, handle it as you wish. On the other side, Han Chen also received a message from Lu Ding. Xiaoping was a former Oiran of the Red House. Red House? Han Chen remembered that when his eldest daughter Han Ning tracked Lu Chuchu, she was also discovered at the Red House, which was obviously not an ordinary place. Is it a high-end consumption place for the upper class in Jiangdong? Han Chen asked the other party to continue searching and provide feedback if there were any developments. However, by 7 p.m. that evening, he unexpectedly discovered that Lu Ding had been sent to the ICU. It turned out that Lu Ding had been in a car accident, with multiple injuries and in critical condition. Han Chen first saved his life, worked through the night to stabilize Lu Ding. Without much thought, he instructed the on-duty doctor to pay extra attention and then went home to rest. His wife still chose to go on a business trip. Han Chen suspected that she was with her lover outside, feeling heartbroken and angry, but he did not pursue her. Han Chen, today you go to the school to pick up the children and bring them to your place, I have something to do. The next day, Han Chen went to work and saw a message from his mother-in-law, which he deleted directly. After saving another patient, Han Chen noticed police officers in the office and learned that Lu Ding's car accident was deliberately caused. The police asked for Han Chen's opinion on whether they could question Lu Ding. Although he is awake, he still has tubes inserted and cannot speak. How do you plan to question him? Han Chen asked. We only need him to identify a license plate number, give us a confirmation, and we can proceed with our work. Han Chen reviewed Lu Ding's medical records again, personally went to the ward to check and make arrangements so that Lu Ding could write by hand. In the afternoon, Han Chen performed a surgery and then got busy. During this time, Liang Weili came in, saw that the surgery was going smoothly, and took the opportunity while Han Chen was resting to suggest, the upcoming surgery doesn't seem too difficult, let others handle it, you go pick up the children, okay? Director Liang, my family matters are none of your concern. Han Chen said calmly. It's not his child, and he doesn't want to invest any more effort or emotions. Han Chen insisted on completing the surgery, as it was entrusted to him. Over the past decade, he had put his family first, but all he got in return was betrayal and deception. He didn't want to repeat the same mistakes. The surgery was successful. Han Chen shared his experience with the patient's family, and seeing that it was getting late, he prepared to leave work. Liang Weili came over again and handed the phone to Han Shen. Your mother-in-law is calling, you should answer it. Han Shen took the phone and hung up. Director Liang, please don't get involved in my family affairs. If they ask for me, tell them I'm busy, no matter how urgent it is, wait until I'm free to talk. Han Shen, there's no need for you to act this way. Harmony is the most important. Liang Weili frowned, feeling that Han Shen had become difficult to deal with and he didn't like it. You're just asking for trouble. Han Shen didn't respond well to Liang Weili's attitude and walked away. After leaving the hospital, instead of going home, he went to a quiet bar, sat in a corner, ordered a non-alcoholic drink, and enjoyed the live singer's performance. After waiting for about an hour, he saw the woman he had been expecting, a familiar yet unfamiliar face. This woman entered his dormitory and then they slept together. Even though they had no prior relationship, things got complicated. Han, Director Han, my name is Nie Xiaofeng. I am the woman you wanted to know about from Sister Xia. I have wronged you, but you must stay calm. If you want to harm me, the plainclothes police over there will arrest you. The woman sat down, feeling the anger and killing intent in Han Shen's eyes. She was a bit flustered and quickly revealed her trump card. If it weren't for the plainclothes police, she wouldn't dare to meet Han Shen. Following Nie Xiaofeng's gaze, Han Shen saw a woman sitting upright, her style clearly different from the relaxed customers around her. You despicable woman. Finally, you dare to show up. Why don't you continue hiding? I am despicable. I have no right to talk to you. But please don't make things difficult for Sister Xia. If you heal Sister Xia, you can do whatever you want with me. If I frown, it's because of you. Nie Xiaofeng was very disappointed, feeling completely despised by Han Shen. She realized that all the information and impressions she had about Han Shen before were wrong. Did you come to find me on your own, or did Lechuchu send you? Han Shen drank leisurely, occasionally glancing at the plainclothes policeman, while also observing Nie Xiaofeng's expression, noticing her distracted look. I came on my own, with Lu Jie's permission. What happens between you and me has nothing to do with Xia Jie, you're here for me. If Lechuchu allows you to come, what else does she allow you to do? Lu Jie said, if you mess with me, I'll call the police, and then you'll be arrested and detained for a few days. Hearing this, Han Shen pondered, indeed that's Lechuchu's character, she really dares to do it. You're thinking too much, I have no interest in someone like you. I won't do anything to you. Oh, you mentioned Xia Jie, I don't know her, I haven't done anything to her either. Han Shen, how dare you act innocent? What did I do? When you treated Xia Jie, you tampered with her, making her condition worse, you ruined her appearance. Who is Xia Jie? Xia Ping. I don't know her, there's no patient with that name among my patients. You're framing me in the hospital dormitory, and now you want to frame me in medical activities, you're really despicable. You can leave. Han Shen said coldly, noticing something suspicious in Nie Xiaofeng's bag, suspecting there might be a miniature camera or recording device. Another trap. Unable to reach an agreement with Han Shen and seeing his indifference, Nie Xiaofeng had no choice but to leave. Back in the car, she asked Xia Ping who was listening in, Han Shen is not easy to deceive, he's not taking the bait, what should we do? We need to think of another way. I'm worried that if we go too far, it won't be easy to explain to Lu Jie. Xia Ping wanted to threaten Han Shen by catching him in his words, but now it seemed futile. In fact, their biggest asset was their own beauty and the training they received in dealing with public relations men, but using these methods against Lechuchu's husband gave them cold feet. I'll try to contact him again, after all, he's a doctor, he can't be that bad, maybe tonight is not the right time for us to connect. Nie Xiaofeng didn't expect her first formal interaction with Han Shen to be such a failure, she was unwilling to accept it. She remembered the exhilarating feeling she had when dealing with Han Shen, she really wanted to experience it again. He's a doctor, a good person, but that doesn't mean he can't be a devil. The two women left. Han Shen didn't leave, and indeed he waited for the person he wanted to see, Rueli. He suspected that the old lady in the capital would definitely keep an eye on him, and when Rueli arrived in Jiangdong, she was the executor. Wherever he went, Rueli should be tailing him. When Rueli appeared, he knew he had guessed right. Actually, he didn't get it all right. Rueli was indeed watching him. What he didn't know was that this was Rueli's base in Jiangdong. Whenever people from the company came, Rueli would arrange for them to be here. Rueli had been observing secretly for a long time. Seeing that Han Shen didn't leave, she thought Han Shen had found out about this place, so she showed up. Director Han, you can still have a drink amidst your busy schedule, you're really in a good mood. This doesn't count as alcohol, I'm not here to drink. I've been waiting for you. I see. Rueli remembered that a very young and beautiful woman had approached him just now, but Han Shen didn't react at all, showing that Han Shen's mind was not on alcohol. She led Han Shen to a private room and offered him the drink she brought. I'm a little younger than you, and there's no one else here, so I'll just call you brother. I have a difficult surgery tomorrow, I shouldn't be drinking now, but your calling me brother makes me have to raise a toast. Han Shen drank a glass before speaking. Rueli quickly apologized and put away the wine, brought a hangover remedy to Han Shen, and said, since I call you brother, I won't hide it from you. This is a secret foothold of mine. If you want to find me in the future, you can come here anytime. Secret foothold? In fact, if you develop openly, you will stand more firmly. Han Shen stood up to leave. Since this is your secret base, I can't stay long, otherwise, you won't have any secrets. Han Gu, remember to contact me after the surgery tomorrow. I have something to give you. What is it? Can't you give it to me now? Give me a night to think about it. Rueli was a bit coquettish and stubborn like a little woman. Han Shan left the bar with inexplicable feelings. Back at the villa, the housekeeper immediately said to Han Shan, Sir, the old lady wants you to come over, no matter how late it is. Got it. You can rest. Han Shen ignored the housekeeper, went into the room to wash up and sleep. On the other side, Rueli contacted the old lady, asked about her well-being, and then asked, Mom, have you seen what I sent you? What do you think? I've said that you can take full responsibility for the people and things in Jiangdong. Whatever decision you make, I support it. If I give this to Han Shen, it may destroy more than one family. Based on my interaction with Han Shen and the limited understanding I have of him, he is stronger than I imagined. If Dad doesn't want me, then I won't eat. In her mother-in-law's house, the youngest daughter stubbornly said she had already thrown the breakfast handed to her by her grandmother on the ground, making her mother-in-law angry and helpless. You didn't eat yesterday, if you don't eat today, you will starve. If Dad doesn't come to feed me, I won't eat. If I starve to death, so be it. Since Dad doesn't want me, I don't want to live. The mother-in-law found that she couldn't do anything with the child, so she had to call her husband who was on a business trip and asked him to come back with their daughter quickly. Lu Bolan, if you don't come back soon, be prepared to collect the bodies of me and the child. The mother-in-law hung up the phone, then scolded Han Shen, always surgery every day. Other people's lives matter, isn't your daughter's life important? But it was in vain, as Han Shen had already turned off his phone and entered the operating room, leaving her only angry. Liang Weili rushed to the operating room, and only dared to inform Han Mei of her daughter's hunger strike after Han Shen finished the surgery. The girl had a different kind of stubbornness from her sister, and she might really go on a hunger strike. Han Shen was worried for a while, but thinking that the youngest daughter would eventually leave him, he should be a bit ruthless at this moment. Dean Liang, do you think my mother-in-law and her housekeeper can't handle a child? I'll say it again, my family matters have nothing to do with you, you don't need to worry about it, and you can't control it. Han Shen didn't give Liang Weili a good face and left. He contacted Rueli and asked directly, you said you want to give me something, what is it? Give it to me. Brother, are you sure you want it? Let me say it again, it's no fun if I have to say it a second time. Okay, I'll send it to you. Han Shen quickly received a set of photos, showing his wife on a business trip, being very close to another man, but only showing the man's profile. Rueli, you're not sincere. Han Shen waited for a while, but didn't see Rueli continue to send photos or videos. According to common sense, his wife should go to bed with that man for a deeper exchange, and Rueli wouldn't miss the opportunity for such tracking and surveillance. But Rueli claimed she didn't capture that moment, indicating she was holding back. Han Shen looked at the photos again, sighed, feeling heartache, but not as painful as when he first found out that none of his 3 daughters were his biological children. There was plenty of anger, but he suppressed it, not making any impulsive decisions. When it comes to collapse, there is none, because he had long thought that his wife would mess around with others outside. He had imagined even more unbearable situations than this. Sighing repeatedly, Han Shen returned to the office and smoked one after another. A moment later, his wife's call came in, which was like throwing a big stone into a calm lake, making Han Shen inexplicably angry, so he hung up directly. But then his wife continued to call, and he answered, Are you done? Lao Han, what's wrong with you? You only care about your hospital matters, and you don't even take care of things at home anymore? Lao San hasn't eaten or drunk for a day and night, won't you go back to see her? Why don't you answer my mom's calls? She has your mom to take care of her, I'm very reassured. Your mom is such a big person, and there's a nanny you arranged, can't even take care of a child? Do you think it's possible? Tell your mom not to participate in her choir, she's so old, still messing around with something, focus on taking care of her good grandson, it's better than anything else. I'm very busy here. Han Shen hung up the phone, thinking that this time Lu Chuchu should be very angry, and should agree to divorce. After work, Han Chen walked out of the office and saw a familiar and annoying woman, the maid who knew martial arts. "What are you here for?" "The old lady asked me to invite you over. Her exact words were to carry you over even if you resist." "Of course, I don't want to hurt you, so don't make it difficult for me." "What if I don't go? This is a hospital. Do you want to lay hands on me?" "I could, because the hospital's cameras have been turned off. But I don't want to. I'll just wait here until you change your mind, sir." "However, sir, Miss San really hasn't eaten or drunk. She must see you." "You're angry with the old lady, but the child is innocent. You've improved in a few days. Unfortunately, you're following Lu Chu, truly a pearl thrown into the mud." Han Chen went down to the parking lot and saw that the surrounding surveillance cameras had turned to one side. No need to think, it was Liang Weili causing trouble. He didn't want to keep avoiding, so he got into the car with the maid and went to his mother-in-law's house. "You can still come, why aren't you dead outside?" When his mother-in-law saw Han Chen, her face instantly fell. "If you're not welcome, then I might as well die outside." Han Chen turned and left. "Stop right there. Without my permission, if you dare to take a step out of this door, I'll have someone break your legs and disable you." His mother-in-law got angry and had the maid stop Han Chen. Han Chen turned back into the room and saw his daughter, with a dirty face and swollen eyes from crying. He felt concerned and pained. He had another maid bring food, had his daughter sit down, and said, "Eat it now. Daddy, you feed me. At this age, you still want to be fed. What are your hands for? Are you so clueless because I was too good to you before? Han Mei, you've disappointed me too much. If I knew you were so clueless, I would have raised a puppy. It would have been more worry-free than raising you." "Daddy, you don't love me." Han Mei burst into tears. "Han Chen, are you fucking fearless? I asked you to come and coax Mei Mei nicely, not to scold her. What's with your attitude?" His mother-in-law immediately went to comfort her granddaughter, but the more she cried, especially when she saw Han Chen not coming to comfort her, the more desolate she cried. "None of you listen, what's the use of you all? Sit down, no more crying, eat by yourselves." Han Chen snatched his daughter from his mother-in-law's arms, had her sit down, and saw her tearful eyes full of grievances, but she still ate the food, which made his heart ache even more. After his daughter ate some food, Han Chen asked her to rest in the room. His daughter hooked her finger with Han Chen's, indicating not to leave until she fell asleep. Han Chen walked out of the room and saw the maid guarding outside the courtyard gate. When she saw him, she stood in the middle, obviously not letting him out. "Why, won't you let me go?" Han Chen went to the study to find his mother-in-law. Regardless of who his mother-in-law was talking to on the phone, he sat directly opposite. His mother-in-law hung up the phone and asked Han Chen to knock on the door before coming in. "You guys care about these outdated things every day, but what's the result? A bunch of male thieves and female prostitutes." Han Chen didn't listen at all, but instead mocked. "Are you crazy? Watch your mouth." His mother-in-law was angry and shouldn't have let Han Chen step in again. She didn't want to see Han Chen again. "I'm not crazy, but I'm being driven crazy by you guys." Han Chen placed several photos in front of his mother-in-law and said, "Take a look, then I want to know, what reason do you have to keep me?" After looking at the photos, his mother-in-law frowned. It was a situation where her daughter, Lu Chu, was getting close to another man. Although it wasn't a real military photo in bed, from a woman's perspective, she felt that her daughter must have an ambiguous relationship with this man, and going to bed was just one step. She thought to herself, "Chu, you said last time that although you had ambiguous relationships with these men, it stopped at going to bed. Now it seems that you even lied to me. Han Chen, where did you get these things from? Did you make them up yourself to slander Chu?" His mother-in-law began to question Han Chen. "You're really interesting, clearly not confused but saying confused things. If you have such ambiguous relationships with other men, how do you think Lu Bolan will treat you?" Han Chen sneered. I'll say it again, make Lu Chu have a better attitude, agree to divorce, and the amount of compensation can be negotiated. If we have to tear our faces apart, then we'll do it that way, divorce, apologize, compensate, not a penny less." Han Chen stood up, staring at his mother-in-law. "I know the Lu family is very capable, and your family is also capable, but justice prevails in the world. I don't believe the Lu family can distort the truth and do whatever they want. At least you still have some dignity, right? Are you threatening me? A small fry like me can threaten you with just a few words. Then you guys are really sensitive, vain, and powerless. Madam, why are you glaring at me? If you have the ability, go deal with the man who played with your daughter. Bullying a small fry like me, what does that make you? Get out." Han Chen left, and as he walked out of the villa gate, he looked back. There was someone standing at the window on the second floor, his second daughter, Han Jing. "Jingjing, you are a very obedient child, smart and competitive. I don't want to go upstairs to see you, but what's the point? You were born to Lu Chuchu with someone else, you have your own biological father, what am I? Han Shen suddenly felt sad and left in the car. When he arrived at the entrance of the mansion, Han Shen looked at the dim lights of the mansion and knew that Lu Chuchu had not returned. This used to be his favorite place, with a beautiful and capable wife, healthy and obedient children, a family that didn't worry about food, clothing, housing, or transportation. It was once the happiest family in Jiangdong. But now, his wife was outside with her lover, not caring about the children. Without divorce, the family was already falling apart. With a sigh, he went into the house to rest. The next day, Han Shen was busy at the hospital when Lu Xiaochuan came to find him. Get this procedure done, I'm in a hurry. Lu Xiaochuan threw a document in front of Han Shen, with a very rude attitude. Can't do it. Now only Lu Ding's wife's signature is recognized, otherwise, you can't transfer him. Han Shen disagreed with Lu Ding's transfer. If Lu Ding left his hospital room, he would be easily taken care of by someone. Han Shen, do you not know who I am? How dare you talk to me like this? Lu Xiaochuan glared at Han Shen. If you keep shouting, I'll have the security escort you out. I don't care who you are. Han Shen looked disdainfully at Lu Xiaochuan. Do you know why I want to transfer Lu Ding? If you still want to be Lu Chuchu's man, don't stop me. Lu Xiaochuan found that Han Shen was not afraid. Besides using force, he had no better way. But he couldn't use force here, his reasoning wouldn't work. Considering Lu Chuchu in the face of the Lu family, he couldn't really beat Han Shen. Don't mention Lu Chuchu to me, it's not auspicious. Han Shen still refused. Do you know you're asking for trouble? Lu Xiaochuan left angrily and called Lu Chuchu, asking her to persuade Han Shen. Lu Chuchu's advice was for Lu Xiaochuan to avoid Han Shen. You can't avoid him, even Liang Weili can't control Han Shen. Hurry up and deal with him. Lu Xiaochuan hung up. In the evening, while Han Shen was rescuing a critically ill patient, Lu Chuchu returned from her business trip to her mother's house. She saw that her youngest daughter's face was noticeably pale, lacking vitality, like a wilted eggplant. Darling, don't scare mommy, tell me what's wrong. She quickly hugged her daughter. Daddy lied to me, Daddy doesn't want me anymore, Daddy doesn't love me. I'm a child without a daddy now. The youngest daughter couldn't hold back anymore and burst into tears. Daddy would never abandon his precious one, Daddy has always loved you the most. Mommy is back, Mommy will take you to live with Daddy. Bang! Lu Chuchu was startled. It turned out that her second daughter had slammed the door upstairs. After comforting her youngest daughter to sleep, Lu Chuchu went upstairs and entered her second daughter's room. She saw her second daughter reading a book, but the book was upside down, indicating her daughter's distraction. Second one, what's wrong with you? Don't keep it to yourself. Tell mommy, okay? Mom, I'm fine. I'm just tired. I want to sleep. You go find grandma. The second daughter got into bed and closed her eyes to sleep. I'll take you back to Daddy's house, let's go. Mommy won't let you be separated from Daddy anymore. Mommy won't go on business trips. I'll stay home with you. No need, I have to go to school tomorrow. I don't want to move. The second daughter yawned repeatedly and fell asleep soon. Although Lu Chuchu knew her second daughter was pretending to sleep, she didn't expose it, quietly left and gently closed the door. Dad, where are you going? Lu Chuchu stopped her father as he was about to leave. This Han Shen, this ungrateful wretch, doesn't even want the children, his arrogance knows no bounds. I have to settle the score with him. Otherwise, he won't know who I am. Lu Bolan, Lu Chuchu's father, was already displeased with Han Shen for not answering calls, neglecting the children, and leaving them at school. Seeing his granddaughter in such a bad state just now, and with his wife adding fuel to the fire, he hated Han Shen even more. Come back. Don't go cause any trouble with Han Shen. Lu Chuchu's voice was stern, leaving no room for doubt. Seeing her father put down the keys, she softened her tone a bit. Dad, you've had a long day, rest early. I'll go back to deal with Han Shen later. Lu Bolan sighed and went back to his room. Her mother called her daughter to the study, closed the door, and said, Chuchu, I warned you last time, you have to make a choice, otherwise, you'll get into trouble. Now, you've messed up. Look at these things. She showed the photos to Lu Chuchu, who froze at the sight, waves of shock and fear rising in her heart. I have to tell you, these were given to me by Han Shen. Would that surprise you even more? Given by Han Shen? Where did he get them? Lu Chuchu suddenly felt dizzy and disoriented. She was already not trusted by Han Shen, but she didn't expect to be caught in this situation. Well, there's nothing special about this. What's good about Han Shen? Except for some medical skills, he's worthless. Besides, I can confirm that he has already betrayed us. He has no right to step into our Lu family store, and there's no need to keep him. Take this opportunity and leave. I won't leave. Then take the children with you. Don't let us clean up after you. The mess you and Han Shen have caused in recent days is more than I have encountered in decades. If you want me and your dad to live a few more years, make it clear with Han Chen. The mother-in-law ignored her wife and went back to the room. Lu Chuchu looked at the photo again, took a picture, put it in the shredder, sat quietly for a long time, got up and went home to find Han Chen. She saw Han Chen studying medical books in the study. That serious look was not pretended. She was most worried that the situation of domestic violence did not occur. Instead, it was very calm. She hugged Han Chen in the past, and he accepted it calmly, then calmly got into bed. Not so calmly in bed. A short separation is better than a new marriage. However, after Han Chen vented, a faint sentence he uttered made Lu Chuchu feel immense pressure again. This counts as our final marital passion. If we don't break up now, neither of us will have any dignity left. Tomorrow, let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau together and handle the procedures that need to be done. Let's part on good terms. Let's talk about tomorrow's matters tomorrow. Tonight, you are mine. The wife hesitated for a moment, then pressed Han Chen down. The next day, as soon as Lu Chuchu stepped out of the room, she saw Han Chen waiting in the living room. You can dress like this, holding the household register, let's go and handle the procedures. Seeing his wife dressed very casually, with her hair tied up in a messy ponytail, lacking the aura of a female tycoon, she looked like an ordinary housewife who never left home. I'm feeling a bit unwell today, I need to rest later. The wife paused, then pinched her temples, pretending to have a headache. Lu Chuchu, is it fun to pretend to be sick? I am a doctor. Han Chen stood up, but found that his wife had locked the door. He knocked and kicked the door, but his wife didn't open it. Shortly after, the maid came in and directly subdued Han Chen, tying him up on the sofa with a band. Treating your employer like this, you are narrowing your path. Han Chen was very dissatisfied with the maid. I only listen to Miss Lu, I am only responsible to her. Your threats are useless. The maid did not give Han Chen a good attitude. After confirming that Han Chen was tied up, she went to inform Lu Chuchu. Lu Chuchu came out, stood in front of Han Chen, and said, Husband, what has clouded your judgment, that you want to divorce me? I said I won't divorce, will you let me go now? If I don't divorce, will you let me go? Han Chen did not resist, because it was futile. That's right, we won't divorce. However, you still have to stay at home and take care of me and the children. Don't take advantage of me. What do you mean by taking advantage of you? Am I not good enough to you? Good, so good that I can't describe how good you are in words, simply too good. I want to divorce you, not because I don't appreciate your goodness, but for your own good. I don't have an outstanding man like you outside. I graciously step aside to let you shine. This way, we both maintain our dignity. Lu Chuchu, do you want me to stay and watch you mess around with those men outside, humiliating me like this? You might as well kill me now. Han Chen said calmly, his face very calm. Nothing is more sorrowful than a dead heart. I haven't done what you said. You have been slandering me all along. Han Chen, do you know how I treat you? You can't see me like this. I believe you. Can you let me go now? No. The wife sat aside with her arms crossed. Seeing Han Chen not struggling, she would not let go, because it meant that Han Chen was still stubborn. If he struggled, she might have softened. After a while, Han Chen's phone rang. He said to Lu Chuchu, let me go quickly, this is a call from the ICU. There must be critically ill patients waiting for me to go back and rescue them in the hospital. Your daughter has a cold, your daughter is fasting, you don't care. What's your relationship with those patients outside? Why are you so concerned? Also, doesn't your hospital have other doctors? Does the hospital stop functioning when you leave? Today I won't let you leave home for half a step. You're right, without me the hospital still has other doctors. What does it have to do with me? Han Chen simply lay down. Lu Chuchu let the little nanny go out, and she asked directly, how did you get those photos of my mom? Did you have someone follow me? You finally admit it. Admit what? I didn't do anything. Han Chen, don't be so suspicious. Lu Chuchu was a little anxious, looking at Han Chen's undisguised mocking eyes. She felt that saying more would be a waste, so she turned her head in anger. Didn't do anything? It seems I misunderstood you. I apologize to you. Can you let me go now? Han Chen came to the same conclusion again. This kind of woman like Lu Chuchu, wanting her to admit to cheating and disloyalty, is like waiting for the sun to rise from the west. Perhaps, as long as there is no catching in the act, women will not admit it. I can let you go, but you have to tell me where you got the photos from. I didn't have someone follow you, I don't have that capability. Someone gave them to me. Who? I don't know, it was delivered directly to my office by an anonymous courier. Lu Chuchu was still quite satisfied with Han Chen's answer. After all, she knew that Han Chen had very few acquaintances, and even Sophie would occasionally keep an eye on Han Chen when sending people, so he couldn't make much of a move. Han Chen, you are smart for a moment, confused for a lifetime. How can I describe you? Really? Lu Chuchu pointed at Han Chen, wanting to scold him as a fool. She was followed and photographed. This matter was not done by Han Shen, but it was definitely because of Han Shen. He sent Han Ning to make trouble at the Four Seas group. Surely many people knew that their marriage was in trouble, and some opportunistic individuals would not miss this chance to fan the flames, waiting for the right moment to bring her down and ruin the Lu family. I was wrong? You're right. How could I believe these things? I might have really been used by someone. You know these things are not true. Why did you show them to my mom? Lu Chuchu stared at Han Shen, wanting to see if he was lying. She spoke rudely, completely disrespectful. I got hot-headed and showed them. That's all there is to it. Can you let me go now? What about Xia Ping? What did you do to her? Lu Chuchu, are you interrogating me? Do you see me as a criminal? If you have the ability, then don't let me go. Talk nicely with you. Do you think I'm easy to talk to? Go to hell. Han Shen suddenly changed his attitude, struggled a few times in vain, and spat at Lu Chuchu. Han Shen, you. Lu Chuchu couldn't avoid it. She was spat on all over her face. Facing Han Shen's resistance, she was also a little flustered, and quickly stepped back a few steps. Lu Chuchu, even if I'm not happy with you, I have never done anything to harm you. But what about you? Your dad brought people to beat me up, you schemed against me, and now you're even kidnapping me, arbitrarily restricting my freedom. Do you really not see me as a human being? Isn't it because of you that I'm forced to do this? Can't we live peacefully? Why did you bring up divorce, and even involve a Ning? Did you do the right thing? Fine, say that I forced you. You think I'm losing my mind, then send me to a mental hospital, fulfilling your wish. Han Shen sneered, his wife completely unaware of her own issues, stubborn and impossible to communicate with. I think you're really crazy. Lu Chuchu saw that Han Shen was not in the right state, afraid that continuing would lead to an uncontrollable situation, so she let him go, and then had the little nanny release Han Shen, but didn't allow him to leave the villa. Han Shen called Li Mingzhou, asking him to come pick him up, otherwise, he couldn't leave the house. After a while, Li Mingzhou and several comrades from the provincial bureau arrived, which intimidated the little nanny, who didn't dare to stop them. In the office of the intensive care unit, Li Mingzhou asked, "What's going on? Encountered some trouble. Had a few arguments with my wife, she's angry and won't let me leave the house." Han Shenlu showed the marks left by the strap. Is this considered domestic violence? The Lu family is not an ordinary family. They would say this is a family rule. This minor issue won't involve the judicial authorities. It's hard for an honest official to intervene in family matters. Director Han, I didn't expect your situation to be worse than I estimated. It's my fault for not taking care of you. Nonsense. I'll leave my family affairs to time to slowly resolve. Han Shen changed the topic and discussed medical matters. Soon, the head nurse came over and told Han Shen that a patient in a certain bed had failed to be rescued and was pronounced dead. Han Shen also had an impression of that patient, who was critically ill, and he had been sustaining the patient's life. In fact, the patient had been waiting for her granddaughter from abroad to return, so she was holding on. Han Shen had promised the grandmother and granddaughter that they would meet. But in the morning incident, when the patient was in critical condition, Han Shen couldn't come to rescue her in time. Lu Chuchu, you are only acting out of your own selfish desires. You are causing harm. Han Shen reviewed all the rescue records of the patient and naturally concluded that he was present and could have saved the patient. But he couldn't blame his colleagues, as they had also done their best. Understanding medical skills, everyone's talent and effort levels are different, resulting in different outcomes. In the afternoon, he met the patient's granddaughter, a very beautiful girl, pure and clean, exuding a strong student vibe. Director Han, you promised that I could see my grandmother for the last time. You promised. The girl said, her eyes, which were originally swollen, shed tears again. Han Shen didn't go over to comfort her directly, but let the head nurse come in to persuade the family members, as he could only say that the hospital had done its best. But he didn't expect the girl to slap herself. I shouldn't have stayed at Huai last night, I shouldn't have gone to some class reunion, I should have rushed over immediately. If I had done that, I could have seen my grandmother for the last time today. It's all my fault, I'm sorry, grandmother. Hearing this, Han Shen didn't expect this turn of events, but the comfort to his guilty conscience was better than nothing. Time passed quickly. Before leaving work, he made an appointment with Li Mingzhou that he couldn't come to work on time tomorrow, so Li Mingzhou would come to pick him up. When he returned home, he reached out to the nanny and asked, "Do you still need to tie up?" The nanny went to consult with Lu Chuchu and naturally got the answer that there was no need to tie up, and she was asked to leave the villa. Not long after, Lu Chuchu returned, accompanied by her young daughter. Daddy, the little daughter ran over, and when she saw Han Shen, she squatted down, he picked her up, and she became happy, forgetting the previous unhappiness. Han Shen played with his daughter for a while, had dinner together, had the nanny bathe the little girl, and then approached his wife, who seemed nervous, fidgeting with her phone, but her eyes were wary of Han Chen. Lu Chuchu, what's wrong with you? Are you afraid I'll harm you? You, such a strong and capable woman, actually need a child as a shield. You underestimate me. Lao Han, can we stop having disagreements and just live a good life, can we? Lu Chuchu was indeed a little afraid of Han Chen. Live a good life? Are you willing to give up those men outside? I haven't, those are all your imagination, not real. Oh, then let me be suspicious. Actually, let me tell you, I'm very busy now. I don't have time to take care of the children. It's best to let your parents take care of them. Han Chen didn't continue arguing with his wife and went back to the study. Lao Han, your parents are old, their health is not as good as before. Taking care of the children recently has been very tiring for them, and you? Tiring? You should ask them what they have done for the children. If I hadn't stopped them, they would have gone on a trip abroad long ago. They just went on a trip in March, and now they're going again? My parents died early on my side. Now the only elders in the family are your parents. They only have you as their only daughter. If they don't take care of your children, who else do they want to take care of? The old people don't even take care of their granddaughter. Do they have the face to say they are tired? It's so tiring to live like this, it's better to die early and be relieved. I speak harshly, don't take it to heart. Han Chen said lightly. How can you say such things? They are my parents and your parents. How did you become so outspoken? What's wrong with you recently? You think I'm sick, right? Do you want to tie me up? Han Chen took out a zip tie, reached out his hand, and asked his wife to tie him up. Our daughter is at home, can you not do this? I told you not to let her come over, so you wouldn't be in the way. Han Chen asked his wife to leave, then called Lu Bolan again. When the latter didn't answer, he sent a message, attaching a picture of Lu Chuchu being intimate with another man, to stimulate his father-in-law a bit. Chairman Lao, you still pretend not to know who Han Ning's biological father is. You really know how to lie. I see through you and your daughter, taking advantage of business trips to engage in such immoral activities. After the younger daughter finished washing up, she came to play with Han Chen for a while. In the evening, Han Chen asked the younger daughter to sleep with the nanny. In the bedroom, Lu Chuchu felt relieved after Han Chen's initial outburst of passion, but before she could react, she was tied up by Han Chen. Honey, what are you going to do? No other meaning, just let you experience what it feels like to be tied up like I was before. This is not fun. I've tried it, please let me go. I will respect you in the future and won't treat you like this again. I'll let you go in a moment. Han Chen combined with his wife again and asked, do those men outside treat you like this too? I don't have any other men, I only have you. The wife closed her eyes, allowing Han Chen to do as he pleased, quietly enjoying physical pleasure, but she did not lose her sanity and did not really fall for Han Chen's words. I know you do. Honey, you need evidence. Evidence? If I don't catch you in bed with those wild men, you won't admit it, will you? That's how it is. You have to find evidence of me, Lu Chuchu, sleeping with other men in bed. Otherwise, if you wrongly accuse me, I would have to die unjustly. Honey, you have to believe me. I haven't done anything to betray you. Ah, I won't believe a single word you say. Han Chen thought to himself, once again clarifying his wife's character. He lost patience to argue with her and severely reprimanded her. The next day, Han Chen still left early, ignoring his wife's nonsense about quitting her job or taking time off to take care of the children at home. The wife brought Su Fei over and saw an envelope in Su Fei's hand, knowing that there was progress. In fact, Su Fei found out the information of the person who was spying on her. After all, the people who entered and exited there were all reviewed. Their memories were also amazing, and she remembered who it was based on the location of the photo shoot. Rueli? It's her. The wife recognized Rueli and continued to look at the information, then found out why Rueli helped Han Chen, because Han Chen saved an old lady who had contracted cholera. Sister, how is it going with Han Gu over there? Su Fei didn't see anything unusual at home, so she thought that Han Chen and his wife had reconciled. I can only say temporarily. He was also deceived by someone. Only when he completely dispels his suspicions and returns to his previous self can we say it's settled. After pondering for a moment, Lu Chuchu asked Su Fei to continue watching Han Chen, while she went to find Rueli and blocked her at her residence. Rueli had to let Lu Chuchu in, feeling surprised and speculating about Lu Chuchu's intentions. Little sister, you can't stay in Jiangdong anymore. Sister, I'm not stingy, it's your means that put my marriage with my husband in crisis. I'm not happy with this kind of face-to-face confrontation. I don't welcome you, and neither does Jiangdong. Lu Chuchu entered the room, saw that it was a temporary residence with no outsiders, and stared at Rueli, stating her intentions directly. Oh, is this your way of doing things? We are all adults, why beat around the bush? If you don't contact my husband, I will treat you like a sister and warmly welcome you. When I go to the capital in the future, I will need your help. Leave Jiangdong today, or I won't be responsible for what happens next. Lu Chuchu walked to the door, stood on the doorstep, and added, my husband is a very pure person. Contacting him will only corrupt him. Pure, or easily deceived? We are all women, I understand you better than Han Chen. No matter what you think of me, I can say that I have never betrayed my husband. Why am I telling you, a stranger, all this? Go home. Lu Chuchu left with a warning look and turned away. Rueli watched Lu Chuchu leave and noticed a strange car nearby, probably left by Lu Chuchu to monitor her. Mom, I've got Lu Chuchu's attention. She came to warn me to leave Jiangdong within a day. It seems I was too hasty to give those things to Han Chen last time. Rueli reported to the old lady. You decide whether to stay or come back, I support both. The old lady didn't rush to answer, but took her time. Then I'll stay. Rueli understood the old lady's meaning. Keep in touch with Han Chen more, he's a good person. Rueli put away her phone, thinking about how absurd and troublesome the situation was. With her mother-in-law's character, once she set her sights on Han Chen, she wouldn't easily change her mind. Her mother must have seen some crisis in the incident where she was infected with cholera virus last time, and wanted her to stay away from the center of trouble, hence trying to push her towards Han Chen. Rueli thought about it and couldn't help but hug herself tightly. Now she could only rely on herself. After weighing her options, she decided to send a message to Han Chen to meet or talk on the phone. Han Chen came out of the emergency room at noon and had time to check Rueli's message, so he called her back. Han, your sister-in-law came to see me this morning, she knew I gave you those photos. I didn't tell anyone about the source of the photos, how could she know? Han Chen was surprised, he used an anonymous courier, and his wife believed him. You underestimated your sister-in-law's methods, but it's better to know. I won't feel so guilty, otherwise, I always felt sorry for her. Did she trouble you? Did she hurt you or do anything? Tell me. She came alone, said a few words and left. She asked me to leave Jiangdong within 24 hours, or face the consequences. In that case, you should listen to her and avoid trouble. Okay, Han, I'll do as you say. Han Chen thought that Rueli would return to the capital today after listening to him. It seems that even a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Han Chen was a bit disappointed, realizing that the old lady and the others were no match for Lu Chuchu. He also realized that using normal means, he might never be able to punish his wife and the adulterer behind her. I will have a chance. I don't believe that Lu Chuchu and her wild man can really cover the sky with one hand forever. No matter how high Lu Chuchu's status is, she must abide by the law of the jungle. Han Chen encouraged himself and also warned himself that his wife had been betraying him for more than 10 years, and he had endured so much humiliation. The day of revenge was not far off. Returning home in the evening, Han Chen saw his wife bringing all 3 daughters home and having dinner together. His wife did not give him a chance to chat alone with his eldest daughter, and she controlled the atmosphere of the whole family. After dinner, someone took the eldest daughter back to school. At night, his wife continued to have intimate relations with Han Chen, skipping the details. In the early hours of the morning 2 days later, Han Chen suddenly received a call from Rueli. Han Ji, save me. Rueli's voice was urgent. What's wrong? Han Chen's heart tightened. I've been drugged, I can't stand it anymore. Han Chen was shocked, knowing well the consequences a woman faced when drugged, ruining her reputation and giving others leverage over her. He was a victim of such behavior, so he despised it even more. He immediately left home to rescue Rueli. Based on his knowledge of Jiangdong, he asked Rueli to go to the economic development zone and use the roads there to shake off anyone following her. After picking up Rueli, he drove without turning on the headlights, like a ghost, to the studio. Drink some water first, drink a lot of water. Han Chen searched for medications in the studio, including electrolytes and sedatives. Han Ji, it's no use, I know what drug I've been given, without a man, it's impossible to recover. Maybe not, others may not be able to, but I can. The only difficulty is that we're not in a hospital and don't have enough medication. I want you to help me, but I don't want you to use medical skills. I've heard about your scandals in the hospital dormitory, I know you have that ability. If you really need a man, there are plenty of men around you who are loyal to you. Let them help, and they will be even more loyal to you in the future. Why come to me? Han Chen was a little disappointed that this woman had given up on herself. 3 reasons, you are better than them, if I have a choice, I would rather choose you. And you are favored by my mother-in-law, she asked me to find you, hoping I could have a relationship with you. Finally, this is also a silent competition between me and your unfaithful and impure wife. She probably didn't expect that she drugged me, but I found you. Rueli stood by the window, looking at the dark night outside, darker than any dawn she had ever seen, just like her current situation, in the midst of the biggest crisis of her life. Han Ji, do you know, my situation is similar to yours? My husband has been missing for so many years, everyone except me believes he's dead. I didn't know about your situation, I'm sorry, I don't know how to comfort you. No need to apologize, we have no relationship, no ties, no harm, your comfort is useless. You know, in the Pacific Ocean, if a ship sinks, do the people on board have a way out? No. Holding on to such hope will only torment you. I can't empathize with your situation. To me, it's nothing more than life and death. As a doctor, when I entered the intensive care unit, I faced death almost every day. I won't comfort the families of the deceased, I'll just let them accept it. Han Chen said. Accept it. Rueli seemed to have snapped a taut string. She squatted down and started crying. Han Chen didn't comfort her, he just handed her a tissue. Seeing Rueli's cheeks flush, the drugs in her body were about to take effect. Lily, don't think about anything else, drink some water quickly, I'll give you an 4 drip to dilute the concentration of the drug in your body. Good, do you know what I've been through all these years? Other matters, we'll talk about them later. Let me help you control the effects of the medication first. In this past year, I have been affected by this type of medication no less than 10 times. No less than 10 times? When did this happen? A young widow, one of the top 10 beauties in the capital. Who wouldn't have thoughts about her? Rueli slowly stood up, looking at Han Chen. In a hazy state, she saw the shadow of her husband, or rather, Han Chen at this moment was her husband. She still had a trace of rationality, thinking to herself, Mom, is this what you meant? You don't want me to have any involvement with the family, afraid that I will tarnish your family's reputation. So, you agreed to match me with Han Chen, solving my problem and also repaying Han Chen. Han Gu, are you a cowardly man without courage? If I hit the mark, not only will I not sympathize, but I will think that you deserve to be betrayed by Lu Chu. You are a cowardly man. Rueli looked at Han Chen with a smile. This man was not an ordinary man, she must trample on his pride. Director Han, what's wrong with you? Hu Tuzheng came in with documents for Han Chen to sign. Seeing Han Chen sitting there in a daze, he couldn't help but ask with concern. Oh, thinking about a treatment plan. Han Chen casually replied, signed the documents, and then instructed Hu Tuzheng to attend to other matters. I was already a notorious person, why be morally kidnapped again? It was her choice. Han Chen just found out about Rueli using his wife's infidelity to provoke him, but he still stayed on the right path. However, he didn't expect that Rueli turned out to be a virgin, which made him feel a sense of guilt. What will happen in the future is a matter for the future. Whatever price I have to pay, I will not regret it. I have no right to regret it. He calmed himself down and went to do what needed to be done. At noon, there was a meal organized by Li Mingzhou, and Han Chen also went along. After the meal, Han Chen went to the restroom, and when he came back, he walked into the wrong private room, but inadvertently saw a familiar figure, the former nanny Mei Jia. Mei Jia entered a private room and threw herself into the arms of a man, not stopping his wandering hands. The familiar actions indicated an extraordinary relationship between the two. Mei Jia and Lu Xiaochuan were having a meal together. Judging from their intimate actions, the two of them were probably already colluding. Lu Xiaochuan's mistress came to my house to work as a nanny, there must be something going on. Han Chen took a photo with his phone, but was bumped on the waist by someone, causing the phone to slip out of his hand. However, he reacted quickly and caught it just before it hit the ground. Turning around, he saw a hotel waiter about to deliver dishes to the private room. This commotion disturbed Lu Xiaochuan and Mei Jia inside. They were surprised to see Han Chen, but they didn't know about Han Chen taking a sneak shot. The two of them sat upright, and after the waiter served the dishes, they closed the door. Brother Lu, will that Han surname guy see me? Mei Jia had an inexplicable worry. If Lu Chu found out about her relationship with Lu Xiaochuan, it would be big trouble. That useless guy won't see anything, you don't need to worry. After dinner, I'll take you to the countryside farm, we'll have a good time all day. Lu Xiaochuan comforted the woman. As a boss of his level, he wouldn't care about Han Chen. Han Chen also saw Sophie, knowing that Lu Chu was still monitoring her, so he lost interest in continuing to watch the pair of adulterers. There was also a call from the hospital. 2 burn patients were being sent to the hospital, asking them to prepare in the intensive care unit. As soon as he arrived at the department, Han Chen received a call from Lu Chu, informing him that 2 people were burned and needed his full efforts to save them. Can it be such a coincidence? Han Chen quickly received a call from the head of the emergency department, transferring a burned patient to his side. He also saw the medical records of the patient, Lu Jejun, Zhang Xiaolan. The most severely burned patient being transferred was Zhang Xiaolan. Han Shen tried his best to save Zhang Xiaolan's life, but then asked someone to contact the burn specialist hospital, and when the emergency department passed the buck to the intensive care unit, Han Shen sent both of them over. Soon, his wife called and directly criticized Han Shen. Lao Han, why did you transfer them? Bring them back quickly and treat them well. Lu Chuchu, don't interfere with my work. They are from my Lu family, they are our relatives, don't do stupid things. Lu Chuchu found that Han Shen had hung up the phone directly, and her eyes became cold. Han Shen, Jia Jun and Xiaolan cannot die, otherwise, you will also be held accountable. Liang Weili found Han Shen and inquired about the treatment of Lu Jiejun and Zhang Xiaolan. Director Liang, do you think our hospital can treat patients with such extensive burns? If you can't handle the pressure from the Lu family, you can transfer them back, but I am powerless and need you to personally take action. Han Shen directly backed out. But they are from the Lu family. Is it useful for you to say that? Can they be treated when they arrive here? How can they be treated? That's what we should consider. For patients with such severe burns, we don't have the conditions here. Sending them to the burn specialist is the safest option. Han Shen, you always hold prejudices, you are not suitable to be a doctor. Director Liang, when you say this, have you ever asked yourself if you are a doctor? I have a clear conscience. That's good. You are the director, you have the final say in this hospital, do as you wish. Since you know I am the director, then I will give a direct order. Director Han, get ready to take over the 2 burn patients and make sure to save them. I will do my best. Han Shen responded lightly, then called the head nurse to arrange the receiving ward. Is there anything else to add? Han Shen looked at Liang Weili. Han Shen, I hope you don't act in your own interests, after all, it's a matter of life and death. Moral blackmail is really a good tactic, the more incompetent a person is, the more adept they are at it. You. Liang Weili did not expect Han Shen's words to be so sharp, he could not counterattack, so he went to meet the patients. A moment later, the patients were brought in and arranged for treatment in the intensive care unit. Director Han, why did you bring them back again? The head nurse asked Han Shen privately. It's Director Liang's arrangement, we will do our best to save them, don't say too much. Han Shen said this, without mentioning radical treatment plans, accepted consultation plans, and then proceeded with the rescue treatment. The head nurse reported that the police had come to record the situation of the patients and needed to consult Han Shen's opinion. Han Shen looked at the patients, in a coma and intubated, talking to the patients was nonsense. The patient has not completely recovered from the life-threatening situation, there is no condition to cooperate with your investigation. If you don't believe it, go and see for yourself. Han Shen said to the police. We also know the extent of the patient's injuries, we can't rush, we can only wait. Director Han, we want to know, can they be saved? We will do our best. If you understand more about this situation, you will know the dangers involved. Oh, the patient's case involves a criminal offense? Arson? Han Shen asked back. Not sure, we are still investigating, but we do not rule out the possibility of arson. So, we need to investigate thoroughly, to give an explanation to the family and the public. Our medical staff will definitely cooperate fully. Han Shen handled it professionally, and also extracted information that Jia Jun and Xiaolan went out for dinner, and their car caught fire. They were trapped inside the car, and when they were rescued, they were severely burned. The car caught fire? Han Shen did not comment. After sending away the police, he saw his father-in-law Lu Bolan and others coming over. Han Shen, what are you still doing idle? Go and save people. If you can't save Jia Jun, you don't need to be a doctor anymore. His father-in-law directly instructed Han Shen, looking anxious. Sure, here is the translation of the text you provided. Sure enough, this is the Lu family's people. Han Shen did not argue and entered the ward. In fact, all the necessary treatment methods have been used, and Han Shen is not a deity who can regenerate flesh and bones. He is also waiting. Late at night, Han Shen finished work and was stopped in the parking lot by a maid. Master, Miss said, if you don't save the Lu family, you can't leave the hospital. Hearing this, Han Shen sent a message to his wife. Lu Chuchu, are you sending this little bitch to stop me, afraid that I will interfere with you meeting your wild man? Well, have fun. Cheap goods. Han Shen turned back to the intensive care office and could only make do inside. However, he woke up in the early morning and went to the parking lot again, only to be stopped by the maid. You are really a dog. If you provoke me again, believe me, I will beat you up. If Miss Lu didn't say not to touch you, I would have lost my patience with you long ago. The maid clenched her fist, her knuckles cracking, showing a very arrogant attitude. Even dogs bite their owners, the world has really changed. Han Shen did not expect that the small maid would also be so aggressive towards him. I'll endure it one last time. If you call me a dog again, I'll hit you. The maid gritted her teeth and endured it. Han Shen's eyes flashed with a glint, thinking of a way to deal with the maid. However, he couldn't do it himself, so after returning to the office, he contacted Rueli to borrow a person from her. Rueli was also very straightforward, and 20 minutes later, she arranged for a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance. Han Shen tested the man's strength and estimated that he couldn't beat the man even with 3 of him, so he began to execute the plan. He went back to the parking lot, taunted the maid, repeatedly calling her a dog, luring her to chase him. Through a narrow doorless corridor without surveillance, the middle-aged man hiding behind the door struck down the maid. In theory, she won't wake up for 2 hours. The middle-aged man checked the maid and confirmed that she was just unconscious and not in danger. I know. Han Shen asked the middle-aged man to leave, then he performed acupuncture on the maid to make her completely unconscious. He then called the medical staff to take the maid to the ward for treatment and infusion. Han Shen went home and found his young daughter at home, but his wife was indeed not at home, confirming that she was meeting her lover in secret. Early the next morning, Han Shen saw his mother-in-law coming to pick up his daughter, so he asked his daughter to eat first and intercepted his mother-in-law in the yard. Lu Chuchu didn't come home last night. Do you have to come and pick up the child? Is she out fooling around with her lover? Han, don't speak ill of others. Chuchu is not that kind of person. If you tarnish her reputation again, I won't let you off. The mother-in-law's face turned ugly. At this time, with the daughter not at home, it was indeed an opportunity for Han Shen. Speaking ill of others? Han Ning is whose illegitimate child. I'm afraid you haven't figured it out yet. Early in the morning, are you looking for trouble? The mother-in-law couldn't argue with Han Shen and just glared at him coldly. If Han Shen kept on, she would have someone beat him up without hesitation. I don't understand why you all hate me more and more every day, yet you still won't let me leave the Lu family. Han Shen didn't provoke his mother-in-law anymore, went inside and told his daughter not to eat anymore, and sent her to school. After they left, Sophie arrived, accompanied by a strong man. After getting out of the car, she held the man's hand and walked towards Han Shen. Han, this is my boyfriend, Andrew. Hello, Han. You're showing affection early in the morning. Are you going to send me a wedding invitation? Han Shen shook hands with Andrew, who politely stepped back to the car, teasing Sophie. When the time comes, I will definitely send one. Han, you saw it too, my boyfriend is good at fighting. If you provoke me again, be careful, he'll beat you up. I'm not interested in you anymore, because you might have to cut off your breasts. You said, by then, what feminine charm would you have left? Han Gu, you have a sharp tongue. Unfortunately, what you said won't come true. I'm in good health, no breast hyperplasia. He. Lu Chuchu went to accompany her wild man last night, you should know, right? Han Shen smiled and changed the subject. Lu Jie is working overtime in the company. Han Gu, don't wrongly accuse her, otherwise, she will definitely get angry if she finds out. Working overtime with her lover. I'm not afraid for her to know this, she pretends to be blind and foolish, you follow her pretending, you will pay the price sooner or later. They arrived at the hospital together, entered the ward. Han Shen pointed to the still unconscious little nanny, and said to Sophie, this is Lu Chuchu's nanny and thug, you go settle the medical expenses later, work injury or something, you handle it yourself. What's wrong with her? Sophie was surprised, no wonder Han Shen could go home overnight. Doing too many wrongs, got hit on the head. Han Shen casually said, then went to deal with his work. He came out of Lu Jejun's ward and saw Lu Bolan outside. He turned around and walked back, leaving through the inner corridor. However, before noon, he was still blocked in the office by Lu Bolan and others. Han Shen, what are you doing? Why haven't you saved Jejun and Xiaolan yet? Father-in-law Lu Bolan directly blamed Han Shen, thinking that if Han Shen couldn't save the people of Lu family, he was useless, and he wanted to slap Han Shen. We have done our best, all the experts and professors, all the medical resources available, we have used them all, even the experts and professors you invited from Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou, we have had at least 3 consultations. We doctors are also human, we have done our best. Han Shen endured it, not arguing with Lu Bolan. Your excuses are just nonsense, I want you to use your expertise to save them now. Father-in-law didn't believe Han Shen. A very strange feeling, he felt that Han Shen's ability was not just this, there must be more hidden. Dad, I'm just a human, a very ordinary person, I'm just a junior attending physician now. How much responsibility do you want me to take? How much responsibility do you think I can bear? Han Shen's face was tense, very helpless and aggrieved, wanting to cry in defense. Uncle, don't force Han Shen, Director Liang said. If it weren't for Han Shen's superb surgery, Jejun and Xiaolan would not have survived long ago. A woman with red and swollen eyes spoke. She was the mother of the injured Lu Jejun. In her eyes, there was only her excellent son. She resolutely did not see Han Shen. But Han Shen saved the lives of her son and daughter-in-law. She began to look at Han Shen with admiration. Lu Bolan could coerce Han Shen because of the relationship between father-in-law and son-in-law, but she couldn't. She still hoped that Han Shen would continue to save her son and daughter-in-law. Han Shen, you see, everyone here is from the Lu family, they are all your relatives. If you don't save even your own people, then you are not worthy of being a doctor. I don't want to say more to you, you must save Jejun and Xiaolan. Father-in-law calmed down a bit. I have been doing my best in thinking of better solutions. Han Shen said so. After these people left, Han Shen finally breathed a sigh of relief. You need me, I am your relative. When you don't need me, I am a useless person. Unfortunately, I have seen through your true colors. You are all a group of opportunistic people, a group of hypocritical deceivers. The guard brought takeout. Han Shen was about to eat, but his wife called. He said, you must have had a great time last night. If you tell me in advance, I won't object. What kind of disappearance game are you playing? So hypocritical. Han Shen, don't speak ill of others. I was dealing with the project left by Jejun last night. Lies come out of your mouth so easily. What have you done? I'm not by your side. Say whatever you want. What are you calling for? If it's for Lu Jejun, then you just wait. Wait for them to get through the crisis on their own. You can separate conjoined twins. Is it really that difficult to treat a burn? Or are you unwilling to help me heal them? I have a strong feeling that you are holding back. Your abilities are not limited to this. Lu Chuchu, you damn well are criticizing me. Han Shen couldn't help but sneer after hanging up the phone. If he hadn't known early on that the 3 daughters were not his own, Han Shen would have believed his wife's overtime excuse, but now, he wouldn't believe anything his wife said. And from his wife's words, it can also be seen that her lover can solve the project variables caused by Lu Jejun's absence, which shows that he is very capable. Thinking back to what Yuan Lan said to Han Ning, it confirmed the abilities of this lover. Damn it, don't let me get my hands on you, otherwise, I will make you wish you were dead. Han Shen gritted his teeth in anger, suppressing his overwhelming hatred. After lunch, he received a call from the nanny that the maid had woken up, so he went over. Han Shen, you attacked me by surprise, you are despicable. The nanny Li Qin, upon seeing Han Shen, got off the bed directly and was about to hit Han Shen, but a sudden dizziness made her stagger and almost fall to the ground. The fist she swung didn't hit Han Shen, as if her body wasn't following her brain's commands. You are currently in a state of concussion, I suggest you stay in bed and rest. In this state, not to mention hitting me, you can't even protect yourself. Han Shen called medical staff, put Li Qin back on the bed, tied her up, claiming it was to prevent her from getting out of bed and moving around. Han Shen didn't make any moves to harm Li Qin, and he wasn't even the attending doctor, he just glanced at her and left. At the elevator entrance, he saw a woman wearing sunglasses, and his eyes instantly turned cold and conflicted. Nie Xiaofeng, the woman who had violated him in the dormitory. He didn't rush up to strangle her, but with a dark expression, he let her into the office. You despicable thing, how dare you come to the hospital, have you no shame? Han Shen really wanted to drag Nie Xiaofeng out and show everyone her true colors. Han Ji, I know I have caused you confusion and crisis, but I was also forced. Can you please cure Xiaojie first? As long as you cure her, I will accept whatever treatment you give me. If I break my promise, may I Nie Xiaofeng be doomed. With all the things you've done, you still think you deserve to live? Then there would be no justice or law. The woman named Xiao was originally a patient of Liang Weili, you should go ask Liang Weili. Oh, if he doesn't agree, you can use the same methods you used against me, and he will yield. Han Shen remained unmoved. Xiaojie said that you caused her to end up like that. If you hadn't stuck needles in her head, she would have been able to enter the rehabilitation program and be discharged. Han Ji, I'm sorry, I was wrong. How about this, you make me suffer like Xiaojie, let me take her place in suffering. Your words are truly moving. Unfortunately, Xiaoping's situation was not caused by me. She should blame the person who abused her, and also blame Lu Chuchu. In this situation, I am powerless. Nie Xiaofeng, now that I know who you are, you can't even protect yourself, yet you still think of others, your moral consciousness is truly high. Disgusting hypocrite. You are insulting me too much. Nie Xiaofeng was hurt by Han Shen's words, others could curse at her, but not Han Shen. As she locked eyes with Han Shen, seeing no emotion in his eyes, tears overflowed from her eyes and streamed down from under her sunglasses. Stop pretending. Unfortunately, I know exactly what you are and what you do. You are just like Lu Chuchu, a liar and a hypocrite. Get lost. In the afternoon, after the department meeting, Li Mingzhou asked Han Shen to move to his office and showed him a copy of the transfer document. The personnel for the vice president of our hospital has been determined. We are just waiting for the right timing for the handover. Qin Yueru, female, 48 years old, deputy dean of the first hospital, in charge of medical affairs and discipline. Han Shen looked at the phone handed to him by Li Mingzhou. There was a recent photo of Qin Yueru, a single-eyelid woman from the north, with a very attractive face. From her current appearance, one could see that she was a stunning beauty in her youth. What kind of timing do we need? Can't she just take office directly? Director Qin is here to handle a problem. If the problem doesn't arise, then the significance of her airdrop is reduced by half. If something happens in our hospital, what kind of thing? Han, it's just the two of us here. I dare not speak freely in front of others. The people behind Director Qin are already preparing materials. Once it happens, the hospital will definitely be in chaos for a while. At that time, Director Qin can come in and take office legitimately. Hospitals are not peaceful places either. Han Shen sighed. He knew this was the rule of society, and he couldn't stop it. Whether he was involved or not, he could only try to keep his original intentions and stay out of trouble. Lu Minong, Lu Ding, Lu Jiejun, Zhang Xiaolan, these special patients, is there really no way to cure them? Oh, you've also heard about the consultation. You may not understand medical skills, but you should clearly understand the conclusion. Why do you ask? Han, don't overthink it. I also heard a rumor. You can cure them, but because of your wife's matter, you are deliberately not doing your best. This rumor was fabricated by my father-in-law Lu Bolan, my wife Lu Chuchu, their Lu family and Lu family together, clearly trying to make me the scapegoat. I am insignificant and powerless, I can only let them spread rumors. But I believe that those who truly understand the essence of the problem will not believe in such groundless talk. Yes, rumors stop at the wise. Han, I believe in you. I have done my best, with a clear conscience. What's left is beyond my control. Han Shen didn't want to have a heart-to-heart talk with Li Mingzhou. He didn't trust anyone now. He smoked a cigarette and then went to deal with medical matters. Finishing work early, Han Shen went to the medical department of Jiangdong University to go through the process of defending his doctoral thesis, and he passed. After all, he had excellent theoretical results and experience in extremely difficult surgeries like separating conjoined twins. In the statistics of the Medical Association, Han Shen's 3 surgeries ranked top 3 in the annual difficult surgeries in Jiangdong. He obtained a clinical medicine doctoral degree as a matter of course. Of course, he didn't take it for granted, he still worked hard to study and research. Back home, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Han Shen also saw his exceptionally beautiful wife. Before entering the house, his wife stopped him. Old Han, the children are at home, don't look so serious. Let's talk about my matter later. I will explain it to you when we go to the room. No need to explain, I trust that you are busy with your career. Han Shen thought to himself, your explanations are all excuses, I won't believe them, what's the use of explaining? Lu Chuchu, I also have something to tell you later, about Nie Xiaofeng. Okay, let's talk about it later in the room. Honey, should you give me a kiss? Han Shen frowned, and went over to kiss his wife on the forehead. Then he entered the living room and saw his younger daughter immediately put down her toy and came to talk to Han Shen, chattering non-stop. Children are innocent. Han Shen convinced himself in his heart, he couldn't hurt his younger daughter all at once, he can only slowly let her get to know that father. Daddy! The second daughter also came down from upstairs and threw herself into Han Shen's arms, hugging him tightly. What is this girl doing? Han Shen was speechless, feeling little affection, this bond had already soured, only a faint pain remained in his heart. Daddy, Han Ning doesn't want you, the heartless one, I want you. You will always be my dad. Han Jing took the opportunity while her mother went to comfort her younger sister to sleep. She brought a bowl of soup into the study for Han Shen. Jingjing, with your words, Dad is very comforted. Han Ning has grown up, she has the right to choose, I don't blame her, I support her choice. Dad is an enlightened person, respecting each of you. Han Shen smiled. Lu Chuchu is not a good woman, we don't want her. You child, the more you say, the more excessive it gets. At your age. Dad, are you going to lecture me again, or treat me like a child? I may be young, but I know a lot of things. Ah, Dad, I won't say anymore, you should rest early. Han Jing didn't let Han Shen continue to nag, turned and walked out of the study, going upstairs to rest. Han Shen's heart felt bitter again. His wife came in, seeing Han Shen holding the empty bowl of soup and staring blankly, she asked, what did the second child say to you? She didn't say anything, just brought me a bowl of soup. Then what's wrong with you? Why are you staring blankly? I thought of a treatment plan, a bit radical, don't know how to bring it up with the family. Han Shen stood up and took the bowl out. After saying goodnight to his youngest daughter and letting her go to sleep, Han Shen also returned to his room to take a shower. His wife, wearing a thin nightgown, pushed the door open and stood under the shower, embracing Han Shen. Han Shen's body was honest, he turned his wife around to the front, and the two naturally performed a passionate scene in the bathroom. Afterwards, his wife asked Han Chen to look at a document on the bedside table. It was about her handling of a project in Lu Jejun's hands. Don't say this is confidential to your group. I don't even understand the basic principles of business management, so I won't look at it. You said you didn't go to meet your lover. I believe you. Husband, you believe me, I really don't have any lovers or wild men, I only have you as a man. I swear. Lu Chuchu, you don't need to do this, it's not your style. You are the helmsman of the group, you should disdainfully say to me, if you have the ability, catch me in bed, otherwise, you can't frame me, that's the you I know. Husband. Let's talk about Nie Xiaofeng. She came to the hospital to find me, do you know about this? Han Chen changed the subject. She did mention to me that she wanted to find you, it was for Xiaoping's medical treatment. Ah, I was so busy with the group's affairs, I forgot about her and Xiaoping. Husband, I think you should give me a little face, spare Xiaoping. Since you brought it up, let her come to the hospital to find me tomorrow, I'll help treat her. Speaking of Xiaoping, I found something strange, Xiaoping has been abused like this, it's not the first time. Who is that pervert? Husband, not everyone is as kind as you, and these people happen to have something that they want, to get it from them, you need to satisfy their perverted desires. Xiaoping and the others, they do this for me. Oh, what about you? Did you personally get involved? You don't believe me, you look down on me. Husband, I am your wife, you must believe me. I believe you. You answered so quickly, obviously it's a perfunctory answer. But, I'll take it as your sincere words. Since you mentioned Xiaoping, if one day in the future, someone targets me, will you save me? Do I have the ability to save you? If you don't have the ability, you won't save me? If I don't have the ability, how can I save you? I'm not afraid of death, if saving you requires sacrificing my worthless life, I can do it. I'm just afraid that even sacrificing myself won't save you. Now it's my turn to ask you, are you willing to let me sacrifice my life? I'm not willing. You answered so quickly, obviously it's a perfunctory answer. Husband, you're so annoying. I'm rested, let's play a little more before sleeping. You lie down, I'll take care of it. Mother-in-law came to pick up the children, a little dissatisfied. I saw Han Chen's car just now, since he's back, why didn't you let him take the children? He said he was busy, but as soon as I arranged it, he had the nanny send it. Lu Chuchu said. He's so disobedient, why do you still keep him around, let him go to the side. Mom, here you go again. I've been with him for over 10 years, how can I just break up with him? Oh, right, I've finally eased things with him a bit, you and Dad shouldn't provoke him. This family can't do without him. I think you can't leave him. There are plenty of men in Jiangdong, just find another one. What's all this talk about love, isn't it just about being healthy and satisfying you? Three-legged frogs are hard to find, but three-legged men are everywhere. That's right. Mom, you've been talking a lot lately, be careful that these words don't affect your thoughts and behaviors, or you'll lose your reputation. It's all because of you guys. You don't like me talking too much, then I won't talk, I'll go call the kids out. Hearing this, his wife Lu Chuchu didn't say much, bidding farewell to her mother and child. She thought for a moment, then replied to Nie Xiaofeng that she could go meet Han Chen. In addition, she knew that Rueli had not left Jiangdong, but had sent many more people over, putting some pressure on her. After weighing it up, she also called Rueli. Sister, why don't you listen to your sister? Lu Jia, you've already ruined my reputation. If I go back standing, my mother-in-law won't even recognize me. So, either I establish myself here, or I leave lying down. That's too harsh, let's meet at noon and talk it over. I'm always at your service, Lu Jia. Oh, give my regards to brother Han, I'll visit him when I have time. Lu Chuchu hung up the phone, grabbed some things and got in the car, dialing another number with a different phone. The people from Jingpai are very strong. Maintain internal stability while dealing with external threats. Your little doctor at home is a variable. Old Han won't cause trouble, I can guarantee that. Lu Chuchu hung up the phone, feeling helpless towards Han Chen now. In the hospital, Zhang Xiaolan began to show signs of infection. The situation was very dangerous, but Han Chen and the others had no better way, so they asked the family to prepare themselves mentally. In addition to Zhang Xiaolan, there were other critically ill patients in the ICU that Han Chen had to manage, so he was busy almost until noon. Returning to the office, he saw Xiaoping and Nie Xiaofeng waiting inside. Xiaoping looked askew, very angry and resentful towards Han Chen, and also fearful. She said, Director Han, Brother Han, I beg you to spare me, you are a big shot, don't make things difficult for me. I gave you a chance, but unfortunately, you are only loyal to Lu Chuchu, then you should go find Lu Chuchu now and let her treat you. Han Chen said lightly. Brother Han, what do you mean by this? Lu Jia asked us to come find you, she said you had agreed to treat us. Why are you saying this? Nie Xiaofeng asked in a hurry. I gave face to Lu Chuchu, saying I would treat you, but I didn't say when. Xiaofeng, let me talk to you alone for a moment. Han Chen dismissed Xiaopeng, let Nie Xiaofeng come closer, and whispered something in her ear. Brother Lu, you fulfill my request first, then come find me. In fact, I'm saving Xiaopeng this way. She's so ugly, Lu Chuchu will give up on her. Otherwise, if she recovers, Lu Chuchu will send her away and she'll suffer the same fate. Han Chen waved Nie Xiaofeng out and asked the nurse to order takeout. Nie Xiaofeng and Xiaopeng got in the car and told them about Han Chen's request. How can Han Chen do this? He's going against Lu Jia. What good can he get? I'll tell Lu Jia right away. Let's see how he explains to Lu Jia. Sister Xia, Ping is going back to her hometown. She won't stay in Jiangdong anymore. I'll go talk to her. Xiaofeng, are you going to betray Lu Jia? Do you know what consequences you'll face? No, you can't take such a big risk because of me. This is our fate. Noon, a quiet private room. Lu Chuchu waited for the waiter to leave, and also finished sizing up Rueli. That day, I said it wasn't me. Do you believe me? I believe you. I believe whatever you say. Rueli suppressed her emotions. The trip to Jiangdong gave her a new layer of insight. In the past, under the care of her mother-in-law and others, occasional crises were just minor disturbances and injuries. But in Jiangdong, it was a completely bloody world. A slight mistake could lead to irreversible consequences. If you want me to leave Jiangdong, that's fine. You divorce Han Ge, and I'll take him with me when I leave, Rueli added. Han? Are you targeting Han? He is my family. If you touch him, you'll cross my bottom line. You're playing with fire. Lu Chuchu frowned, staring fiercely at Rueli. Harm should not reach family members, but if Rueli touches her husband, she will have crossed the line. Indeed, Han is your family, but you haven't respected him. Considering Han Ning's age, you've been with Han Ge for so many years, treating him like a fool, humiliating him every day. My eldest daughter is Han Chen's biological child. Don't you believe the paternity test results? Science is science, but in this matter, science made a mistake. Han hasn't brought this up again. He accepted that science made a mistake. If you continue to bring this up, it's useless. Your malicious intentions. If you don't want to leave Jiangdong standing, then be prepared to leave lying down. Lu Chuchu stood up, not wanting to talk to Rueli anymore. Sister doesn't want to know. After that night when you set me up, who did I turn to for help? Who? I just mentioned taking someone away. Do you think I was just talking casually to you? He means something to me that can never be erased in a lifetime. Han Chen? Don't be so surprised. This isn't the first time you've done something like this. You gave Han Chen to the PR lady, so giving him to me this time is no big deal. Rueli, I underestimated you. You really impress me. Lu Chuchu realized that she wasn't prepared enough for this confrontation with Rueli. She was passive everywhere, so she left first. Back in the car, she called Han Chen, but he didn't answer, leaving her feeling inexplicably lost. Before their falling out, she believed Han Chen wouldn't touch another woman besides her. But now Han Chen had changed. He wasn't the loyal man he used to be, no longer respecting her. Given the chance, he would indeed act on his desires. Han Chen, you've let down my love for you, you jerk. Lu Chuchu really wanted to drag Han Chen out of the hospital and give him a good lesson, making him repent and apologize. But she ultimately held back. Just then, Lu Xiaochuan called. Chuchu, where are you? I couldn't find you at your company. I have something important to discuss with you. I'm on my way back to the company. What's up? If it's about Lu Mindong and Lu Ding again, don't bother. If you can't handle the Lu family, what's the point? Lu Chuchu was in a bad mood, and hearing Lu Xiaochuan's tone, she wasn't in the mood to be nice. It's not about my Lu family, it's about you. The master is here, and he wants you to accompany him like before. Tonight, at the hot spring resort, Tianjiazi. What does he want? Aren't you good at handling these things? Use your methods to deal with him. My goodness, can I handle the master? I'm warning you, if you don't come, the master will be very angry, and the consequences will be severe. When Lu Xiaochuan hung up directly, Lu Chuchu felt even more annoyed. With Rueli, the mad woman, watching outside, if she went to accompany the master, wouldn't she be giving her a handle? At home, Han Chen was causing trouble, getting closer to her. Han Chen was worried about not having evidence of her infidelity. Caught between external and internal pressures, she felt passive. In the afternoon, after finishing his work, Han Chen received a call from Fu Fangfang, asking him to come to the sanatorium. He arranged his work and went over. Fu Fangfang smiled and asked warmly like an elder sister. She arranged for Han Chen to move back to the intensive care unit of the People's Hospital instead of working at her recuperation center, feeling a bit regretful but also happy for Han Chen. The person who wanted to see Han Shen this time was a retired cadre who had received acupuncture treatment from Han Shen before. Han Shen knew that this person used to be an advisor to a big shot in the province before retiring. The old man felt very comfortable after Han Shen's acupuncture treatment, dismissed the others, and asked to speak with Han Shen alone. Director Han, my useless body hasn't been forgotten by the country. I'm going to be arranged to a recuperation center in the capital. Do you want to transfer to Beijing? Thank you very much for thinking highly of me, but I still want to stay at the Jiangdong People's Hospital. Han Shen seemed to understand why the other party wanted to see him. It turned out that he wanted to bring Han Shen to Beijing. Ah, just like the result of my discussion with Xiao Fang and the others, you really know how to refuse directly. Actually, you can consider it for one more night. It's not too late to answer me tomorrow. The plane is tomorrow afternoon, we can board together. Han Shen still politely declined. If he wanted to go to Beijing, he would have agreed to Rueli's mother-in-law long ago. Actually, I invited you to Beijing this time not to treat my illness, but to help you avoid the upcoming turmoil. You are Lu Bolan's son-in-law, and the Lu family is at the center of this turmoil. If you get involved, it may be unpredictable. Oh, what do you mean? The Beijing faction has set its sights on Jiangdong and has already started to take action. The Lu family is currently the richest family in Jiangdong, and they are the first target. You are the Lu family's son-in-law. If you don't leave Jiangdong, you will definitely be involved. Rueli, Li Mingzhou, Qin Yueru, these people should be the visible pawns of the Beijing faction, and there are some hidden pawns that cannot be seen. Han Shen couldn't help but feel serious. Sir, tell me the truth, can the Lu family withstand this? Although the Lu family is a newly rich family, they appear immature when facing the giants of the Beijing faction. I estimate that before the Chinese New Year, the Lu family will undergo earth-shaking changes. Director Han, I have heard about what happened to you recently. The Lu family has treated you unfairly. You really don't need to stay. Jiangdong is still my hometown. After saying this, Han Shen didn't ask any more questions. After taking care of this patient, he had dinner with Fu Fangfang and then went straight home. His wife was already at home, playing chess with the children in his study, apparently waiting for him. Han Shen played with his youngest daughter, and then taught his second daughter a game of Go. After finishing, he checked the time and saw that it was time for the children to wash up and go to bed. Do you have something to say? Han Shen saw that his wife had been silent the whole time, occasionally staring at him, obviously wanting to say something. In the morning, Rueli invited me for tea and told me some things about you that I find hard to believe. She also told me some things about you that seemed unbelievable. Tell me, did you do those things? Everything Rueli told you was not done by me. Then I believe you. Han Shen spoke calmly, showing no intention of arguing with his wife. The couple fell into a brief silence, and it was his wife who eventually broke the silence. Lao Han, Rueli is not a good person. You shouldn't have any dealings with her again. For me, for this family, don't have any contact with her again. For you, for this family? How funny. Han Shen sneered in his heart. This shameless woman who had an affair dared to mention this family? Rueli is not a good person? Perhaps, but is your friend a saint? Han Shen self-mockingly smiled and stared at his wife. You should be worried not about me, but about yourself. The couple seemed to have no mood to argue further. After all, the children were at home. After the children fell asleep, the couple also went to bed. Han Shen saw his wife's phone screen flashing, with continuous incoming calls that his wife did not answer. Your man is so eager to find you. If you want to go be with them, then go be with them. Oh, wait, you want to work overtime, then go ahead. Han Shen looked at his wife with a smile, even more convinced that his wife was having an affair. What nonsense are you talking about? Where would I find another man outside? I only have you as my man. Lu Chuchu simply turned off her phone, leaving the matters of Lu Xiaochuan and the master to be discussed tomorrow. After teasing her husband a bit, Lu Chuchu made Han Shen's body honest, merging with him, and hugged him tightly. You keep saying I have another man outside, so if you're really worried, I'll find one for you, then what will you do? Apart from divorcing to let you be together, what else can I do? Lu Chuchu, do you want me to be a cuckold? You might as well let me die. Why are you getting excited? I don't have another man, I only have you. I don't want to talk anymore, love me hard. Afraid of arguing with Han Shen again and ruining the good thing tonight, Lu Chuchu quickly kissed Han Shen, engaging in intense marital activities. The next day, Han Shen went to work as usual, and in the main building elevator, he ran into Su Jiguang again. The latter didn't say much to Han Shen, preferring to get off the elevator first and wait for the next one. During a meeting, Liang Weili received a message that surprised him, so he brought the most authoritative doctors, including Han Shen, to the hospital. After waiting for about 5 minutes under the intensive care unit, an ambulance arrived with an elderly man, which surprised Han Shen a bit because it was Lu Jianyan, the old master of the Lu family. At this moment, Lu Jianyan was already in a coma, and from his bluish face and weak breathing, the situation didn't look good. In fact, upon initial examination, Han Shen found that Lu Jianyan's pulse was also not optimistic. After establishing initial medical treatment, he was sent for further detailed examinations, including CT scans and MRIs. Before entering the expert consultation room, Han Shen said to Liang Weili, "This is someone from the Lu family, so I have some personal connections, I should avoid some treatments. I will only participate in the consultation. If there is a need for surgery or direct contact with the patient later, you should find someone else. In urgent situations, you have the final say in the intensive care unit, you can't refuse. I will communicate with the Lu family." Liang Weili frowned, didn't say much, and went in to lead the consultation. As the examination results came out one after another, Han Shen and the others felt that things were not looking good. Organ degeneration or failure in the elderly could cause a series of chain reactions, and under current medical conditions, significant anti-aging measures were not yet achievable. Han Shen had another idea. He was advised at the nursing home yesterday, and today Lu Jianyan had a problem. Was this a coincidence? He didn't express any radical opinions, and after it was over, he returned to his office and called Rui Li. "Was the matter with Lu Jianyan done by your people? Han, don't try to deceive me, you can't hide it from me, tell me the truth. I know who did it, but it's not related to me. Even if you weren't directly involved, you are all in this together. Ah, Han, instead of caring about this, you should pay more attention to your sister-in-law. She didn't go to the group today, but directly went to a certain resort. My people can't get in there at the moment, but I'm sure it's a shady place. Last night, I saw a man who looked a lot like the one in the photo. Do you think your sister-in-law went to see him? Give me the address." Han Shen's heart was filled with anger. If he really caught them in the act this time, then he and his wife would truly be over. Han Shen got the address and actually left the hospital, heading straight there. However, at a junction about 3 kilometers away, he was blocked by Sophie's car. Blocked from both ends, Han Shen was stuck. Lu Chuchu, feeling guilty. Han Shen didn't let Sophie into the car but rolled down the window halfway. "Sophie, what's gotten into you? Move out of the way." "Brother Han," Chairman Lu said to go back to the hospital to save people. Sophie smiled, looking like she wouldn't back down or fight back. "Do you know what Lu Chuchu is doing? If you continue to stop me from exposing her, then you are really not human. Sister Lu is discussing business, not what you think. In fact, Sister Lu loves you the most. She hasn't done anything to betray you, it's your thoughts that are the problem. Brother Han, go back to the hospital." Han Shen was about to scold Sophie, but then the phone rang. It was from Li Mingzhou. He went up to the window and answered the call. Li Mingzhou said that Lu Jinan's condition was critical and that Han Shen was needed on site, asking him to hurry back to the hospital. "I'll be right back." "Lu Chuchu, damn you, you will regret this." Han Shen hung up the phone with Li Mingzhou, then called Rui Li. "Can your people come and get rid of Lu Chuchu's lackeys? Maybe it's too late. Your people should just rush into the villa, get evidence of Lu Chuchu's affair in bed. How confident are you?" "Not confident. Besides, even if I have such evidence, if you didn't obtain it yourself, would you believe it? You have already alerted Lu Chuchu. If you go now, she will definitely move. Hey, Brother Han, let's wait for next time." Han Shen hung up the phone, told Sophie to get lost, and then went back to the hospital. But he actually sent the address to his mother-in-law, provoking her to investigate Lu Chuchu. At the hospital, Han Shen only participated in the consultation discussion, but still did not propose any radical plans. He asked Lu Bolan to speak, invited him to the office, and said directly, "I just found out that Lu Chuchu was having an affair with someone. I rushed over to catch them in the act, but was stopped by Sophie and the others, and then you called me back. What do you mean by this?" "Han Shen, don't falsely accuse Chuchu, she wouldn't do such a thing." Lu Bolan glared at Han Shen, really wanting to go up and slap him. "She wouldn't do such a thing? Then how did Han Ning come about? What the hell are you talking about now? Do you know that the old man is critically ill now? If he dies, the foundation of our Lu family will be shaken. If your Lu family's foundation is shaken, is that my concern? What benefits has your Lu family given me over the years? Is that my concern? Do you treat me as part of your Lu family? How can you say such things? Didn't you call me a white-eyed wolf? Didn't you want to kill me? Do you care about me saying these few harsh words? Lu Bolan, I'll say it again, if Lu Chuchu cheated first, then we should get a divorce. Han Shen, can we talk about the divorce later, focus on saving people first? After saving the person, I will talk to Chuchu nicely, she will listen to me and agree to the divorce. Lu Bolan softened his tone. I am saving people. Otherwise, do you think Lu Jinan would still be alive now? If you had sent him to a Chinese medicine hospital or another hospital, he would have died yesterday. And Lu Jejun and Zhang Xiaolan from the Lu family, if you think I haven't tried my best, then transfer them away. If they leave here, they can still live for 1 or 2 more days, I'm telling you. Han Shen vented his frustrations. The people of the Lu family actually doubted his medical ethics. In the midst of the intense confrontation between the father-in-law and son-in-law, Han Shen's phone rang. Surprisingly, it was a teacher from the school. Teacher Chen, I'm very busy here, let the child's mother go pick him up, don't call me. Han Shen hung up the phone, and said to Lu Bolan, look at the time, it's already this late. Lu Chuchu is still fooling around with her wild man, not even caring about the child. I can't leave here, you arranged to go pick him up. Lu Bolan looked at the time, it was almost 7 o'clock in the evening. If the child was not picked up yet, wouldn't the child have been at school for over 2 hours? He called his daughter, but she didn't answer, so he called his wife. Although she was angry, upon learning that no one had picked up the child, she hurried to the school. He saw Han Shen go into the emergency room and didn't come out again, while Lu Jinan's condition remained the same, so he went back home. At home, the children have already returned and are having dinner. The third child, Han Mei, called Grandpa, she is young and not sensible, easy to coax. The second child, Han Jing, lowered her head and threw rice, pretending not to see Grandpa or hear his words. After dinner, she went upstairs, slamming the door heavily. This child. Lu Bolan asked his wife to speak privately and asked, what's wrong with Chu Chu? Is the company so busy? She didn't go to the company today. I think it's really possible, as Han Shen said. She went to accompany another man. I have to talk about Han Shen, the teacher called him, and he didn't even go to pick up the child. He is becoming more and more unreasonable. Don't talk about Han Shen, he is in the hospital trying to save Grandpa with all his might. I didn't let him leave. What Chu Chu did was wrong. She didn't go to the hospital to encourage Han Shen, but went outside messing around. She really doesn't fear self-destruction. If she likes other men so much, she should just leave Han Shen and be with them. Why engage in such immoral behavior? She has her reasons. Our daughter is already grown up. Oh, speaking of Grandpa, how is his condition? Han Shen said he can sustain his life, but to improve and recover, it's not that easy. Han Chen? Lao Lu, from your tone, how come you are starting to trust him? His character and his medical skills are 2 different things. I still can't stand his recent behavior, but I can't deny that he does have a set of medical skills. The father-in-law and mother-in-law murmured, waiting for their daughter to return. They had to stay to take care of the children. By 11 o'clock in the evening, neither their daughter nor son-in-law had returned, but they heard a loud noise outside. It was the second child, Han Jing, who had smashed a plate of flowers. Accidentally dropped it. Sorry to scare you, I'm going to bed. The 2 old people went up and found their granddaughter had locked the door, and the only thing they heard from inside was that sentence. Then there was no more movement. Lu Chuchu and Han Shen did not return all night. The 2 old people's faces were full of worry. The next day, Lu Bolan went to the hospital and blocked Han Shen in the office, asking, what's wrong, not going home for a night? Aren't you asking knowingly? Can I leave here? Did you ask me to go back? Han Shen retorted. I asked you to treat the sick and save lives, not to abandon your family. If you don't go back, Chu Chu won't go back either. Did you both agree on this? What? Chu Chu didn't go back all night? Han Shen pretended to be surprised, but he actually knew that Lu Chuchu didn't go home because Rueli's people were watching her. Lu Bolan frowned. Obviously Han Shen didn't know that his daughter didn't go home, which meant his daughter was really hiding something from Han Shen. Chuchu was busy with group affairs. Making money? Money is more important than family, more important than you guys. Let her follow the money in the future. Han Shen glanced disdainfully at Lu Bolan. The father-in-law knew his wife very well. Facing his wife's immoral behavior, he was still finding excuses to cover up. With a father like this, where could the daughter end up? Han Shen, don't overgeneralize. If it weren't for the money Chuchu earns, do you think you could live the comfortable life you have now? Your food, clothing, shelter, and transportation are all provided by Chuchu. Don't bite the hand that feeds you. What you're saying is the same as what I'm saying? If you think I stop talking, you must go home tonight, and you must pick up the children in the evening. Last night, Jingjing dropped the flower pot from upstairs. If you can't take care of her properly, I will hold you accountable. The father-in-law didn't give Han Shen a chance to argue. He turned and left. Jingjing. Han Shen frowned, feeling inexplicably conflicted and in pain. Han Shen went to save another person. When he returned to the nursing station, he saw his colleagues all stopping to watch a news report about a fire accident. This is the Red Mansion. How did it catch fire? Han Shen was also attracted, but his focus was on the fact that this was his wife Lu Chuchu's place, a high-end club. it shouldn't have such a serious fire incident. This can only be a man-made fire, and these people are not simple. Beijing faction? Apart from these people, he really can't think of anyone else who dares to make a move on Lu Chuchu's head. Director Han, the victims of this fire have all been sent to the second affiliated hospital. The head nurse saw Han Chen frowning, thinking that Han Chen was sympathizing with the burn victims inside. How many people died? The report above says 3, but in fact, I heard that there are far more. While the head nurse was speaking, her phone rang. After answering the call, she signaled to Han Chen that it was a call from the hospital director, Liang Weili. Han Chen answered the call and was asked to arrange the emergency room as critically injured people were being sent over, including important figures. When he saw the so-called important figures, he was also surprised because it was Lu Xiaochuan's wife and child. Director Han, they have carbon monoxide poisoning. The accompanying doctor handed over the patients to Han Chen and briefed him on the basic situation. Carbon monoxide poisoning? Han Chen didn't say much either, first sent the patients to the emergency room. When he examined them, he found something wrong. It seemed like carbon monoxide poisoning, but there were also some reactions to nerve anesthetics. What a ruthless method. Han Chen seemed to understand a bit. The mastermind at the sanatorium advised him to leave Jiangdong. Now there are murders and arson happening. The Beijing faction must take down Jiangdong. Lu Jingyang, Lu Xiaochuan's family, the Red Mansion was burned. This is what Han Chen is currently dealing with, but in reality, the Beijing faction may have done other things as well. These have nothing to do with me. Han Chen still did his best to save Lu Xiaochuan's family because he is a doctor. Then, more injured people were brought in, from car accidents, drowning, various injuries, all severe. For a while, Han Chen was busier than the emergency department. On the villa side, the mother-in-law saw her daughter return, but Han Chen was not with her. "Mom, where's Dad?" Han Mei, the youngest daughter, asked, then looked expectantly at Lu Chuchu. "Your dad is busy saving people at the hospital. Jingjing, why don't you say hello to Mom? Didn't you see Mom?" Lu Chuchu saw her second daughter bowing her head to read, but with keen eyes, she could see that her second daughter was absent-minded. Hearing this, Han Jing also didn't greet Lu Chuchu, but went straight upstairs, slamming the door shut heavily. "Mom, what's wrong with Jingjing?" Lu Chuchu frowned, but without understanding the situation, she couldn't get angry. Considering that her second daughter had reached a rebellious age, she didn't pay much attention to it. "I don't know, ask her later when you have time." When the mother-in-law had time, she asked her daughter to go to the study for a private chat. "Chuchu, tell me honestly, if you still consider me your mother, tell me the truth, did you go out with that man yesterday?" "No, I was busy with the group's affairs." "Busy with the group's affairs? Do you need to be busy day and night, not coming home at night? In all these years, it's the first time I've seen it." "Mom, you don't understand, so don't ask. I'm a bit tired, I'm going to sleep for a while." "You're tired? Do you know that your dad and I didn't sleep all night last night? We didn't say we were tired. Why are you tired? You and Han Shen didn't come back, leaving the children to us two old people. You guys are really something." "Did Lao Han not come back last night either? Think about your actions yesterday and last night. Which man can tolerate it? What am I after?" Han Chen finished his work in the department and it was late at night. He didn't want to go home and decided to make do on the sofa in the office. Standing by the window, looking at the night sky outside, he couldn't help but feel a bit empty and lonely. The patients he had dealt with today were from the Lu family and the Lu family, many of whom were people he hated or their family members. He still did his best to save their lives on the brink, and this drive should be the duty and kindness of a doctor. Just as he was lost in thought, someone knocked on the door. He went to open it and found his wife, Lu Chuchu. "What are you doing here?" Han Chen was surprised but let his wife in. "Come home, it's more comfortable at home after all." The wife took a glance inside and saw the sofa pillows and blankets, undoubtedly Han Chen's bed. Han Chen remained silent. "Not for me, but for the child. Our second child has been acting strangely these past 2 days, knocking over a flower pot upstairs last night, leaving the faucet running during a bath today, flooding the whole house. She's also been rebellious, not listening to me or my parents. She listens to you the most, you should go back and see." Silence. Han Chen's heart was once again torn violently, then instantly collapsed, having to endure the pain to let it heal. "Let's go." In the end, Han Chen compromised and left with his wife. He noticed there were many bodyguards, and outside there was a convoy of at least 5 or 6 cars. His wife had also changed vehicles, now in an RV, which he knew was a bulletproof car. On the way, his wife sat opposite Han Chen, silently staring at him, and Han Chen stared back at her, both not speaking, just looking at each other. Arriving home, Han Chen found that security had been strengthened around the house, with a sense of unease in the air. At the window of the second daughter's room on the second floor, a small figure could be seen. It was Han Jing. Han Chen went straight to the second floor, knocked on the door, and saw his second daughter with sleepy eyes. It was clear she hadn't been sleeping. "Dad, what's wrong?" "Nothing, I saw the light on here, so I came up to check." "You're still in the stage of brain development, you need to ensure you get enough sleep, stop reading and go to bed early." Han Chen didn't say much, let his daughter sleep, then turned off the light and left. After taking a shower, he also went to bed and saw that his wife had changed into pajamas and was waiting for him. "Honey, yesterday and last night, I was busy with the Lu family's affairs. Do you believe me?" his wife asked. "I believe you. I'm serious. You've had contact with Rueli, so you should know who she is. The casualties you took over today are all related to her, not directly caused by her, but by her team behind her." "I believe you, no need to explain so much. It's late, let's resolve this quickly and go to bed early." Han Chen got into bed and rested. His wife hugged him tightly, lightly biting her lips. Han Chen's direct and rough actions caught her off guard. But what she had done these past 2 days couldn't be let known to Han Chen. She felt guilty towards him, so she didn't defend herself. However, she felt that everything she did was for the Lu family, and telling Han Chen wouldn't help, so not telling him was actually for his own good. "Who is more beautiful, me or Rueli?" his wife suddenly asked. "What are you saying?" Han Chen asked back. "I'm saying, my love, I love you." His wife hugged Han Chen tightly, not wanting to speak. She had a premonition that sending Nie Xiaofeng to find Han Chen was a very wrong move. She might have opened the Pandora's box in Han Chen's body herself. The next day, Han Chen didn't rush to the hospital, but waited for his 2 daughters to wake up, greeted them, saw they were in good spirits, then went to the hospital. His mother-in-law saw this and said to her daughter, "Chu-Chu, you see, if you're not willing to let go, then you should keep Han Chen at home. The children like him." "I can't keep him. He also wants to have his own career." Lu Chu-Chu smiled bitterly. After so many years, she also realized that Han Chen had some qualities she had underestimated or neglected. Being a doctor? What future does that have? Chu-Chu, if Han Chen can't be a doctor, at most the world will be short of one doctor. But you can have a husband who obeys your every command. Can't be a doctor? His medical skills have already shown promise. If he doesn't go to the People's Hospital, he can go to a Chinese hospital, or even to a major hospital in Beijing, Shanghai, or Guangzhou. Beat him up, leave him half disabled. That way, he won't be able to be a doctor, right? That won't do. Don't lose yourself, hesitating, especially at this time. Mom, don't worry about Lao Chen's matters. The school is safe, and if those bastards target the children, their own children won't have it easy either. Just take the children to school. I don't know what to say to you. Helplessly, the mother-in-law shook her head and took the children to school. Later, Lu Chu-Chu also left home, being followed all the way and people attempting to run her over with a car, but they were stopped by her people. She remained calm because she had her own plans. Jiangdong is currently in their hands. The powerful factions from the capital won't easily suppress them. Han Chen was at the hospital handling work and was in a meeting with Liang Weili and others when bad news came from the intensive care unit. Lu Jiejun's infection had reached a critical stage, and his heart had stopped beating. Han Chen and the others rushed to save him but were powerless and could only declare his death. Liang Weili reviewed the entire resuscitation process and found no tampering by Han Chen. He went to report to Lu's people that this was a severe infection after the burns, and there was nothing they could do. When Zhang Xiaolan was brought in, her condition was more severe, but the subsequent infection was milder, so she was still alive. Lu Jinian's situation was also not optimistic. In the evening, he suffered a sudden ventricular fibrillation, and despite Liang Weili, Han Chen, and others taking turns to save him, they couldn't bring him back. In the process of their efforts to save him, Lu Mindong in another ward also couldn't hold on and his heart stopped beating. During the night, another special person died in the hospital, Xian Wu from the Qian family in Jiangdong. Han Chen only attended Lu Jinian's funeral the day before, lit incense, and then left. Although he was officially Lu Chu-Chu's husband, he no longer considered her his wife and even hoped for the collapse of the Lu family. On this day, Han Chen suddenly received a call from Liang Weili, informing him to prepare to receive 16 severely burned patients. 16 severely burned patients? Doesn't the burn unit take them? Do we have the facilities for that? There was a major fire at the Lu family's funeral. The situation is very serious, and we have to create conditions even if we don't have them. Director Han, you are a doctor. Liang Weili spoke seriously and then hung up directly. A major fire broke out at the Lu family's funeral. Are the people from the capital so ruthless? Han Chen felt a chill down his spine, as if he saw a barbarian entering his home unreasonably, declaring ownership, and injuring or killing anyone who resisted. These people are not good news. Han Shan saw the list of injured, most of them surnamed Lu, and one familiar name was Lu Wenwen. At this moment, Lu Wenwen's hair was burnt, her face and skin were blistered, and she was writhing in pain, despite being given painkillers and anesthesia on the way. This face couldn't be saved. Han Shan put away his regret and pity, didn't take pleasure in Lu Wenwen's previous unpleasantness, and instead became a dedicated doctor, giving his all to save her. Working late into the night and stabilizing each patient temporarily, Han Shan finally left the emergency room. When he returned home, he saw his wife still waiting for him and asked, "It's so late, why aren't you sleeping?" "I was waiting for you. How are the injured from the Lu family?" his wife asked. "They are stable for now, but the risk they face is infection. It depends on each individual's condition." After a quick wash, Han Shan went to bed. "What's the relationship between your Lu family and Qianyiwu? Why did your mother go to the Qian family's funeral?" Qianyiwu's original surname is Yan. "So, he's from the same family as your mother." Hearing this, Han Shan understood a bit. His mother-in-law's name was Yen Sushi. Seeing Han Shan's silence, his wife asked, "Aren't you interested in the fire? Aren't you going to ask if Rueli started it? Is this something I should know? Your immortals are fighting. What does it have to do with me?" Lu Chuchu, "Although I don't know Rueli, I don't want to know her, but my intuition tells me she wouldn't do such a thing." "But you would. She's so good. Are you going to be with her in the future?" "After we divorce, if I consider getting married again, I will consider her." "Then you can forget about divorcing me, and don't even think about marrying her." The wife raised her cold eyebrows, straddled Han Shan, and looked down at him. "Han Shan, I forbid you to touch any other woman besides me. Lu Chuchu, you're the one who sent other women to my bed, and now you want me to behave myself. Cut the crap." Han Shan pushed his wife down. The bed was wide enough for him to push her off. "Lu Chuchu, you can't even take care of yourself, yet you're trying to control me. Who the hell do you think you are? Let's not argue about this. I'm not stopping you from being with women, but it has to be with my consent. Rueli is not someone you can handle. I'm telling you to stay away from her for your own good." Lu Chuchu was stunned, being treated rudely by Han Shan for the first time. From Han Shan's behavior of turning hostile at the drop of a hat, she could tell how disrespectful he was towards her. "Why do you care so much about me? Mind your own business. The Lu family has money, but without fangs, they're just fat pigs waiting to be slaughtered. If you can't hold on, ask Han Ning's biological father for help. Yuan Lan's words are not false, I suspect it's your way out. Yuan Lan's words are false. You are Han Ning's biological father, and besides you, there is no other man. Let's stop arguing. I'm tired after a long day, I don't want to come home and argue with you. Do what you want, I'm going to sleep if you don't." The wife naturally chose to do it, otherwise, she wouldn't have waited for Han Shan to this point. She had been under a lot of pressure recently and needed to relieve it. Being with Han Shan was the most relaxing way for her. A night of pleasure, let's skip that part. The next day, on his way to work, Han Shan received a call from Rueli. "Han Ge, can we meet? Aren't you being watched? You still want to meet me? Lu Chuchu won't let you off easy. Besides, with so many injured people, do I even have the time? I knew you would misunderstand and think it was me, but it's not. Many people have come this time, they are more powerful and resourceful than me. The people on my husband's side are also beyond my control. I'm just a weak woman. You are a weak woman." Han Shen didn't comment on Rueli's self-proclaimed weakness. He didn't meet Rueli because he didn't think she was a good person. Yesterday, the ICU suddenly received so many critically injured patients, coupled with the already numerous critically ill patients, the department was even busier now. Han Shen complained to Liang Weili, wanting to transfer some patients to the burn specialist department, but Liang Weili firmly disagreed. Han Shen could ask for resources, but the patients had to stay at the hospital. "You have no bottom line, you should retire." After complaining, Han Shen hung up the phone and saw Lu Xiaochuan come in without knocking. "Han Shen, for the sake of Lu Chuchu, please help my wife and child. Money or goods, just name it, I will satisfy you." Lu Xiaochuan begged, but his tone was domineering. Although his wife and child were out of danger, they had not yet woken up. Inhaling so much neurotoxin had already damaged their brain nerves. "We have done our best, we have not hidden any treatment procedures, you should have consulted other experts outside the hospital. It's already a miracle that their lives can be sustained. Whether they wake up depends on their will. Pray more. I want them to wake up, I don't want to see them still on life support, I don't want them to suffer like this. Just now you mentioned Lu Chuchu, so you should know, in this situation, what would Lu Chuchu do?" Han Shan whispered 2 words, extubation. "You, how could you say such a thing, are you still a doctor?" Lu Xiaochuan's eyes bulged, staring at Han Shan. Once he signed the extubation agreement, it would be like sending his wife and child to their deaths. You said yourself that you don't want them to suffer like this. Extubation is one way. Besides that, we don't have a better solution. Oh, by the way, I do have a more radical private treatment plan. As a last resort, you can try it, but I only have a 1 or 2% chance of success. This is the informed consent form. Think about it. If you want to take a chance, then sign. Han Chen pointed to the agreement on the desk, a common hospital waiver. 1 or 2% chance. Why is it so low? What kind of treatment plan do you have? Show me quickly, I'll ask other doctors. Lu Xiaochuan didn't dare to take the risk. A 1 or 2% certainty was like a death sentence. There isn't a ready-made one, so I can't show you. Han Chen changed the subject, then continued, you are very close to Lu Chuchu, so tell me, who is this man? He let Lu Xiaochuan identify the picture given by Rueli. The man was clearly Mediterranean, not the same person as Lu Xiaochuan in front of him. Who is this? I don't know, but I can ask Lu Chuchu for you. Lu Xiaochuan was also surprised. He didn't expect Lu Chuchu to have another man. Okay, if you have any other gossip about her, you can tell me, or news about Han Ningxing's father. You mean Yuan Lan? I know Lu Chuchu and the others are looking for Yuan Lan, but she disappeared after fleeing to Wuhai. These are things everyone knows. You don't need to waste time repeating them. Lu Xiaochuan, although I don't know exactly what happened outside, I have a feeling that you and your Lu family don't have much time left. If I were you, I would take a chance, wake up 1 or 2 wives and children, immediately transfer them abroad for treatment, and you should also go with them for refuge. Han Chen, you are Lu Chuchu's husband, you are a son-in-law of the Lu family, you can't escape either, we are on the same boat. On the same boat? Don't think so highly of me. As long as I have solid evidence of Lu Chuchu's affair, I will divorce her. Divorce? You wish. Your marriage with Lu Chuchu, it seems like you don't have a say in it. After Lu Xiaochuan left, Han Chen lit a cigarette to calm his emotions, and had to face a reality. His and his wife's status was unequal, not only in terms of wealth, but also deeply ingrained in every aspect of their lives. Married couples have equal rights and obligations. This situation only appears in legal terms. In actual life, there is no couple that is absolutely equal. In Han Chen's marriage, Lu Chuchu was naturally the dominant one. Lu Chuchu, you betrayed me, you disappointed my love for you, you will pay the price. Han Chen persuaded himself not to give up easily. Soon, Nie Xiaofeng knocked on the door. Why are you here again? Almost everyone in the hospital has seen your performance. Aren't you afraid of being recognized? And with your current appearance, you look like a prostitute. Han Chen didn't want to see Nie Xiaofeng. I have no choice. Xiaojie got involved because of me and you. She is suffering like this, I can't bear it. Whatever punishment you want to give me, I accept it. Please save Xiaojie. You guys really don't listen to me. Nie Xiaofeng, now the Lu family and Lu family are in trouble. They are preoccupied. You shouldn't miss this opportunity. Han Chen called the nurse in charge to come in, arranged for the patient's rescue, and then went into the ward. Lu Xiaochuan quickly found Lu Chuchu, sent away Sophie and others, and directly asked, Chuchu, this time you have to help me. You have to let Han Chen use his method to wake up my wife and child. Does Lao Han have a way to wake up your wife and child? Lu Chuchu naturally knew Lu Xiaochuan's situation. She looked at the other party strangely, and was more concerned about whether Han Chen's medical skills were really that high. He said there is a way, although the success rate is not high, but from the way he looks, he should be very confident. But last time I talked to him, my tone was not good, and he was not happy with me. Now, only you can convince him. He may not listen to me about hospital matters. Shu Chu, you can't stand by and watch. Look, I didn't tell him about your situation, otherwise, he would definitely cause trouble for you. Lu Xiaochuan took out a photo and gave it to Lu Chuchu. How do you have this photo? Lu Chuchu felt uneasy. This was given to me by Han Chen, asking me to find out who this man is, and then he would save my wife and child. Chuchu, you go talk to him, otherwise, I really have no choice. You don't want to see my wife and child die like that, right? I have already explained the misunderstanding in this photo to Lao Han. Why is he still holding on to it? These photos were provided to Lao Han by Rueli. Xiaochuan, I have told you before, Lao Han's identity as a doctor has made him close to the people from the capital, and he can be manipulated. If you are not careful, you will fall into their trap. I said from the beginning that the people from the capital are not good. Let everyone be prepared, but everyone was too proud. You all thought that those people would restrain themselves and not dare to play for real, but they came directly with such despicable means, and we were caught off guard. I can't manage so much. I have to fulfill my duties as a husband and father now. I have to save my wife and child at all costs. Choo-choo, you know my situation, so many people from the Lu family have died or been injured, the group's stock market has been targeted, now it's on the brink of bankruptcy, my Lu family is finished, besides my wife and child, what else do I have? Don't get agitated, I will go find Lao Han, I will definitely make him save your wife and child. Lu Choo-choo could see that Lu Xiaochuan was on the verge of collapse, she could only comfort him, otherwise, Lu Xiaochuan would really reveal her situation to Han Shen, and the misunderstanding between her and Han Shen would only deepen. She thought to herself, if Han Shen really has medical skills beyond what I know, then he is my life-saving retreat. Han Shen, if you really have a way to wake up Lu Xiaochuan's wife and child, you can't hide it. We doctors should set aside personal biases and fulfill our duty to save people. Han Shen did not expect Liang Weili to come to him, and to directly challenge his medical ethics. Liang, you know me inside out, and you still say such things, how do you want me to act? If Lu Xiaochuan's wife and child cannot wake up, are you going to blame me? The intensive care unit is the department in our hospital with the most deaths. Are you going to blame the doctors in our department for that? Answer me directly, do you have a way? Everyone has a way, it's just a matter of success rate. I told Lu Xiaochuan that the success rate is less than 10%, but he told you that I am 100% sure? This is irresponsible of him. What kind of plan? I haven't thought it through yet. After he signs, I still need to organize a consultation. With such a low success rate, I still hold a conservative view. Tell me about it first. An immature plan is not presentable, I can't say. Han Shen did not indulge Liang Weili, he made personnel adjustments in the department, transferring several burn patients from the Lu family to Liang Weili's Botu and Shuo to disciples, for them to be in charge of treatment. After work, he went home, and his wife Lu Choo-choo had already returned. After dinner, Han Shen played with his daughter in the game room, and then went to bed early. There was no intimate activity between husband and wife that night, and he had no interest in communicating with Lu Choo-choo. In the following 2 days, Lu Xiaochuan did not provide any useful information to Han Shen, and Han Shen also said the plan was not mature, he was not confident in saving people, and suggested that Lu Xiaochuan transfer to another hospital. Lu Xiaochuan was so angry that he cursed, and then asked Lu Choo-choo to persuade Han Shen. Honey, since you have a good treatment plan, Lu Choo-choo, don't meddle in things that don't concern you, the hospital matters have nothing to do with you. If you have the ability, then you come and take my place. How can you say such things? I want to know everything about the Lu family group, intervene in your projects, do you want me to get involved? Han Shen hung up the phone and went about his business. Some time ago, Han Shen also researched difficult diseases, wanting to do another doctoral thesis, so he arranged for corresponding patients to be admitted. While he was busy with this, a call for help came from the emergency room, where a patient with severe burns from the Lu family had developed an infection, shock, and kidney failure. Liang Weili's students were powerless, watching helplessly as the patient died. In fact, Han Shen also had no good solution. After all, using all available medications had no effect, so he was in a difficult situation. The severely burned person was sent to the People's Hospital and had held on for so many days, while patients with less severe burns had died in other hospitals long ago. Therefore, the Lu family and others couldn't say anything, they could only direct their anger and dissatisfaction towards the person who caused the fire. In the afternoon, explosive news spread within the hospital. Liang Weili was suspected of molesting women during consultations and was taken to the police station. When Han Shen came out of the emergency room, Li Mingzhou pulled him into the office to discuss the hospital's situation regarding Liang Weili. The person with the surname Xia and the person with the surname Nia, those bastards, indeed took action. Han Shen was almost certain of this thought, but still pretended to be very shocked. He said he was just an ordinary doctor, had no authority to express any opinions, and would cooperate with the hospital's arrangements. Han, tell me, will the Lu family save Liang Weili? The Lu family is not my Lu family, I don't know either. Based on what I know about Lu Choo-choo, she probably won't, she has more important things to deal with now. If Liang has a problem, Qin should be coming, right? Yes, this should be the perfect opportunity for Qin. Han Shen had his own problems, he had no ability to extricate himself from these whirlpools, so he could only be low-key and cautious. During his shift, he instructed his subordinates not to discuss Liang Weili's matters to avoid trouble. More patients died due to infections and kidney failure. Han Shen had no power over life and death, he could only offer condolences to the families. But there were also miracles. Zhang Xiaolan's infection improved, she could even remove the tube and ventilator, breathe on her own, and would soon be able to speak again. Burns on the body were still a troublesome issue. Han Shen instructed the medical staff to pay more attention. When he returned home from work, Han Shen found that his father-in-law and mother-in-law had also come. He greeted them, but the two elderly people didn't give him a good face, and he didn't say much either. He let the children play or study on their own and went into the study. Soon, his eldest daughter Han Ning came down from upstairs, went straight to the study, stood in front of Han Chen, and whispered, "Has your investigation made any progress?" "No. I am currently tied up with hospital matters, with no opportunity to investigate. Most importantly, Lu Chuchu is obstructing and covering up." "Then you are useless," Han Ning sneered. "Maybe. Actually, I may not need to continue the investigation, because the results of your and my appraisal are enough to prove everything. Lu Chuchu's stubbornness is temporary. Without important clues, you don't need to say more, you can leave." "Old Han, you are changing, becoming weaker. You must have been intimidated by my mom. You are so spineless, you are doomed in this life." Han Ning was not satisfied with the current situation. She needed to know for sure who her biological father was, to receive paternal love, to make up for the years of absence, for affection and wealth. "Yes, you are right." At this moment, Han Chen had lost the mood to mock the other party as a bastard. He didn't even look at his eldest daughter, but focused on studying medical literature. Han Ning was not interested, and when Lu Chushu knocked on the door outside, she had to go out first. "Lao Han, what did Ning say to you?" Lu Chuchu came in with a fruit plate, all fruits that Han Chen liked. "She wants to know about the result that you think is not real and does not exist. Besides that, she has no other interest in talking to me." I told her, "I don't know." Han Chen was not interested in eating at the moment and gestured for his wife to take it out. "Hey, why don't you believe me in her? Her grades have also dropped recently. Do you want to talk to her and ask her to focus on studying? In terms of managing people, I am not as good as you. You go talk to her." "Lu Chuchu, there is nothing else, you can go out." Han Chen was not interested in talking to his wife. "Oh, one more thing. What do you think about Uncle Liang in the hospital?" "Regarding the matter, I am not on the scene, and the Public Security Bureau is still investigating, so I won't comment. As for the person, my attitude is very clear. He is old and should have retired long ago. Thanks to you, Lu Chuchu, the hospital is facing many challenges now, and it's hard for anyone to handle everything. How can you blame me? You must distinguish between friends and foes clearly. Lao Han, in the face of right and wrong, don't be stubborn and impulsive, otherwise, both I and the children will be harmed because of you. Then tell me, who is the enemy and who is the friend?" "Naturally, we are friends, and besides that, everyone else is an enemy. Including the patients you treat, they only need your medical skills when they need them. When they recover, you are no longer valuable. People eat the same grains and miscellaneous grains, naturally, they also have the same diseases. You learn the same medical skills, the diseases you can see, others can see as well. You are not irreplaceable. I understand what you mean, I am not that important, everything is just my wishful thinking." Han Chen was not angry, made a gesture of invitation, and let his wife go out. After his wife went out, he sneered in his heart. "Are you friends? The ones who hurt me the most are you and your family." During the rest time, the mother-in-law saw her daughter and Han Chen living in the same room. She was a bit puzzled. She thought, how could Han Chen and Chu Chu live together with such a big conflict? Aren't they uncomfortable? But when she approached the door and wanted to ask her daughter, she heard the sound of husband and wife activities inside. Her daughter was very involved. She was of a certain age, and she couldn't help blushing. Can they still have a husband and wife relationship? What are they doing? Han Chen, too, made such a fuss, but in the end, he obediently went to Chu Chu's bed. Divorce? What a hypocritical man! The mother-in-law was even more puzzled, and she looked down on Han Chen, but she praised her daughter more, thinking that her daughter was amazing to handle men. The next day, the mother-in-law got up and didn't see Han Chen. Her daughter was busy with her granddaughter, so she asked, "Where is Han Chen? Is he sleeping in?" "He went to the hospital early." Lu Chuchu settled her daughter and let her parents into the study, then said seriously, "Around 3 o'clock this morning, Xiao Chuan had a car accident. He was rescued at the Chinese medicine hospital for 2 hours, but to no avail. He has been transferred to the People's Hospital. If Lao Han can't do anything, Xiao Chuan will be in trouble." Both the father-in-law and mother-in-law were surprised because they also had high hopes for Lu Xiaochuan. Now that he had a car accident and the situation was so serious, they couldn't help but worry. Was it done by those people? The father-in-law asked. There is no direct evidence to show that it was done by them, but I think it was. Xiao Chuan had a car accident, the situation is grim, and the last pillar of the Lu family has fallen. Lu Chuchu's brow furrowed. This time we were caught off guard by them. No one expected that they would not even give a warning and would directly resort to violence. It's really too much. The father-in-law was very angry and upset, but faced with the powerful Guo Long, he also felt a bit helpless. What we didn't expect was that they would unite like this, 9 families joining forces. The destructive power is terrifying. And they are not lacking in strategies. targeting the Lu family, Yi family, and Lin family, while directly attacking the weaker Lu family to the extreme. In just a few days, they destroyed a family like the Lu family. Their methods can be described as ruthless. What's the next step? Will they negotiate? Have you figured out what they will discuss? Father-in-law asked. We are currently in a passive position, so the agenda will have to be set by them. Let's be flexible. Lu Chuchu said. Let them bring it up first, see what their intentions are. Oh, what about Liang Weili? He couldn't have made such a low-level mistake. He was framed. You have to find a way to protect Liang Weili. He works for our Lu family, otherwise, others will be chilled. Dad, don't think about such good things. Uncle Liang can't be saved. Old Han said last night, after Uncle Liang, the hospital affairs will be controlled by a woman named Qin Yueru. She comes from the capital hospital. Uncle Liang got into trouble, and Qin Yueru parachuted in. Is it a coincidence? No, it's a conspiracy. Uncle Liang should step down as the hospital's agent. Let it be handled by old Han. Han Chen? He's a wolf in sheep's clothing. He won't work hard for the Lu family. Father-in-law still disapproved of Han Chen. I will persuade him. He must listen to me too. Lu Chuchu said. Persuade? How will you persuade him? He's not happy now. He won't come back if he's offended. I can even lose face. He thinks he's powerful. Dad, don't talk about old Han like that. He will soon come to his senses and stop causing trouble. Old man, just trust Chuchu. She understands Han Chen better than we do. Mother-in-law also spoke up for her daughter, knowing that her daughter had the ability to handle men. Han Chen thought it would be very contradictory, because Lu Xiaochuan and his wife Lu Chuchu had a close relationship. If there was an affair, it was not impossible. Even if there was no romantic relationship, letting Lu Xiaochuan die would weaken his wife. However, once he entered the hospital, entered the emergency room, he had no such concerns, only his duty as a doctor. After an urgent rescue, Han Chen stabilized Lu Xiaochuan's injuries, temporarily removing the threat to his life. By noon, Lu Xiaochuan briefly woke up once, making all medical staff breathe a sigh of relief, and Han Chen could give Lu Chuchu an answer. In the afternoon, the leaders of the relevant departments of the province, led by Qin Yueru, came to take office. Because Han Chen was busy saving people, he did not go to welcome them in line, did not attend the meeting, and did not participate in the evening reception. However, when he came out of the emergency room and returned to his office, he saw Qin Yueru, mature, beautiful, and full of spirit, sitting in his seat. Obviously, she came specifically for him. Director Qin, do you have any work to assign? Director Han, I have long admired your name, and now that I see you in person, your image is even more vivid. I am pleased to meet you. Qin Yueru stood up and shook hands with Han Chen. A bad reputation is true. I've been busy all day. I'm tired now. I won't discuss work with you. I need to go home and rest. Tomorrow's workload is heavy. Han Chen yawned, forced himself to be alert, took his briefcase, and left work. In the parking lot, Qin Yueru couldn't see Han Chen's car, so she walked to a corner and got into her car. Inside the car, there was another person, Rue Li. They were a team. How did the conversation with brother Han go? Rue Li asked. He is wary of me, citing physical fatigue as a reason, and didn't give me a chance to talk. Qin Yueru was a little disappointed and slightly resentful, feeling that she was not respected by Han Chen, but also more interested in him. What's your impression of him? Rue Li asked again, feeling that Han Chen might not trust them as outsiders. She was no exception, even if she had a relationship beyond friendship with him. Speaking of medical skills, he first identified the cholera virus in your mother-in-law, cured her, and successfully performed several highly difficult surgeries. He is straightforward and should be a reliable friend, but with the current turbulent situation, he may offend many people, and his vulnerability may lead to suspicion. The matter of his wife and children did not defeat him, which surprised me. You have dealt with him before. What is your opinion of him? He is fragile yet strong. Besides himself, I doubt anyone trusts him. Oh, how should I interact with him? How can I show goodwill? I don't know. Rue Li avoided discussing this issue. Perhaps she really didn't know enough about Han Chen. Then I will proceed according to the plan. Jiangdong is a closed system, impervious to outside influence. For so many years, they have not been able to intervene, but unexpectedly, the small people's hospital has become a very smooth breaking point. Rue Li sighed softly, with Han Chen's figure in her mind. Yes, but we have to thank Han Chen for this. Qin Yueru smiled slightly. After taking full charge of the work, she would replace the drug suppliers, and their people would take over the hospital completely. You really should thank him. This time, the director Liang Weili is embroiled in a medical dispute, and Han Chen is involved. Oh, what did he do? I'm not sure. I suspect it's him, but there's no evidence. I think his wife also suspects him and is probably looking for evidence. His wife wants to harm him? It's not impossible that Lu Chuchu wants to restore her position as the wife, hee. Lao Han, what do you think of the new arrival Qin Yueru? His wife asked, looking tenderly at Han Chen brushing his teeth. Han Chen paused in his brushing and only said after cleaning up, can someone who is directly parachuted in be simple? She can stand out either by her appearance or her abilities. At the moment, I only see her appearance, not her abilities. His wife didn't rush to speak, but turned off the lights and rested with Han Chen. I'm not in the mood, let's sleep. Han Chen was indeed very tired, but not incapable. His wife had also been busy all day, but on the way home, in the comfortable and stable RV, even after dinner just now, she had a nap, and her energy was fully replenished. She had something to say to Han Chen. Honey, you definitely don't want to stay under others for long. Do you want to compete for the position of the hospital director? I don't have the qualifications, nor do I deserve them. It's unrealistic, so let's not talk about it. His wife didn't bring it up again. The next day, before Han Chen left, his father-in-law stopped him and asked, how is Xiaochuan doing? His life is temporarily saved, but he has too many injuries, especially the spinal cord injury, which is very critical. The next surgery can completely save his life. Han Chen said so. As long as there is no risk to his life, that's good. When can he recover and leave the hospital? The father-in-law's worries lessened a lot, even though he didn't know that Lu Xiaochuan was still in the intensive care unit, but after hearing Han Chen's words, he felt that Lu Xiaochuan would recover. Recover and leave the hospital? It may take some time. Let's see how the follow-up treatment goes. Han Chen didn't waste time with his father-in-law and left in his car. When he arrived at the hospital, he found that the little nurse Li Qin, who was supposed to be recovering and leaving the hospital, was like a plaster, using the excuse of protecting him to track and monitor him. You can't even protect yourself, yet you're causing trouble for me. Han Chen's mouth twitched coldly. He first arranged the medical work in the department, then went to the hospital for a meeting. When Qin Yueru got off the car, all deputy directors and above physicians of the hospital had to be present to listen to Qin Yueru's speech. However, Han Chen did not give face to Qin Yueru. After listening for a few minutes, he left on the pretext of an emergency in the intensive care unit. Qin Yueru was a little unhappy, but she didn't make things difficult. She continued to instill her management philosophy to her subordinates, and then issued a notice involving personnel changes. Those with a little workplace experience present knew that Qin Yueru was running a one-man show. Su Jiguan was particularly unhappy, thinking that Liang Weili had left and he would have a chance, but he didn't expect a tough iron lady to be parachuted in, catching them off guard. Back in the office, he called the old man for advice. Let her be strong, just focus on moving forward or backward with Han Chen. Han Chen? What's so special about him that I should treat him like this? Don't you know who he is? He's the son-in-law of the Lu family, the head of the Lu group, and the husband of Miss Lu Chuchu of the Lu family. But, he said his wife was a hostess at a nightclub. How could she be the daughter of the Lu family? Is there a mistake here? You really have no insight at all. What should I say about you? If you don't know what to do, then don't do anything, just hold on to your basics. Su Jiguang saw the old man's attitude change, so he could only nod and agree. After the call ended, he breathed a sigh of relief. Back in the present, he felt a headache. In this hospital, he was the one with the biggest conflict with Han Chen. How could he move forward or backward with him? Han Chen was giving instructions in the emergency room when the head nurse came in and said that Li Mingzhou wanted to see him, so Han Chen went over. Han, there's something that needs your decision. Liang Weili fell ill in the detention center and may be sent to our hospital. Li Mingzhou got straight to the point. This is up to Qin Yuan and your decision, no need to ask me. Besides, if Liang Weili is sent to the hospital, he will be admitted to the general ward or the cardiology department, not directly to our intensive care unit. Han Chen could understand Li Mingzhou's unfamiliarity with hospital procedures, but Qin Yueru couldn't possibly not know. Qin Yuan's intention is for you to arrange it. If you agree, he will be placed in the intensive care unit. Less trouble is better than more, I disagree. Han Chen said so, not wanting to see Liang Weili. Li Mingzhou went to report back to Qin Yueru, but half an hour later, Han Chen received a message from the head nurse to go to a certain ward, where he saw Liang Weili. This damn woman Qin Yueru. A hint of hostility rose in Han Chen's heart, but he also fulfilled his duty as a doctor and examined Liang Weili. Apart from high blood pressure shown on the instruments, Liang Weili also had some heart problems. Originally, Liang Weili knew how to take medication and take care of himself to control the situation, but this time he was stimulated, and the situation suddenly became serious. He came to a rather serious conclusion to deal with the police comrades. After sending the others away, Han Chen looked at the dozing Liang Weili, cleared his throat, and said, "Liang, I've told you to leave the hospital to avoid any trouble. They say experience comes with age. You should have understood the situation when you knew Qin Yueru was coming. This time, you were outsmarted by her, right?" Liang Weili opened his eyes, looked around, and said, "Han Chen, the hospital has fallen into the hands of others. You won't have the same stable work environment as before and now. Don't trust those outsiders brought in by Qin Yueru. Even so, who are you thinking of?" Han Chen didn't appreciate it. He didn't want to go back to his old life now, which was deceitful, treacherous, humiliating, and pathetic. "Han Chen, listen to me, this is all for your own good." "Then I thank you. You can continue lying down." Han Chen went out and saw Sophie had just arrived, apparently about to knock on the door. "Han, I was just looking for you, let's talk for a bit." Sophie quickly caught up with Han Chen and went to the end of the corridor. "If you have something to say, just say it." Han Chen looked at Sophie. She hadn't been driven away by the Beijing faction, so she must have been staying by Lu Chuchu's side all along. "I've already reached a settlement with that woman who extorted Liang. We gave her some money, and she won't sue or pursue Liang anymore. We want President Liang to come back to the hospital. I object to his return, he's getting old. What's the point of all this fuss? In the future, if it's about the Lu family's affairs, don't tell me, I don't need to know, and I'm not interested." Han Chen was very disappointed, thinking that Sophie could say something, but unexpectedly, Sophie thought that Han Chen would help Liang Weili and the Lu family. "When you get to the hospital, go get a scan and see how severe your breast hyperplasia is." "I'm not sick." When Sophie saw Han Chen walk away, she took a look at Liang Weili and then left the hospital. In the car, she reported to Lu Chuchu. "Han Gu refused, still unwilling to help us. I'll take care of his work, you need to follow up, don't let that woman change her mind, make her leave Jiangdong as soon as possible. Without my consent, don't go to the People's Hospital." Li Qin found some disguised foreign experts. "Is Han Gu safe?" Sophie thought that Han Chen was surrounded by people from Beijing, and she suddenly became worried. Han Chen was busy, and the head nurse came to find him again, asking him to go to Li Mingzhou's office. "Director Han, there's an order from above for us to send our best doctor to the Chinese medicine hospital for a consultation. There's a retired senior's family member in critical condition. Our department can only send you over." Han Chen frowned and went to arrange the work. Then he met with other experts and professors from other departments, led by Su Jiguang, and went to the Chinese medicine hospital together. The patient was very old, a 90-year-old lady with brain atrophy, degraded heart function, and failing organs. To put it bluntly, she was beyond medical help and only waiting to die. However, the retired senior and higher-ups wanted to prolong the old lady's life, so the experts had to come up with a solution. Han Chen and the other experts couldn't meet the family's demands, and the consultation lasted for 3 to 4 hours. After having a meal, when Han Chen and the others returned to the hospital, it was already 8 o'clock at night. When he entered the intensive care unit, Han Chen felt a sense of defeat and negativity, even too quiet. When he wasn't in the department, several burn patients suddenly deteriorated and died despite rescue efforts. He reviewed the patient's conditions and the doctor's rescue records, even the public recordings in the emergency room, all showing normal rescue procedures. Was it just a coincidence? If he were to investigate further, he might make new discoveries, but who would support him? Han Chen had doubts but felt powerless. The burn patients had already been taken to the funeral home, unrecognizable, and their bodies likely cremated with the family's consent. Even if the family wanted an autopsy, they would face layers of resistance and struggle to get results. Han Chen wasn't avoiding trouble out of fear, he was just suspicious and lacked solid evidence that no one would believe. At the same time, his divorce with Lu Chuchu was a major issue, but without any progress, he could only try to avoid other legal entanglements. When he got home, Han Chen could see that his in-laws were looking at him strangely, probably blaming him for not saving the Lu family effectively, deeming him an incompetent doctor. "The people who set the fire and harmed them, you don't go after them, but instead blame me. This is bullying the weak and fearing the strong." Han Chen thought this way because he was going to divorce Lu Chuchu, and his in-laws were no longer his in-laws, so he didn't care about their opinions. His in-laws were now very critical, almost harsh, so he didn't need to please these two people who were annoyed with him. His wife was busy in the study, and Han Chen didn't disturb her. He was tired himself, so he took a shower, had the nanny take care of their daughter's bedtime routine, then went to bed and fell asleep. In a daze, he felt his wife snuggling into his arms, and he woke up. "Did I disturb you? You look so tired, let's not do it tonight." "It's okay, I want it tonight." Han Chen pressed on, swaying for a long time. In that ultimate moment, he saw the shadow of his wife beneath him, mixed with 2 or 3 women including Ruili. After finishing, the people of the Lu family, I have done my best, but there are things beyond medical skills that I cannot do. I know, you were arranged to attend a consultation, couldn't stay at the hospital, couldn't go to rescue them in time, you were overwhelmed, it's not your fault. The medical expenses of the Lu family have not been settled, has their property also been encroached upon? Naturally, the Lu family's group and property have been divided up, done by Rueli and her group. They have also bought and named a new building in Jiangdong, calling it the New World. The next day, Han Chen went to the hospital and saw the content of the documents that needed to be signed. It turned out to be transferring all the people of the Lu family, including Lu Xiaochuan, out of the People's Hospital. This is playing with people's lives. Han Chen was greatly shocked, and hurried to find Li Mingzhou, who was also innocent, saying it was the arrangement of the hospital leadership. He called Qin Yueru to ask for the reason. Qin Yueru only said it was a decision of the hospital leadership, asking him to only be responsible for execution. Liang Weili still had some feelings for the hospital, but the newly arrived Qin Yueru was really despicable, a politician without any emotions. Han Chen had no way to stop it, and could only send Lu Xiaochuan and the others away. Suddenly, many wards in the intensive care unit were vacant, and Han Chen was no longer busy. He received a call from Su Jiguang, weighed the situation, and went over. "Oh, Director Han, you've come, please sit down." Su Jiguang warmly welcomed him, took out the best tea leaves, and personally brewed tea for Han Chen. "Just say what you have to say." Han Chen was quite surprised. A few days ago, he and Su Jiguang were still at odds. The other even said that if there was someone surnamed Han in the hospital, there wouldn't be anyone surnamed Su, and vice versa. "Director Han, I didn't know much about you before. I have offended you, I apologize to you, I hope you can forgive me." Su Jiguang sincerely apologized this time. As the son-in-law of the Lu family, and also the husband of Lu Chuchu, his status and influence were much higher. "Oh, you know who I am now?" Han Chen felt bored, even ashamed in his heart. Only he knew that behind the label of being Lu Chuchu's husband and the son-in-law of the Lu family, there was more than a decade of deception and suppression. "Yes, your connection with the Lu family is so deep, and I didn't know at all, it was my negligence. I have offended you, it's a sin. I won't do it again, I will definitely respect Director Han." Su Jiguang quickly expressed his position. "In the hospital, only Liang Weili knows my identity." So, during the incident in the dormitory last time, he knew there was another story behind it. "But you guys." "Yes, we misunderstood you, I have to apologize to you, I apologize to you. I was wrong, I'm sorry." After Su Jiguang finished speaking, he bowed and apologized to Han Chen. "You didn't do anything wrong, at that time our positions were different, that's all." Han Chen looked at Su Jiguang, he had a plan. He glanced at the door. Su Jiguang saw this and quickly said, "What is said here? Only the heavens and the earth know, you know, and I know, there won't be a third person knowing. Director Han, please give your orders. What do you think of our new director Qin?" "Director Han, wait a moment, let me show you something." Su Jiguang took out a job transfer notice from the drawer and handed it to Han Chen. This was Qin Yueru transferring him out of the People's Hospital and recommending him to be the director of the second People's Hospital. "I don't want to leave the People's Hospital, after all, I have worked here for so many years, without credit, it has also consumed my efforts. Going to the second hospital as the director, removing the deputy title, this is a good opportunity for promotion and wealth." Han Chen smiled. This Qin Yueru even moved Su Jiguang. She wanted to make a leap in one go. But Su Jiguang was the representative leader of the Su faction in the hospital. Moving Su Jiguang meant moving the Su faction. Where is the promotion and wealth? This is being kicked out. Su Jiguang's face was full of unwillingness, very obvious. "Why did Qin Yueru invite you out of the hospital? What's the trick behind this?" "She wants to arrange her own people, those from the capital. As far as I know, the people from the capital value the strategic position of the People's Hospital very much. What Qin Yueru is implementing now may be their so-called lighthouse project. Our hospital is the guiding light, guiding the people from the capital in. The hospital is a lighthouse, a base, allowing people from the capital to enter Jiangdong, which is indeed a great way. But is it necessary? You are so fierce, able to strike the Lu family like a thunderbolt, intimidate the Lu family, Yin family, and others. If you enter Jiangdong, wouldn't it be like crossing a street after 4 in the morning? Han Chen asked Su Jiguang not to rush to agree to Qin Yueru, to negotiate conditions and stall for time, and he was also thinking of tripping Qin Yueru up. Of course, he was weak in ability, had no connections, and once he left the hospital, he was just an ordinary weakling who could only rely on others. After arranging some work, he left the hospital and went to the sanatorium, where Rueli was waiting inside. "Han Ji, you're here." Rueli met Han Chen, her cheeks blushing shyly. "What is your relationship with Qin Yueru?" Han Shen asked, looking at Rueli, a beautiful woman he had seen her charm before, and now he had the idea of revisiting it, but he couldn't. How should I put it? You both come from the capital and have a very intimate friendship, a cooperative relationship for mutual benefit, or, to be blunt, if I ask you to betray her, would you do it? She has no relationship with me as a relative or friend, but she is related to my mother-in-law's family. She is my mother-in-law's relative. If you want me to betray her, you have to give me a reason, you have to convince me. Rueli looked at Han Shen strangely. She had always thought he was just a simple doctor, but she didn't expect that he also had a side that could set traps for others. I cannot agree with some of her behaviors and styles. I understand what you mean. I'll make a less excessive request. You show me her information, and you don't need to do anything else. That's fine. Rueli readily agreed, took out a tablet, pulled up the relevant information, and handed it to Han Shen. Han Shen quickly browsed through it, made notes, then went to the window and started smoking. Rueli quietly watched on the side without approaching. She was also scrutinizing this man, the man who had won her chastity, the man she would never forget in her life. After a long time, Han Shen smoked 2 cigarettes in a row, sighed, bid farewell to Rueli, exchanged a few pleasantries with Fu Fangfang, and then left. When he returned home at night, Han Shen found that his eldest daughter had returned to the girls' school, which should have eliminated the hidden danger. He suspected it was because of Lu Chuchu's ability, or suspected it was Han Ning's biological father. Thinking of this, he felt dissatisfied and helpless, and could only endure it. After comforting the children, Han Shen knocked on the door, entered his wife's study, saw his wife holding a phone that was not the one usually used at home, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Are you busy?" I'll come back later. Talking to Sophie, it's done. His wife put the phone in the drawer, smiled and asked, "Lao Han, it's rare, you almost never come in at this time, is there something you want from me? Tell me, hee. Let's talk about some hospital matters." "Oh, mainly about Liang Weili. He actually has no problem. Staying in the hospital for further treatment is a waste of public medical resources, and now the hospital is under Qin Yueru's control. Isn't it awkward for him to stay there? Tomorrow, you should discharge him." Han Shen had sharp eyes. He saw Lu Chuchu's little movements, and also saw that the phone was not hung up. He really wanted to go up and see who she was chatting with. "You can tell him about this tomorrow, he will listen to you." Lu Chuchu saw Han Shen nod and leave, and asked anxiously, "Is it just this matter? Is there nothing else?" "Nothing else. You guys continue." Han Shen's tone was cold. He walked out and slammed the door shut heavily. He didn't want to stay at home, so he grabbed his briefcase and left. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, thinking to himself, "Lu Chuchu, you despicable woman, chatting with your lover at home and making me beg you, even making me beg you in front of your lover, you are truly shameless. This home is no longer bearable." Han Shen originally wanted to go for a drink, but alcohol would numb his senses and he feared losing opportunities in this turbulent environment. Lu Chuchu refused to acknowledge the paternity test report of Han Ning, pretending to be ignorant and treating him like a fool. Now she was flirting with other men in front of him and making him beg her, which was a great humiliation. Revenge. Revenge must be taken. Han Shen initially wanted to part amicably, but Lu Chuchu went too far, forcing him onto the path of revenge. He arrived at the West River, set up his fishing rod, and contemplated. After a long time, it was late at night. The maid Li Qin arrived and said directly, "Han Shen, you need to come back with me now. Miss Lu requested it. You're just a lackey. You can't even protect yourself." Han Shen said coldly, giving the maid a resounding slap. "You started it first, so don't blame me." The maid was angry and planned to teach Han Shen a lesson. She didn't hit his face but kicked his body a few times. Just then, someone nearby flashed a flashlight at her, making her feel ambushed. She dared not move. "There are people watching. If you don't want to end up in the river, then get lost." Han Shen sat back down, his calm demeanor truly intimidating the maid. She returned to the car and called Lu Chuchu to report the situation. Shortly after, many cars arrived on the riverside road, belonging to Lu Chuchu and her bodyguards. Lu Chuchu came to Han Shen, frowned, and said, "Old Han, come back with me." "Lu Chuchu, the people from the capital have opened up a new world in Jiangdong, developing together with your Jiangdong faction. The situation is peaceful, and your crisis has passed. Our business is settled, so now we need to consider our personal matters. We should get a divorce." Han Shen smoked a cigarette, speaking very calmly and indifferently. "You want a divorce again? Are you never satisfied?" Lu Chuchu furrowed her brows tightly. "Han Ning's biological father is not me. During this time, if I didn't remind you, would you really think we could turn the page?" I said. "Just because you say it's not, it's not? You refuse to accept the test results, so they're not valid? You think a low probability of error can override a high probability? You're just trying to cover up your filthy affair. I really didn't. Lu Chu, do you know? During this time, I've also investigated your company's operations, as well as your successful projects over the years. I found that you don't have the capability to rapidly advance the Lu family 3 levels in such a short time, nor to continuously expand your wealth. Also, how did you manage to safely navigate the crisis your Lu family group faced? You must have had someone supporting you from the outside. What are you trying to say? I've investigated your business trips, especially the longer ones lasting 3 days, 5 days, a week, or even longer. You claimed they were for work, and I believed you. But during my investigation, I noticed something strange. The timelines of your group's business activities didn't match up. However, you didn't return empty-handed. After your trips, the group would have new projects or receive financing. Isn't it obvious? Someone is supporting you, someone believes in you and your Lu family, and your success is not solely your own. So, what have you given in return? Why don't you just say it clearly? What do you want to do? Lu Chu was shocked to find out that Han Chen had been investigating her during this time. Actions speak louder than words, and she had left traces behind. What do I have to do? Haven't I told you 100 times already? Divorce. After the divorce, you can be with your lover, Han Ning's biological father, or anyone else. You live your life, and I'll live mine. We won't bother each other. Don't even think about it. I won't divorce you. I'll wait for you until midnight. If you don't come home with me, then don't bother coming back. Stay here and fish. The wind was cold by the river. Han Chen didn't stay here to freeze. After calming down, he packed up and returned to the city, booked a room at a hotel, and rested well for the night. The next day, when he arrived at the lobby, he saw the young maid Li Qin, who was apparently there to monitor him. He ignored her and went straight back to the hospital. In the hospital, Qin Yueru continued to arrange personnel, firmly controlling the finance and personnel departments. Su Jiguang kept delaying his visit to the second hospital. If it was unavoidable, he would take sick leave and rest at home. Han Chen didn't go home. Instead, he stayed at the hospital dormitory or went to the laboratory in the economic development zone. Several days later, Han Chen came out of the emergency room, went to the office to drink water, and Su Fei knocked on the door and entered. I'm not here because of Lu Chu's business. You don't need to waste your breath. Just leave wherever you came from, Han Chen said first. No, Han Ji, I'm here to ask for your help for someone, Su Fei said. Who? Is she brought to the hospital? Li Qin, at your home. She suddenly felt weak today and couldn't get out of bed. My housemaid? She's under Lu Chu's responsibility. But if needed, I'll arrange for an ambulance to bring her to the hospital for a checkup. Han Chen looked at Su Fei, then called the 120 emergency service to arrange for someone to pick up Li Qin. Han Ji, aren't you going back yourself? You guys don't treat me as a human being. You're just too full of yourselves. Han Chen said coldly, pulled up a medical record, glanced at it, then returned to the special care ward, ignoring Su Fei. In the afternoon, he also saw Li Qin's medical records, showing muscle weakness. Han Chen advised the attending physician to follow routine treatment and suggested transferring her to a major hospital in Beijing, Shanghai, or Guangzhou for further examination and treatment. Unexpectedly, Qin Yueru came and asked Han Chen to take over Li Qin's treatment, with a tone that implied he must cure Li Qin. Han Chen was very unhappy about it but didn't argue. Since Qin Yueru asked him to treat her, he transferred Li Qin to the intensive care unit, discussed a routine treatment plan with his subordinates, and arranged for Li Qin accordingly. After 2 days of treatment, Li Qin's condition did not improve but worsened. Han Chen suggested transferring her to another hospital. Shortly after, his wife called and said directly to Han Chen, Lao Han, don't let personal bias and emotions cloud your judgment. I know you can cure Li Qin's illness, just do your best. What do you take me for? A miracle worker? If you really care about her, listen to me and transfer her to a hospital in Beijing, Shanghai, or Guangzhou. I can arrange for her transfer. Come home tonight. Go home? Won't I be disturbing you and your lover? I haven't done anything wrong to you. Don't jump to conclusions. Also, the child needs you. The child? Whose child? Your child with your wild man outside? Han Chen hung up the phone, and when his wife called again, he immediately blocked her. A moment later, Qin Yueru came over, closed the door, and said directly to Han Chen, Director Han, what's going on? I asked you to cure Li Qin, but her condition is getting worse. This doesn't match your medical skills and reputation. Qin Yuan, do you understand myasthenia gravis? Han Chen said calmly, very dissatisfied with Qin Yueru, but he didn't get angry because he knew that anger wouldn't solve the problem. I may not be as skilled as you in medicine, but what I can't do, you can. You can perform difficult surgeries like conjoined twin separation, so I believe you can cure Li Qin as well. Xin Yuan, I see Director Liang's shadow on you. Forget it, there's no point in saying more. I'll go check on Li Qin again. Han Shen didn't argue, left the office, called his subordinates over, and discussed Li Qin's treatment. They worked hard, but didn't see any improvement. Li Qin's condition continued to deteriorate. The next day, Xin Yueru looked at the treatment report related to Li Qin. She went to the intensive care unit, gathered Han Shen and others, and said, Li Qin's treatment situation is not ideal, the family is very dissatisfied, you must come up with an improved plan, you must stabilize Li Qin's condition and help her recover. Many doctors and experts remained silent, but all looked at Han Shen. Han Shen also remained silent. At this moment he was not thinking about treatment plans, but why Xin Yueru valued Li Qin so much. Was she testing his abilities, or was she being coerced by Lu Chuchu? After completing this treatment plan, if there is no improvement tomorrow, try another plan. Han Shen said solemnly, proposing a change in medication, either replacing it with similar drugs or increasing the dosage. After all, it was myasthenia gravis. Xin Yueru saw Han Shen so calm, and many doctors agreed. She didn't say anything, wanting to talk to Han Shen alone, but Han Shen used the excuse of rescuing patients and didn't give her time. She arranged for a young deputy chief physician from the hospital to follow up, urging Han Shen and others to treat Li Qin at any time. The head nurse came to the emergency room, and when Han Shen was not busy, she led him to a ward where the former dean lived, the old professor who came to Han Shen's house last time with Liang Weili to invite him out. Han Shen, you can't let these outsiders like Xin Yueru make the hospital chaotic. If you want to make a difference, our hospital faction is willing to support you. The old professor got straight to the point. You finally can't sit still. However, relying solely on you and us is not enough, we need to bring in Su Jiguang and his group. Han Shen also knew about the hospital faction. He had eliminated the Liang faction and Su faction some time ago, without touching the people from the hospital faction, all for this moment. In fact, with the entry of Qin Yueru from the Beijing faction, the Liang faction, Su faction, and hospital faction were all being marginalized. They didn't want to sit back and wait for death, they had to fight back. Our hospital must return to our hands, return to its original purpose and meaning. Here we only treat the sick and save lives, without deceit and intrigue. The old dean said firmly, I trust you, and I am willing to do this. I have been in the hospital for more than 10 or 20 years, although I have not made any contributions in these years, just slacking off, but it does not diminish the significance of the hospital to me. Han Shen and the old professor discussed for a long time and reached an agreement before parting ways. After work, Sophie pushed open the door to Han Shen's office and said, Han Ji, you missed your second daughter's school program rehearsal yesterday, but that's fine, today is her official performance, if you don't go, she might be upset. After making a call, she handed the phone to Han Shen, but the next moment Han Shen directly put the phone in a cup of water. The phone got wet and quickly cooled down. You have to compensate me, this is the new phone I just got. Claim it from Lu Chu, and ask her to go to the school. If she says she's busy, then just tell her, don't just focus on your lover, neglecting the child in front of you, she will regret it in the future. I've already passed on Sister Lu's words, whether you go to school or not, that's your business. Sophie was angry, turned around, slammed the door, and left. Han Jing, don't blame me, it's not that I don't want to go see your performance, it's not that I don't want to witness your success, it's not that I don't want to share your joy, but I'm not qualified. I'm not your father, I don't have the right to accompany you in your growth anymore. You are not my daughter, forgive my narrow-mindedness. Han Shen was very heartbroken. He was also very clear about his second daughter's personality. He knew that his second daughter was going through a sensitive rebellious period. As long as she got through this stage, she would be as outstanding as her older sister Han Ning. Han Shen found through surveillance that Sophie and others were waiting next to his car. As long as he got out, he would definitely be forcibly taken away by Sophie and the others. He came up with a plan to escape like a cicada shedding its shell, using an ambulance to leave the hospital, meet up with Fu Fangfang outside, and go to Fu Fangfang's lakeside villa. This place was given to her by the developer, and she rarely visited, no more than 5 times a month. She was excited all the way, thinking something might happen between her and Han Shen. But even when they arrived at the villa, she found Han Shen to be polite, and he didn't give her any hints until they left. Maybe he just doesn't have that intention, and what's wrong with me? Thinking about a man like this, I'm not afraid of being laughed at. On the way back, Fu Fangfang couldn't help but smile in embarrassment. Han Shen, on the other hand, had no romantic intentions at all. He just wanted to find a place where no one would disturb him and have a good night's sleep. That night, with no interruptions, he slept very comfortably. The next day, he continued working. Qin Yueru looked at Li Qin's test report and found that her condition had worsened. She went to find Han Shen, who didn't propose any radical treatment plans, only replacing similar drugs and increasing the dosage. Han Shen didn't say much, and he and his colleagues implemented the treatment plan. Back in the office, he saw Sophie had come uninvited. Han Gu, where did you go last night? Han Shen didn't answer but handed her a requisition form to get an X-ray. I'm not sick. No, you are sick. Otherwise, why would you come to the hospital if you're not sick? Han Shen had someone escort Sophie out and arranged for a nurse to guide her through the medical process, closely following Sophie. Wherever Sophie went, the nurse followed, loudly reminding her not to avoid medical treatment. If she stayed in the hospital any longer, everyone would probably know that Sophie had breast hyperplasia, so Sophie had to leave. Li Mingzhou came to find Han Shen, inquiring about Li Qin's treatment. But Han Shen didn't change his stance, suggesting transferring to another hospital since there was no effective treatment plan. Han Gu, aren't you the best doctor? If you can't do it, can other hospitals do it? Li Mingzhou wanted to say that Han Shen was shirking his responsibilities, which wasn't something a doctor should do. Don't give me that high praise, I can't handle it. Han Shen didn't engage with Li Mingzhou and made an excuse to leave the ward. After finishing Li Qin's examination, she asked Han Shen to stay. She weakly said, Miss Lu said your medical skills are very good, that you can cure me. But now I'm not improving. Are you deliberately not curing me? Because I offended you before? You're overthinking it. Your treatment plan is based on all the test results and the best plan agreed upon by all the experts and professors, and only after everyone agrees will it be implemented. You overestimate me, I'm just an ordinary person. Without the relationship with Miss Lu Chuchu, I'm even more insignificant. If you don't trust our hospital, I suggest you transfer to another one. Han Shen went out and told the doctors arranged by Qin Yueru that Li Qin had doubts about the hospital's treatment, urging everyone to do their best at work. If Li Qin was still unsatisfied, then she should transfer to another hospital. The nurse came to inform Han Shen to attend an expert consultation in the main building. This Qin surname person is really good at giving orders, she won't stay in the hospital for long. Han Shen smoked a cigarette on the corridor bridge before going to the consultation. In the meeting room, Lu Bolan and other members of the Lu family were present, even Liang Weili came, but the one presiding over the meeting was Qin Yueru. Han Shen looked at the patient who needed consultation, a member of the Lu family, Lu Jilin. Lu Jilin, the father of Lu Sheng from the 9th chemical plant. However, this was a minor problem. The elderly man had high blood pressure, felt a bit dizzy, fell down, but after the X-ray, there was no bleeding in the brain, so there was no need for surgery. Han Shen even refused to go to the ward to see the patients, but directly agreed with the plan proposed by the experts present, and then left. To his surprise, in the afternoon when he came out of the intensive care unit, he heard the news that Lu Jilin had died on the operating table. The next moment, Han Shen was called to the conference room to watch the surgical video of Lu Jilin with many hospital experts and professors. Director Han, do you think there was a problem during the surgery? Qin Yueru began to inquire. No, if I were the surgeon, I would have performed the same operation, all following the textbook-style procedural standardization. Han Shen said this, but in fact, he noticed some clues. He had a hunch that someone had tampered with Lu Jilin, and the things used were very likely those shady products from the 9th chemical plant. The side effects of these products manifested as tumor metastasis in Chen Xianlong. In Lu Jilin's case, these side effects worsened his condition, leading to his death on the operating table. Qin Yueru then asked everyone to sign, meaning to take responsibility together for this surgical accident. Director Qin, this is not a medical accident at all, but you are making everyone feel threatened. What are you trying to do? The family of the deceased hasn't even come, and you are rushing to make a judgment. What situation prompted you to make such a decision? I think you have no leadership responsibility at all, not as good as Liang Weili. Han Shen refused to sign and left. Then some of the old expert professors present also left one after another, leaving only the trusted experts newly arranged by Qin Yueru. They looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Feeling humiliated by Han Shen's actions, Qin Yueru's face looked very unpleasant, and she instructed her secretary to arrange some matters. Then she went to the intensive care unit. Without knocking, she pushed the door open and slammed it shut. Pointing at Han Shen, who was smoking, she directly criticized him. Han Shen, what were you trying to do just now? Don't you know that words and actions that are detrimental to unity should not be said or done? Han Shen didn't want to conflict with Qin Yueru again, so he called Li Mingzhou over. Director Li, President Qin wants to discuss ideological and political work with you, go talk to her. Han Shen extinguished his cigarette but then went back to the medical area, adjusted the camera, and quietly left through the secure passage. After turning off his phone, he went to Fu Fangfang's lakeside villa for some rare peace and quiet. Lu family. Lu Chuchu was not happy to see Sophie return empty-handed. Didn't I tell you, if Lao Han doesn't come back, then bring him back? I told you to be tough. Are you getting soft-hearted? No, we didn't find him. Either he has already left the hospital, or he is hiding in the hospital. You know how smart Han Gu is, he deliberately avoids us, making it really hard to find him. And, he is not alone, there are people helping him. Sophie did search the hospital more than once, but she couldn't find Han Chen, suspecting that Rueli's people were helping him. It shouldn't be. I have warned Rueli, if she helps Han Chen again, it will disrupt our peace agreement, and she can't afford the consequences. Lu Chuchu instructed people to search the riverside and the laboratory in the economic development zone, but they still couldn't find him. She was angry but helpless. She realized that Han Chen, who had lived a very regular life for more than 10 years, suddenly became irregular, catching her off guard. Han Chen, you are really something. For so many years, I have worked hard for this family, providing you with a comfortable living environment. Now that I need you, you play hide and seek with me. You want to run away like this, forcing me to divorce you? You're dreaming. My marriage with Lu Chuchu is my decision. If I don't agree to a divorce, you can forget about it. You better be sensible, come back tomorrow and live a good life with me. The next day, Han Chen appeared in the department, changed into his white coat, and began arranging work in the meeting. When heading towards the rescue, Sophie stepped forward and stopped Han Chen, and Han Chen did not argue with Sophie, letting a nurse act as a medical guide for Sophie. I'm not sick. Call the security guard to have her leave. Han Chen glanced contemptuously at Sophie and entered the rescue room without looking back. In the morning, Li Mingzhou came over and talked to Han Chen alone. Han Gu, what happened yesterday? Why are you dissatisfied with Director Qin? Is she going to suspend my work, or just fire me directly? Han Chen asked back. That won't happen. You are the most outstanding medical skill in our hospital, and the hospital can't do without you. I just want to be a simple doctor. If you want to create a white terror in Jiangdong, or create a new world, it has nothing to do with me, and I don't have the ability to stop it. You guys are happy. You tell Director Qin that I was wrong about the matter yesterday, not the person. Han Chen eased the atmosphere, chatted a bit, and went to eat. At the entrance of the cafeteria, there was a patrol car parked with police officers on duty. This made Sophie not dare to act rashly, otherwise, she would really have to take Han Chen away. She sat in front of Han Chen, watching him eat voraciously, and said, "What kind of trouble are you in? Why don't you go back to live with the Lu family and enjoy the good life? Lu Chuchu asked you to do what, to have me attend the funeral? Lu Bolan doesn't even treat me as part of the Lu family, why should I bother? She asked me to go home? What for? To watch that liar, and her illegitimate child with a wild man, and then I can't do anything, just accept it. Who do you think I am?" Han Chen, excited, knocked over the soup, splashing it on Sophie across from him. "Oh, I'm sorry, I got excited. Go home and change into a new outfit, or go to the mall to buy the same one, I'll pay for it. If you feel burned, come with me to take a picture, I'll help you treat it. You did it on purpose." Sophie was very angry and left in a huff. Asshole. Han Chen ignored her and continued eating. Back in the office, preparing for a nap, Rueli called. "Han Gu, I heard about what happened with Qin Yueru from her. She regrets how she treated you and wants to invite you to dinner to repair your relationship. Do you want to give her a chance?" "I don't blame the person. I'm busy now and don't have time to have dinner with anyone." Han Chen refused. He didn't think highly of Qin Yueru, and there was no relationship to speak of. He was setting a trap for Qin Yueru, wanting to drive her away, so why would he care about Qin Yueru's feelings? "I see, then forget it. Qin Yueru is nothing special, not worth Han Gu giving her face. Are you criticizing me by implication?" "No, I'm telling the truth. Oh, by the way, where have you been these past 2 nights? Your wife has come to me more than once, thinking I've hidden you." Hearing this, Han Chen didn't want to say more, so he perfunctorily hung up the phone. He smoked a cigarette, visited the wards, discussed with the people sent by the hospital, and found that without him, the department would not be affected. So, he made a decision and went directly into vacation mode. Using the same old routine, he smoothly left the hospital, and by the time Li Mingzhou learned of this news, Han Chen had already left Jiangdong. Because Han Chen had arranged the medical work, as long as the department didn't have any problems, Li Mingzhou couldn't make a fuss. When the news reached Lu Chuchu's ears, she frowned and asked someone to find Han Chen, insisting on dragging him back from his vacation spot. "What's the meaning of this? Not coming home is one thing, now going on vacation without telling me. Do you really not want me as your wife anymore?" Sophie and others searched for 2 days but found no trace of Han Chen leaving Jiangdong. His wife asked them to continue searching, while she went to find Rueli. "Where did you hide Lao Han?" Considering Rueli's background, his wife had reason to suspect that Rueli was up to something. "Lu Chuchu, you are really interesting. Your husband is missing, and you come to find me?" Rueli found it funny that Han Shen left without saying goodbye, which she did not expect. What Lu Chuchu did not expect either was even more unexpected for her. "I'm not joking with you. If you don't hand him over, are you not afraid I will tear up the peace agreement?" The wife's warning was strong. Rueli assessed Lu Chuchu's intentions, seeing her determined look and a hint of madness in her eyes. She did not back down, then tear it up. The wife fell silent, realizing Han Shen was not with Rueli. She snorted lightly and asked, "Are you helping him?" "As long as he comes to me, I will definitely help. If he proposes to me after divorcing you, I will not hesitate, I will marry him." Rueli smiled slightly, revealing everything. "You and old Han are impossible. Don't daydream. I advise you to go back early. Jiangdong is not where you should stay." Lu Chuchu saw that Rueli was not receptive, unable to figure out the reason, so she left. When she returned home, she found her second daughter had also returned and asked her directly, "Where's my dad?" "Your dad is on a business trip." Lu Chuchu could only say this. "Can he come back tomorrow?" "Probably not." "Oh, no, he must come back. Tomorrow is my birthday." The second daughter's temper flared up, her face becoming serious and insistent. "Your birthday? Oh, Mom has been very busy lately and almost forgot your birthday. Tomorrow, Mom won't go to the group, Mom will be with you." Lu Chuchu was stunned, having already forgotten her second daughter's birthday because of recent events, as Han Shen had always remembered it before. Han Shen was busy with the hospital and taking care of the family, while she only needed to manage the group's affairs, free from the burdens of family, feeling relaxed. Now that Han Shen was in a bad mood, she realized that she could handle a large group but not necessarily manage household matters well. "You go find Dad and make sure he comes back. Otherwise, I won't recognize him as my dad." The second daughter was anxious. "Jingjing, how can you say such things? Your dad has been so good to you, sacrificing everything for you. If he hears these words from you, he will be so disappointed and heartbroken." "I don't care. I want him to come back tomorrow for my birthday, or else, I won't recognize him." The second daughter was stubborn and went upstairs directly. "Jingjing." Lu Chuchu couldn't stop her daughter and only heard the heavy sound of the door closing. This child, what's gotten into her? "Han Shen, you haven't taken a vacation early. What vacation are you taking when it's the second child's birthday? Are you deliberately picking a fight with me? The older one is unreasonable, the younger one causes trouble, you father and daughter are ruthless enough." Lu Chuchu felt unhappy, and suddenly the phone rang. Seeing the familiar yet unfamiliar number, she frowned and answered in the study, "Why are you calling this phone? You stood me up again. Are you pretending I don't exist? Old Han is on vacation, not at home. I have to take care of the children, I'm busy, maybe next time." "He's on vacation, huh? Then leave the kids with your parents and come be with me. It's settled. Hello." Lu Chuchu saw the other party hang up without giving her a chance to refuse, which made her very unhappy. The next day, Han Shen did not return, and the second daughter was also in a bad mood, pushing over the large cake, shocking everyone. Lu Chuchu was about to lose her temper and slap her daughter, the joyful atmosphere being ruined like this. Lu's mother quickly protected her granddaughter and sent her back to her room. The eldest daughter, Han Ning, remained calm, feeling a bit unhappy inside, but she knew she had to accept the fact that the family was going to Han Shen. After all, Han Shen was not her biological father, and Lu Chuchu would eventually have to let her biological father move in. The youngest daughter looked a bit innocent, waiting to eat cake, but the second sister got angry. She didn't cry or make a scene, got up from her seat, picked a clean piece of cake, and tasted it. Usually, whether it's dad, mom, grandpa, grandma, etc., they strictly control the amount of sweets they eat. Today, there aren't many opportunities to eat cake freely. One by one, they have to make me angry. Lu Chuchu glanced at her youngest daughter, held back her anger, and went back to her room. She contacted Sophie and others, still without any exact information about Han Shen. If it weren't for Han Shen's email saying he was still returning to the hospital, and his internet address was also overseas, she would have called the police. "If you have the ability, never come back." Lu Chuchu calmed down, then went out again. Although the family matters were complicated, they still needed to be managed well. In the following days, Han Shen still did not return, and Lu Chuchu did not find anyone. On this day, Lu Chuchu was in the group office. The military invasion of the Beijing faction had ended, and the next step was economic invasion, to erode their Jiangdong faction's industrial territory. This was a battle of the invisible hand, without bloodshed, but ruthless. Sophie knocked on the door and entered, saying, "Lu, there are two things. First, Chin Yueru was reported for embezzlement and misappropriation of public funds, and was arrested at the hospital. The Chins were chess pieces from the other side of the river. She came up and caused a stir, but with an unstable foundation, she's now being calculated against." Who did it? Lu Chuchu didn't care. In her eyes, Chin Yueru was just a minor character. The chess player hiding in the dark was the real villain. Still under investigation. Sophie paused, seeing that Lu Chuchu didn't continue to give orders, apparently wouldn't follow up on this matter. She continued, "The other thing is, Hango will be back tomorrow." Humph, he finally decided to come back. "I want to ask where he has been wandering. As soon as he comes back, I will take him home." Lu Chuchu's mood was complicated. It was impossible not to hate Han Chen, but to say how much she hated him was just that. At least, these days taking care of the children, she had some understanding of Han Chen's efforts over the past decade, which was not easy. She gave instructions and then got busy with work. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, she received a call from her second daughter's school principal, asking her to come to the school immediately because her second daughter was behaving unusually. She was shocked and hurried over to the school. Arriving at the principal's office, she saw her daughter standing by the window, holding her hand. At the principal's signal, she asked Sophie to take her daughter away first. The principal and the class teacher stayed behind, showing her the textbooks, exercise books, drafts, and test papers on the table for her to see. Lu Chuchu looked through them, and on every page of the textbooks, exercise books, drafts, and test papers, there were densely written the same few words. "Han Chen is my dad." If she wrote 1 or 2 pages, we wouldn't worry, but she kept writing, finding every available space to write. No one could persuade her, she completely entered her own world. "We are very worried about her and need you parents to make a decision." The principal handed a USB drive to Lu Chuchu, containing Han Jing's activities in recent days. "I'll take care of these. I'll handle this matter, and I'll contact you when there are results." Lu Chuchu looked extremely serious. Could a good daughter like this suddenly become foolish? "When is my dad coming back?" Han Jing asked directly when she saw her mother Lu Chuchu getting into the car. "Tomorrow. What are you up to again?" Lu Chuchu couldn't hold back and asked. "I just miss my dad. I'm tired, I want to sleep." Han Jing closed her eyes and didn't speak. Her calm and innocent appearance made it impossible to see what she was thinking inside. Lu Chuchu saw Sophie shaking her head, so she suppressed her inner restlessness and anger, and sent her second daughter home first. She stayed at home, waiting for Han Chen to return. It wasn't until the next day, when Han Chen took a taxi to the hospital and went in for surgery, that she received the exact news. Returning home exhausted, not to go home first, but thinking about treating the sick and saving lives, "You are truly amazing." Lu Chuchu was dissatisfied, couldn't wait, and went to the hospital herself. Han Chen performed a difficult pancreatic tumor surgery, but he still did it perfectly. Faced with compliments from fellow doctors, Han Chen was not proud, not even happy, because he judged that the patient's qi and blood were insufficient, and the survival period would not exceed 3 years. Considering the patient's age of 40, being the pillar of the family, if the patient fell, the not-so-wealthy family would be left with orphans and widows struggling to survive. He arranged for medical care, did not specifically go to find Li Mingzhou to discuss matters, but went to the parking lot with his luggage. Seeing his wife sending someone to pick him up, he didn't say much, got into his wife's car, and went home together. "How did you end up like this?" Lu Chuchu didn't expect Han Chen's skin to become dark, his originally fair and elegant image completely gone. What's more, he even shaved his head, now with just a little bit of hair growing back, completely changed. "Change of appearance, change of mood," Han Chen casually said. His wife remained the same, still stunningly beautiful. But he knew that in his absence, his wife wouldn't lack male company. Who knows, maybe she's fooling around with that wild man? "Where have you been these days?" "No specific destination, just wandering around, stopping when tired. For the first time in over 10 years, I traveled alone, encountered many discomforts, but also gained many different experiences. In the future, I need to travel more." "Alright, I'll accompany you." "No need. You have people and things you care about, and I don't need your company. Let's not talk about me. Just now I saw Sophie's message, the second child is causing trouble at home? You still remember we have a child." His wife pouted in a spoiled manner. Han Chen smoked, ignoring his wife's attempts to stop him. His wife had someone park the car, and let Han Chen get out to smoke, and he did. As they walked, a car suddenly approached. It was Rueli. "Han Ji, get in, I'll take you home." Han Chen didn't refuse, he opened the car door and got in. "You've changed a lot. What happened to you?" Rueli laughed. "I wandered to a monastery and stayed there for a few days. Thinking of becoming a monk? I considered it, but the abbot didn't want me. He felt my senses were not pure, not suitable for entering the monastery. He didn't accept me, but allowed me to stay there. No wonder no one could find you. Rueli accelerated, overtook, ran a red light, very reckless. Lu Chuchu behind was dumbfounded, but could only follow closely. She found that Rueli only sent Han Shen to the doorstep, feeling dissatisfied but had to let it go for now, planning to settle the score with Rueli later. Han Shen entered the house, saw his in-laws looking displeased, sighed, went upstairs to see his second daughter. Checking on his second daughter, Han Shen found that she hadn't become foolish, but he could see cunning, unfamiliarity, sadness, and other emotions in her eyes. His heart suddenly ached, and with almost drained strength, he whispered, "It seems you are just like Han Ning." "No, it's not true, it can't be true. Dad, what you said is not true, the truth is not like that. It can't be. Why would it be like that? Why?" His second daughter Han Jing suddenly became agitated, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. Han Shen couldn't answer because this was Lu Chuchu's doing, and he was kept in the dark. His daughter threw herself into his arms, crying and sobbing, and Han Shen just gently patted her head, not saying much. He himself hadn't overcome this hurdle, unable to extradite and help his daughter. Han Jing's crying attracted the attention of his wife and others. They all came up and saw the deep father-daughter bond. His wife came over, embraced them together, and softly said, "Jingjing, your dad is back, Mom and Dad love you the most, you have to be strong." The couple comforted their daughter, and only went downstairs after she fell asleep. Han Shen's heart was still blocked. He went outside to the yard to smoke and found that some koi fish had been added to the fish pond. After that, they had their meal. The younger daughter sat next to Han Shen and occasionally reached out her smooth little hand to touch Han Shen's bald head, enjoying playing with it. "Lao Han, you've been missing for so many days, did you run off to become a monk?" The elder daughter, Han Ning, looked at Han Shen and had a thought in her mind, asking directly, "What kind of talk is that? Lao Han is how you address him. No respect at all. If I hear you speak like that again, you'll have to attend another round of etiquette classes." His wife warned the elder daughter with unquestionable authority. "Dad, can't I call him Dad? Dad, are you going to become a monk?" Han Ning didn't want to attend etiquette classes, finding them more tiring than regular classes. Han Shen's in-laws also looked at him, secretly hoping that he would indeed become a monk so that their daughter could find a new man. They felt that Han Shen had already lost his integrity and was no longer suitable to be their son-in-law. "What does becoming a monk mean? Is it fun? I want to become a monk with Dad." The younger daughter, Han Mei, said, "Dad still has unfinished business and can't become a monk. These days, Dad has indeed been in the temple, eating, sleeping, reading. I find it quite fun, but it's not suitable for you." At this moment, Han Shen's eyes were only on his younger daughter, the one he couldn't bear to hurt the most. If it weren't for his younger daughter, he wouldn't have spoiled Lu Chuchu, escalating their legal battle to this extent. It was precisely because of this younger daughter that he felt more ashamed. "Don't say these upsetting words anymore, no one is allowed to speak. Let's eat." Lu Chuchu's scalp tingled as she listened. If Han Shen really became a monk, what would happen to her and their family? Han Shen actually had no appetite, so he ate a few bites casually and then went to the gym downstairs to walk on the treadmill for 3 kilometers. When the elder daughter saw her mother going to take a shower, she came downstairs to Han Shen and said, "Are you really going to become a monk? Isn't it just a divorce? Why are you taking it so hard? Find your powerful biological father as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the Lu family meets the same fate as the Lu family, you won't have the comfortable life you have now. When the nest is overturned, where can the eggs be safe? Then help me find him." Han Ning's brows furrowed. She had heard about the Lu family's situation. The children from the Lu family had all transferred to a very ordinary school with poor conditions. The gap between them had widened overnight. "Is this your way of asking for help? Looks like your mom is right, you really should attend etiquette classes." Han Shen didn't want to waste time talking to his elder daughter, so he continued walking. When a colleague from the hospital called, he went to the study to guide their work. After some time, his wife knocked on the door and said the children were already asleep, asking him to wash up and rest. While bathing, his wife also entered the bathroom, teasing him, and then the two of them had a passionate encounter in the bathroom. His wife's legs went weak, so Han Shen carried her back to bed, and they continued their intimacy. A short separation is better than a honeymoon. However, his wife noticed that Han Shen's passion was even more intense. Afterward, Han Shen didn't communicate much with his wife, he fell asleep quickly, and when he woke up, it was already dawn. His wife was still sound asleep, completely unaware that Han Shen had gotten up. "Ah, with your current appearance, it's not just one person who sees it, right?" Han Shen glanced at his wife, thinking about how she would accompany other men to bed, repeatedly bearing the children of those wild men. He felt heartbroken, angry, and on the verge of collapse, but his rationality and reality kept him from losing control. He freshened up, got dressed neatly, and was about to leave. "Dad, where are you going? Will you come back?" Han Shen didn't expect his second daughter to suddenly appear behind him. Han Shen was slightly stunned, looked at his watch, and said, "It's not yet dawn, you should go back to sleep." "I'm going to work at the hospital, of course, I'll come back." "Then I'll wait for you to come back." "Dad, are you going to divorce Mom?" "This is between me and your mom, it's an adult matter, you're just a child, you don't need to get involved." "In other words, you and Mom will eventually divorce." Han Shen went over, touched his daughter's head, seeing her about to cry again. He also felt uncomfortable, slowed down, and said, "What? Can't you live without me as your fake dad? Then you are too fragile. In fact, over the years, how capable Dad is, you all see it, Dad is not a strong and good dad. So, the control of what will happen in the future is not entirely in Dad's hands. It would be extremely good and extravagant to have a peaceful divorce. Maybe, one day soon, I will be beaten half to death and thrown out by your grandpa, and become a waste. Dad, then don't divorce Mom, live with us like before, Mom. Feelings cannot be forced. And marriage should not be like this. Hey, let the adults handle adult matters." Han Shen comforted his daughter, went to drive, looked at his daughter standing alone at the door through the rearview mirror of the car. His heart suddenly ached so much. At this moment, it was just before dawn, and the night outside the window was the darkest. Han Shen first went to the laboratory to take a look, cleaned up a bit, and then went to the hospital. Qin Yueru was involved in economic issues. Although she had been released on bail from the detention center, she was also restricted to activities in Jiangdong and had to be on call. Liang Weili had already signed the retirement papers, and he found it difficult to return to the hospital, let alone continue to work. The hospital's work was temporarily managed by Su Jiguang. Upon learning that Han Shen had returned, he was waiting early in the intensive care unit. When he saw Han Shen, he did not avoid the crowd and warmly greeted him. However, the words spoken by Han Shen made Su Jiguang's enthusiasm fade in an instant. "Director Su, why haven't you moved up to the second hospital yet, giving up such a good opportunity? Do you want to retire in place?" When Han Shen said this, he just glanced at Su Jiguang indifferently, without respect or warmth. "Han Shen, we agreed before that we would drive away Qin Yueru together, and then manage the hospital together." Su Jiguang followed into the office, and after closing the door, he reminded Han Shen not to burn bridges. "Director Su, don't make things up. Qin Yueru doesn't understand the internal situation of this hospital. She acted recklessly and implemented various wrong measures as soon as she took office, showing no ability to manage the hospital, but thinking about making money. So, we need to invite her to leave. In fact, she has malicious intentions and a dirty background, and should be sanctioned by the law. On this point, we have the same view, and can agree to disagree. But I didn't say the second part you mentioned. I did tell you before that in places like hospitals that require professional skills, doctors with a medical background are better. If you don't leave, be careful not to follow in the footsteps of Director Liang and Director Qin." "Han Shen, I'll remember you." Su Jiguang felt he had been played by Han Shen and left in anger. Both Liang Weili and Qin Yueru had problems, leaving the hospital without a leader. The provincial health department did not rush to appoint a new director, but promoted one of the remaining vice directors from the hospital. However, the first one approached for a discussion refused, as having 2 consecutive incidents showed that this position was very tricky. He knew the current situation and did not dare to stand out. After several refusals, the province finally arranged for someone who was about to retire to temporarily act as the director. The acting director was from the hospital, and he did not have full authority but quickly formed a working group. He was named the team leader in name only, and appointed Han Shen as the only deputy team leader, then delegated authority to Han Shen to take full responsibility for the hospital's medical work. For a while, team leader Han became a popular figure in the hospital. The first thing Han Shen did was to straighten out some of the things Qin Yueru had messed up, such as changing the drug supplier, raising the retail price of drugs, and replacing the previously cost-effective drugs with the new supplier's high-profit drugs, and so on. The pharmaceutical supplier is under the New World Group. Immediately, representatives of the New World Group and the pharmaceutical supplier found the hospital, and the acting dean passed the buck to Han Shen. "Han Shen, you are the son-in-law of the Lu family, and we have a very close and deep cooperation with the Lu family. You cannot do anything to disrupt our cooperation. You must immediately restore our drug channel." Han Shen let the security guard in and invited these representatives to leave without talking to them. Then, the acting dean received many complaints about Han Shen's phone calls. He just nodded and pretended to be confused. Unable to push back, He used the hospital's affairs to deal with it and passed it off. Han Shen saw Rueli on the side road outside the community and stopped the car to let Rueli in. If it's about the hospital's drug inventory, there's no need to talk. Brother, what else can we talk about? It's best not to talk about anything, just let it be. Then you will suffer. However, with your attitude, I can rest assured. Rueli didn't say much, and with Lu Chuchu following Han Shen's car, she got out of the car. Han Shen returned home and was stopped by his father-in-law Lu Bolan as soon as he entered the house. Han Shen, do you know how big of a hornet's nest you've stirred up? I don't understand what you mean. I'm just a useless person, a small doctor. What can I do? Whether the Lu family makes or loses money is a matter of ability for the Lu family, not me. Don't blame me for all the losses. I'm not your excuse for incompetence, Han Shen said lightly, showing no joy or sorrow on his face. This attitude. I see you have quite the ability. I'll teach you a lesson. Lu Bolan reached out, grabbed Han Shen's sleeve, and was about to hit him, but was seen by Lu Chuchu who had just returned. Dad, stop it. Han Shen, don't mess around. Lu Chuchu came up and separated her father and Han Shen. Lao Han, why did you make Dad angry? Quickly apologize to Dad. Lu Chuchu ordered Han Shen again. Lu Chuchu, let's get a divorce. Han Shen knew that his wife would always put her parents first, the Lu family first, herself first, and him last, maybe not even considering him at all. Such a woman is not worthy of being his wife. Coupled with her long history of infidelity and betrayal, such a woman is even more unworthy. Han Shen, stop mentioning divorce all the time. I haven't done anything wrong to you. You haven't done anything wrong to me? Then tell me, who did you have Han Ning with? Don't keep bringing up this non-existent thing. If you're not tired, I am. Watching Han Shen leave home again, Lu Chuchu knew he wouldn't be back tonight. Last night, Xiaobai won the newlyweds, and she wasn't so eager, so she didn't stop him, but had the bodyguard follow him. Dad, what's wrong with you? If you start a fight with him again, aren't you afraid he'll fight back? Do you still need to ask? What he did at the hospital is not provoking the new world. Lu Bolan said, other families in Jiangdong, such as the Lin family, Yi family, Yin family, Wang family, and other old undying families, have already pressured him to manage Han Shen well. If he stirs up further opposition with the Jing faction, all consequences will be borne by the Lu family. How much money can the new world make from just the people's hospital? This has escalated into a provocation. The people of the new world are too sensitive. Dad, it would have been better to talk to Han Shen properly about this matter. He wouldn't cause trouble again. By coming at him like this, you will only escalate the conflict. It's not the best way to handle things. I also know that it's not right to use force, but seeing him like that, I can't help but teach him a lesson. Bang! A flower pot fell from the second floor, making a loud noise and startling the two. Lu Chuchu looked in the direction of the sound and saw a flower pot falling from the balcony of the second daughter's room. Because there was a railing and it was not a straight drop, it was obvious that someone had thrown it down. There are only two daughters. Dad, you watch. Jingjing has always liked her dad. You just laid hands on her dad in front of her. She's definitely going to make a scene. Lu Chuchu went upstairs to find her daughter, but she was locked out by the second daughter. Knocking on the door yielded no response, so she had the nanny fetch the key. Upon entering, she found the second daughter wearing headphones and listening to music. As she removed the earplugs, she noticed mud on the second daughter's hands. Jingjing, what's wrong again? Grandpa wants to hit Dad, why is that? It was a misunderstanding just now. Grandpa didn't really want to hit your dad. Lu Chuchu inwardly panicked. The scene just now would surely be remembered by the second daughter. And you? I heard Dad say he wants to divorce you. When are you divorcing? If you divorce, let me go with Dad. You, don't overthink it. Mom won't divorce your dad. What your dad said just now was out of anger. That's not what he truly thinks. He loves Mom, he loves you all, our family won't break apart. Lu Chuchu was shocked. Not only did her daughter hear Han Shen mention divorce, but her daughter also said she chose Han Shen, wanting her to lose her husband and daughter. She couldn't accept that outcome and quickly embraced her daughter. Go bring Dad back. Okay, I'll go get him back in a while. Go now. Okay, I'll have someone bring your dad back right now. Lu Chuchu assured her daughter and went to call the bodyguard tracking Han Shen, only to find out that Han Shen had been lost. He was intercepted by Rue Li's people for a few minutes, losing track of Han Shen. She instructed them to continue searching and then called Rue Li to have her people hand him over. On the other side, Rue Li couldn't hand him over because she didn't know where Han Shen had gone. After searching for a long time in vain, Lu Chuchu could only use Han Shen's surgery as an excuse for not coming back. At this moment, Han Jing asked, Mom, are you lying to me? Did you use work as an excuse to lie to dad before? I didn't lie to your dad. Why are you asking like this? Lu Chuchu naturally denied. Dad won't come back. Dad doesn't love me anymore. Dad doesn't want me anymore. Han Jing muttered to herself, climbed onto the bed, and fell asleep with her head covered. Seeing this, Lu Chuchu worried about her daughter's state and felt dissatisfied with Han Shen, who caused all these consequences. Han Shen arrived at Fu Fangfang's lakeside villa, rested for a night, and continued to work at the hospital the next day. Director Han, many people called me last night asking where you went. I didn't know how to answer, so I just said I didn't know. The nurse leader said so. I'm fine. I want to rest well after work hours, so I turned off my phone. In fact, Han Shen wanted to avoid his wife. After checking his work schedule, he attended the morning meeting, checked the wards, discussed plans with colleagues, or attended expert consultations to keep himself busy. When Sophie arrived, he didn't give her a chance to speak, and had someone take her to register for a chest x-ray. Naturally, she refused. However, after Sophie left, another person Han Shen didn't want to see arrived, his younger sister-in-law, Lu Shuten. Lu Shuten was just his wife's cousin. Apart from being tall and having a good figure, her face shape and skin were far from perfect, especially her protruding teeth, which quickly reduced her attractiveness. In front of Lu Chuchu, the people from the Lu family would show great respect for Han Shen, calling him brother-in-law. But without Lu Chuchu, these people would look down on Han Shen and even speak ill of him behind his back, treating him as a freeloader. At that time, Han Shen had never thought of currying favor with these people. Besides, going to work and taking care of the children every day took up most of his time, so he had no personal dealings with these people. Brother-in-law, I've encountered some trouble. You can't stand by and watch. You have to help me, okay? Lu Shuten lowered her posture as soon as she met Han Shen, pleading with him. What serious illness do you have? Do you have any test reports? If not, go get a checkup first. Han Shen dealt with official business. It's not about that. My health is fine, but I do need your help. I'm in charge of finances at the pharmaceutical company, and now that you've stopped our company's medicine, the company leaders have given me a task to come and talk to you. Brother-in-law, please restore our supply qualification for the medicine, otherwise, I won't be able to fulfill my duties when I go back. If you're not here for a medical visit, then go find someone else. Han Shen was about to make an internal call. Brother-in-law, please, if you don't help me, the company will fire me. I have a mortgage and a car loan. I can't afford to lose this job. Brother-in-law, you're a good person. You can't just watch me become unemployed, right? Lu Shooting directly hung up on Han Shen's call. You're Lu Chuchu's sister. If you're unemployed, go find Lu Chuchu. You'll be unemployed? Do you think I don't know you? Stop pretending to be pitiful in front of me. Han Shen called the guard to come in and drive Lu Shooting away. Next, the acting director called and asked him to come over when he had time. When he arrived, he saw people from the New World Company. Team leader Han, this is the drug information they submitted. If it's qualified, we can consider it. The acting director, being a kind person, didn't want to offend the New World. Han Shen looked through the information and saw that the New World's price was also very low. If the efficacy was the same, the hospital not purchasing their medicine would give them a reason to criticize. We need to have a meeting to discuss this information, so wait for our message. Team leader Han, you're making things difficult for no reason. Whatever information you need, we can provide, you just need to sign, that way we can all save time. A chubby middleman was dissatisfied with Han Shen's attitude. Do I need you to teach me how to do things? Han Shen was even more dissatisfied, slamming the information on the table. Wait for the next bidding cycle. Han, you, how dare you act so shamelessly? Today, you must sign? Ha, are you threatening me? Let me ask you, do you dare to touch me? Han Shen smiled and moved his face closer. He wanted to see if the other party dared to hit him. Naturally, the representative from the New World didn't dare to touch Han Shen. Not to mention that Han Shen was the deputy director of the department and the deputy team leader, but also because of his identity as Lu's son-in-law, this representative couldn't afford to provoke him. They could treat Han Shen as a son-in-law who came to their door, looking down on him from the bottom of their hearts, but they didn't dare to openly hit Han Shen. Hitting Han Shen would be hitting Lu Chuchu in the Lu family's face. Both sides parted ways unhappily, and the acting director kept Han Shen behind, asking with concern, by repeatedly refusing like this, won't there be any problems? We're not refusing, we're just following the procedure. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Han Shen didn't make his words final, because even though this acting director was temporary, he was ultimately sent by the hospital. If their faction thought that introducing the New World's adjusted price drugs would be beneficial to the hospital, then they would lean towards the New World. Interests were enough to influence their decisions. Han Chen returned to his office and saw his father-in-law Lu Bolan already inside. He didn't want to see the other party, so he turned to leave, but Lu Bolan's bodyguard pushed him and he went straight into the office. Then the door was closed by the other party. Sign this agreement right away. Lu Bolan pointed to the agreement on the table and asked Han Chen to come over and sign it. Han Chen glanced at it. It was a procurement contract between the pharmaceutical company under the New World Group and the hospital, still the original contract. He said, "This is unreasonable, I can't sign it." Lu Bolan once again forced Han Chen without success, so he let the bodyguard come in and stared at Han Chen. "Will you sign or not?" "Lu Bolan, what right do you have to demand this from me? Do you still consider me your son-in-law?" Han Chen stared at Lu Bolan. "If you sign, you're my son-in-law, otherwise, you're not." Lu Bolan spoke in a very aggressive tone. Apparently he really didn't consider Han Chen as a son-in-law, whether he signed or not. "Ha, do you think I still want to be your son-in-law? I have proposed to divorce with Lu Chuchu more than once, but she disagreed. I am tired of being used like a slave by your Lu family. If you, Lu Bolan, have the guts, then kill me. Have you grown wings? Because I don't rely on your Lu family, I don't have to act according to your wishes. What Lu Chuchu did, engaging in illicit activities, is a disgrace to me. Seeing you now, seeing Lu Chuchu, makes me sick. Beat him to death, beat him to death." Lu Bolan was furious and ordered the bodyguards to act, but the bodyguards dared not move, because if Lu Chuchu gave the order, whoever dared to beat Han Chen like last time would end up feeding the fish in the West River. The bodyguards advised the old master to calm down, then left with the angry old master. Han Chen calmly called Lu Chuchu. "Lu Chuchu, don't involve your family in our affairs. Damn it, I am also angry. Do you want to push me to the edge? Husband, don't be impulsive. Don't be impulsive? Save that for your father. I can't beat your bodyguards, but if you go too far, I can take the risk. Don't be impulsive, I'll come to see you right away. I don't want to see you, unless it's at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Why do you bring this up again? Blame me for bringing it up again? You never faced it squarely. Han Ning not being my biological daughter is proof enough. Han Chen, enough, stop bringing up the paternity test. Han Ning is your daughter. Are you ever going to stop? What about us? We can just get a divorce. Lu Chuchu, you've done such ugly things, find my words harsh? Well, I'll say it, Han Ning has nothing to do with me, she is the illegitimate child you had with another man. She is not my daughter, she is illegitimate. Oh, and Han Jing, she is just like Han Ning, also illegitimate. Han Chen, you're really crazy. Lu Chuchu angrily hung up the phone. Jingjing, don't blame me. Although you are not my daughter, our father-daughter relationship over the years is not fake or superficial. But Lu Chuchu betrayed me, bringing you such a background, I am powerless. Since you know the truth, you can only accept and face it. Han Chen hung up the phone, smoked fiercely, feeling very bitter inside, on the verge of collapse, yet having to heal. Wanting to confide in Yao Qin, but there are few who understand, who will listen when the strings break. Love rises with the wind, but the wind's calm is hard to achieve. Years of deep affection and dedication, only to be betrayed all along, it's truly hard to accept. Han Chen couldn't focus on work, left the hospital, found a restaurant outside, and chose a quiet private room. Before the dishes arrived, he saw his wife coming, along with Sophie and others. As expected. "Fei, you guys leave, let me have a meal with Chuchu." Han Chen sent Sophie away, but his wife didn't touch her chopsticks, apparently disliking the taste here. He, on the other hand, not so particular, ate while saying, "Seeing you like this, are you planning to eat me? How can you say that about Jingjing? Are you still human? How did you become like this? It's simply unreasonable." Lu Chuchu criticized Han Chen, wanting to slam the food in front of Han Chen's head, but also worried that Han Chen might really do something extreme. "You say I'm unreasonable, but I think it's you. Look, this is the truth." Han Chen took out 2 documents from his bag, the paternity test results of him and Han Jing, not his daughter, but Lu Chuchu's daughter. "This can't be true. Absolutely impossible." Lu Chuchu tore it up directly, looking at Han Chen with even more resentment. "It's just because you refuse to believe. Your parents believe it, Han Ning believes it, Han Jing believes it too. Instead of entangling with me like this, you should think about those men outside, figure out who is your daughter's biological father, and make them responsible for raising and taking care of the child. Otherwise, why should I, an outsider, take over? Are you bullying me because I'm an honest person? Whose child is it? Is there anyone who knows better than a mother? Is that so? You're going to say those things again, aren't you? But have you ever thought about it? When you were out overnight, mingling with those wild men, did they take advantage of you while you were asleep, or drunk, or in some other messy way? Are you really that clear-headed? Do you really know everything? Han Chen, shut up. Your mouth is full of filth, you. Lu Chuchu, what are you pretending for? You're 40 years old, you've seen it all, and you're still pretending to be innocent. You. Alright, I've made things clear anyway. I can't willingly take over. I don't have the ability right now. If you don't agree to divorce, I can't force you. I can go home with you, live with you, or go to bed with you. Lu Chuchu's face was still angry, not only because of Han Chen's words, but also because of Han Chen's indifferent attitude, which made her equally unhappy. You're aloof, not partaking in the earthly matters here. Go, I have a surgery in the afternoon, I'll be home after work. I'm not a criminal, I can't harm anyone, you don't have to keep following me. Han Chen started eating and drinking. We'll talk later if there's something. Lu Chuchu couldn't eat these foods and wasn't in the mood to eat. Before leaving, she asked, during those nights you disappeared, were you with Rueli? No, I troubled director Fu Fongfong to find me a quiet place to sleep. Fu Fongfong? I'll talk to her. Lu Chuchu noted it down and then left. If you don't divorce, what can I do? If you don't divorce, you will pay the price. Han Chen thought this way, hating himself for not being able to control Lu Chuchu. If he were also part of the upper social class, with powerful connections, would Lu Chuchu dare to act this way? Of course, if he had a background that could rival the Lu family, would Lu Chuchu still cheat? So, the blame lies with the dishes. But that can't be a reason for Lu Chuchu to cheat. Han Chen didn't expect Sophie to come in. She sat down without ceremony, picked up the chopsticks, and said, "Brother, I'm here for you. If you have any troubles, talk to me." Pouring a cup of tea for Sophie, Han Chen said, "Lu Chuchu and I have torn our faces apart now, pretending to be harmonious but actually distant. He has lowered my morals and values. Are you not afraid of getting close to me, fearing that I might harm you? Oh, how do you plan to harm me, brother?" Sophie's tea-drinking motion paused involuntarily. "Put something in the drinks, then make you think I'm your husband, unable to let go. You're really scaring me." Sophie put down the teacup, not daring to drink. "What did you talk to my sister about? It's none of your business." Han Chen reached out, grabbed Sophie's wrist, preventing her from breaking free, checked her pulse, and only let go after a while. "You should go take a film, don't delay. Serious illnesses are often left untreated." "Brother, you're even scarier. I'm healthy, I'm not sick." Sophie naturally didn't believe Han Chen. Han Chen didn't say much either. He had fulfilled his duty as a doctor to remind the patient, but if the patient insisted on being stubborn, then let them bear the consequences. Back at the hospital, Han Chen found that the tracking personnel arranged by Lu Chuchu had not left. He thought to himself, "Lu Chuchu, do you really see me as a criminal? Do you want to control me anytime, anywhere? Unfortunately, I see through you, you despicable person." He received a call from Nie Xiaofeng and had Xiaoping come over. Instructing the nurse to arrange Xiaoping in the ward, Han Chen came over to give Xiaoping acupuncture, and soon the scared crooked mouth and slanted eyes were cured. Seeing the improvement and no discomfort in Xiaoping, she took the opportunity to give Han Chen a slap when he wasn't paying attention. "You're a despicable and unscrupulous doctor." Nie Xiaofeng saw the situation and quickly stepped forward to pull Han Chen away. Standing in front of him, "Xiao Jia, how can you hit someone? Good intentions are like donkey liver and lungs, a leopard cannot change its spots." Han Chen licked his gums, no blood came out, looked coldly at Xiaoping, turned and walked out of the ward. "Han Ge, thank you very much. Xiao Jie didn't mean it." Nie Xiaofeng chased after him and apologized to Han Chen. "You are no good either." Han Chen ignored Nie Xiaofeng, not wanting to deal with the troubles of Lu Chuchu, and turned to attend to his own matters. In the car, Nie Xiaofeng criticized Xiaoping. "Han Chen at least helped treat you, not to mention he is Mr. Lu's husband. You shouldn't have hit him, you were impulsive. Wasn't it because of him that I have these symptoms? I told you, he did something to me, made a move on me, that's why I ended up like this. If it weren't for Mr. Lu, I wouldn't let this Han Chen off the hook." Xiaoping said fiercely. Regardless of her reflection in the mirror, she put on makeup and dressed up beautifully. She found an excuse to get rid of Nie Xiaofeng and went to find Lu Chuchu. "Mr. Lu, I went to the hospital just now to find your husband, he helped me solve my disfigurement problem. I can be sure that it was the move he made on me last time that caused my disfigurement." "Oh, indeed miraculous. What do you want to say?" Lu Chuchu let Xiaoping come closer, touched her face. There were no traces of surgery, yet she could help Xiaoping recover from disfigurement. She couldn't imagine. "I want to say, Li Qin's situation, maybe it was also caused by your husband? Do you have any evidence?" Lu Chuchu immediately asked. "No, but I have this intuition. Don't speak without evidence. However, I will ask him about it. You should go rest for now. Rebuilding the Red Mansion will take some time. Lu Chuchu felt heavy in her heart, because Han Shen had become more complicated. In the evening, Han Shen didn't expect Rueli to come pick him up, hesitated for a moment, and got into her car. Let's start with some mundane topics, about the pharmaceutical business under the New World Group in your hospital. How about it? Participate in the bidding, enter through formal channels. In this regard, I am neutral. I am a doctor, I am only responsible for the patients in this hospital. Actually, if you want to make money, you can go elsewhere to make a fortune. I understand what you mean, let's not talk about this in the future. There was a brief silence in the car. Rueli smiled and said, "Brother, if you have any other questions, you can ask me." Han Shen thought for a moment. I've been away for so many days, Lu Chuchu hasn't given you any leverage? He knew that Rueli was collecting evidence of Lu Chuchu's affairs outside because this would help him divorce Lu Chuchu and also strike back at her. The results of the paternity test were not useful, so the only option left was to catch them in the act. Recently, there have been hidden currents in Jiangdong Shopping Mall. The New World has started to compete with the Lu family in Jiangdong for projects. Lu Chuchu's energy is all focused on this. She is basically balancing between family and company. The few social events she attends are just normal socializing. What about that man she went on a business trip with last time? He hasn't appeared again. She hasn't contacted him either. She knows you suspect her. I am also investigating her, so she will only have an affair when she is absolutely sure it's safe. Hearing this, Han Shen sighed in his heart. He had long been disappointed, disgusted, and repulsed by his wife. Rueli turned to look at the silent Han Shen, wanting to speak but hesitating. How is your recovery going? Han Shen suddenly asked. This made Rueli's cheeks instantly blush. I'm fine. If you don't want to find a man, I can prescribe some medicine for you to regulate your hormones. Recently, I accidentally came across a report from abroad. The medication you are taking may have some side effects. It can make your desires stronger. If you have weak willpower, you will sink into endless desires. Will I become promiscuous? Rueli was a bit desperate. If she couldn't control her desires, she would become a slave to her body. With her looks, she would easily attract men. If she slept with someone other than Han Shen again, she would no longer have moral constraints. Thinking of the terrible consequences, she couldn't help but shudder. Personal desires are nothing more than willpower and physiological factors. Physiologically, it involves hormone secretion and metabolism. I'll prescribe some medicine to regulate it to normal levels. And now, your career is not established, you are not free. I believe you also know it's not yet time to enjoy. Jiangdong, the water is deep, Han Shen said. I understand. I trust you. But, brother, if I can't control myself, can I come to your lab? I'm not a good person. Don't give me this opportunity unless necessary. Han Shen didn't dislike Rueli. After all, she was a beauty, and it was her first time with him. Subconsciously, he still felt responsible for her. After chatting a bit more, they arrived at Lu Chuchu's villa gate, and Han Shen went home. His wife was still on the way, and their 3 daughters were at home. The youngest daughter was happy and ran to greet him at the door, asking Han Shen to carry her inside. The second daughter was silent, envious of her younger sister, thinking she was Han Shen's biological daughter. She didn't know who Lu Chuchu had her with, and the terrifying identity of that illegitimate child made it hard for her to breathe. The eldest daughter, Han Ning, didn't like Han Shen, snorted lightly, and went upstairs. When his wife came back and saw Han Shen playing with the youngest daughter, she breathed a sigh of relief. Due to the rift between her parents and Han Shen, and her parents having a gathering, they wouldn't come over today, so his wife didn't have to worry about in-law disputes. They sat down to eat together, making his wife feel like they were back to the happy past of a family of 5. After dinner, the children were busy with their own things, looked after by the nanny, and his wife went to the indoor heated pool to soak with Han Shen. Honey, can you promise me something? I've told you, I have a reserved attitude towards your infidelity. We could divorce at any time, Han Shen said lightly. After a busy day at the hospital, he needed to relax. After all, he was 40 years old and couldn't be like a 20-year-old anymore. You never stop. I want you to have no more contact with Rueli. She's a widow, and it's inappropriate for you to have any involvement with her. She's always against me, and you even got in her car. What's going on with you two? Being with her, is it damaging her reputation or tarnishing mine? Lu Chuchu, you don't understand what you need to do now. How will you deal with Aining and Jingjing's matters? They already know the parts of the truth you've been hiding. You can't hide it anymore. You can still suppress them with your authority for now, but they will grow up soon. How will you explain it to them? They are your biological daughters, I firmly believe that. Lu Chuchu, you once said I had a problem and wanted to send me to a mental hospital. Now it seems like you're the one with a mental illness. I'm not sick. Then when will you return to normal thinking? How will you explain the issues with Aining and the others? What's there to explain? I am their mother, who knows them better than me? I gave birth to them with you, they are your daughters, you are their father. This is a fact. What do I need to explain? If you think differently, then I have to ask, why are our children not ours? If this is science and technology, then give me a scientific explanation. Lu Chuchu, if you didn't have today's wealth and social status, would you have the confidence to say these things? Han Chen avoided his wife's sophistry. I'm stating facts, regardless of how much money I have or what social status I'm in, these factors are irrelevant. Honey, I have these things, it's not my original sin to be criticized. I did not use these kinds of wealth to cover up the truth, did not do any evil deeds, why don't you believe me? Facts? What exactly is the truth now? I don't even know. Forget it, Lu Chuchu, you better cover up your ugly deeds outside, never let me find out. Han Chen sighed, he only knew that the weak would be bullied, the weak was the original sin. I never did, feel free to check. I accept your supervision. His wife smiled, with a hint of panic and provocation in her eyes, not believing that Han Chen had the ability to investigate her. Alright, I will definitely investigate. That Yuan Lan disappeared again after showing up, was it you? I am also looking for her, I want to see who the person she mentioned is. Unfortunately, she is in Shanghai, where I have no one, beyond my reach. Letting her slip away from me at that time was really a mistake. Han Chen slapped the water surface, regret and frustration overflowing. Oh, you wanted to keep her, using the methods you used on Li Qin? Xia Ping came to you, just to tell you this? Ha, what she said is right and wrong, disturbing the nerves and muscles on her face, making her eyes slanted and mouth crooked. Many people can do that. But causing Li Qin to develop myasthenia gravis, I don't have that ability. I believe you. His wife frowned, looking at Han Chen, increasingly believing that Han Chen was behind it. Han Ning watched Han Chen and her mother enter the room, then heard inappropriate sounds coming from inside, her face darkened. She raised her hand, wanting to knock on the door to make the two inside quiet down. But she didn't have the right to do so. When she went back upstairs, her younger sister Han Jing was already waiting for her. What are you doing? Still not sleeping so late, sneaky like a ghost. Han Ning didn't like this sister very much, because this sister was very capable. Even though she was retracing her steps, she was more capable than she was back then. So, in the future, she would definitely be more capable than her. Mom and Dad are sleeping, what do you want to do? You disrupted Mom and Dad's good time a few years ago, got punished by Mom, have you forgotten that lesson? You're too nosy. Han Ning shivered, it was either 3 years ago or 5 years ago. At that time Mom and Dad were watching a movie in the home theater. Mom was sitting on Dad's lap. She was still innocent, unaware that Mom and Dad were already secretly entwined. Seeing Mom and Dad silent, she went over to scare them. As a result, Lu Chuchu was really scared. She closed the door tightly, both embarrassed and quick, very awkward. Afterwards, Han Ning was punished. She found that Han Chen didn't speak up for her, so she began to disrespect Han Chen and harbored some resentment. Han Jing followed her eldest sister into the room, asking, "You knew that Dad is not our biological father before me, have you found our biological father?" Han Jing, you're mistaken. Han Chen is not our biological father. You and I may not have the same biological father. We may also have the same mother but different fathers. Lu Chuchu has no shame, she is capable of doing that. Han Jing indicated that it was possible, even if we don't have the same biological father. Have you found your biological father? It's an adult matter. What are you, a little brat, meddling in? Get out of my room and go to sleep. Han Ning had not found her biological father, nor made any progress, which made her quickly escape from Han Chen and Lu Chuchu's plan falling through. She was very unhappy. She made her sister leave and even pushed her. Han Ning, if you drive me away again, I will tell Mom tomorrow that you eavesdropped outside the door. You dare. We can work together to find our biological father. Whether we have the same father or not, we should find out first, right? Han Jing quickly extended an olive branch of cooperation. Humph, what can you do? Han Ning was a little tempted. She had no strategy now, couldn't rely on Han Chen, her sister could help, it was also a way out. Han Jing took out a photo and handed it to the eldest sister. I found this from Grandpa's house. Look, Lu Chuchu has a very intimate relationship with this man. That photo was given by Han Chen and also came from Rueli. Han Ning treated it as a treasure, looked at it repeatedly, and even took out a magnifying glass, trying to find some clues. Where did you get this from? Is there a clearer one, the kind that shows the person's face clearly? This was given by Dad to Grandpa. Obviously, it's not clear. Otherwise, Dad would definitely find this person, and Mom wouldn't deny it. Han Ning, you shouldn't be biased against Dad. He is now being controlled by mom. But dad is not easy. He can still find these things. Besides, dad has done a paternity test with us long ago, already knowing the results. He must know more. He knows nothing. He's just an incompetent man. You're not allowed to say that about dad. Dad is very capable. Han Ning, I've seen your exam scores. Without dad's guidance, your grades would be much worse. Of course, mine would be worse too. Han Jing gritted her teeth. Dad doesn't want us to get hurt. That's why he doesn't tell us everything. Hearing this, Han Ning frowned more tightly, feeling more and more uneasy. Looking at the photo again, do you think our biological father could be this person? He looks really lousy. If Lu Chuchu found a worse man than dad to be my biological father, I'd rather die. The next day, Han Chen went to the hospital at the usual time. Just as he arranged his work, the old dean received a call that someone wanted to transfer Lu Xiaochuan to the hospital and asked him to arrange a ward. He was a bit surprised that the Jingpai people still kept Lu Xiaochuan alive. When he saw Lu Xiaochuan and looked at the medical records, he immediately judged that Lu Xiaochuan was in a state of aphasia. Lu Xiaochuan, who was in a paralyzed state, looked mentally depressed, like a dead person, but the vital signs showed that he was still alive. After examining Lu Xiaochuan, Han Xin found that his condition was stable and he wouldn't die for the time being, so he arranged for him to be in a regular ward. Li Mingzhou asked Han Chen to come to the office and discuss Lu Xiaochuan's situation, saying, I received instructions from above to treat Lu Xiaochuan until he can speak. Are you confident? It turned out that Lu Xiaochuan had been in a state of aphasia all along, not speaking, and his secrets were still inside him, which was his value. Han Chen was awakened by these words and thought of the information revealed by Rui Li. Although the Jingpai use thuggish means to swiftly destroy the Lu family, what they got was just the shell of the Lu family, not the complete wealth of the Lu family. Keeping him alive is not difficult, but making him speak will require further examination and consultation. Considering that he must have been handled by famous medical experts, and they were helpless, when he comes to us, it will probably be tough. My answer to the higher-ups is the same. We will do our best. As Han Chen was about to leave, Li Mingzhou asked, Han, why are you keeping me here? This had been his source of anxiety for many days. He was on the same side as Qin Yueru, who had already fallen from power, but he was not affected. He had underestimated Han Chen's methods. This Han Chen was not as he had thought before coming, just a doctor who knew how to treat and save people, but was naive and honest in the workplace and even in politics. In fact, from the moment Qin Yueru was challenged by Han Chen and then expelled from the hospital, it had only been a few days. Li Mingzhou couldn't ignore the role Han Chen played in all of this. These days, Han Chen had driven away Su Jiguan, taken over as deputy team leader, and wielded great power. Whether intentional or not, it was a manifestation of political wisdom. You are not like Qin Yueru. Our hospital needs people like you, but even half of someone like Qin Yueru is too much. Of course, what determines your future is not me, not anyone in the hospital, but your background, your leadership. Han Chen went out and asked the caretaker to summarize Lu Xiaochuan's test results and send them to his office. Suddenly, his wife called. Now, he no longer avoids, blocks, or plays hide and seek. He wants to face his wife. Honey, I heard that Lu Xiaochuan was transferred to your hospital for treatment. How is his condition? He's not dead yet. Is that why you're calling? Can he still speak? Han Chen remained silent. His wife didn't care before, but now that Lu Xiaochuan was sent to him, she suddenly cared if he could speak? Honey, what's wrong? I can't answer your question. I don't know what to say. If Lu Xiaochuan can speak, so what? What if he can't speak? If he can speak, don't tell anyone. Let me ask him a few questions first, it's important. What questions? Honey, this involves internal affairs of the group, as well as some other grudges. I'm afraid you'll get into unnecessary trouble and I don't want you to know. I can make him speak, but you also have to make a choice. Who did you contact with the second phone that night? You didn't hang up, and even let me come over to beg you. Your flattery to please the other person made me sick. Honey, you misunderstood. Misunderstood? I didn't misunderstand. Han Ning and the others are not my children. Is this still a misunderstanding? You have multiple phones, convenient for contacting your lover. Is this still a misunderstanding? Han Chen naturally refused to believe his wife's sophistry. He had a way to make Lu Xiaochuan speak again, but he couldn't fulfill his wife's request to ask a few questions. After a while, he was busy, and the caretaker brought two people, Mr. and Mrs. Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang was dressed in loose casual clothes, almost like pajamas. Mrs. Zhou Yang had makeup on, red lips and white teeth, a hairstyle similar to the big sister in a TV drama, a black jumpsuit, high-end stockings covering her well-proportioned and charming legs. She was mature and charming. Zhou Yang directly said, Dr. Han, I came for a re-examination. I don't trust other doctors, only you. Han Chen asked them to move to the office, check the examination data, and personally examine Zhou Yang. He had performed surgery on Zhou Yang, so he naturally had a comprehensive understanding and grasp. Zhou Yang was wealthy and now cherished his life, so he followed medical advice and recovered smoothly. After they finished, Zhou Yang left with his driver first, while his wife stayed behind to consult Han Chen privately. Taking advantage of the pulse examination, Mrs. Zhou Yan lightly touched Han Chen's hand and rubbed her foot against his leg, teasing him. What are you trying to do? You're asking knowingly. I only have one intention. Mrs. Zhou Yang stared straight at Han Chen and handed him a note. This is my address. I usually live alone. If you're interested, come over anytime, you're welcome. Why didn't you show it when your husband was here? Han Chen glanced at the address, which he was familiar with, as it was in the villa area by the Fu Fangfang Lake. He couldn't help but think that Jiangdong was still too small. He's in the first year, what can he say to me? I found his female classmate, and now I've asked her to come to our house to be a nanny and take care of him. So, your idea is that if the meat rots in the pot, everyone stinks, and no one can blame anyone. Mrs. Zhou Yang fell silent. That was the idea, but saying it out loud changed its meaning. Han Chen didn't refuse or blame her, but it didn't seem like he was interested in her either. It was really hard to understand his attitude. Oh, you're not going abroad? Han Chen asked again. I was planning to leave after Zhou was discharged. But I always felt like I would miss something, so I stayed. Zhou Yang's wife spoke, her eyes still staring straight at Han Chen. Han Chen hesitated to respond, making her doubt her own charm. If you go abroad, you will really miss out on something. Han Chen withdrew his hand, searched through the pile of documents, and handed her the new energy development plan. This is a good business opportunity, missing it would be a real loss. Zhou Yang's wife quickly browsed through it, admitting it was a good project, but she was not very interested. She was not lacking money now, earning a little more or losing some was just a matter of arithmetic, it couldn't make her happy. What I don't lack, you insist on giving me, what I want, you refuse to give, it's really meaningless. Zhou Yang's wife stood up, returned the plan to Han Chen, and left. However, after taking a few steps, she turned back. Han Chen, let's be clear, my intentions are already obvious, I am willing to have a relationship with you, even a one-night stand. What about you? You neither refuse nor agree, what do you want? Your wife is Lu Chuchu, the richest person in Jiangdong, do you still need money? This was the last thing Zhou Yang's wife said before leaving. Han Chen smiled bitterly at the time, not directly answering was his answer. For more than a decade, with his wife as a sheltering tree, he had never worried about money. But in fact, in the past and present, he had never taken money from his wife to indulge himself, he still lived a very simple and plain life. If it weren't for his wife's insistence on buying him clothes, he could wear his clothes for many years. His wife felt good about herself, full of confidence, arrogant, all because of the bulging wallet? His wife could command bodyguards like Li Qin because she had money. Money can make the devil turn the grindstone. So, Han Chen also wanted to make money quickly. Zhou Yang's wife's appearance was like a pillow falling from the sky when he was dozing off. Of course, he didn't know Zhou Yang's wife well, he couldn't just listen to her nonsense, go to bed with her, that would change everything. While he was thinking about it, Rue Li's mother called. Because he had an inappropriate relationship with Rue Li, Han Chen felt ashamed the moment he picked up the phone, ashamed of her mother-in-law. But considering that the other party was from the capital, for whatever reason, it brought blood-red panic to Jiangdong. In this case, that sense of shame disappeared. Rue Li's mother's call was simple, to schedule a treatment time with Han Chen. Han Chen naturally had time and agreed to treat Rue Li's mother. After hanging up the phone, Han Chen thought to himself, this time the old lady must be here to make me take a stand. At noon, Rue Li treated him to a meal, and Han Chen openly accepted the invitation. Even though he had just arrived at the hotel entrance, his wife sent a message asking him to keep his distance from Rue Li. My mother-in-law has scheduled a time with you, I need to prepare for her arrival, I will be busy and can't help you watch Lu Chuchu. Rue Li said. Seeing that Han Chen had brought her medicine, she accepted it. As for Lu Chuchu, let it be. In fact, I have a paternity test, this is solid evidence, enough. Han Chen thought to himself, Lu Chuchu had been playing for so many years without any rumors spreading, it showed that they were both cautious people. It was almost impossible to get evidence of adultery. That's right. Rue Li nodded, ate her meal, and handed her phone over to Han Chen to let him see her chat with her mother-in-law. Han Chen glanced through a few pages, then returned it to Rue Li, bowed his head to eat, and remained silent. He was well aware of the old lady's good intentions. He did not deny that Rueli was a good woman, but what mattered to him now was not finding a woman, but getting a divorce, exposing the adulterer in person, and making the other party pay the price. Rueli blushed because the chat content between her and Han Shen was mediated by her mother-in-law, and now that she and Han Shen really had a relationship, it seemed to imply that they should be together. However, Han Shen did not make a statement, leaving her heart hanging once again. Then, Han Shen hardly spoke, and Rueli served him soup, picked vegetables for him, and he casually thanked her, and so on. The two of them just ate without any extra words. Han Shen left and went straight back to the hospital. His wife, Lu Chu, rushed over and stopped Rueli, blocking her way. She stared at Rueli discontentedly and said, "I warned you not to get close to my husband, not to think about him. He is not someone you should touch. You betrayed him. He is determined to divorce you. You two are just going through the motions, in name only. That's why I pursued him. Strictly speaking, what I'm doing is not immoral," Rueli said lightly, feeling relaxed. Divorce? He's dreaming. His wife refused directly, her intuition telling her that Han Shen believed in the paternity test results and was really falling in love with someone else. She wouldn't allow Han Shen to do this. In the afternoon, a critically ill patient with heart problems arrived in the intensive care unit and needed urgent surgery. Han Shen and his assistant worked until evening to complete the first stage of the surgery, and the patient was still not out of danger. The anxious family members, the responsibilities they carried as doctors, made it impossible for them to leave the department. By 8 o'clock in the evening, the patient's condition stabilized, and Han Shen gave some instructions to the family before leaving work. His wife was already waiting in the parking lot, asking Han Shen to get in the car. Seeing how tired Han Shen looked, she said, "Honey, you're working too hard. Why not quit this job? As doctors, this is how we should be, not to mention that I am currently in charge of the hospital's medical affairs. Being able to leave work at this hour is already a relief." Lu Chu, aside from Ning and Jing's issues, our current and future lifestyles are not on the same page. You live your extravagant life, and I live my busy life. We shouldn't disturb each other, so let's just get a divorce. You must be overwhelmed with work, talking nonsense. I don't have another man, only you. I won't divorce you either. I came to pick you up, thinking of taking you out for a late-night snack to pamper you, but you just want to go home directly. So annoying. Lu Chu frowned, showing concern for Han Shen, but she didn't expect Han Shen to keep talking about divorce. Lu Chu, you can't keep avoiding this. And Ning and Jing are not children anymore. They might do something impulsive, even hurt themselves to find their biological father. Eventually, they will know the truth. Instead of letting them suffer, you should tell them directly. Tell them what? You are their biological father. Lu Chu's voice also raised, on the verge of exploding. I can't communicate with you anymore. You are arrogant, but you are not that powerful. You will soon pay the price. Han Shen closed his eyes and rested for a moment. When he got home, he saw his eldest daughter coming out of the second daughter's room, which strengthened his determination. These two sisters usually don't get along, but when things happen, they will stick together. They are sisters after all, whether they have the same father or not. Their mother is Lu Chu. Dad, Lu Chu doesn't look very happy, does she? Didn't she say she wanted to have a late-night snack with you and come back later? Why do you look like you haven't eaten enough? The second daughter asked as Han Shen was eating hot food. Lu Chu is not someone you can call. She is your mother, don't be disrespectful. She wants everything now, without understanding the importance of letting go. That's why she has so many unnecessary worries, Han Shen said. Dad, are you going to let go of me and Han Ning? Do you really not want us anymore? The second daughter immediately asked, her eyes fixed on him. You both already know the truth, so you should know that I am not qualified to be your father anymore, and I shouldn't be. You will have your own life, and I will choose a completely different life. I have nothing outstanding. I am not worthy of being your father, and not worth your nostalgia. Jing, you have to let go of me and live a happy life. Dad, I don't want that. I want you to be my dad. I have told Lu Chu that once you divorce her, I will choose you as my guardian. You are my dad. You will always be my dad. You will always be my dad. The second daughter became excited as she spoke, and tears flowed uncontrollably. At this moment, the eldest daughter appeared behind Han Shen. Han Shen, you made Jing cry again. You shouldn't have come back.